Urban planning. Tommy had been staying with Wilbur for nearly 3 weeks before he ended up having to explain his new living situation to Puffy. In all honesty, he was surprised she hadn't picked up on something being amiss sooner. Tommy didn't end up going back to his apartment to get his clothes, and while he was content to keep wearing Wilbur's old stuff, one day he came back from work to find a pile of new clothes in his own size sitting on his bed. It wasn't the ratty t-shirts and thin sweatshirts that had practically been his uniform. These new clothes were high quality, brightly colored, and had 100% been picked out by Wilbur since they all looked like they belonged on a Pinterest board. So Tommy's style change alone should have been enough for Puffy to realize something was up with him. But he hadn't gotten much chance to see her in the cafe as of late. She only stopped by for a few minutes at a time every few days, always with her mouth set in a thin line, and Tommy wondered what got her so worried. Puffy wasn't the only one who seemed off though. Although Tommy and Foolish's conversations were limited to the few minutes they got to chat while they switched for their shifts, Tommy could tell that Foolish was tired. There were bags under his eyes, and the gold streaks in his hair seemed duller than they used to be. And yet, in complete contrast, his smile was brighter than Tommy had seen it in years. His friend Eric was always waiting for him to get off work, and Foolish would beam at them before waving goodbye to Tommy, slinging an arm over his friend's shoulders and guiding them out of the cafe with the kind of ease that only came with knowing someone for years on end. It was a strange situation. Foolish was clearly exhausted, but he was happy about it. Puffy was worried about something, but was trying not to let it show. It made Tommy wonder what was going on in their house, although he knew that wasn't any of his business and didn't pry. But still, when he saw the frown lines creasing Puffy's forehead as she waved at him when he came in for his shift, he couldn't help but try to figure out a way to ask her what was going on without being too nosy about it. "Sup Puff," Tommy said as he approached her table in the far back corner, squinting at the bright sunlight that was glowing against her curls. "Hi Tommy, we haven't had a chance to chat in a while," Puffy said, smiling at him as he sat down across from her. "Which is totally my fault, by the way. I've been so swamped with other work stuff that I haven't been checking on the cafe as much as I want to." "You're fine, Puffy. Not much has been happening with me," Tommy told her, leaning back in his chair and trying not to think of how he'd had to scrub the backroom floor for nearly an hour last week when Rosethorn bled all over it. "Really?" Puffy asked, raising an eyebrow at him. "Nothing new at all? Because you've been wearing a lot of new clothes lately, and you look like you put some weight on, meaning you've finally gotten a healthy eating schedule." Frowning, Tommy shrunk down in his seat. He might as well come clean about it. It's not like he was trying to hide it from Puffy or anything. "Well, to be honest, I got into a fight with Tubbo and Renbu, so I've been staying at a friend's place for the past few weeks," Tommy admitted. Puffy blinked a few times in surprise. "Wait, you're not living with Tubbo and Renbu anymore?" "Not, like, as a permanent thing. Just till we can figure out our shit," Tommy shrugged, turning his head to look out the window and nod at Puffy's concerned face. "Did they kick you out?" Tommy shook his head. "No, of course not. I left on my own. Need some time to figure out how I feel about everything, you know." He knew where this was going. Puffy was going to get worried and then she was going to start doing her therapy thing to him, and while he appreciated her trying to help, he really didn't need it right now. "And you're staying at a safe place?" Puffy asked. "Yeah, I'm staying at my friend Will's. He's a really good guy," Tommy told her. "He and his dad Phil and his brother Techno have all been super nice about letting me stay for as long as I need." "Wait, do you mean the Soots? Wilbur, Phil, and Technoblade?" Puffy asked, furrowing her brows. "You know them?" At confirmation, Puffy immediately relaxed, her shoulders dropping as she leaned back in her chair. "Yeah, Phil and I are old friends. I'm glad you're staying with them. They're a good family." Something in Tommy's chest warmed at hearing how positively Puffy thought of the Soots. Of course he knew how good they were, but it was nice to know Puffy liked them too. "They really are," Tommy grinned. "Well, I feel a lot better knowing you're being taken care of by them," Puffy laughed, looking far more relaxed than she had a moment ago. "I think you should ask about having them drive you home from the closing shift though. I don't think Techno would mind. I mean, Techno already drives me home sometimes, and a lot of times if he doesn't do it then Wilbur will walk back with me," Tommy said, frowning a bit. "But why do you say that? It's honestly quicker to get to the subway from here than it is to walk back to my apartment. I've just noticed an uptick in hero-villain sightings in this area," Puffy told him, her smile falling again. "Like less than 2 months ago, Dream was seen fighting 2 vigilantes on top of this cafe, and you know Dream doesn't normally patrol in this area." "Oh yeah. The night Dream fought Tubbo and Renbu, just a little over a few weeks before he found out Tubbo and Renbu were Nuke and Ender. While he'd been more distracted by Tubbo's anger towards him at the time, in retrospect, it was pretty weird that Dream had been there at all." "Do you, think there's any reason he was out here?" Tommy stammered, mind racing at the implications that could have regarding the syndicate. "I'm not sure, but I think it's because of the increased villain activity in the area, Puffy said casually, tapping the side of her cup. Tommy stiffened. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Puffy raised an eyebrow. Really? I feel like I'm getting an alert on my phone every few days that someone saw Deadless or Nemesis or, hell, even Siren in Eastside. Do you think we need to be worried? Tommy asked, trying to force himself to relax his shoulders. Nah, I wouldn't say we have much to worry about. I doubt villains are going to be coming after this cafe, Puffy said, giving Tommy a strange look that he couldn't decipher. Besides, I think villains get a bit of a bad rap anyway. Tommy tried not to clench his jaw. What do you mean by that? Most of them aren't as volatile or unpredictable as the media makes them seem. They have reasons for doing what they do, we just don't know what those reasons are. Then, Puffy snorted. Anyway, it's not like the heroes haven't pulled the same shit. They're just allowed to get away with it. Holy shit! Holy shit! Puffy had the same views he did on villains. She understood how unfair the whole damn system was. Finally, someone else outside of this whole mess who got it. You know, Tommy started, keeping his voice level, not a lot of people would agree with you on that. Glancing up from her cup, Puffy smiled. But I have a feeling you do. Tommy wasn't sure what to make of that. Puffy could have just meant that as a compliment, trying to tell him she knew he was an understanding person. But there could have been another layer as well. There was no way Puffy knew about his business with the syndicate. If she'd found out, she would have confronted him by now since he was literally using her backroom as a makeshift clinic. Even if she didn't mind villains, he had to imagine she would have at least minded the blood. No. There was no way Puffy knew. He was just reading way too much into things. That seemed to mark the end of their conversation. Puffy told Tommy she needed to head out, and walked up to the counter where Foolish was in the middle of making another drink. The two of them had a quiet conversation, and then Foolish was handing his apron to Tommy to switch shifts. Once Tommy was settled behind the counter, he watched as Puffy guided Foolish out of the cafe, reaching a hand out to grab Aerith who had been waiting by the door but seemed surprised at Puffy's being there and dragged them along with. The start of the shift was slow. There was the usual lack of a late afternoon rush, and the only thing of note was that Tommy was finally allowed to open the bottle of pumpkin spice Puffy kept under the counter since fall was almost here. He made a few pumpkin-based drinks, soaking in the scent of cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg, all while the golden light of the setting sun faded to something more akin to burnt orange. It was when the sun was little more than a red line on the horizon that two new customers walked into the cafe. It was two men, both looking as if they were in their early 20s. One of them had dark brown hair and even darker eyes, while the other was dirty blonde and kept his head down. Welcome to the Cloudy Cafe, what can I get you? Tommy asked, forcing his customer service smile on. Hi, can we get what do you want? The brown-haired man said, nudging his friend with his elbow. I dunno. Something without caffeine. The blonde replied with a shrug. We're at a coffee shop and you're not even going to get something with caffeine. The brunette scoffed. Hey. I'm sure they have plenty of other drinks here that don't have caffeine in them, the blonde snapped. The brunette sighed deeply before looking back at Tommy. Sorry about him. He's an idiot. What do you have that doesn't have caffeine? We have herbal tea, or hot chocolate. Tommy suggested. Hot chocolate is good, the blonde said. Okay, great. We'll have one small hot chocolate, and a medium vanilla latte, the brunette ordered. Nodding, Tommy typed the drinks into the register. Oh, by the way, does this cafe connect to the alley that opens up on Lemon Street? The blonde suddenly asked as Tommy was preparing to ring them up, lifting his head so he wasn't staring at the ground anymore. That was a random question. Yeah. The blonde nodded, his green eyes darting around the cafe at surprising speed. Alright. Sorry if that seemed weird, we were just walking on Lemon and I noticed that the alley is longer than it should be, and I wondered if it connected with the adjacent street. He's studying urban planning so he notices pointless shit like that no one else ever will, the brunette said, smirking as he patted his friend's shoulder. I just thought it was a weird city layout. The blonde protested. Tommy resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Yeah, alright then. Anyway, what name do you want for the drinks? The two men shared a look, before the brunette answered. George. Nodding, Tommy wrote the name down on both cups and George handed over the money. Then, he set about making the two drinks, glancing at the two new customers every once in a while. There was something up with them. The blonde one kept shifting his eyes and hunching over on himself, as if he was afraid of someone recognizing him. While Tommy thought the question about the back alley was weird, if the guy really was into urban planning, he supposed it would make sense. Either way, it wasn't his problem. If two random customers wanted to ask him about the layout of the back alley, that was their deal, not his. Once Tommy called out the name for the drinks, the two men came to grab their cups. George left with a casual wave, but the blonde was slower to follow. "See you later," he said, giving Tommy a strange look before walking out the door George held open for him. "Weird-ass customer." Shrugging it off, Tommy quickly turned to the next customer at his register, and didn't think about the blonde and brunette men for the rest of his shift. Things slowed down after that. The rest of the evening faded along with the rest of the daylight, into a relaxed atmosphere of a few customers typing on laptops, with one or two people murmuring softly to one another. Hours passed, and during an off moment, Tommy texted Wilbur if he wanted to come to the cafe at the end of his shift so they could get food on the way back to the house. When he checked his phone again half an hour later, he was surprised to see Wilbur hadn't responded. "Hey." Usually Wilbur responded almost instantly to any text he sent. Shaking his head, Tommy watched as the rest of the customers trickled out like sand in an hourglass. Luckily for him, the shop emptied out early. So he went through the familiar cleaning routine much sooner than he usually would, checking his Discord to see if he was going to be visited by any villains tonight. Right as he took his phone out to check, he heard the distinctive Discord ringtone and held the phone up to his ear. "Hello. Hey Tommy." It was Blade, and he sounded out of breath. "Is the cafe closed yet?" "Technically no, but everyone's already left so I was closing early anyway," Tommy explained, eyeing the empty street through the front windows. "You need to stop by." "It's not for me. It's for." Blade's voice was suddenly cut off as someone else grabbed the phone. "I don't need healing, I'm fine." It was Siren, and his voice was tight with pain. Tommy resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "What happened?" "I just got lightly scratched. He just about cut his foot off." "Don't be so dramatic." "It's fine, all I need are some bandages." "Siren, stop being a fucking idiot and get your ass over here," Tommy said into the phone. "Blade, carry him if you have to." "Hey, that's not fair. You can't just tell Blade to." There was a muffled shout as the phone was grabbed again. "We'll be there in 5 minutes, Blade told him. And with that, the call cut off, and Tommy sighed as he shoved his phone in his pocket. Time to go prepare the backroom. A few minutes later, Tommy found himself leaning against the wall of the backroom, towels laid out and first aid kit ready to be used if it was necessary. He tapped his fingers on his thigh, scrolling through Twitter absent-mindedly as he waited for a knock at the door. Checking his texts again, he noticed that Wilbur still hadn't replied. He must have been busy with work or something. Tommy could probably ask him about it when he got back to the house. Either way, it was a good thing now that Wilbur hadn't replied, considering he was now going to have to take care of an injured Siren. In the back of his head, he could hear Tubbo and Renbo's voices as he thought about how strange it was that Wilbur hadn't replied, while Siren needed healing. "We kinda thought that Wilbur was Siren. But, that was ridiculous. Wilbur was just busy with work. It was a coincidence, and nothing more." That's what he told himself as there was a knock at the door, and Tommy shoved his thoughts to the back of his head as he pushed to his feet to swing it open. As expected, it was Blade and Siren. Siren had his arm slung around Blade's shoulders, and his left leg was lifted slightly off the ground with blood dripping on the asphalt. Tommy stepped out of the doorway and gestured for Blade to bring Siren into the room, and Siren cursed as he sat down on the towels. "Tommy, you don't need to go through the trouble of healing me," Siren argued as Tommy knelt down to inspect the leg. The fabric of his jeans was ripped at the calf, taking a large chunk of his leg with it. It wasn't anything life-threatening, or even could cause permanent damage since it was just the fleshy part of his calf, but it had to be painful as hell. Not to mention, it was gushing blood. Grabbing some gauze, Tommy immediately pressed it to the wound, ignoring Siren's hiss of pain at the pressure. It only took seconds for the gauze square to be soaked, so Tommy grabbed a few more and added them to his fistful. "Don't be so dramatic. The last thing I want to do is find you in a dark alleyway passed out from blood loss again," Tommy shot back, rolling his eyes. "Besides, this thing has to hurt like a bitch. Did Dream chop a piece of your damn leg off or something?" Siren snorted. "Actually, it was Rewind who did this. I don't think he meant to. While I'm not clear on exactly what happened, I think he was trying to use his time powers to rewind and grab me, but he misjudged the timing and instead of blocking my leg so I tripped, he accidentally put a pipe through my leg." Tommy almost dropped the gauze he was holding. "What the fuck? How does that even happen?" "I'm not sure, but 1 second I was fine, and the next I had a literal pipe going through my calf. And not like I'd been stabbed, but as if it had just been embedded in there. Like when you glitch through a wall in a video game or something." "And did you just end up ripping it out?" Tommy asked, shoving down the nausea that rose in his throat at that description. "Yeah, I did, even though that probably wasn't the smartest thing. Again, I don't think Rewind did it on purpose, because the second he saw me screaming about the pipe in my leg he started panicking right with me," Siren explained, tilting his head up to the ceiling. "Didn't apologize though. Bastard. Good thing Dream wasn't there. I think he would have just laughed, Blade snorted. Oh, he would have gotten such a kick out of that, Siren huffed, smirking to himself. I haven't seen him recently though, have you? Blade shook his head. No, I haven't. He's been less active for the past few weeks, which is odd for him. Frowning, Tommy glanced up at the two villains through his hair. Dream's been quiet. Yeah, we haven't been seeing him nearly as much as we were a few weeks ago, Siren explained, his lips twisting with a frown. Even stranger, I've heard reports that he's been spotted in East Side. Not looking to fight someone, just sneaking around like he's doing espionage or some shit. Tommy suppressed a shiver from running down his spine. What the hell could he want in East Side? I'm not sure, Blade murmured, although Tommy could see through the eye holes in his boar mask that he was staring at him directly. I have my theories, but I want to wait until I get more evidence before bringing it to the others. Yeah, that sounds reasonable, Tommy muttered, tilting his head back down to look at the wound again. Anyway, Siren, you ready? Siren groaned. You can just bandage me up, it's fine. Shut up, bitch. I'll heal what I want, Tommy said. And before Siren could protest again, orange light started to shine from Tommy's hands, and both of them went silent as Tommy's healing powers went into effect. It was a nasty wound, but it didn't hit anything important. After a few beats of silence, Tommy's head was pounding considerably, and pins and needles were shooting up his hands, but otherwise he was all right. Sighing, Tommy let go, and he didn't even need to say anything before Blade was shoving a glass of water in his hands. Thanks, Tommy muttered, taking a long sip of the drink. After waiting for the lights to stop dancing behind his eyes, Tommy leaned back over to check on the leg, and was pleased to see it had almost completely sealed itself over. The patch of skin that hadn't been there before Tommy healed it was a much paler shade than the rest of the leg, but otherwise the scar didn't seem all that bad. While Tommy was looking at the leg though, he felt a hand reach over and ruffle his hair. You didn't need to do that, Siren said quietly, guilt dripping from his tone. Sighing, Tommy shoved the hand away from his head and straightened back up. Why are you so upset? This is literally my job. I guess I'm worried about you burning yourself out, Siren admitted. Tommy resisted the urge to flip him off. I'm fine, seriously. I've been staying at my friend's place for a while now and things are really good because of it. I'm not going to burn out. You sure? Tommy nodded, and Siren hummed. Is this the same place I dropped you off a little while ago? What was his name? William. Wilbur, Tommy corrected, missing the pointed look Blade shot Siren. I've been staying at Wilbur's place with him and his family. And you like it there? They're all good to you? Siren pushed, and even though the blindfold, Tommy could feel his intense stare. Siren, don't push him for personal information, Blade stepped in, the warning obvious in his tone. He doesn't have to answer me if he doesn't want to, Siren snapped back. Blade, I appreciate it but it's fine, Tommy reassured the man, taking another sip of his water. It's not like he minded talking about how kind the Suits were. And hopefully knowing how great the Suits were being would make Siren feel less guilty about letting him do his job. Yeah, they're all really good to me. Phil, Wilbur's dad, is a really cool guy. He's super easy to talk to, and he makes really good tea too. I'm not nervous around him like I am with most parents, so that's pretty pog. Then there's Techno, Will's brother. He's super cool and tries to act all gruff but he's actually really caring. He'll offer to drive me home from work a lot, or make me food without me having to ask for it, just stuff like that. Blade had his arms folded over his chest, and was staring at the wall while Tommy spoke. Meanwhile, Siren seemed enraptured by what he was saying. Go on, he encouraged with a small smile. Leaning further back against the wall, Tommy grinned. And Wilbur as well, Wilbur's just fucking fantastic. He's my best friend, even if that is a bit weird to say since he's in his 20s and I'm a teenager, but that's just because he's kind of a loser, Tommy joked, missing the way Siren pouted at this. But honestly, it's not that weird I guess because, well, this is kind of stupid of me to say since this is just a joke between us, but I kind of think of him as an older brother. His cheeks flushed as he admitted it out loud, even though he'd been thinking that for weeks now. I dunno, it's kind of stupid. No, it's not stupid, Siren cut him off. His voice was strangely tight, as if he was holding back tears. It's not stupid at all. I think, Wilbur would be really happy to know that. Tommy ducked his head. I don't think I need to tell him. It's a bit embarrassing, innit? Why would it be embarrassing? You guys are obviously really close friends. I think he'd appreciate hearing. Siren, Blade suddenly snapped, cutting him off. Your leg should be good by now, so I think it's time for us to go. Tommy frowned, confused by the Blade's change in demeanor. He didn't understand why he seemed so upset about the conversation that was going on, but something had changed the minute Siren started asking him about his personal life. Siren pouted at Blade. Ah, come on, let me give Tommy advice. You're not the right person to be giving him that kind of advice, Blade shot back, pushing to his feet and holding a hand out for Siren. Although Siren seemed reluctant, he took the hand and grunted as Blade pulled him upright. Then, Blade offered Tommy the same hand, which he took gratefully as the villain helped him up. Thanks for the help, Tommy. We'll get out of your hair now, Blade said, patting his shoulder before turning for the door. Siren, meanwhile, lingered. I hope you know I don't mean to come off as pushy, Siren told him, running his hands through his hair. I just get worried and want to make sure you're in a good place, you know. Don't worry big S, I get it. But I promise I'm in a good place. Really? Nodding, Siren smiled at him. All right, I trust you. Just make sure to get some rest. Snorting, Tommy rolled his eyes. Okay Mom. I'll make sure to go to bed early. Siren huffed and followed Blade out the back door, giving Tommy one last wave before the door shut completely. Finally alone, Tommy's shoulders sagged as he rubbed his temples to try and ease the headache pounding behind his eyes. It wasn't a bad headache by any means, especially compared to what he'd dealt with before, but it wasn't pleasant either. Shaking his head, Tommy went through his now standard cleanup routine. Scrub down any blood that got on the floors, throw the towels in the wash, take out the trash so there wasn't any bloody gauze in there, stuff like that. Once the back room looked presentable, Tommy then headed back out to the front of the shop and slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to get on the subway so he could head back to the house. Tommy didn't even make it out the front door when he got a call on his phone. Not his Discord, but his cell. Checking the screen, he saw it was Wilbur, and answered it immediately. Hey Will, what's up? Tommy asked as he held the phone up to his ear. Hi Toms, are you still at the cafe? Yeah. I was just about to head out. If you want, I can be there in 5 minutes and we can get dinner? I had a work thing nearby. Tommy's stomach growled at the mere mention of food. Sounds good to me. See you soon. The line clicked off as Wilbur hung up, and Tommy grinned as he leaned against the wall. He was starving, and getting food with Wilbur was going to be just the thing to cure his headache. Siren's encouragement was still echoing in his ears. Wilbur would be really happy to hear that. Would he? Tommy didn't want to come off as too clingy, especially not when Wilbur had already been kind enough to let Tommy basically move in without having to pay rent or anything. But Tommy also remembered what Phil had told him, early on in his stay at the Suits. About how Wilbur was the kind of person who needed verbal reassurance of his relationships with others. How even though he might seem confident, he actually had a lot of insecurity when it came to the people close to him. Maybe, maybe not. Tommy wasn't sure. Either way, he needed food first and foremost. Sure enough, 5 minutes after Wilbur's call, a familiar figure knocked on the door to the cafe. Hey Gremlin, Wilbur grinned, hands shoved in his pockets as he leaned on one leg. Old bitch, Tommy shot back, stepping out of the cafe and twisting the key in the lock. Where are we going? I was thinking Bad's Diner. We haven't been there in a while, Wilbur told him, already turning to walk down the street. Can I get another muffin? Tommy asked, bouncing on the heels of his feet as he followed Wilbur. Wilbur chuckled. Of course. Just make sure to get some real food too. Tommy cheered as he hurried behind Wilbur, already daydreaming of which muffin flavor he was going to get. Then, his steps faltered, and he whipped his head to the other side of the street. What's wrong? Wilbur asked, pausing mid-stride. Furrowing his brows, Tommy's eyes scanned the rooftops. He could feel eyes watching him again, prickling the back of his neck and practically boring a hole into his skull. He had to suppress the urge to shudder. Nothing, he paused again, narrowing his eyes, but not being able to make anything out in the shadows. Just feel like we're being watched. Wilbur frowned, whipping his head in the direction Tommy was staring. By who? I don't know. But I feel like someone's staring at me, Tommy admitted. When he still couldn't see anything across the street, he sighed and shook his head. Probably just my imagination. I'm getting paranoid. No, you're not being paranoid. Now that you mentioned it, I feel it too, Wilbur said, watching the rooftops with the same intensity. There was a beat of silence as they waited for something to happen, someone to appear. The orange streetlights buzzed above their heads with the faint hum of electricity. Other than that, everything was silent. Finally, Wilbur sighed and turned away. I think you should stop walking alone at night, Wilbur said, throwing an arm over Tommy's shoulders and pulling him close as they started walking again. From now on I want you to call me or Techno so one of us can take you home. Tommy ignored the way Wilbur said take you home, as if it was just as much his home as it was theirs, and instead focused on the other part of that sentence. I'm not a damn baby, Will. I can walk to the subway station by myself, Tommy argued. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust this part of town, Wilbur explained, pulling Tommy along while still eyeing the opposite side of the street, although the feeling of being watched had faded. Wow, you know I technically still live down here, right? Tommy huffed. Don't need to be so judgmental. Pausing in his steps, Wilbur turned so both his hands were on Tommy's shoulders, and he leaned down to meet his eyes. I'm not trying to be judgmental. But I'm worried about you because we were just being watched by someone we couldn't see. Tommy rolled his eyes. You're so overprotective. I promise, I'm fine. Wilbur sighed. Please, let me act like your overprotective older brother. I'd rather you get annoyed at me for that than wind up getting hurt. Older brother. Tommy froze at the words, thinking of how Wilbur put a voice to exactly what he had admitted to Siren less than half an hour ago. You think of yourself as my older brother? Tommy asked, blinking at him. The worry faded from Wilbur's eyes at that, replaced by something soft instead. Yeah, I do. Warmth filled Tommy's chest. That's, cool. Me too. I mean, like, I think of you as a brother too. Don't say that, I'll cry, Wilbur joked. But now do you understand why I'm so worried about you? Sighing, Tommy nodded. Yeah, but I still think having you or Techno walk me home every night is overboard. In truth, the last thing he wanted was for Wilbur or Techno to show up unexpectedly when he had a villain bleeding out on his backroom floor. What if I just call you guys to come get me if I notice anything suspicious? Wilbur frowned. But you might not notice anything weird. I mean, I noticed someone staring tonight, didn't I? Tommy asked. Besides, you guys are working a lot and I don't want you to have to take time to come get me unless you really need to. I'd rather miss out on work than have you potentially be in a dangerous situation, Wilbur pushed. Tommy met his gaze with a flat stare of his own, trying to show Wilbur that he wasn't going to back down on this. There were a few more beats of silence. Then, Wilbur sighed and shook his head. Fine. If you promise to call me the second you notice something suspicious, we can make that a deal, Wilbur relented. But you need to promise that if you have any kind of bad feeling, anything at all, you'll lock yourself inside the cafe and come call us. Tommy thought Wilbur was being a little overdramatic, but he nodded anyway. Yeah, fine, I promise. Shoulders dropping in relief, Wilbur nodded before pulling Tommy in for a hug. Your older brother instincts are already annoying, Tommy joked, although he leaned in to rest his forehead on Wilbur's shoulder. Shut up, gremlin, Wilbur grumbled, squeezing him tightly. The hug lasted a few more moments, Tommy basking in how warm he felt despite the chilly fall air. Then, there was a loud gurgling noise from his stomach, and he flushed red as Wilbur laughed. Oh no, the poor child is starving. Wilbur exclaimed, letting go of the hug to grin at him. Fuck off, of course I'm hungry. I just got off work. Tommy shot back, frowning at Wilbur. Let's go get the starving baby some sustenance, Wilbur teased, ruffling Tommy's hair as he resumed walking down the sidewalk. You're such a prick, I'm not a baby. My little baby brother. Shut up you old bitch. The two continued to shout all the way to Bad's diner, ignoring the eyes still watching them from afar. Overprotective. Although Tommy knew he should probably be worried about someone spying on him when he left the cafe, he had to admit, everyone being overprotective of him was starting to get annoying. First it started with Wilbur, with his whole insistence that Tommy call him if he ever sensed anyone watching him again like that night they went to the diner. Then of course Wilbur told Techno, who gave Tommy a bottle of pepper spray and a pocket knife, making him promise that if anyone tried shit, he wouldn't hesitate to use either of those things. Then Phil took the pocket knife away much to Tommy's disappointment, but he let him keep the pepper spray, and doubled down on Wilbur's whole call one of us if you notice anything suspicious at all. Then, of course Tommy knew he should probably mention it to the syndicate, which made Siren want to set up a guard rotation for the cafe, and Tommy had to argue with the man for nearly 10 minutes over Discord DMS to get it through his head why that would be a terrible idea. It didn't help that Jester came up with the same idea, and Tommy had to spend another 15 minutes explaining everything to him all over again about how he wouldn't exactly be able to explain to his boss why he had a bodyguard. He appreciated how worried everyone was for him. But he was fine. Nothing even happened. He thought someone might be watching him, but that was it. There was no use in panicking over something so small. But yet, now everyone in Tommy's life was acting ridiculously overprotective of him. Wilbur texted him every time he got off work. It wasn't uncommon for someone from the syndicate, usually Deadless, Jester, Siren, or Nemesis, to show up at the cafe just to watch over him while he went through the closing shift, and Techno kept talking about wanting to train him in self-defense. The only reason he hadn't yet was because they just hadn't found the time. In complete contrast, Tommy had barely heard from Tubbo and Ranbu in weeks. Ever since he told them that he needed time before he could come home, the two had been keeping their distance. Sometimes he would get a text from Ranbu, asking where he put the soy sauce in the cabinet, or Tubbo would text him just to check that he was alive, but otherwise they didn't bother him. Tommy was frustrated by how conflicted he was over this. On the one hand, they were doing what he asked them to. They were giving him space, and he was grateful for that. But on the other hand, he missed his best friends. He hated whenever he saw a funny meme and went to send it to Tubbo, but had to stop himself at the last second. He hated it when he saw a cool recipe he knew Renbo would love to try and make, but had to stop himself from saving the video. This was what he wanted. He still didn't feel ready to go talk things out, but there was still a hole in his chest that used to be filled by his two best friends. It ached, and he knew that he was going to have to confront things eventually. Eventually, but not yet. At least he had the Soot family. Whenever he got too sad thinking about Tubbo and Renbu, Wilbur would usually be there to drag him to his room to ask for advice on songwriter, or Techno would offer to watch whatever nature documentary on Netflix Tommy wanted to put on. One day, when Wilbur and Techno were both out, but Tommy found the ache of missing his best friends throbbing painfully in his chest, he finally worked up the courage to knock on Phil's office door like he had offered to Tommy when he first started staying there. Although they had spoken plenty of times now considering Tommy had been living there for over a month, he still had yet to ever find himself in Phil's office. Until now. Tommy? Is that you? Phil called out after Tommy had knocked on the door. Yeah, it's me, Tommy called back, already wanting to run back and hide in his room. Feel free to come in, the door's unlocked. Shit. Well, too late to turn around now. Taking a breath to steady himself, Tommy twisted the doorknob and stepped into the office. The office itself was more quaint than he expected it to be. It wasn't particularly large, although the room wasn't cramped either. There were two bookcases on the wall next to the door, and the wall behind Phil's head, both filled with a wide array of books that Tommy didn't recognize the titles of. There was a soft-looking, worn leather couch behind Phil's desk, with a few blankets tossed over the cushions. Then, there was Phil's desk itself, which was a grand old thing made of dark wood, with two large computer monitors sitting on top. There were also several candles burning, Tommy noticed. There was a dark orange one next to Phil's computer, along with two more sitting on the bookshelves. It made the room smell of cinnamon, apples, and sandalwood, and it almost reminded Tommy of the cafe. Phil was leaning back in his desk chair, eyes skimming some article on one of his monitors, but he turned his gaze away from the computer when Tommy walked in. "Hi Tommy," Phil said, smiling at Tommy as he walked into the office. "Feel free to sit down wherever you like." There was another small chair settled near Phil's desk, one that he could hypothetically drag over so he could be closer to Phil, but he decided against it for the time being and plopped down on the couch instead. As soon as his butt hit the seat though, he started sliding down the leather, and yelped as he tried to steady himself on the smooth surface. Phil, unsurprisingly, let out a sharp laugh. "Oh yeah, I should have warned you about that. That couch can be pretty damn slippery at times," Phil told him with mirth dancing in his eyes. "How the fuck do you even get a couch this smooth?" Tommy asked, grunting as he pushed himself back up to a normal sitting position. "It's just from being worn down over the years," Phil explained, grinning at him. "I've had that couch since before I adopted Wilbur and Tech. Damn, so this is ancient then. It's a miracle it's still standing," Tommy snarked, sliding down again and eventually deciding it'd be easier to just lay across the damn thing. "Wow, calling all three of us old in one go, hey." Tommy smirked. "Well, obviously. All three of you could qualify to go to an old person's home, I'm sure. But don't worry Phil, I'd never send you to an old person home. Only Will and Tech. I appreciate it, mate. Glad to know I got my youngest on my side," Phil joked, seemingly oblivious to the slip-up he'd just made. Tommy didn't miss it though. He froze, the words "my youngest" repeating in his head. What did Phil mean by his youngest? Tommy was the youngest in the house, sure, but from the way Phil worded that, it almost seemed like he was implying that Tommy was the youngest of his kids. That Tommy was one of his sons, just like Techno and Wilbur. Phil noticed the way Tommy stiffened, and seemed to catch on to what he said. "Oh, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Tommy," Phil stammered, suddenly straightening up in his seat. "Guess you've just been staying with us so long, you know." He cut himself off with a nervous laugh. "I'm just being silly. Sorry about that." Tommy stared at Phil, trying to get a read on what he was saying. He wasn't taking back the implications in his words, just apologizing for possibly making Tommy uncomfortable. There were two ways Tommy could react to this. He could let the fear gnawing at his insides rise up, lash out and run away like he had done before when anyone acted like they wanted to try and parent him. It never worked out. They never actually wanted Tommy, they wanted a perfect child who they could mold in their own image. But Phil wasn't like that. Tommy knew that. And there was another way he could react to this. He could trust that Phil wouldn't push too far and too fast. He could trust that this family was different from the others. He could trust that he already had a brother out of Wilbur, and while he might not exactly know Phil well enough to think of him as a father, that didn't mean that day would never come. Tommy chose the latter option. Do you see me as a son figure, Phil Sawsoot? Tommy asked with a shit-eating grin. The tension immediately dropped from Phil's shoulders, and he chuckled to himself. Maybe a little bit? I dunno, I guess you living with us just reminds me of the first few months I had Wilbur here and it's making me nostalgic. But I get you haven't known me for very long, and you have your own life with your own job and apartment that you are going to want to go back to eventually, so don't feel any pressure to stay here just because I'm a sappy old man. He paused then, smile softening as he tapped his finger on the arm of his chair. Just know that even after you leave, you'll always have a home here if you ever want to come back. Oh. A home. Tommy could have a home here. His throat suddenly felt a bit tight, and he had to swallow a few times before he could speak. I appreciate that a lot, he said softly, keeping his eyes on the floor. I don't really know what I'm going to do once I talk to Tubbo and Ranbu again, but I'll remember that. You don't need to know your plans yet. Just know that the door here will always be open for you, but if you don't end up going through it, none of us will mind, Phil told him, still smiling. There was a silence between them. Tommy wondered if he was supposed to say something else, if he should make an effort to continue this conversation, but thankfully Phil spoke again before he had to try and figure it out. So anyway, ignoring all that sappy shit, what did you want to come see me for? Phil asked, rolling his shoulders as the nostalgic look in his eyes faded. Oh, I didn't have a real reason, Tommy admitted, ducking his head again. It's just, you said I could come into your office if I ever wanted, and Will and Techno aren't here and I was kinda, lonely bored. But I can leave if you're busy, I don't want to distract you from work. Tommy, it's fine, Phil reassured him, gesturing for him to sit back down when he started to stand. I was just thinking of taking a break from work anyway. It's boring shit that I really don't feel like doing right now, he said, clicking out of a few windows on one of his monitors without letting Tommy see what they were. Usually when I take breaks from work I play video games. Do you play a lot of games? Tommy shrugged. I've played Animal Crossing on Will's old GameCube, and I've played Mario Kart before on a DS. I think one of the foster homes I was in had a WII, but I don't think I got to play much before they sent me back. Sympathy flashed across Phil's face, but it was only for a brief moment before he was reaching under his desk. Well, have you ever played Halo? I've heard of it, Tommy said, remembering how in one of his foster homes, his brother had spent hours on end playing it, but would yell at Tommy to get out of the room if he ever tried to watch. Don't know much about it though. You wanna play? Phil asked as he straightened up from under the desk with two Xbox controllers in his hands. Do I get to do cool stuff in it? Tommy asked, already reaching for the controller. You get to shoot aliens in the face. Tommy grinned. Sounds poggers as hell. Matching his smile, Phil switched the monitor to the video game, and Tommy watched the Xbox loading screen start up. As it turned out, Tommy was not very good at Halo. He had never played one of those shooty games before. Phil called it a first-person shooter or an FPS because he was a fucking nerd, and the controls were nothing like Animal Crossing or Mario Kart. Phil did his best to teach Tommy how to play, but even with the NPC set on easy mode, Tommy kept getting his ass handed to him. Eventually, Phil switched the game mode over so there were no enemies to kill, and instead it was just the two of them in an empty valley with random weapons and vehicles scattered all over the place. Once Tommy found a strange purple plane thing that Phil called a ghost, he stopped caring about trying to aim the gun in the right direction. Instead, he just started flying around the whole map in his alien spaceship, cheering while Phil tried to shoot him down. Tommy had a lot of fun that day, even if he did suck at Halo. After that, he started going to Phil's office when Wilbur and Techno weren't home, and the two would play games like Halo or Minecraft, which Tommy had never even heard of before Phil and quickly realized it was one of the best games in the world, second only to Animal Crossing. Nearly 2 weeks after Wilbur and Tommy had felt eyes watching them when they left the cafe, Tommy found himself once again arguing about how he really didn't need someone to walk him home. Nemesis, I'm telling you, I'm fine, Tommy insisted, his keys jingling in his pocket as he finished the last of the closing routine for the cafe. Why can't you just let me walk you to the subway station? Nemesis asked, leaning against the counter while Tommy pushed the mop towards the back room. She had a cup of hot chocolate in her hands, the steaming curling up and around her face as she took small sips of it. Because every hero in the goddamn city is gunning it for you right now? And I'd really rather not have to fix your cracked skull again, Tommy said, grunting as he shoved the mop in the broom closet. Plus, if there's anyone I should avoid being seen in public with, it's you. I already know your name, and that alone is risky as shit for the both of us. Nemesis huffed, pushing a few strands of cotton candy hair out of her face. I know, but I'm just worried about you. We all are. Her voice softened at this part, and Tommy resisted the urge to sigh, because he understood that they were just worried about him and he really appreciated it. But again, the overprotectiveness was a little frustrating. Damn right we are, another voice chimed in. Thanatos strolled out from the cafe bathroom, readjusting the skull mask on his face that he'd replaced his original blue and red goggles with after his rebranding. Then, he settled himself next to Nemesis, their shoulders brushing as he lifted up his own iced coffee. Yes, he asked Tommy for an iced coffee at midnight, and took a long sip with loud slurping noises coming from the straw. It was the first time Tommy had seen Thanatos in person since he healed him all that time ago, and it was relieving for him to see that his powers had done wonders on the burn scars. Sure, they were still there, but Thanatos didn't have trouble moving with them and didn't seem to be in any pain, so that was enough for Tommy to think of it as a job well done. Not to mention, he liked talking with Thanatos. The guy was funny, and banter flowed easily between the two of them. Tommy had a feeling that if he ever met Thanatos in civilian form, the two of them would become fast friends. Not you two, Tommy groaned, slamming the door to the broom closet shut. Come on Thanatos, you know I'm a big man. You're all such fucking mother hens. Yet, because you're being watched by some creepy fuck that probably doesn't have great intentions, Thanatos shot back. But I gotta admit, you also have a good point about not being seen with Nemesis. Thanatos, Nemesis protested. You know I'm right, Thanatos shot back. You're literally one of the most wanted villains in the city right now. If there's anyone Tommy shouldn't be seen with, it's you. Exactly. Which means I'm walking home by myself, Tommy said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he headed towards the doors. Come on you two, get out of my cafe before I drag your asses out. The two villains followed Tommy towards the doors, checking to make sure no one was out on the street who could see them. Once they were all outside, Tommy twisted the lock to secure the door, and then raised an eyebrow at the two waiting villains. All right you two, get going now, I got it from here, Tommy said, making shooing motions at the two of them. Thanatos, who once again sipped loudly on his iced coffee, huffed. If anything happens at all you better call one of us, got it? Rolling his eyes, Tommy nodded. Jesus Christ, I've promised this about 10 times now, yes I'm fine. With one final nod, Thanatos patted Tommy on the shoulder while Nemesis gently ruffled his hair. Then, the two turned down the opposite street Tommy had to walk down to get to the subway station, and Tommy watched until they turned a corner and were gone from sight. Then, Tommy headed out towards the subway station. He kept his phone in hand, looking for that prickling feeling on the back of his neck that would tell him if he was being watched, but he didn't feel it. His eyes schemed the rooftops across the street, but he didn't see any more strange flashes of white. The only sounds on the street were his footsteps squelching against the wet concrete, as it had rained earlier that afternoon and the sidewalk was still damp. He didn't have an umbrella, but the rain seemed to be over. Still, Tommy kept nervously glancing up at the swirling clouds above his head, feeling the weight of the moisture in the air, and he hurried his footsteps just in case his luck decided to die out tonight and the downpour started up again. Tommy was so focused on the clouds in the sky and searching for movement on the rooftops that he didn't even notice the two figures across the street until there was a sudden shout. Shit! That's not exactly helping. A man yelped. I'm sorry but we need to get home one way or another, the other person replied. Whipping his head across the street, it took Tommy a moment to locate the two figures bathed in the orange glow of the streetlight. One was leaning heavily against the other, and they were walking with the pained slowness that could only come from an injury. It took Tommy a moment to recognize Monarch. He hadn't seen them since they'd saved him from getting mugged over a year before, but their general look was relatively the same. White blouse, gold corset and a literal cape that was made out of a sheer, sparkling fabric that looked like actual stars. Everything about Monarch screamed royalty, as they were the type of vigilante to go all out with matching their look to their name. And if that wasn't enough, the mask that covered the lower half of their face was white and gold and covered in gorgeous embroidery, and they had a literal golden crown to keep their hair back. The other person with Monarch though. Tommy didn't recognize him. He was about the same height as Monarch, although had significantly broader shoulders and very well-muscled arms. This guy wasn't as buff as the Blade, but he was close. His face was completely covered by a golden mask shape that made him look like a living statue. He was dressed in a similar color scheme to Monarch, but with more gold as opposed to white accents. His clothing was looser and made of more draping fabrics, and it reminded Tommy of something you'd wear in a desert. Wait, the syndicate had mentioned Monarch had a new partner, right? Or Lion, the guy who dressed in a bunch of gold? This guy certainly fit that description. The man he presumed to be Orlion was the one leaning heavily against Monarch's side, and even from across the street, Tommy could see a dark splotch on his shirt that must have been blood. Monarch was struggling to guide Orlion down the street, and although Tommy had no clue where they lived, it didn't look like they should wait that long for Orlion to get medical attention. All right. Guess he was back on the clock. Hey! Tommy shouted as he walked across the street, causing both vigilantes' heads to whip up. You guys okay? To Orlion started, before Monarch shot him a look and he dragged the syllable out instead. Tonight? Yeah, we're doing great tonight, how about you, Random citizen. Excuse him, he's delirious from blood loss, Monarch apologized, looking sheepish. Yeah, okay, Orlion definitely seemed like he was a bit delirious. You guys are Monarch and Orlion, right? Tommy asked, although who the hell else would be dressed like this bleeding out on a random street at this time of night? That's us, Monarch answered. If you need help with something though, you might want to call the authorities instead of us. As you can see, Orlion isn't in great shape right now. I'm fine. Just a small stab wound, we're good, Orlion insisted, despite the fact that he couldn't stand up straight. A stab wound isn't very good, Tommy deadpanned. In fact, it's kinda shit. You look like you need help. We'll be fine. We're heading back to my place now so we can get him patched up, Monarch explained, grunting again when Orlion slumped further against them. How far away is that? Because he doesn't seem like he's gonna be able to walk for much longer, Tommy pointed out. Just a few blocks, we'll make it no problem, Monarch said, although Tommy could hear the uncertainty in their tone. A few blocks? They were only a block away from the cafe. Well, it's not like the syndicate ever said he wasn't allowed to heal non-villains, right? Besides, it's not like he could just leave a vigilante to bleed out. Especially when the vigilante in question was Monarch's partner. Tommy still owed Monarch for saving him that one time, after all. I can patch you up. My place is only a block away from here, Tommy said, jerking his thumb back towards the cafe. Monarch frowned. You have a first aid kit? Tommy snorted. I have everything you'll need to get that fixed up, he told them. Plus, I have a lot of experience with patching up wounds like this. You do? Orlion questioned, sounding a bit breathless now. Sure do. Now are we gonna go before Orlion bleeds out, or what? Tommy questioned, raising an eyebrow at Monarch. Monarch's frown deepened, their pure white eyes crinkling at the corners as they glanced down at Orlion, as if checking to see what he thought. Tommy had no idea how they had a silent exchange when Orlion's entire face was hidden behind his mask, but they certainly seemed to, because after a few beats, Monarch nodded. Okay, we'll go with you, Monarch said. Sounds good. I'll lead the way, Tommy told them, turning on his heel and leading them towards the cafe. It was a slow-going process. Orlion really wasn't doing too hot despite his insistence that it was just a baby stab wound and nothing to get worked up about. At one point, Tommy ducked around to his other side to help Monarch carry him, and the two worked together to drag Orlion towards the cafe. Was it a good idea for Tommy to be bringing the two of them to the cafe? They were vigilantes after all. Vigilantes he didn't know. With the syndicate, not only did he have an arrangement, but he trusted them. And obviously he trusted Nuke and Ender not to blow his secret. But what would Monarch and Orlion think? They ended up passing the front of the cafe and going around the back so they could go through the back room. Tommy wasn't too keen to enter in the front with two vigilantes following him, especially now that he might have had a stalker, so he figured the extra steps were worth it. Thankfully, Tommy also had a key for the back door. As Monarch leaned Orlion against a wall in the alleyway, Tommy twisted the lock to open the back door, and the room lit up with harsh white lights as he darted to set up his area. Dumping his backpack on the floor, Tommy spread out the towels and yanked the first aid kit out like he always did. Then, with his area prepared, he called out, Monarch, you can bring him in now. Monarch grunted as they pulled Orlion off the wall and guided him into the back room. Tommy shut the door behind them, and gestured for Monarch to set Orlion down on the towels. As soon as Orlion was laying down though, he let out a confused noise. Wait, why the hell are we at the Cloudy Cafe? I work here so I had the keys, Tommy shrugged, kneeling down next to Orlion and moving to lift his shirt. Monarch settled down on the opposite side of Orlion, and eyed the towels Tommy had laid down. You seem like you've done this before, they commented. Tommy snorted as he carefully peeled the fabric back from the bloody wound, sighing in relief when he saw it had clean edges done with a knife and not a piece of debris. That would be a lot easier to deal with. Yeah, you could say that. Dude, what do you mean you've done this before? Orlion asked, his voice strained as Tommy pressed gauze on the wound. Do you just regularly bandage stab wounds in the back room of the cafe you work at? Pretty much, Tommy shrugged, nodding to himself as he cleaned up the worst of the blood. Alright, now don't move for a few seconds. Orlion made a noise like he was about to ask another question, but Tommy put his hands over the wound before he could, and he let out a pained whine. Monarch leaned forward to see what Tommy was doing, and flinched when Tommy's hands began to glow. Closing his eyes, Tommy sunk into the energy flowing out of his hands. It wasn't a bad stab wound, and while he was definitely going to have a headache after this, it wouldn't be anything terrible. When Tommy lifted his hands, the only evidence of the stab wound was a faint scar on Orlion's side. Sitting back, Tommy wiped his hands off on the edge of the towel and took a moment to catch his breath. Then, he opened his eyes to find both Monarch and Orlion staring at him. You have healing powers. Orlian questioned, poking at his scar as if he wasn't sure it was real. Sure do. I would have just healed you on the street but I figured someone might see us, plus it's easier if I'm able to look at the thing in proper lighting like this before I heal, Tommy explained, pushing to his feet to get himself a glass of water. As he reached for the glasses, he almost grabbed 2 more for Orlian and Monarch as well, before realizing they wouldn't be able to drink without removing their masks. So, he ended up just grabbing one for himself, and greedily gulped down the cool water from the filter pitcher in the fridge. Once he set the glass down, he saw that Monarch was leaning over to look at the healed stab wound. Meanwhile, Orlian seemed to be watching Tommy, but it was hard to tell with his mask covering so much of his face. If you're gonna stare so much, take a picture, Tommy muttered, grumbling as he took another sip of his water. Orlian didn't look away. So you heal people, like, in this cafe on a regular basis? Yeah. I heal people in, your line of work, Tommy muttered, unsure if he should mention to the vigilantes that he heals villains. Vigilantes? Monarch asked, cocking their head to the side. Yeah, Tommy said, eyes fixating on the wall behind Monarch's head. And, others. Monarch narrowed their glowing white eyes at him, and Tommy had to suppress the urge to shiver at how unsettling that was. You mean villains, don't you? You heal villains in this cafe? Orlian gasped, shooting upright. Shit. This might not go as well as he thought. Monarch, I thought you were on neutral terms with villains. Tommy asked, remembering the discussion they'd had on Monarch and Orlian during the syndicate meeting. I am when they're not harming civilians. I never said I had a problem with you healing them, Monarch shrugged. Well, I have a problem with it. Orlian exclaimed. Why are you healing villains in the back of this cafe? Tommy frowned. I thought you were trained by Monarch, and they literally just said they don't care. What's your problem? Orlian huffed, folding his arms over his chest as he glanced around the back room again. I guess I should clarify, I don't have a problem with you healing villains. But why do you have to do it in this cafe? Because I live in a tiny apartment with roommates and this place is just easier to get to. Tommy really didn't understand what Orlian's fixation on the cafe was. Why the hell do you care so much? What, are you a regular customer of mine or something? God, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? Not only would he have villains stopping in to get coffee on a regular basis, but he'd have vigilantes too. The cloudy cafe would be super central. Orlian shared another look with Monarch, who gave him a tiny shake of their head in response to whatever his silent question was. At this, Orlian sighed deeply. You could say that, he said, picking at the threads of his shirt. I'm familiar with the place, and I know the owner. Does she know about this? Tommy shook his head. No. But I clean everything up as soon as I'm done, and it's only after I close for the night. Her business isn't affected. Yeah, sure, but you're still literally using her back room to heal supervillains. Orlian exclaimed, bolts of electricity flickering around his fingertips. It was kind of mesmerizing to watch how it danced between each of his fingers in little blue zaps, and Tommy could only imagine how painful it would be to get hit by a large one of those. Monarch put their hand on Orlian's shoulder after his outburst, and the electricity died down. Orlian's shoulders dropped, and there was an awkward silence while Tommy waited for one of them to speak again. Why did you offer to help us? Monarch then asked, clearly trying to change the subject. I mean, I'm sure you knew we were going to ask about this kind of stuff. Tommy rolled his eyes. What, you expect me to just leave you and Lightning Boy alone on the street so he can bleed out? He leaned against the counter, folding his arms over his chest. Nah, I don't do that. I help vigilantes and villains because you guys can't get healthcare anywhere else, so I wasn't just going to let Orlian bleed out because you might ask me a few awkward questions. Monarch nodded, something softening in their white gaze. You must be a very compassionate person, they commented, and although Tommy couldn't see under their mask, he had a feeling they were smiling at him. Ugh, shut up about me being compassionate and shit. Everyone I heal says that and I'm just trying to be a decent human being, Tommy grumbled, shaking his head. Monarch laughed, and it was a warm, filling sound. Well, if it's worth anything, I think you're very kind and that it takes more than a decent human being to do what you do. Once again, everyone says that, Tommy muttered, downing the rest of his water. Maybe you should consider that it's true then, Monarch chuckled again. Then, they pushed to their feet, their tall boots thumping loudly against the tile floor. Orlian, you good to go? Yeah, help me up, Orlian said, holding out a hand. Monarch grunted as they pulled Orlian to his feet. Then, Monarch reached out a hand to steady Orlian, before they both turned back to look at Tommy. What's your name by the way? Monarch asked. Tommy. Nice to meet you, Tommy, Monarch said, dipping their head. Yeah, it was nice to meet you too, Tommy. And, thanks for healing me, Orlian added on, sounding a lot less incredulous than he had a few minutes before. Sorry about, getting worked up like that. But you really do need your own place to do this stuff you know. Ah yes, I'll use my barista salary to buy myself a clinic, great fucking idea, Tommy snarked. Hey man. Just sayin', goals for the future, Orlion shot back, holding his hands up in mock surrender. I'll keep that in mind, Tommy said flatly. With one final wave, Monarch and Orlion walked back out in the alleyway, letting the door swing shut behind them. Turning his head back to the floor, Tommy looked at the now bloodied towels scattered across the towels, and sighed. And here he thought he'd have an early night. Rolling up his sleeves, he got to work on cleaning. A little while later, Tommy had just finished up cleaning the back room and was heading back into the front of the cafe. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder, keys in hand so he could lock the front door again when he left, there was a loud buzzing from his phone. Taking his phone out, he resisted the urge to groan when he saw Wilbur's name flashing across the screen. Tommy was late coming home. That meant he was going to get a lecture. Yeah, I know I'm late, Tommy said as soon as he answered the phone, trudging across the cafe towards the front doors. Why are you late? Is everything okay? Wilbur asked, voice dripping with concern. Everything's fine, don't be such a dramatic bitch. The espresso machine just fucked up again, Tommy lied. Even though Tubbo and Ranbo had stopped falling for that a while ago, the suits hadn't gotten that far yet, which meant Tommy could go back to pinning all his problems on the stupid goddamn espresso machine. God knew it deserved it, it was a piece of junk. Wilbur breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, that's fine. I just got worried. But are you sure there's nothing weird outside? Well, besides two vigilantes? I'm not outside yet, I'm heading out right now and I'll let you know, Tommy said, putting the phone between his shoulder and his ear as he opened the door to the cafe. When I get home though, can we watch another Ghibli movie? Like, whatever the one you were telling me about most recently is. The one with the old lady and the wizard that Techno says acts like you. Wilbur sighed on the other end. Oh fuck off, I'm not like Howl. If anything, Techno's more similar, since he spends way more time on his hair than I do. I dunno Will, you have, like, 3 different hair gels, Tommy teased him. They're used for different kinds of looks. Wilbur argued. You know what, when you get home I'm gonna show you my hair products and then show you Techno's hair stuff, and you can compare which one of us is worse. Twisting the key into the lock, Tommy hummed in response. There was the satisfying click. As the lock was shut, and he pocketed his keys before grabbing the phone to hold it again. Alright bitch, I'm. Another voice cut him off before he could update Wilbur. Tommy. Whipping around, a rock the size of a goddamn boulder dropped into Tommy's gut as his eyes met a simple smiley face set against a porcelain mask. It was Dream. The Dream. The number 1 hero Dream. The one who had nearly killed every member of the syndicate at some point or another. The one who could have killed Tubbo and Ranbo just for being vigilantes. Tommy's breathing hitched. Dream was standing right in front of the cafe in all his number 1 hero glory. And he knew Tommy's name. Tommy? You just went quiet, are you okay? Wilbur asked, his voice tinny over the phone. Dream, Tommy stammered out, frozen as he stared at the superhero. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the phone. Dream is there. Shit, fuck, Tommy I need you to. Suddenly, the phone was flying out of Tommy's hand. He could only watch with wide eyes as the phone was pulled into Dream's hand as if being yanked by an invisible string. Then, without looking away from Tommy, Dream chucked the phone at the ground and stomped on it with a loud crunch, and Tommy's heart skipped a beat as the screen immediately went black. Sorry about that, but this isn't a conversation for outside ears, Dream said, his calm tone sending chills down Tommy's spine. I don't know what conversation you'd want with me, big man, Tommy said, a voice in his head screaming play dumb. Over and over at him. I'm just a little OL barista boy, you know? Don't see why the great Dream would want. Shut up and stop playing dumb. I know what you've been doing, Dream told him. I mean, working out of the back room of the cafe you work at isn't exactly the most subtle way to run a healing business. Tommy clenched his jaw. Fuck. I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy repeated, although the lie felt weak even to his own ears. I don't even have powers. Let alone healing powers. His own laughter was forced, and reminded him of nails on a chalkboard. Dream took a step towards him, and Tommy stumbled backwards. Maybe he could make a break for the subway station. Or at least for one of the alleyways and hide behind a dumpster or something. Either way, he had to get the hell away from Dream. Don't make this difficult on yourself, Dream said, taking another step his way. Tommy took another step back on instinct, but shrieked when he bumped into another body behind him. Twisting his head so he could look behind him, ice-cold fear raced down his spine when his eyes met the signature white goggles of 404. What the? Before Tommy could say anything, 404 placed his hands on either side of Tommy's head. Sleep, he ordered. And Tommy had no choice but to obey. As the world went dark, he felt strong arms catch him before he hit the ground, and the last thing he saw before being swallowed by the void were the beady eyes of Dream's mask. This is bad. The line went dead, and Wilbur found himself staring at the phone in shock as he tried to process what the hell just happened. 1 minute, he'd been talking to Tommy about Studio Ghibli movies. Then, Dream was there, and the call hung up. Immediately, Wilbur tried to redial, but Tommy's phone went straight to voicemail without even ringing. He tried again, and by the 5th time he heard the automated voice message, he was ready to chuck his phone across the room. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit, Dream had found Tommy. And Tommy had sounded so scared when he said Dream's name. Like he could tell Dream wasn't there with good intentions. Wilbur wanted to believe that Dream didn't know. For the first time in his goddamn life, he wanted to give that bastard the benefit of the doubt and pray that he was still pretending like he was a good guy and wanted to offer to walk a teenager home. But Wilbur wasn't an idiot. He knew Dream. Hell, Dream had tried to kill him dozens of times before. The only reason Dream would show up in Eastside at this time of night to confront Tommy would be if he knew about Tommy's work with the syndicate. Oh god! If Dream knew that Tommy worked with the syndicate, he was probably going to want to interrogate Tommy for information on all of them. And if that was his plan, that meant he wasn't going to do it in the middle of the street. He was going to kidnap Tommy. Oh fuck, he probably already had. While Wilbur was sitting on his ass trying to process what happened, Dream could be grabbing Tommy right now and dragging him to God knows where. No. No. This was the worst case scenario. This was exactly what Wilbur had wanted to prevent this entire time. He couldn't breathe. He had to get up. He had to go save Tommy before Dream kidnapped him, goddammit. But his thoughts were racing and his heart was pounding in his ears, and he couldn't breathe because what if Dream hurt Tommy? What if he pulled out all the stops on the interrogation? That fucking monster would do it, Wilbur wouldn't put it past him. Shit. He needed to get to the cafe right now. Phil. Wilbur screamed, slamming the door open to his room and practically jumping down the stairs. Phil. Techno. As soon as he got to the bottom of the stairs, Phil and Techno were rushing out of the kitchen, staring at him with wide eyes. What's wrong? Phil asked. It's Tommy. I was on the phone with him and he was leaving the cafe and then there was a voice, he said Dream's name and I think holy fucking shit this is all my fault. Wilbur. Techno's shout startled Wilbur out of his panicked rambling, while his father stepped forward to grab his wrists to pull his hands away from his hair, which Wilbur hadn't even noticed he was yanking on. Tell us what happened. You said something about Tommy and Dream. Phil questioned in a gentle voice. Taking a shaky breath, Wilbur tried to explain again. I was on the phone with Tommy while he was closing the cafe. Then I heard a voice say his name, and Tommy said it was Dream. Then before I could say anything the call went dead. And I tried calling him again, but the phone didn't even ring, it just went straight to voicemail. As he explained, Techno and Phil both visibly paled. So you think Dream's kidnapped him? Techno asked, clenching his jaw. I don't see why Dream would have been there otherwise, Wilbur said, wrapping his arms around himself. He must have found out about Tommy working with us. It's the only thing I can think of. It would explain why he's been acting so weird recently, Techno murmured, a deep frown settling over his face. It makes too much sense. His shoulders were hunched as he thought over the previous few weeks in his mind, and Wilbur could practically see the gears turning in his brother's head as he pinpointed all the places he could have figured this out sooner. While he wanted to reassure him that it was all right, that there was no way any of them could have known for sure that Dream was targeting Tommy, he also knew now wasn't the time to focus on any of that. We need to get to the cafe, Wilbur repeated, turning to Phil. For all we know, they could still be there. It was a futile hope, but he had to hold on to something. The only thing he could do right now was beg and plead with luck that Tommy and Dream would still be there when they got to the cafe. Okay, but does Wilbur need to show up there, or Siren? Phil asked, raising an eyebrow. Siren, obviously. Wilbur scoffed, already racing back up the steps to grab his mask. If they're still at the cafe, we're going to have to fight Dream, and we can't do that as civilians. Grab my mask for me. Techno called up the stairs. I'll start the car. I'll get my veil, Phil muttered, rolling his shoulders as wings materialized on his back. Don't bother grabbing your full outfits though. We just need our identities covered. A few minutes later, they were all settled in the black SUV they'd originally driven Tommy to the syndicate meeting in. Techno was in the driver's seat with Phil in the front passenger side, while Wilbur had the back all to himself. Wilbur was hunched over as they drove, clenching and unclenching his fists while rapidly tapping his foot against the car floor. His mind was still racing as he thought of all the terrible things Dream could be doing to Tommy right now. Tommy. His little brother. The boy who saved his life when he only knew him as one of the most feared supervillains in El Manberg purely because it was the right thing to do. The boy who he had grown to love as family in only a few months' time. Tommy could be getting fucking tortured by Dream for all he knew, and it was all Wilbur's fault. A part of him was desperately trying to spiral into anxiety thinking about how Dream could be hurting his brother right now, but Wilbur knew he had to hold off on the panic. If they got lucky and Dream and Tommy were still at the cafe, then he would need to have his head on straight so he could choke the life out of Dream with his bare hands. Wilbur. Startled out of his thoughts, Wilbur straightened in his seat. What, Tech? I asked if you knew if anyone was keeping an eye on him tonight. I thought I saw something about Nikki and Jack stopping by while he closed up, Techno said, his voice calm despite the white-knuckled grip he had on the steering wheel. Holy shit! Wilbur had seen that too. While the syndicate had never established a formal guard schedule, after Wilbur had told them all about the incident involving them being watched when walking home that one night, the members of the syndicate had taken it upon themselves to set up times to watch over Tommy while he went through his closing routine. They weren't able to have someone with him every night, but it was damn near close enough, and tonight Wilbur knew he'd seen Nikki say something about heading by the cafe with Jack. But when Wilbur was on the phone with Tommy, he didn't hear any other voices. Had Nikki and Jack been there but had stayed quiet? Or had they already left at that point? If they hadn't left yet, did they try to fight Dream off? Were they still fighting him? Pulling out his phone, Wilbur dialed Nikki's number and dug his nails into his palm while it rang. Hello. Nikki greeted, sounding perfectly fine and not like she was in the middle of a fight. Nikki, where are you? Wilbur asked without preamble. I'm at home. Why? Did you go see Tommy tonight? Yeah, me and Jack were at the cafe with him when he closed up, Nikki explained, and he could hear the confusion in her voice. Why? Is he not home yet? Wilbur frowned. Was he on the phone with me when he closed? No, he wasn't, Nikki told him. If he's not home yet, that's really not good because he closed the cafe about an hour ago. What? That's not possible. I was on the phone with him 10 minutes ago and he told me he was closing then. I could hear him locking the door through the phone. That doesn't make any sense, though. Jack and I watched him close everything up and lock the door, Nikki said, her voice tightening as she picked up on Wilbur's panic. Wilbur, what's going on? Did something happen? Taking a breath to steady himself, Wilbur felt his nails cut through the skin of his palm, and he winced as blood began to ebb out. I was talking with him and he told me he was locking up. I heard him lock the door to the cafe, and then I heard a voice, and Tommy said Dream was there. There was a sharp gasp on the other end of the line. Dream. Yeah, he sounded fucking terrified. Then before I could ask him anything, the call went dead and now his phone's not ringing when I dial him. Fuck. Nikki cursed. Jack and I can be at the cafe in 10 minutes if you want us over there, she said, and he could already hear her shuffling around her room. Don't come over here yet. I'm on my way with Techno and Phil. We'll let you know if we need backup, Wilbur said, tensing as they turned onto the cafe street. I gotta go now, Nikki. I'll text you soon. Let the others know what happened. Got it, Wilbur. We'll be on standby. Wilbur hung up without another word, shoving his phone in his pocket and jumping out of the car while it was still slowing down in front of the cafe. He stumbled to keep his footing, and rushed over to the front doors of the cafe. There were no people there. But there were two things on the ground that made bile rise in Wilbur's throat. One was Tommy's backpack. The annoyingly red back that had an Animal Crossing pin Phil had given him sitting on the front of it was sitting right in front of the doors to the cafe, tossed carelessly to the side. The other thing was hard to recognize at first, but when Wilbur realized what it was, he sucked in a sharp breath. Tommy's phone was nearly in two pieces because of how badly it had been cracked. It was almost like someone had taken a hammer and smashed it several times over in a fit of rage. That explained why Wilbur's calls stopped going through. Slowly, he knelt down to pick up the phone, wincing when broken glass fell into his palm. This hadn't been broken by accident, and even if it somehow had, Tommy never went anywhere without his backpack. It had his wallet, phone charger, earbuds, pepper spray, everything that he wanted to keep on him at all times was in there. Tommy wouldn't have left those things willingly. The only option was that he had to have been kidnapped. Gripping the phone in his hand, Wilbur leaned back against the wall of the cafe, struggling to catch his breath as Techno and Phil ran over. Tommy was gone. Tommy was gone, and it was all his fault. If he had been more careful about keeping Tommy's identity a secret, or maybe if he had never taken him to a syndicate meeting, or hell, maybe he just never should have given Techno Tommy's number in the first place. If none of this had ever happened, Tommy would still be living with Renbu and Tubbo, and Dream wouldn't even know he existed. This was all his fault. He'd been the one to get Tommy involved in their world, and now he was paying the price. Tommy didn't deserve this. He hadn't even wanted to get involved in the first place, but Wilbur had pushed and pushed because that's all he could ever do. He was way too fucking pushy and could never let things rest until they went his way. He was so goddamn selfish. So selfish and self-obsessed, and now his little brother was being held hostage by Dream, and who the hell even knew what Dream could be doing to him. Dream could be hurting Tommy right now, and it was all Wilbur's fault. He couldn't breathe as the words repeated in his mind. All your fault. All your fault. All your fault. They looped over and over like a broken record as his thoughts began to fully spiral, the panic he'd been clawing to keep at bay finally breaking out of his chest. Tommy could be hurt right now. He could be bleeding out. He could be begging Dream to let him go. He could be scared. He could be in pain. He could be fucking dead for all Wilbur knew. His hands twisted tightly in his hair as he struggled to suck air into his lungs. No matter how many breaths he took, it wasn't working. His heart was racing in his ears, his chest was rising and falling faster and faster with every second, and he couldn't fucking breathe because holy fucking shit Tommy could be dead right and it would be all his fault. Suddenly, there were cool hands on his wrists, pulling his hands away from his hair. Looking up from the ground, he was met with Phil's veil, and although he couldn't see his father's face right now, he could imagine the gentle expression he was wearing all the same. Will, you need to breathe with me, Phil whispered, taking exaggerated breaths for him to mimic. Just breathe. But he didn't want to focus on breathing. They needed to fucking find Tommy. Will, you can't do anything to help Tommy like this. Come on, just work with me. Clenching his jaw, Wilbur struggled to mimic Phil's breathing as his chest stuttered with every rise and fall. He hadn't even felt the tears on his cheeks till now, but as he tried to only focus on copying Phil and nothing else, he could feel the chilly night air tingling against the warmth on his face. Slowly, his breathing began to steady. He let out a few shaky breaths, head bobbing up and down as he copied his father. They continued this pattern for a few minutes, and eventually his pounding heart began to calm, as did the spiraling of his thoughts. Finally, after what felt like ages, Wilbur slumped against the wall of the cafe, his panic attack having fully ebbed away. Better? Phil asked, letting go of his wrists. Yeah, better, Wilbur muttered, his voice rough. Just then, boots clicking against asphalt sounded from behind Phil, and Wilbur glanced over his father's shoulder to see Techno making his way over to them. I checked the entire block. There's no sign of them, Techno said, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Fuck. Of course Wilbur hadn't thought they'd still be in the area, but to have that last small hope squashed so quickly was like another stab in his chest. We're going to get him back, Phil told them both, with no room for argument in his tone. We just can't lose our heads over this. But what if he's hurting him, Phil? Wilbur asked, his voice cracking. He could try to hurt him to get information out of him. He very well could be doing that, Phil nodded. Which is just all the more reason to focus on finding Tommy as quickly as possible. Do you think he took him to the Hero Tower? Techno asked while Phil pushed to his feet, before holding a hand out to help Wilbur up. Wilbur grunted as he straightened his legs again. I don't think so. The Hero Committee might be a bunch of bastards, but I don't think even they would be able to legally condone kidnapping a child. So you think he's doing this outside the committee? Phil asked. I don't know. The committee might just be turning a blind eye while Dream keeps everything off the record, or they might not know about it at all. Either way, I doubt he's at the Hero Tower, Wilbur said, shoving his hands in his pockets as the gears in his head began to turn again. What you're saying is that he could be just about anywhere in this city and we have no clue where? Techno then asked, raising an eyebrow behind his mask. Letting out a shaky sigh, Wilbur nodded. Pretty much. Phil cursed under his breath. All right. We have to work with what we can then. We should ask Quackity if he can find any information through his network. Suddenly, Phil was cut off by the sound of two pairs of footsteps running up behind them. What the hell is going on here? Wilbur clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to groan out loud. These were the last people he wanted to see right now. Turning his head, Wilbur saw Nuke and Ender standing a few feet away from the three of them, the two boys staring at the red backpack still on the ground. Nuke, Ender, maybe now isn't. That's Tommy's backpack, Nuke said, cutting Phil off. Why the fuck do you have Tommy's backpack? Shit. Just great. Perfect fucking timing. And is that Tommy's phone? Ender asked, sounding much more timid than Nuke. Nuke turned his head towards Wilbur, and next thing he knew, the vigilante was storming towards him. What the fuck did you do to him, Siren? Nuke snarled, grabbing his shirt and yanking him down with surprising strength so they were at eye level. Beside him, he heard Techno and Phil both shout in surprise, and Wilbur held up a hand to tell them to stand down. I swear, we would never do anything to harm Tommy, Wilbur told the vigilante, keeping his hands where Nuke could see them. We have reason to believe Dream took him. Nuke stiffened at that, but didn't let go of his shirt. What the fuck would Dream want with him? We think he figured out that Tommy was working with the syndicate, Techno explained, his hand sitting on the hilt of his sword just in case Nuke tried anything. Although they technically hadn't gotten any confirmation that Nuke and Ender knew about Tommy's job as a healer, it was easy enough to figure out through context clues. The lack of surprise from either of them at that statement only confirmed it. Oh god. Oh no, that's really bad, Ender muttered, wrapping his arms around himself. That's really bad. So he just kidnapped him? Nuke asked, finally letting go of Wilbur's shirt and taking a step back. He did. I was on the phone with him when it happened, but by the time I got here, they were already gone, Wilbur explained. Nuke took another step back so he was standing next to Ender, and Wilbur could see his hands were curling in and out of fists. He took a few breaths, shaking his head as he ran a hand through his hair. This is all your fault, you know. Nuke spat after a few beats of silence, the words full of poison. Tommy would never have gotten involved in this shit if it weren't for you. The words stung like a slap to the face, but Wilbur knew they were true. I know, Wilbur said quietly. I accept full responsibility for this. I should have done a better job keeping him safe. It's not just your fault, Siren, Phil stepped in. The syndicate agreed to hire Tommy. We were all responsible for Tommy's safety. Yeah, but... Let's not waste time arguing about whose fault it was, Techno cut in. We need to focus on finding Tommy first and foremost. Taking a breath, Wilbur nodded. He was right. It wouldn't do them any good to waste time arguing about this right now. Once they had Tommy with them again safe and sound, then they could see who he hated the most for letting this happen. And if it was Wilbur he hated, then so be it. God knew he deserved it. Even if Tommy never spoke to him again, it would be worth it as long as Wilbur knew he was safe. Blade's right, Wilbur said, shoving his self-hatred down to turn his attention back to Nuke and Ender. We need to focus on finding Tommy. And we're going to need your help. Hat. Techno grunted, while Phil made a confused noise. Nuke and Ender both stiffened. Why us specifically, Siren? Ender asked, voice dripping with wariness. Well, Wilbur had a reason. They weren't going to like it, but they deserved to know. Because Tubbo and Ranbu, you're his family, Wilbur said, meeting both of their eyes as he said their names. Nuke reeled back as if he'd been shocked, while Ender gasped sharply. How the what did Tommy fucking tell you? Nuke snarled, looking like he was 2 seconds from lunging at Wilbur again. Wilbur shook his head. No, of course not. He'd never betray you like that. I figured it out on my own. That was true. It hadn't been hard to put all the pieces together when he was the only one who was able to see the whole picture. The night Tommy called him in tears, asking him to come to the cafe because he'd gotten into a fight with his roommates, Quackity told him that he'd just been healed by Tommy before Nuke and Ender showed up out of the blue. The two wanted to talk to him alone, and Tommy had insisted he'd be fine with them, so Quackity ended up leaving. After connecting those dots, Wilbur had contacted Sam to ask him for the public records on Tommy's roommates. When he saw the descriptions for the two boys from their foster care records, noticing how they both matched the heights and builds of Nuke and Ender, the conclusion was obvious. Wilbur had never intended on using the fact that he knew their identities against them. Tubbo and Ranbu were Tommy's best friends, and once he knew the vigilantes that had been a pain in the ass for the syndicate weren't just Tommy's family, but kids to boot, he had doubled down on the syndicate making sure they avoided Nuke and Ender as much as they could. Still, Tubbo and Ranbu didn't know that. So what, are you going to blackmail us now? Nuke asked. No, I'm not. I have no intention of using your identities against you. I just want your help to find Tommy, Wilbur explained. Nuke scoffed, clearly not believing the sentiment, but that was fine. He could distrust Wilbur all he wanted, as long as they focused on finding Tommy first. But, how do you even want us to help? This is Dream we're talking about. He's one of the most powerful people in the city, Ender pointed out, wringing his hands in front of him. Wilbur opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, Techno cut in. While I'm sure Siren would love to explain whatever plan he has right now, I think we should probably not continue this conversation in the middle of the street, you know. That was a fair point. They were still standing in the middle of the street in front of the cafe, and while there was no one around to listen in on them, it probably wasn't a good idea to just be hashing this all out right in the public eye. Wilbur's coat whipped around his legs as he tried to think of where they could go. Obviously they couldn't take the vigilantes back to their own place, and the syndicate base was a bit far. Thankfully, Ender gave them a solution. Since you guys already know who we are, you can just come back to our place. It's not far from here, Ender suggested. Nuke whipped his head towards him. Ran Ender. What? They know where we live, it's not like it's new information, he pointed out. Nuke seemed to be glaring at Ender, but after a few beats of silence, he sighed. Fine. Why the fuck not at this point? Just let the goddamn supervillains into our home. They already know everything else about us. Tubbo, come in, not right now, Ender pleaded. We need to focus on Tommy. Now this seemed to hit home. Nuke's shoulders immediately deflated, and his head dropped as he let out a shaky breath. Fuck, yeah, you're right. Sorry, he muttered. He looked back up and turned towards the three of them. So, do you guys want to walk over there or? We brought our car, Techno said, jutting his thumb over to the black SUV that he had parked under a streetlight while Wilbur was having his panic attack. Let's just drive over. Nuke and Ender shared a look, before they both shrugged. It's not like this day can get any weirder, Ender muttered as they both began to trudge towards the car. They brought Tommy's backpack and his phone with them into the car as they all piled inside. Wilbur sat in the back, with Nuke in the middle seat, and Ender next to the other window, while Techno and Phil took the front again. Tommy's backpack sat heavily on Wilbur's lap, a strange buzzing growing under his skin the longer he stared at it. It was some mixture of anxiety and anger, making him unable to relax for even a second as his mind was once again filled with the chanting of it's all your fault on repeat. Tommy had been wearing his backpack less than an hour before. It had been with him, just like it always was, and now the backpack was here and Tommy wasn't. Mindlessly, Wilbur zipped open the top of the backpack as the car started up, and saw a dark blue sweatshirt stuffed inside the largest pouch. Wilbur's chest ached when he recognized the sweatshirt as one he'd let Tommy wear when Tommy was still borrowing his stuff before he and Phil had ordered Tommy his own clothes to have at the house. This was one of the sweatshirts Tommy had taken from him and just never given back, and Wilbur never really wore the thing that much, so it wasn't like he cared and was fine with letting him have it. Tears burned in his eyes again, and he had to take a few shaky breaths to keep himself calm. It was going to be all right. Even if this was the worst-case scenario, they were going to find Tommy before Dream could lay a finger on him. That's what he had to believe right now. He couldn't let himself panic over any other possibility. The car ride was silent as they drove down to the dilapidated apartment building. Nuke and Ender both kept their eyes on their laps, and Phil and Techno seemed to know better than to try and make awkward conversation with the two vigilantes. When they pulled to a stop in front of the apartment building, Wilbur thought back to the first time he'd walked Tommy home, and how worried he'd gotten when he noticed how poorly kept the place seemed to be. Nuke and Ender were clearly used to it though. Once Techno found street parking, they all hopped out of the car and headed through the ground lobby of the building. Wilbur was a bit worried about all of them, Siren, Zephyrus, Blade, along with the vigilantes Nuke and Ender being spotted, but neither Nuke or Ender seemed worried, so he figured they must know when the lobby will be empty. Sure enough, there was no one in the lobby as they passed through, and they all clambered into the dusty-smelling elevator that rattled as it brought them up several floors. Nuke and Ender led the three of them to their apartment, Ender unlocking it and gesturing for the villains to go inside first. While Wilbur knew Phil and Techno had been here before, he realized a bit belatedly that he'd never actually seen the inside of Tommy's apartment. It was small, which Wilbur expected. But what he didn't expect was how cold the inside was. How the trash was filled with leftover ramen packaging and little else. How there were several thin blankets filled with holes tossed over a couch that had to be older than any of the three boys who lived here. Wilbur knew Tommy struggled for money. That was why he worked so many shifts at the cafe. But it didn't fully hit him until now just what that entailed. A freezing apartment with no heating. Having to save what you could on food. It brought Wilbur back to days he didn't like to think about very much, the time he'd spent on the streets before Phil had found him. Although he had used his power to convince police officers to not look twice at him, or shopkeepers to look away when he stuffed a loaf of bread under his shirt, it wasn't something he could do all the time. He remembered spending nights huddled in dark alleys, shivering so hard that he couldn't fall asleep. He remembered how difficult it was to force himself to eat the same bread loaves every day, but not having the resources to really make or buy anything else. He remembered how terrified he was of every glance his way, of adults watching him for just a second too late, of having his freedom pulled away from him again. Tommy had fought and gotten his freedom from the system that Wilbur himself had run from all those years ago. And then he put that distrust aside and put his faith in Wilbur. He trusted Wilbur to keep him safe, and more importantly, free. And Wilbur had failed him. Siren. Techno suddenly called out, drawing Wilbur out of his thoughts. Hey. I asked if you were all right. You were kinda just standing in the front doorway, Techno said, giving him an odd look. Wilbur shook his head. I'm fine, sorry, got lost in thought for a second. He finished stepping through the doorway and into the apartment, Nuke shutting the door behind him. Glancing into the small living room, Wilbur saw Ender pulling off his goggles and face mask, while Nuke tossed his gas mask onto the couch. God, they really were children, weren't they? Although the pictures Wilbur had seen of the two boys from their files were a few years old, they really hadn't aged all that much since then. Nuke or Tubbo, Wilbur supposed he should think of him now, noticed his staring and blinked. You know, if you want, you can take your mask off too, Tubbo said in a strange voice, eyeing him with a challenging gaze. Wilbur smirked at Tubbo's audacity. Yeah, no thanks, kid. Tubbo raised an eyebrow. You sure? I mean, we might as well be on an equal playing field, Wilbur said. Phil and Techno both stiffened when Wilbur's name left Tubbo's lips, and Wilbur felt himself freeze on the spot. Tubbo knew his name. Tubbo knew his identity. How the fuck did he find out? Tommy didn't even know Wilbur's identity, so how the hell could Tubbo, someone Wilbur had never even met before, know who he was? The only people who knew Wilbur was Siren were his family and the rest of the syndicate. That was it. Phil was extremely strict about keeping their identities a secret from anyone who didn't need to know. They had to minimize risk at all costs. That was why Wilbur hadn't been allowed to tell Tommy, despite how many times he'd wanted to just get it off his chest. So how in the hell did fucking Tubbo know? He considered playing dumb, trying to act like Tubbo was ridiculous for thinking he was Wilbur's suit. But considering how he, Phil, and Techno had all frozen at the mention of his name, he knew it would be pointless to try and convince the boys Tubbo was wrong now. How did you find out my name? Wilbur asked immediately, letting honey slip into his words to tug the truth out. Tubbo snorted. No need to use your powers, bossman. We found out the same way you found out our identities, just figured it out on our own. When we saw Tommy talking with Siren in front of the cafe that one night, and then started hearing him talk about his new friend named Wilbur just a few days later, it wasn't hard to put two and two together, Ranbo added in, looking downright smug at Wilbur's shock. So they'd known before Wilbur had told them he knew their identities. They'd just been holding onto this card to see what Wilbur's intentions with their identities was first. And now that they were in a private space, alone with three supervillains, the two revealed the card up their sleeves. It was a bold move that held a lot of risk. But Wilbur admired it. God damn. And Wilbur thought Quackity was a card shark. Phil saw, Technoblade, you guys can take off your masks too, Tubbo added, although it wasn't so much a request, but more so an order. If Nuke and Ender were going to be maskless, so were Siren, Blade, and Zephyrus. Hat! Techno exclaimed. How? Phil trailed off, blinking in shock. Come on guys, it's not hard. When Tubbo looked up Wilbur's public records he was able to find out he had a brother and a father, the brother sharing the Blade's build and pink hair. People have suspected Siren, Blade, and Zephyrus are family for a while, so it just made sense, Ranbo shrugged, smiling innocently at the three of them. Great. They really had leveled out the playing field. Sighing, Wilbur reached up to pull his mask off, and watched from the corner of his eye as Phil lifted his veil, and Techno set the boar mask on the kitchen counter. Then, Wilbur leaned against the counter, and folded his arms over his chest. How were you able to figure it out and not Tommy? Wilbur asked, frowning at the two of them. Tubbo rolled his eyes. Wilbur, if Tommy wanted to know who Siren was, he would put it together in seconds. The only reason he doesn't know is because he's purposefully trying not to think about it. We pointed it out to him once, Ranbo added, that we thought you and Siren were the same person. He shut it down, but it was easy to tell he was just pushing it away. Frowning, Wilbur stared at his hands, thinking back on his interactions with Tommy. Tommy had never acted like he suspected anything, although he really wasn't doing a good job being subtle, and he knew it. In truth, a part of him had wanted Tommy to figure it out on his own, just so that Techno and Phil couldn't get on him about revealing his identity to Tommy himself. But Tommy had never seemed suspicious of Wilbur and Siren's similarities, so he'd just assumed he was clueless. However, what Tubbo and Ranbo were saying made a lot of sense. Tommy knew it was dangerous for him to know the syndicate's identities. Of course he was going to push away any suspicions he had. He deserved to know though. Considering the worst-case scenario had happened without Tommy knowing their identities, Wilbur was going to make the case for revealing it all to Tommy as soon as they got him back, and he wasn't going to take no for an answer. But they had to get Tommy back before that could happen. All right, well we're all on the same level here now, Wilbur said, gesturing at his own uncovered face. We need to get down to business. Right. We need to figure out what you need us to do so we can help find Tommy, Ranbo said, folding his hands in front of him. Actually, I think I came up with something I can do on the way over here, Tubbo chimed in, spinning around in his desk chair. Everyone turned to look at Tubbo, raising their eyebrows and waiting for him to continue. He stopped spinning and tapped on his mouse, his computer screen flickering to life. I don't know if you guys know this, but how much information is stored on the database for the Hero Committee? Well, if you're asking if you could find out Dream's real identity or something by hacking into their files, I'd say you're out of luck, Techno told him. Tubbo shook his head. Nah, I'm not trying to find that. But I'm wondering if personal contact information, like emails or something, is stored there. Phil frowned. I mean, from what Daedalus has told us about the way the Hero Committee is run, probably. But I don't see how that would be helpful unless you plan on spam calling Dream to find out where Tommy is. While that would be funny, that's not where I was going with that, Tubbo said, typing rapidly into his computer and pulling up the website for the Hero Committee. Do you think Dream has a phone or computer that's separate from the one he uses for his work-related stuff? Definitely. Daedalus told us that every hero is given work devices, and then they have their own personal devices as well since the committee has full access to the data on their work devices, Phil explained. Technically, the hero committee has access to their personal devices just as well, but they're not supposed to look through their personal devices unless there's an official investigation or warrant sent out against that hero. Dream's not keeping Tommy at the hero tower, right? Tubbo asked, pulling up the source code for the hero committee website. No, he's definitely not. He probably has a private place that the hero committee doesn't know about to hold him at, Techno answered. Tubbo nodded. Just what I thought. So it's not unreasonable to assume if he had to, say, arrange for wherever he's holding Tommy to be empty for an extended period of time, he would have done that on a phone or computer that the hero committee didn't know about. That would be logical to assume, yes, Wilbur agreed. Cool. Then I know what I need to look for, Tubbo said, his screen turning dark as lines of green code began running across. I can't promise anything, but I think our best bet is going to be for me to try and gain access to Dream's secret phone or computer through the ones he has connected to the hero committee. Obviously this might not work depending on how strictly he's been keeping the devices disconnected from each other. But I have some ideas for how I can find connections between the two that he might not have thought of. Then once I have access to that secret phone or computer he's got, I can go through it to try and see if there's any record of where he's keeping Tommy. Wilbur blinked. That, actually wasn't a bad idea. But there was one glaring issue. How long would that take? He asked, furrowing his brows. Tubbo didn't stop typing on his keyboard, but Wilbur noticed his shoulders drop a bit. I don't know, honestly. I could get lucky and find out in a few hours, but that's pretty unlikely. I'd say it'll take me a few days at least, depending on how much I have to search through. A few days. That was too long. Way too long. Wilbur didn't want Tommy to spend another hour with Dream, let alone several days. Is there nothing we can do that's faster? Wilbur asked, clenching his jaw. This is what I can do. Anything more is on you guys. You're the big scary villain organization with tons of resources, Tubbo said, shooting Wilbur a dirty look over his shoulder. Shit. Yeah. Wilbur was getting too caught up in his own head and was forgetting all the resources they had at their disposal. We'll contact Jester and ask him to see what he can find out through his network, Wilbur said, tapping his fingers against his arm. I know he's got a few mercenaries in his contacts who will work with just about anyone, so one of them could have information on Dream if he ever needed someone to do his dirty work for him. Puns could know, Techno nodded. I'd ask Jester about him first. Yeah, that's a good idea. Puns would be our best bet, Wilbur agreed, thinking of the mysterious mercenary who was the go-to person in the underground for discreet work. If there was anyone Dream would have hired, it would be him. Shit, okay, I need to make some calls. I think it's time for us to go anyway, Phil said, straightening up. Tubbo, Ranbu, do you need our numbers? I got them from your phone bill, Tubbo said casually. Phil frowned. How did you? He cut himself off, seeming to realize what a dumb question that was considering they were talking to a hacker. Never mind. We'll let you know as soon as we have anything, Ranbu said, standing up so he could walk them to the door. And if you need anyone for anything like spying or infiltration, I can teleport, so, feel free to contact me. I might not know computers like Tubbo does, but I'm gonna help in any way I can. It was such an earnest offer, and although Wilbur wasn't sure if they were going to need someone with teleportation skills for finding Tommy, he could tell that Ranbu just wanted to feel like he was doing something. They were all searching for something to cling onto, something to make them feel like they were actually working towards saving Tommy. Thank you, Ranbu, Wilbur said, nodding at him. We'll let you guys know. The three of them pulled their masks on again, and after one last round of goodbyes, Siren, Zephyrus, and Blade found themselves heading out of the apartment building. Wilbur didn't realize how much he had been running on adrenaline until he got back into the car, practically collapsing into his seat. His head was aching, his chest still tight from his panic attack earlier. The car started up, and Wilbur stared at his hands in his lap. It could take them several days to find Tommy, and that was assuming Tubbo's plan would work. Wilbur knew he shouldn't be worrying himself sick over what could be happening to Tommy right now. He should be focusing on what to do now. He should be calling Quackity, calling Puns, asking anyone and everyone he could think of for information on Dream. But as the car rumbled down the street, Wilbur felt frozen. His heart sat in his throat, and all he wanted was to wake up from this living nightmare. Wilbur barely registered the ride home. One moment, they were in East Side pulling away from Tubbo and Ranbu's apartment, and the next they were pulling into their garage. The door to his left opened. Will? You gonna come in the house? Phil asked, his voice gentle. Wilbur knew he should get up. But he was staring at Tommy's backpack sitting by his feet. He's going to hate me when we get him back, Wilbur whispered. And he should. I deserve it for putting him in danger. Wilbur, it wasn't just you who got him involved. We all did, Phil reminded him, placing a hand on his shoulder. But I'm the one who started it. I'm the one who gave Techno his number. I'm the one he decided to save in the alley that day. He curled further in on himself, the seatbelt he was still wearing tugging against his shoulder. If he hadn't saved my life, he'd be alright right now. He'd be safe. Wilbur literally owed Tommy his life, and this was how he repaid him. By being stupid enough to let him get kidnapped. But he chose to save your life because that's the kind of person he is, Phil said, squeezing his shoulder. Not to mention, it's not like you asked him to save your life. You were unconscious at the time. Yeah, but Wilbur's breathing hitched. I've just been so fucking selfish this whole time. I've been taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't know I'm Siren and asking him stuff he'd never tell me as Wilbur. I've dragged him into our whole mess when he repeatedly told me he didn't want to get involved. I've been such a fucking asshole to him and he doesn't even know it. His eyes started to burn again, and he squeezed his eyes shut as a shuddering breath ran through him. He's such a good kid, Phil. He's so good and he deserves so much better than this. Will. I want him to hate me when he gets back, Wilbur continued, his voice cracking. But I know him and he's going to forgive me anyway because that's the kind of person he is, and I don't deserve his forgiveness. Wilbur. I just don't know how I'm going to face him when we get him back, he confessed. How am I supposed to? Wilbur. Wilbur went silent, looking up at Phil through tears. Phil placed a hand on Wilbur's cheek, using his thumb to wipe away a stray tear. Whether or not you believe Tommy should hate you for what happened, it's his own choice whether to forgive you or not. But if he does, you shouldn't try to take that choice away from him and tell him he shouldn't. What you need to do instead is work to earn that forgiveness, to try and make things right even if Tommy believes that it's fine. Don't just sit and mope about how you deserve to be hated, Phil told him, his stare so intense, Wilbur felt like it was burning a hole into his head. You're not perfect, Wilbur. You've made mistakes, and so does everyone else. What's important is that you recognize when you've fucked up, and you put in the work to fix it. Wilbur nodded. That made sense. Okay. I think I get it, he whispered. Phil smiled at him. Then let's go inside and find our boy. All right. Let's find him. Dreaming of a better place. I still don't know how you managed to get stabbed in the foot. It was that bitch 404. Fuckers got stupidly good aim. Tommy snorted as he pressed the gauze against Siren's foot, blood soaking the cotton and making him quickly switch it out for a new handful. It was just the two of them in the back room of the cafe tonight. Siren had showed up with a knife sticking out of his boot, and now Tommy was kneeling against the tile floor, trying not to wrinkle his nose as he tried to figure out the best angle to heal Siren's foot from. Get better at dodging then, lame ass, Tommy teased, moving the gauze away and placing his hands on the foot. He closed his eyes, feeling warmth pool from his hands as his energy seeped into the wound. In front of him, he could hear Siren sigh in relief, and by the time Tommy opened his eyes, he saw Siren was slumped against the floor. Thank you, Tommy, Siren breathed, looking much more relaxed than he had been a few moments before. That hurt like a bitch. No shit, Tommy huffed, moving his hands away and standing up to wash them off in the sink. When he turned the sink on, there was a split second where the water pouring out of the faucet looked as though it were blood red. But then Tommy blinked, and it was normal water. Must have been a trick of the light. Shaking his head, Tommy washed off his hands, watching Siren's blood trail down the drain in lazy swirls. Then he used a towel to dry them, and moved back to sit next to Siren, who was now leaning against the wall. You're such a good kid, Toms, Siren said, smiling at him and reaching out a hand to rest on his shoulder. The gesture felt so familiar. It was something Wilbur would do sometimes when they were chatting. Just a gentle squeeze of his shoulder, with Wilbur's calloused fingertips dragging roughly against his sweater fabric. Glancing at Siren's hands, he noticed how there were similar callous marks on Siren's fingertips. He gulped. Tommy shoved away his first thought in favor of wondering if Siren played guitar too. Stop lying to yourself, a voice in his head suddenly echoed. Stiffening, Tommy whipped his head around, trying to figure out where the voice had come from. He glanced around the cafe back room for anyone who could have said that, but only saw Siren giving him a concerned look. Are you all right? Siren asked, cocking his head slightly. He opened his mouth to reply that yes, he was totally fine. But instead, he found himself hesitating. There was something off about Siren. Although the twist of his smile was painfully familiar, along with the messy curls that fell over his forehead and the casual way he was still holding onto Tommy's shoulder, something wasn't right. It was in his voice. His voice changer was still on, but it sounded different than normal. Was it running out of battery? Tommy. Sorry, I'm fine, Tommy said, shaking his head and placing his hands on the tile floor to try and ground himself. Just zoned out for a second. But he wasn't fine. As he pressed his palms against the floor, he expected to feel the icy tiles jabbing into his skin. Instead, the floor was warm. The floor of the cafe backroom was never warm. You know who Siren is? Stop pretending you don't, that same voice echoed in his head again. Tommy frowned. No, I don't. Shut the fuck up, he whispered back. Tommy? Who are you talking to? Siren asked, looking more concerned with every passing second. Just ask him. Point blank. I'm sure he'll tell you. Shut up. Tommy hissed again, twisting his fingers into his hair. The hand on his shoulder moved, and Siren crouched down in front of him. Tommy, can you hear me? What's going on? Shutting his eyes to avoid looking at Siren's face, Tommy shook his head. Siren, I think I need a minute alone. You're such an idiot, letting him get away with these lies. I don't want to leave you. Not when you seem this upset. And fuck, of course Siren had to sound so goddamn caring when he said that. Just like. No. No, he wasn't going to think of that. He wasn't going to let himself think of who Siren reminded him of. Coward. Shut up. Tommy shouted, clenching his jaw as he pulled at his hair, wincing at the sharp pain that flashed across his skull. Siren, please, for the love of God, give me a minute alone. Siren sucked in a sharp breath, and Tommy expected more arguing. But after a few moments, he heard footsteps leading away, and listened as the door to the alley clicked shut. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tommy slumped against the wall, letting his hands fall out of his hair. He placed them on the tile again, and found that it was still warm. It shouldn't be warm. It's obvious, when you take a minute to think about it. Tommy wasn't sure if the voice was referring to the floor being warm or who Siren reminded him of, but he didn't really care either way. What he did care about, however, was the fact that the voice was much, much louder now. Just open your eyes. Stop being such a pussy. I'm not being a pussy. Yes, you fucking are. When the voice was no longer an echo in his head, Tommy's eyes flew open, and he shrieked when he saw a familiar face filling up his vision. It was him. Tommy. It was his own face staring back at him. He was reminded of the time Jester had copied his face as a joke, but it was 10 times more unsettling because, unlike with Jester, this thing was speaking with his own voice too. What the shit? Tommy yelped, pressing himself against the wall. Who the fuck are you? The other Tommy huffed in laughter. Please tell me you're not stupid enough to not recognize your own face. I mean, I know you're pretty face blind, but you should recognize yourself when you're talking to him. Tommy scowled. Am I dreaming? You better fucking hope you're dreaming, or else you're gonna have to start looking for a therapist, the other Tommy teased, although there was nothing light in his voice. This was weird, talking to himself like this. Even though it had to be a dream, it still made something cold settle in his gut, and he wanted to wake up as soon as possible. Why are you here? Tommy asked, narrowing his eyes at the other him. I dunno, you tell me, the other Tommy shrugged. Seems to me like you got some internal issues you need to work out. Mostly involving our favorite supervillain. There's nothing to work out, Tommy spat. I'm not trying to find out Siren's identity. But you already know it. You're just lying to yourself, the other him taunted. I don't know his identity, Tommy shot back. There are plenty of guys in this city with brown hair who play guitar. That's not just it though, is it? The other him said, leaning in close. There's more you're picking up on. Gritting his teeth, Tommy tried to ignore the images flashing through his mind. The familiar laugh. The way he spoke. The way in which he'd sling his arm over Tommy's shoulders, as if he'd done it a million times before. Fuck off! Tommy shouted, lunging forward to push his other self back. It's just a coincidence. That's what he was going to keep telling himself. Even if a part of him wondered if he was just setting himself up for the same kind of pain that he went through when he found out about Tubbo and Renbu being Nuke and Ender. I want to wake up, Tommy growled at his other self. Wake me the fuck up. The other him smiled, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Fine. Your choice. And just like that, the world around Tommy began to fade. Colors bled out of the back of the cafe, and Tommy squeezed his eyes shut as he slowly lost awareness of everything. A few beats passed. Then, Tommy jolted awake. Bolting upright, Tommy glanced around wildly, taking in the familiar sight of his room at the Sud house. Shit. That was a weird fucking dream. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tommy wrapped his arms around himself and struggled to steady his racing heart. That dream was strange, but it wasn't anything to think too hard about. He shook his head to try and forget it, even though the events kept replaying in his mind. His own voice, taunting him. Telling him he knew the truth, even if he was pretending he didn't. No. He didn't know anything. Fuck that voice in his head. After a few minutes of calming down, Tommy forced himself to climb out of bed. He should probably go downstairs and see what time it was. As Tommy headed down the stairs, he trailed his hand along the wall, listening as a babble of voices echoed up the floors. Seemed like Wilbur, Techno, and Phil were already awake. He focused on the bumpy texture of the wall brushing against his fingertips, and the cool wood against his bare feet. It was fine. He was fine. It was all just a dream. When he got downstairs, he heard a lot more voices than just Wilbur, Phil, and Techno's. Frowning, Tommy crept around the corner, peering into the living room, before gasping at the sight that greeted him. The entire fucking syndicate was sitting in the living room. Nemesis and Thanatos were crammed together on one corner of the couch, each of them holding a plate of pancakes on their laps and chatting animatedly to one another. Jester was settled on the opposite side, holding a glass of orange juice in one hand, and waving his other hand around while talking to Daedalus. Rosethorn was sitting in the middle of the couch, with Blade settled on the floor in front of her, and she was carefully braiding the flowing pink hair that was usually kept hidden under his skull. As soon as he peeked his head around the corner, someone was throwing their arm around his shoulders. Tommy! Siren cheered, pulling him into the living room so everyone could see him. You're finally awake. We were worried about you, mate, Zephyrus said, Tommy noticing he was standing at the kitchen stove, flipping pancakes in his fully veiled outfit like nothing about that was strange. Tommy blinked, his mind stumbling over what he was seeing. Why the hell are you guys here? He managed to spit out, shrugging Siren's arm off of him. We just thought we'd stop by and visit, Rosethorn told him, giving him a sweet smile. We wanted to check in on you, Daedalus added, nodding at him. But what about the people who actually fucking live here? Phil, Techno, Wilbur. Tommy kept whipping his head around, but he didn't see any of them. Only the masked syndicate members. Oh, don't worry about them, they know we're here, Zephyrus explained with a grin in his voice. For some reason, the words made a shiver run down Tommy's spine. Something was still wrong about this. What the fuck are you all doing here? Seriously? Tommy hissed, backing away from the syndicate members. We just wanted to make sure you were okay, Nemesis said, seeming hurt by his suspicion. That doesn't make sense, Tommy muttered, shaking his head as he pressed his back against the wall. He pressed his hand to the glass, knowing that at this time of the morning, the glass was still cold to the touch since this window didn't see the sun until the afternoon. The glass was warm. Tommy frowned. Am I still dreaming? He whispered to himself. There was a harsh laugh that grated on his ears, and Tommy scowled as a flash of blonde sprinted down the stairs and bounced into the living room. Took you longer than I thought it would to figure it out, the other Tommy said, smirking at him. At his appearance, all the syndicate members seemed to freeze in place, as if they had been paused in a movie. Fine, I failed your stupid fucking test. Can I please wake up for real this time? Tommy snapped. Maybe, maybe not. It's up to you to figure out if you're dreaming or not, the other Tommy shrugged. I mean, if you're still dreaming, it's probably because you got a lot on your mind. Like how comfortable Zephyrus seems to be in Phil's kitchen. Shut the fuck up and just wake me up, Tommy said, squeezing his eyes shut again. The other Tommy snorted at that. Then, he clapped his hands, and the world faded away once more. It was dark. He was laying on something soft. Tommy blinked open his eyes and found himself staring at his ceiling once again. Was this real? Sitting up in his bed, Tommy looked around the room and saw nothing out of the ordinary. His backpack was on the floor, his sheets were rumpled, and he was wearing one of Wilbur's old sweatshirts. Tommy ran his hands up and down his arms, feeling the fabric tug against his skin. Did everything feel floaty, or was that just his imagination? Twisting in his bed, he pressed his hand against the glass of his window, and couldn't tell if it was warm or cold. It was somewhere in between. Reaching his hands up, he twisted his fingers around his hair, tugging hard and yelping when pain flashed through him. That had felt pretty damn real. But then again, the pain had felt real before when he was in the back room of the cafe with Siren. Pulling his knees up to his chest, he whimpered quietly as he dug his nails into his palms. Was this real? He couldn't tell. It didn't feel like a dream, but how the hell was he supposed to trust what was a dream and what wasn't? His heart rate quickened. What if this wasn't real? What if he was just trapped in a never-ending spiral of dreams? Stumbling to his feet, Tommy rushed out the door of his bedroom. If he got downstairs and the syndicate was sitting on his fucking couch again, he'd know this was a dream. There. He just had to look for stuff that was out of the ordinary. Dreams were always weird like that. The smell of food wafted up to greet Tommy as he rushed down the steps. The wood floor was cool against his feet, and he ran into the living room, half expecting to find the entire syndicate waiting for him just like before. But the living room was empty. In the kitchen, Tommy saw Techno's pink braid swinging behind him as he moved between the stove and the counter, and he realized that Techno seemed to be in the midst of making hash browns. Techno. Tommy tried, carefully creeping towards the kitchen as he searched for any sign of the other Tommy. Techno glanced up at him through a few strands of hair that had fallen in his face. "Hello," he greeted, grabbing a spatula and using it to stir the potatoes in the pan. "I was just making breakfast if you want some." "Where are Will and Phil?" Tommy asked, still unsure if this was reality or not. "Doing work stuff. You know how it is," Techno shrugged. "They'll be back in a few hours though." "Hey." Everything seemed normal enough. It wasn't unusual for Tommy to wake up to one or more of the SUD members missing because they were off doing work-related stuff. Not to mention, the floor was still cold, and the nails he was digging into his palm still hurt. It didn't feel like a dream at all. "Okay," Tommy said, his shoulders slackening a bit as he slid into a chair at the kitchen island counter. "What are you making?" Techno held up the pan for him to see. "Hash browns. If you want eggs I can make some for you too, but I was planning on just eating these." "Just hash browns is fine, thank you," Tommy said, tapping his fingers along the granite countertop. Techno hummed and looked back to the pan, using the spatula to flip the potatoes every once in a while. As the minutes passed in relative peace, Tommy began to relax more and more. It seemed like he'd finally woken up from that trippy-ass dream, and he couldn't be more relieved. Still, he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in the back of his head. That there was something important he was forgetting about. Something that was wrong with the scene in front of him. Suddenly, Techno let out a hiss of pain, and Tommy was pulled out of his thoughts. "Damn it," Techno hissed, holding his left hand while moving the pan off the stove. He walked over to the sink and turned the faucet on, sticking his bright red palm underneath the cold water. Tommy didn't think before he was standing up to walk over to the sink. "Here, I can help," he said to Techno. Techno raised an eyebrow at him. While Tommy hadn't technically told Techno and Phil about his healing powers, he'd assumed that Wilbur would have mentioned it at some point. But judging by the skepticism on Techno's face, he wasn't so sure anymore. Either way though, he trusted Techno. It wasn't like he had a problem with him knowing, and he figured it would have come up eventually. Besides, he wasn't just going to let the man deal with a burn on his hand when Tommy could fix it in seconds. He knew all too well how burns on your hands could be annoying as hell thanks to that stupid espresso machine. "Gimme your hand," Tommy said, holding out his own. Techno frowned but didn't say anything as he gave Tommy his injured hand. Tommy eyed the burn, wincing at the shiny, bright red skin that was already starting to peel. As gently as he could, he placed his own hand on top of the burn, and closed his eyes as energy began to pour out of him. There was the familiar orange glow behind his eyes. It only took a few seconds for the burn to disappear, and when Tommy let go of the hand, his only side effect was a lingering warmth in his own fingers. "You're a healer," Techno said, staring at his palm with an unreadable expression. "Sure am, big man," Tommy replied, smiling at him. "Well that's pretty good I suppose," Techno huffed, dropping his hand back down to his side. "Gives you some actual use around here instead of just taking up space." The words hit Tommy like a punch to the chest. He reeled back, meeting Techno's flat stare and wondering if this was some kind of mean joke he wasn't understanding. It was possible that this was just another one of Techno's deadpan quips he just wasn't reading correctly, but it didn't feel like the man's usual jabs. "What is that a joke?" Tommy asked, his voice small. "No. All you do around here is eat our food and take up space. At least as a healer you can do something for us instead of just being a mooch," Techno continued, meeting his gaze calmly. "I mean, why else would people keep you around? You know how annoying you are." Tommy winced at the cruel words thrown his way, wrapping his arms around himself as he tried to shove down the burning in his eyes. Of course he knew he was annoying. All his foster families had told him that dozens of times over. It wasn't a secret that people didn't like him at first, but he'd never thought he'd hear Techno say the same thing to him. "But I thought you guys didn't mind having me here." Tommy's question came out as more of a squeak, but his thoughts were spiraling too much to let him be embarrassed about it. Techno snorted. "Nah, Will just wanted us to tell you that so you'd be willing to stick around. After all, it's not like he wants to get rid of a healer either." Tommy gulped. "That's not true. Wilbur doesn't find me annoying." "Are you sure?" Techno raised an eyebrow. "Or do you think he just knows a good opportunity when he sees one?" No, that couldn't be true. Wilbur had befriended Tommy and started inviting him out long before he knew Tommy had healing powers. He only found out about Tommy's powers that first day he came over to the SUD house. Unless he was Siren. Then he would have known about Tommy's powers the first time he came into the cafe. But Wilbur wasn't Siren. Sure, they were similar, but the two weren't the same and he refused to believe that. "You're lying," Tommy choked out, his throat closing in on itself. "If you want to keep believing in your little fairy tales you can, I'm just trying to tell you the truth since no one else will," Techno huffed, stepping back over to the pan and resuming his cooking. Tommy stumbled away from the kitchen, his eyes burning as he tried to fight the tears threatening to pour down his cheeks. Techno found him annoying, and he claimed Wilbur and Phil did too. Had it really all been just a lie? An act made up to keep their precious healer close? No. It didn't make sense. Wilbur didn't find out about his healing powers until they'd already become friends because he wasn't Siren. Tommy leaned against the wall opposite to Techno. The man had gone back to his cooking, seemingly uncaring about the breakdown Tommy was having. There was a twinge in Tommy's palm as he wrapped his arms around himself, and he realized he'd been digging his nails even harder into his palms than he meant to. Looking at the skin on his hand, Tommy felt the familiar tingling in his blood telling him to heal the wounds. But there was something off about his hand. He'd broken the skin with his nails. There were half-moon crescent shapes dotted around his palm, but there was no blood spilling out. Reaching down, he gently tugged one of the crescent moons apart and saw that, yup, that had definitely broken the skin. But the blood flowing underneath was staying in place. Not dripping out onto the floor. That wasn't normal. Wait. The puzzle pieces fell into place when Tommy heard his own laughter ring throughout the kitchen again. Okay, sorry, I'm done for real this time. I promise, the other Tommy said, stepping into the kitchen from the garage. I don't even want to talk to you right now. Just please wake me up, Tommy whispered, closing his eyes and leaning against the wall. Will do, big man, the other him replied. And once again, the world faded out. There was darkness. He could feel his heart thumping steadily in his chest. Warm blankets were wrapped around him. A hand was gripping his own. Tommy's eyes flew open, gasping awake like a man returned from the dead. He whipped his head around, seeing that he was in his own room still, but he wasn't alone this time. Wilbur had a chair pulled up next to the bed. There were deep bags under his eyes, and he had his hand wrapped around Tommy's, holding him like he was afraid he would float away. Tommy's head was spinning as he was overwhelmed with relief that the things Techno said were just part of those fucked up dreams, but he still wasn't sure if he was awake or not. Will? Tommy whispered, his voice strangely hoarse. Wilbur's eyes widened as he met Tommy's gaze, a bright smile spreading across his face. Holy shit, Toms, you're awake. Oh my god, we've been so worried. Worried? Tommy asked, frowning. The smile fell from Wilbur's face. Do you not remember what happened? What do you mean? Something troubled settled over Wilbur's expression. Dream kidnapped you. We were on the phone when it happened. And suddenly it all came flooding back. Talking with Nemesis and Thanatos. Helping Monarch and Orlion. Talking to Wilbur about what movie to watch when he got home, only to be greeted with a porcelain smiling face and a pair of white goggles. Holy shit! He'd been kidnapped. By Dream in 404. Holy fuck, I remember, Tommy whispered, sitting up to wrap his arms around himself. I don't remember what happened after 404 put me to sleep though. Wilbur pressed his lips into a thin line. You got rescued by the syndicate, but you were stuck with Dream for a few days. You were unconscious when they found you, and no one was able to wake you up. We think it might have been 404's ability keeping you in some sort of coma, but I guess it finally wore off. Shit. That made sense, although Tommy wasn't sure why 404 would keep him in a coma for the entirety of his captivity. Maybe he and Dream had planned to use him as a bargaining chip with the syndicate? Although from what Wilbur said, that didn't seem. Wait. You know about the syndicate? Tommy whispered, staring at Wilbur with wide eyes. Wilbur nodded. Yeah, I know. And you're Siren? He wanted to ask. But he didn't want to ask that either, because after that dream with Techno, he was terrified of the implications that would come with Wilbur being Siren. Maybe he wanted to believe that Wilbur actually cared about him just for a little while longer. And you're okay with that? He asked instead, bringing his knees up to his chest. Wilbur's face softened. Of course I am. You were helping people, trying to do what was right. I don't have a problem with that at all. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief, even as his suspicions continued to linger in the back of his mind. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, he whispered. You don't have anything to apologize for, Wilbur reassured him. I'm just glad you're okay. And despite the little voice in the back of his head screaming at him that Wilbur didn't actually care, that Wilbur was just using him, Tommy found himself leaning forward anyway. Wilbur hugged him tightly, and Tommy buried his face into his shoulder, letting himself sink into his older brother's warmth. He was okay. Dream wasn't here, and he had been rescued. He was safe. Everything was fine. Still hugging Wilbur, Tommy lifted his head out of Wilbur's shoulder and blinked open his eyes, gaze flickering towards the window by his bed. Then, he froze. Because when he looked out the glass panes, Tommy realized he couldn't see anything outside. It was as if there was a white void sitting outside his window. It wasn't fog. Fog was never this thick and this opaque. Instead, it seemed like the entire soot house was sitting in a chunk of a video game that hadn't loaded yet. An empty space of pure nothingness. Tommy was still hugging Wilbur, and he could feel Wilbur's hands carding through his hair. He wanted to sink into it. To not think about the void outside the glass and let himself be comforted by his brother. But the nagging in the back of his head had turned into full-on shouting. This wasn't real. Tommy was still dreaming. And if his memory was right and he had really been kidnapped by Dream in 404, then he knew exactly why his dreams had been so fucked. Tommy pulled away from the hug. Wilbur let out a noise of confusion, but Tommy ignored it as he shoved the blankets off his legs and stumbled to his feet. Where are you going? Wilbur asked as Tommy headed to the door. To find someone, Tommy replied, swinging open the door to his bedroom and rushing into the hall. 404 was an interesting hero for sure. Unlike Dream, he didn't do many things for publicity, preferring to stay out of the public eye unless Dream dragged him to some press conference or interview. But more than that, the most interesting thing about 404 was his power, and how unique it was compared to most. 404 had the ability to make people fall asleep with a single touch. But it wasn't just that. He could also enter someone's mind while they slept and manipulate their dreams. While this aspect of his abilities wasn't often used in fights, it was one of the Hero Committee's preferred methods of interrogating suspects given how it wasn't torture, which was obviously illegal, yet it was extremely effective. 404 would enter the suspect's dreams, and manipulate the dreams into revealing the information he needed. Where the fuck are you, you stupid bastard? Tommy screamed into the house, whipping his head around for any sign of the other Tommy. Tommy? What's going on? Wilbur asked, standing in the doorway to his room. Stop hiding like a pussy and talk to me. Tommy shouted again, ignoring the fake Wilbur completely. Mate? What's going on? Phil asked, appearing on the stairs. Is something wrong? Techno chimed in, looking as though he was ready to fight someone. Tommy laughed, and it was a horrible, grating sound. That piece of shit was really going all out to try and convince him this was real, wasn't he? I'm not falling for this shit again. Tommy yelled, not even acknowledging Phil and Techno's presence. I know I'm dreaming, so get the fuck out here. Tommy, you're not dreaming, Phil told him in a gentle voice, holding his hands up placatingly. I know you're probably freaked out after Dream took you, but... Stop it. Tommy snapped. I'm not stupid. I know this isn't real. He backed up until he hit the railing of the stairs, shrinking back as Techno, Phil, and Wilbur all began to close in on him. Just calm down and take a moment to breathe, Wilbur said. I promise we got you out. But you didn't. I know you didn't because I can tell this isn't real. Tommy insisted. He wasn't wrong. He wasn't. This wasn't real or else he'd be able to see outside the windows. You fucked up the windows again, 404. That's how I know. Tommy, tell us what's wrong with the windows. Techno was talking as though he were speaking to a scared animal, and in a way, Tommy figured that's what he was right now. A scared animal trapped in a corner, ready to bite his way out if that's what it came down to. I can't see out of them, he explained. There's nothing outside. Just white fucking void. Techno opened his mouth again, but Tommy spoke before he could. You're not going to be able to convince me otherwise. I know I'm right. There was a beat of silence. And then just like that, Techno, Wilbur, and Phil all froze in place, as if a pause button had been hit on them. The door to Wilbur's bedroom opened, and Tommy watched the other Tommy stroll out with a grin on his face. I'll admit, I wasn't expecting you to figure it out this time, the other him taunted. Narrowing his eyes, Tommy shoved past the frozen figures and barreled straight into the copy of himself. With a loud shriek, he slammed the other Tommy against the wall, holding his arm up on his chest to press him back into the plaster. This isn't going to work. I figured it out, you fucking bastard, Tommy hissed. The other Tommy laughed, not trying to fight against the grip Tommy had on him. Then, as if a Photoshop layer was being turned down in opacity, Tommy watched as his own face faded away, leaving 404 in place of the other Tommy. Well, it was worth a shot, don't you think? 404 said, now speaking in his own voice. Sure it was, but it didn't fucking work, you lame ass bitch, Tommy shot back, pressing the hero further into the wall. So let me wake up for real this time. 404 shrugged. Alright, I can do that. But just trust me when I tell you that this would have been a much easier way of doing things. And once again, the world began to fade to black around Tommy. But something about it felt different this time. It was heavier. As if the darkness was quite literally swallowing him whole. Then, everything went dark, and Tommy was gone. Tommy's head hurt. His ears were ringing as he slowly came to. He was sitting on something hard and cold, and his back ached from where he was hunched over. Blinking open his eyes, the first thing he saw was his feet being tied to the legs of a wooden chair. When Tommy tried to move his arms, he was met with resistance, and realized his wrists were tied down as well. Then, he heard footsteps walking towards him, and his heart leapt into his throat. Whipping his head up, he saw Dream walking towards the chair he was tied to. They seemed to be in some sort of abandoned warehouse, with rotting wood walls, and stained concrete floors. Behind Dream, 404 was leaning against a wall, smirking at him. Tommy would have flipped him off if he was able to lift his hand. "Tommy, I'm glad to see you're finally awake. Did you sleep well?" Dream asked, leaning down so he was at eye level with Tommy. Tommy narrowed his eyes. "What the hell are you planning on doing with me besides fucking with my dreams?" Dream leaned closer, and despite the mask, Tommy could tell he was smiling underneath it as well. "That's an easy one. We just want to ask you a few questions," Dream explained. "What, like an interrogation?" Tommy asked, deepening his scowl so Dream couldn't see the fear those words struck into him. "It doesn't have to be an interrogation. We don't want this to turn ugly, so if you just answer our questions, it'll be easier for all of us," Dream told him, resting a hand on Tommy's shoulder. "The syndicate has hurt a lot of people, and I just want to stop them from doing that anymore." "Fucking bastard. Acting like he was the good guy here when he'd tried to kill everyone in the syndicate 10 times over. What do you want to know?" Tommy pushed. Dream squeezed his shoulder, but it wasn't like when Wilbur or Siren did it. It wasn't meant as a gesture of comfort, but as a threat. "I want you to tell me the civilian identities of everyone in the syndicate." Questioning. "I want you to tell me the identities of everyone in the syndicate." Dream's words echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down Tommy's spine as he struggled to keep his expression neutral. He could admit the truth. He didn't know the identities of anyone in the syndicate, save for Nemesis's name. They had been so careful to keep that from him just in case a situation like this came up. But judging by Dream's tone, the way he was leaning into Tommy like a predator assessing their prey, Tommy had a feeling he wasn't going to believe him even if he told the truth. So instead, Tommy did the next most logical thing he could think of. He spit on Dream's mask. There was a heavy silence as Dream stared blankly at Tommy, Tommy's spit trailing down the front of the porcelain. Then, Dream took a deep breath and straightened up, and Tommy braced himself to be slapped. That's what they did in interrogations, right? He was probably about to get the shit slapped out of him. Dream curled his hands into fists, but then took a second, very deliberate breath as if he was struggling to keep his composure. "That was rude," Dream said in a flat voice. "There's your answer," Tommy hissed, narrowing his eyes at the hero. "I'm not telling you shit, bitch." His heart was about to beat out of his chest, and if he hadn't been tied down to the chair, he was certain he wouldn't be able to stand because his legs were shaking so badly. But Dream didn't need to know that. He didn't give a shit what the hero did to him, he wasn't going to give up his friends. Dream let out a low chuckle, and it was bone-chilling to hear. This man was the complete opposite of the #1 hero he'd watched give him lectures about responsibility in detention. This was the real Dream. One who was determined to get what he wanted by any means necessary. "You're loyal. The syndicate got lucky in finding you," Dream commented, reaching behind him for his cape. He used the edge of the dark green fabric to wipe the spit off his mask before letting it flutter back down around his ankles. "Or is it that you're afraid of them? Afraid of what they'll do to you if you reveal their secrets? Because if that's the case, Tommy, I can keep you safe. You'd never have to worry about the syndicate again, if you were to help me." Tommy scoffed. "I'm not afraid of them, dickwad." Maybe he had been afraid in the beginning. Afraid of saying no to their offers. Afraid of what they might do if he refused to help them. But things were different now. Tommy wasn't afraid of them at all. But was he afraid for them? Yes. Very much so. Which was why he wasn't going to give Dream anything. Not if he could help it. So it's the first one then. Loyalty. Dream folded his arms across his chest. That one's tougher. Breaking manipulation always is. At this, Tommy frowned. Manipulation? I haven't been manipulated. Yes, you have, Dream said, his tone gentle as though he were speaking to a child. You don't realize it, but they've been manipulating you to their side. To see them as the good guys and me as the bad guy. Oh fuck off. You're not gonna get anywhere trying to gaslight me or whatever the fuck, Tommy snapped. I'm not trying to gaslight you, Tommy. I'm trying to help you. Dream exclaimed, and there was such a genuine note of concern there that it almost made Tommy falter. The syndicate's been pulling you to their side. Getting you involved in something you should have never been involved in. I mean, for fuck's sake, you're just a kid. For a moment, Tommy blinked in surprise. Of all things he had expected the hero to bring up, he hadn't once considered that Dream would care that he's a kid. No. That didn't matter. Dream didn't actually care. He was just trying to make Tommy think that he did. He wouldn't fall for it. Pretty bold of you to go around kidnapping children as the #1 hero, Tommy pointed out. Dream sighed. I didn't have any other choice. I couldn't get a warrant to arrest you, and if I just tried talking to you the syndicate would have been on my ass in seconds. Then untie me if you just want to talk, Tommy challenged. I can't do that because you'll just try to run away. Tommy snorted. Damn right I would. Whatever you might think of the syndicate, they didn't kidnap me. But didn't they? Dream asked, cocking his head to the side. Maybe not literally. But they pulled you into their world, got you to work with them as their healer until you were so deep and you couldn't escape. Tommy clenched his jaw. That wasn't true. Sure, Blade had forced him to heal Zephyrus once, but that was the only time he'd really been forced to heal someone. He hadn't been dragged into the syndicate against his will. Right? It didn't matter now. He didn't regret getting involved with the syndicate. Not anymore. They never forced me to do anything I didn't want to do, he said. It was a slight lie, but again, his hand had only been forced once. It was close enough to the truth that it sounded genuine on his tongue. Besides, they wouldn't have been so desperate for a healer if you weren't trying to kill them every time you got in a fight. Dream huffed at that. You think I want to have to go that far? I'd love to be able to focus on incapacitating villains, but when they're trying to kill me. Or my friends. I mean, I'm sure you saw Nemesis almost kill Flame. If I hadn't stepped in, he would have died. Only because Flame almost killed Thanatos. Tommy argued. Did you see that fight? When Nemesis and Thanatos still went by Arson and Iceman, and Flame was sent out on his own to go take care of them. Dream challenged, his voice going hard. No, but I saw the aftermath. I nearly passed out when I healed Thanatos from those burns, Tommy told him. How do you know that wasn't self-defense on Flame's end? Dream then asked. Villains attack us, and we act in self-defense. Sometimes we have to go to extreme lengths to protect ourselves. I don't like it, but it's the way things are. What the hell kind of threat could Siren have posed to you that meant you had to shove a pipe through his fucking stomach? Tommy snarled, remembering that fateful night in the alley that started all this. Dream stared at him for a moment, and Tommy tried not to squirm in his seat. You don't realize how dangerous your friends are, do you? I'm not an idiot. Of course I do, Tommy shot back. He'd seen plenty of news reports on the syndicate in the past. He'd seen the kinds of things they could all do, the battles they'd won, the lack of mercy they showed their enemies. It was precisely why he'd been so terrified of them in the beginning. And yet you still choose to help them? They're murderers, Tommy. Don't you see that? Tommy opened his mouth to argue, but Dream made a sking noise and shook his head before he could. Tell me how many people you think Siren's killed, he challenged. Tommy blinked. Of course he knew that Siren had killed people before, but he hadn't actually thought of specific numbers. I'm not sure, Tommy admitted. Dream reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. He tapped a few times on the screen, before turning it to face Tommy, showing him grainy security footage down by the ports in South Bay. The video started to play. Tommy watched as Zephyrus and Blade fought against armored police officers, the two moving with a type of fluidity and synchronization that only came from years of working together. Blade would send his sword slicing through the air and Zephyrus would lift higher than the blade without needing to be told. Zephyrus would swoop down from his flight to snatch someone up, and Blade would lift his sword to send his sword straight into their middle. It was almost like a dance. But there were a lot of police officers. If Tommy had to guess, he might even say there were 100 of them. And despite how powerful Zephyrus and Blade were, there were only 2 of them. Tommy's breathing hitched when a bullet ripped into Zephyrus' side, and he came crashing to the ground. Blade was immediately on him, shielding him with his body as the police advanced with their guns drawn. Then, a honey-coated voice broke through the staticky white noise of the video footage. Stop, Siren ordered as he suddenly appeared beside Zephyrus and Blade, making all the police officers freeze in place. Tommy stared at the video with wide eyes, his heart dropping into his stomach at Siren's next words. Kill each other. Until there's no one left standing. And just like that, the police officers turned on each other. Bright flashes exploded across the screen as the officers shot each other over and over, their black armored bodies collapsing into piles like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Blade dragged Zephyrus off screen, while Siren stayed to watch the chaos unfold. Although Siren was his friend, although Siren was someone Tommy trusted wholeheartedly, it was in that moment that he remembered exactly who Siren was. Watching his dark coat billow in the breeze blowing in from the sea, his expression unreadable under his mask as he watched these officers murder each other under his orders, a shiver ran down Tommy's spine. When there was only one officer left standing, the sole survivor of the chaos, Siren stepped over the bodies until he was standing right in front of the man. Now kill yourself. The officer didn't hesitate as he pressed his gun to his chin and pulled the trigger. When Siren turned back around, Tommy saw blood splattered across his face, and felt bile rise in his throat. Dream pulled the phone away from him, clicking out of the video and pocketing it once again. Then, he stared down at Tommy, his smiley face gaze as unreadable as ever. What did you think? He asked, as if that was some sort of film he'd shown Tommy and wanted to get his opinion on. Tommy grit his teeth as he tried to hide the nausea that was rolling over him like a wave. He'd known that Siren killed people before. The media talked about how he could control entire crowds, and took full advantage of that ability whenever it was necessary. This wasn't news to Tommy. He'd just never seen footage like that before. Usually the news would only show small clips of Siren's mass mind control before cutting away, citing that the footage was often too graphic to show on live TV. Now he understood why. What were they doing down by the ports? Before the police officers showed up? Tommy asked, struggling to keep his voice level. There was a warehouse there that had just received a shipment of highly dangerous weapons designed for hero use. Like 404's knives or my swords. The syndicate was trying to steal them, Dream explained. How long ago did that happen? Dream tapped his finger against the bottom edge of his mask in thought. A few months ago, I think. Something cold settled into Tommy's gut at that. A few months ago Zephyrus and Blade showed up at his apartment for the first time, and Zephyrus had a bullet wound in his side. According to them, Siren was busy doing something else, which was why he'd given Blade Tommy's address so he could heal Zephyrus. That's what Siren had been doing. Taking care of those police officers while Blade dragged Zephyrus to his apartment. A part of Tommy was tempted to ask Dream for a bucket so he could throw up into it. But took shaky breaths, refusing to let Dream see how much this was getting to him. He knew the syndicate did things like this beforehand. This wasn't news to him. Why was he so affected by this? He knew it was because there was a difference between hearing about the horrible things the syndicate did and actually seeing them with his own eyes. But even as the cold horror settled onto his shoulders like a physical weight, he had to remind himself that this was what Dream wanted. Dream was trying to shake his loyalty to the syndicate. Besides, Zephyrus had been injured. Of course Siren was going to resort to drastic measures when they were surrounded on all sides, with Zephyrus hurt and the group of officers crowding in on them. He didn't need to go that far though. He could have made all of them fall asleep, a traitorous voice in his mind whispered. No. This was what Dream wanted him to think. Tommy knew that even if Siren was a villain, he still deserved to be healed. All of them did. If you think showing me some shitty security camera footage is gonna make me break that easily, you've got another thing coming, Tommy said, meeting Dream's mask with a silent challenge in his eyes. Dream chuckled. You're stubborn. Good to know. Suddenly, 404 appeared at Dream's side, resting a hand on the taller hero's shoulder. Ask him about his brother, 404 told him, smirking at Tommy. I saw it in his dreams. There's some sore spots in the family. Tommy frowned. Brother? Family? Who the hell was 404 talking about? He hadn't seen Tubbo or Renbu in his dreams at all. What's his name? Dream asked, glancing at 404. Wilbur, 404 replied, looking so self-satisfied, he was like the cat that had just gotten the cream. Oh. Oh. It seemed like even though he'd been able to manipulate his dreams and watch what happened in them, 404 wasn't able to read his thoughts during them. He'd just seen his interactions with Wilbur and assumed that Wilbur was his brother, not that Wilbur possibly had any connection to Siren. Thank God. That was one less thing he had to worry about. But now Wilbur could be a target if they thought he was Tommy's family. So he squashed down the warmth in his chest that still showed up at Wilbur being referred to as his brother, and forced himself to let out a sarcastic laugh. You think Wilbur is my brother? He asked, matching 404's smirk with one of his own. You might be able to see my dreams, but you really don't understand shit, do you? 404 frowned, his smirk disappearing. Wait, he's not your brother. No, he's just a friend of mine. I met him at work, Tommy explained, trying to sound as flippant as possible in the hopes that they would think Wilbur wasn't important to him. But you had a room at his house, 404 pointed out. Yeah, his family's been letting me stay with him for the past few weeks because my living situation is a bit shit right now. That's all though. He's not my family or anything, Tommy said, and although it was the truth, it felt like lies passing between his teeth. So he's not important to you? Dream asked, folding his arms over his chest. Tommy didn't like the way he asked the question, but kept his expression still as he shrugged. I mean, he's my friend of course. But I wouldn't say he's that important to me. So you wouldn't mind if we paid him a visit? Dream pushed, and Tommy felt every cell in his body freeze at that. Just to chat with him, ask if he knows anything about your side job. His heart raced in his ears. Dream was just bluffing him. He wasn't actually going to visit Wilbur. I mean, I don't think that's necessary. I don't want him to find out about all this stuff, the last thing he needs is to get involved in it, Tommy said, his veneer of forced casualness slipping fast. Nah, I think he's already involved in it thanks to you, Dream replied. That's the consequence of working with villains. Anyone you care about is going to get dragged into their problems right along with you. I know what he looks like. 404 jumped in, pulling out his phone. Shouldn't be too hard to find his file. How many people are even named Wilbur these days anyway? Good to know. Maybe we can even bring him here to join you, Tommy. For all we know, maybe he saw the syndicate one night when you were leaving the cafe. Tommy clenched his jaw. They were just bluffing. That was all. Found his file. 404 declared after a few beats of silence, lifting his phone in the air with a triumphant grin. Wilbur Soot, he lives in South Bay with his dad and his brother. Let's see that address, Dream hummed, leaning over to look at 404's phone screen. Oh yeah, shouldn't take too long for us to get there. No. Tommy shouted, cutting them both off. Shit. They knew Wilbur's name, and they knew where he lived. It might not be a bluff, and if it wasn't, then Wilbur was going to get hurt because of him. Because of his shit. He couldn't let that happen. Dream glanced up from the phone and hummed. Oh? You don't want us to do that. Don't you fucking touch him. Tommy snarled. Him and his family have nothing to do with this shit, okay? 404 and Dream exchanged a knowing look. Seems like 404 hit the nail on the head with the brother comment, Dream said, sounding amused. Fuck you, Tommy spat. Your problem is with me helping the syndicate, right? Wilbur's got nothing to do with that, so leave him the fuck alone. How about this, Dream began, taking a step towards Tommy. You start answering my questions, and if you don't, we'll go find your brother and see if he knows anything. Tommy gulped. He'd fucked himself over, and now they knew they could use Wilbur as leverage against him. Fuck. Shit. Fucking shit. But I don't know anything, Tommy admitted, looking up at Dream with pleading eyes. I don't know the syndicate's identities. They never told me anything just in case something like this happened. Now that's bullshit, Dream said, resting a hand on Tommy's shoulder. You've been working with them for months. They trust you completely. There's no way they never let anything slip. Tommy thought of Nemesis, and how he had her real name Nikki floating in his mind. He thought of Siren, and how with each passing day, it was getting harder and harder not to compare him to Wilbur. No. He wasn't giving those things up. I don't know anything, I swear. Tommy whined. Please, Dream, they never told me shit. I was even blindfolded the day they brought me to their secret base because they didn't want me to know the way. The grip on his shoulder tightened, and Tommy felt his body tremble as Dream leaned down so they were face to face again. I don't like liars, he said quietly. There was a beat of silence as Tommy waited for Dream to make a move. He wasn't going to break. Fuck him. Suddenly, the tense silence was shattered like glass as a phone began to ring. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief as Dream straightened up, patting his pockets until he pulled out his phone. His ringtone was obnoxiously loud, and Tommy wondered who the hell even had their phone off silent these days. Dream sighed when he glanced at the screen. 404, keep an eye on him. I need to take this. 404 nodded as Dream took a few steps away from the chair, holding the phone up to his ear as he answered the call. Hey Flame, he said in greeting, the mention of the other hero making Tommy instantly straighten to attention. Yeah, we're in public right now. We're patrolling down in East Side. A pause. Yeah, of course everything's fine. There's just been some sightings. Nothing unusual. Another pause. No, we haven't seen anything. Did you hear about anything going on? No? Then why does he want me back at the tower? I mean, does it have to be right now? Shit. Fine, okay. I'll be there soon. Dream hung up. Seems like our conversation is going to have to be cut short because I'm being called back to the Hero Tower, he told Tommy. Tommy couldn't stop the next words that came out of his mouth. Flame doesn't know about me. 404 twisted his lips into a scowl, while Dream sighed. That's not for you to know. I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious. You lied to him about where you are and what you were doing. If Flame knew you'd kidnapped me, you would have just told him, Tommy snorted, a strange sense of satisfaction washing over him at the knowledge that the heroes weren't as put together as they pretended to be. Kind of funny, innit? You, 404, and Flame are supposed to be the dream team or whatever the fuck. But I bet Flame wouldn't be happy if he found out you kidnapped a teenager, is that it? He's not as fucked in the head as you two. Shut up! Dream shouted, his voice echoing around the warehouse and making Tommy jump in his seat. He stormed back towards Tommy's chair and twisted his fingers into his hair, making Tommy yelp as he pulled their faces close. Don't talk about shit you don't know the first thing about. While Tommy's heart was just about to pound out of his chest as his head throbbed where Dream was grabbing it, he found himself grinning wildly at the hero. This is all gonna blow up in your face soon enough, asshole. You're not nearly as in control as you think you are. There was a low growl in Dream's throat, and Tommy's grin widened. Do it, you fucking pussy. Hit me. I know you want to. It was a familiar mantra, one he'd said to old foster parents when he'd just had enough of walking on eggshells. When he just wanted to get to the bad part and stop hovering in a terrified limbo of will they or won't they. Dream stared at him for a moment, and Tommy could hear his harsh breathing through his mask. Then, the hand let go of his hair, and Dream was storming away from him. Keep an eye on him, 404. And don't try your dream shit on him again. It's not going to work a second time. You got it, Dream, 404 replied, leaning back against the wall, looking like the picture of boredom. Dream disappeared around the corner, and Tommy distantly heard a door being slammed. Now alone with 404, Tommy turned his gaze towards the white goggles. So how's the bathroom situation supposed to work? Do I just gotta tell you when I need to piss or? If you don't shut up I'm putting you to sleep again, 404 cut him off. Tommy sighed. Well, this was going to be boring. That statement turned out to be truer than expected. Dream didn't come back for the rest of the day. Tommy watched the sun pass overhead from one of the dusty windows set high against the warehouse walls, its crawl up and up painfully slow as the hours passed on. His arms and legs were horribly sore from being tied to the chair for so long. Eventually he started to complain to 404, who looked just as bored as he was, but it didn't take long for 404 to get sick of his whining. This time, Tommy didn't dream when 404 put him to sleep. Instead, he woke up when the sky was just turning the soft grey of dawn. He couldn't feel his arms and legs anymore, and figured that was at least better than them being sore the whole time. Dream showed up before the sun had fully risen. Tommy expected the interrogation to resume, but Dream seemed strangely tired. His voice was subdued, and he kept running his hands down his mask as if he was rubbing sleep out of his eyes. 404 left after Dream showed up, saying that he would be back in a few hours but he needed to get cleaned up and check in at the Hero Tower. Once he was gone, nervousness settled over Tommy like prickling over his skin, waiting for Dream to make a move now that the two were alone. But to his surprise, instead of standing up and threatening him again, Dream just sat on the floor leaning against a nearby wall. Do you know why the Hero Committee exists, Tommy? Dream asked, something weary bleeding through his tone. To protect the rich from villains and fuck everyone else over. Tommy shot back, raising an eyebrow. Dream chuckled, although it sounded sad. No, although I can see why you might think that. He paused, wringing his hands in his lap. Heroes were created to protect the city from individuals who used their abilities to get power over others. At first, it was just because standard police officers couldn't always fight back against bank robbers or crime organizations who had individuals with very strong abilities in their ranks. But when highly powered people were made heroes and given the tools to fight back against these criminals, the criminals in turn organized themselves as well. And that's how we started the hero versus villain narrative. Tommy rolled his eyes. That's not all it is anymore though, prick. It's not about protecting civilians. It hasn't been for a long time. It's about getting one up on each other, trying to defeat the other by any means necessary, even if civilians get hurt in the collateral damage. It's harder than you think trying to take down a man with literal invincibility like the Blade without needing to damage a few buildings, Dream pointed out. I would love it if we could contain the fights better. If we could minimize damages while still keeping our heads up in fights. But it doesn't work like that. I remember when you made that office building collapse with all those people still inside it, Tommy snapped. You just had to take out one of the support beams because you had no other choice. But people died because of you, Dream. Innocent people who weren't involved in this shit. Dream's shoulders tensed at that. That was a terrible accident, he murmured, looking down at his lap. I had no idea that the building was unstable. Usually there's, like, redundancies for support beams. You can take out one and the others will still hold. If I'd known I never would have pulled out that beam. Even through the voice modulator, Tommy could hear genuine sorrow in Dream's voice as he spoke. But you still did it. And you didn't even manage to get a scratch on Blade in the end, Tommy said, his frown deepening. You say you're protecting civilians, but who are you really protecting in the end? So what, you think we should just let villains run wild? Should I have just not tried to stop Jester from robbing that casino? He killed 3 hostages, Dream argued. You only cared about that because those gamblers were rich, Tommy scoffed. People get mugged and hurt all the time in Eastside, and I never see you hero fucks patrolling down there. Dream huffed. You think we have freedom over where we patrol? I can't just say, oh I want to patrol in Eastside tonight. The Hero Committee is largely funded by donations from people who live in West End. We're given schedules from the city for where we have to patrol and for how long, and more often than not it's usually centered in the areas where our biggest donors live. Oh please, you're the #1 hero. What are they gonna do if you go patrol in Eastside one night instead of West End? It's not like they're gonna fire you. Being the number one hero doesn't grant you as much freedom as you seem to think it does. Why do you think the captain retired? She got sick of not being able to do the kind of work she wanted to do, so she left, Dream explained, finally looking up to meet Tommy's eyes. I know the committee has problems. But I think it's more effective to try and do what I can instead of just leaving entirely. Many had suspected that the captain's retirement had something to do with her disapproval for the way the hero committee worked. Although she wasn't a very public figure who refused to do interviews unless she had no other choice, there had been rumors that she frequently had gotten into arguments with higher UPS, with her ultimately leaving when they couldn't reconcile. Now Dream claimed to be in the same position. He wanted to help, but he was restricted by the hero committee. It was frustrating for Tommy because while he wanted to dismiss anything Dream said outright, he also could hear at least some grains of truth in what he was saying. That still doesn't give you the right to try and kill villains though, Tommy said, narrowing his eyes at Dream. Not when you lie and say you only aim to incapacitate. You don't understand, Tommy. It's kill or be killed out there, Dream explained, the beady black eyes of his mask boring into Tommy's head. Tommy met his gaze head on. Then why did the warden become a villain? He asked coolly. When Dream straightened up at the question, Tommy knew he'd hit his mark. The warden was a complicated situation, Dream said, stepping over his words with the care of walking through a minefield. He was like the captain in that he didn't like the way things were run. But the syndicate had managed to talk to him, got into his head and fed him lies about how they were the ones doing the right thing. How the system was corrupt and the only way to fix it was to destroy it completely. And so the warden turned against us during a fight, and when our healer, Supreme, tried to stop him, he hurt him. Badly. Tommy thought of Deadless with his soft voice and gentle tone. The way he spoke so fondly of his dog, and how he listened to Tommy's rambling with a surprising amount of patience, and how he never spoke ill of the heroes he used to work with. On the rare occasions Tommy had tried to ask Deadless about his switching sides, he only ever spoke of it as a necessary thing he had to do. Something he couldn't see an alternative for. Deadless thinks he's doing the right thing, Tommy said, tapping his fingers against the arm of the chair. Everyone thinks they're the one in the right, Dream replied, slumping further against the wall. Do you think the syndicate is in the right, Tommy? Tommy bit the inside of his cheek as he turned the question over in his mind. The syndicate wasn't good, but neither was the hero committee. He still didn't know what the syndicate's true goal was, but Dream claimed his goal was to stop the syndicate from hurting people. But actions spoke louder than words, and Tommy wasn't stupid enough to take Dream's words at face value. But that wasn't the question though. The question was if he thought the syndicate was in the right. If Tommy said yes, he would be lying. At least partially so. Because he didn't agree with a lot of what the syndicate did, especially after seeing that security footage of Siren. But at the same time, if he said no, then where did that leave him? After stating over and over again that he was healing the syndicate because it was the right thing to do, if he admitted that he thought the syndicate was bad, did that make him bad by extension? Was he admitting that he was doing the wrong thing? It was all so complicated, it made his head spin just trying to think about it. So instead of giving an answer, Tommy just stayed silent. He hated how it felt like he was handing a victory to Dream. But their family. It wasn't long before 404 came back to the warehouse with 2 brown bags crinkling in his hands. I brought food, 404 announced, holding up the 2 bags to show to Tommy and Dream. Tommy's eyes caught on the yellow M symbol printed on the side, his mouth watering when the scent of McDonald's fries hit his nose. Did you get me my usual? Dream asked, pushing off the wall to grab the bag 404 was holding out to him. No, I decided to get you something you hated just because I felt like being a dick, 404 drawled sarcastically. Dream flipped him off and 404 ignored him as he brought the other bag towards Tommy. I didn't know what you wanted so I got you a chicken nugget meal. Figured it was pretty neutral. Oh. They got him McDonald's too? That was surprisingly nice for kidnappers. Nuggets are fine, Tommy muttered, eyes widening when 404 dropped the bag on his lap. Dream, can I untie one of his arms so he can eat? 404 asked, digging into his pocket. Go for it. Just don't take your eyes off of him, Dream said, sliding down the wall again and taking a burger out from the bag. Yet, like Tommy would try to escape with only one arm free while both heroes sat only a few feet away from him. He may have been impulsive, but he wasn't an idiot. Even he knew that would be a pointless attempt. Nodding, 404 pulled one of his razor-sharp throwing knives from his pocket. Tommy shrunk away at the sight of the weapon, but 404 didn't make any moves to hurt him with it. Instead, he wiggled it underneath the zip tie on Tommy's right wrist and sliced it off in one swift motion. The zip tie fell to the floor, and when Tommy lifted his arm, he gasped at the feeling of pins and needles rushing through his hand. Pocketing the knife again, 404 settled down next to Dream on the floor, reaching into the bag he had and taking out a second burger. Tommy noticed that Dream had pushed his mask up enough to show his mouth, and it was almost disconcerting to be reminded that Dream actually had a face under the mask. That he wasn't just the hero Dream, but he was a person too who ate McDonald's and bickered with his friend and seemingly hated pickles, judging by the way he kept tossing them off his quarter-pounder. Tommy then glanced down at the bag left on his lap. Inside he could see a 10-piece box of nuggets, a medium French fry, and a water bottle. It took a few seconds of stretching his fingers to try and get feeling back into his hand. But once he did, he immediately grabbed a handful of fries and shoved them in his mouth, moaning at how good it was since the only thing he'd had to eat since being kidnapped were the shitty granola bars Dream had been feeding him. After he swallowed the fries, he struggled to open the water bottle with one hand, but managed it after a few seconds of struggling. Dream and 404 had been giving him plenty of water so far so he wasn't thirsty, but it was nice to actually have some water that was ice cold. Then he grabbed the nuggets. There were 2 sauce containers at the bottom of the bag, and there was a flare of disappointment when he saw that 404 had gotten him barbecue sauce. Stupidly enough, he thought back to the night Siren got him McDonald's as a thank you for saving his life. The beginning of the entire mess that had become his life. He remembered the judgmental look Siren gave him for getting ranch with his nuggets, and how Tommy had laughed while calling him a bitch for having taste buds so inferior they couldn't appreciate the deliciousness of ranch dressing. There was an ache in his chest as the memory flashed through his mind. He missed Siren. He missed the banter, the jokes. He missed the reassuring squeezes on his shoulder, the familiar smirk set under a dark blindfold. Tommy missed the syndicate. He missed Zephyr's kind voice. He missed Blade's loud huffs. He missed Nemesis' warm smiles. He missed exchanging A-ups with Thanatos. He missed Deadless' calm way of speaking. He missed Jester's loud laughter. He missed the way Rosethorn would tuck flowers into his hair when he wasn't looking. And of course he missed the others. Ranbu and Tubbo, who he hadn't gotten a chance to make up with before being kidnapped. What if he never got the chance to make things right between them? Did they hate him for staying away for so long? Should he have gotten over himself and come home sooner? Did they even know he was kidnapped? Tommy was sure the syndicate knew by now, but would they have told Nuke and Ender? There was no reason for them to. It's not like they knew Tommy had any connection to them. They probably didn't know. Maybe Tubbo had tried calling Tommy, or Ranbu texted him asking him if he was okay, but he never responded since he didn't have his phone. Would they worry about him? Or would they think he was still ignoring them? Shit, did the suits know? Tommy had been on the phone with Wilbur when Dream showed up. What the hell did he think? Dream didn't seem worried about the authorities knowing what was going on, so it seemed Wilbur hadn't called the cops. There was a very good reason why Wilbur might not call the cops if he knew Tommy had been kidnapped by Dream. But he wasn't going to think about that anymore, because he was working off guesses here. Nothing concrete. But fuck, he missed the suits. Playing Halo in Phil's office, watching documentaries with Techno, and of course listening to Wilbur brainstorm new music. If he closed his eyes, he could almost imagine he was laying on Wilbur's bed, face shoved into blankets as he listened to Wilbur try a few new chords. Wilbur would be humming along, maybe quietly singing a few lyrics as he tried to find a tune to fit them. And Tommy would just listen, voicing his opinion here and there, but mostly just letting the soft notes wash over him. It was strange, how he had the urge to go home, yet there were 2 homes he was thinking of. One was his home with Tubbo and Ranbu. With their stained couch, ratty blankets, the smell of ramen basically ingrained into the walls. He wanted to listen to Tubbo rant and rave about why his code wasn't working without understanding a single word of it, letting Tubbo use him as a sounding board until he figured out the problem on his own. He wanted to lean against Ranbu's shoulder, watching the DS in his hands as he tried to beat his record time at Mario Kart for the 100th time. His other home was with the suits. He wasn't sure when he'd started thinking of the soot house as home, but his chest ached with longing to go back there. He hoped they weren't worrying about him too much. The last thing he'd want to do is make them worried. Fucking hell. He just wanted to go home. Something wet dripped onto the nugget in his hand, and it took Tommy a moment to realize there were tears on his cheeks. He quickly wiped his eyes, trying to hide the fact that he'd started crying without realizing it, and started devouring his chicken nuggets to try and distract himself from his thoughts of home. Of course it wasn't his lucky day though. He'd run out of luck long ago apparently. Are you crying? Dream asked, sounding strangely horrified as he put his burger down. No, I'm not, Tommy snapped, keeping his head down. I'm fine. Fuck off. Shit, are you okay? Do you, not like nuggets? For some reason, Dream almost sounded panicky. Like a parent who had no idea what to do when their toddler started screaming. Tommy almost laughed at that. Yes, it was definitely the nuggets that were making him cry right now. For a superhero, Dream seemed like he could be pretty damn stupid. I said I'm fine, Tommy said, shoving another nugget in his mouth. The last thing he wanted was to tell Dream he was crying because he wanted to go home. He was being pathetic. He had way bigger things to worry about than just missing home. So he decided to change the subject. What's your problem with vigilantes? Tommy asked abruptly, still keeping his eyes down as he chewed on his nugget. Dream seemed taken aback. Hey? Tommy, I can see the tears on your face, you can't just change. Let it go, Dream. He'll be fine, 404 cut in, much to Tommy's relief. If he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't want to talk. With his mask still pushed up, Tommy could see Dream opening his mouth as if to argue. He hesitated though, and after a moment, he fell quiet again. Sighing, he shook his head and moved back to sit next to 404, although he didn't pick up his burger again. Are you gonna answer my question? Tommy spoke up after a moment. About vigilantes. Truth be told, after talking with Dream about the syndicate the day before, he was now curious to see how vigilantes fit into Dream's view of things. Everyone knew Dream didn't like vigilantes, but he didn't understand why he hated them so much. Dream folded his hands in his lap, pushing his mask back down as he leaned the back of his head against the wall. I mean, isn't it obvious? Vigilantes are just villains who put on a better face for the public. Tommy frowned. The fuck are you talking about? Villains are people who use their abilities to get power over others. Vigilantes do the same thing, using their abilities to assert themselves as being above normal civilians, Dream explained, stretching his arms above his head. That's not what vigilantes do at all, dumbass. Tommy argued. Vigilantes try to help civilians. They do what you heroes fucking won't. They stop all the petty crime without any of the glory that you rich assholes get. But don't they get glory? The people love vigilantes, Dream scoffed. Besides, if being a vigilante was really all about helping civilians, why do so many of them end up becoming villains? Like Dryad. She was a vigilante for only a few months before she became Rosethorn. She just got her recognition, waited to make some connections with villains, and then switched sides. Maybe they wouldn't switch sides if heroes didn't try to fucking hunt them down all the time. Tommy hissed, anger flaring up inside him as he remembered the way Tubbo had collapsed like a rag doll when that brick hit him in the chest. Besides, Monarch's been a vigilante for years and they haven't switched sides. Look, Monarch is an outlier. They're the only vigilante that has stayed independent for this long, but I can guarantee you they're just waiting for someone to make them an offer good enough so they can switch sides, Dream huffed. If vigilantes really wanted to help people, they'd join the hero training program. Tommy rolled his eyes. You said it yourself, the hero committee is fucking busted and doesn't let you guys do what you want. Why would someone who actually wants to help people willingly chain themselves to that? The system isn't great, but it's better than just going off on your own, not being bound by any rules and acting like just because you have powers you can do whatever the fuck you want, Dream told him, straightening up in his seat. Vigilantes aren't bound by anything, just like villains. There's no consequence for them if they go too far. Oh yeah, because the heroes have such strict consequences if they fuck up, Tommy snorted. Tell me, Dream, how long were you taken off duty for when you made that building collapse? Less than a month, right? It was supposed to be 3 months suspension, but then Jester pulled his casino heist, and they needed all hands on deck so I got called back in, Dream shot back, folding his arms over his chest. Wow. Real big consequence for your actions there, Tommy huffed, his food completely forgotten about now. It's still more than what vigilantes get. Dream pushed to his feet again, 404 barely glancing up as he munched on a French fry. Like, take Nuke and Ender for example. Nuke's powers are insanely dangerous. He's only caused minor damage with his explosions so far, but if he wanted to, he could level out a fucking city block. And right now, there's no one to stop him from doing that. Tommy stiffened at the mention of Nuke and Ender. Although his connection to the syndicate wasn't a secret, it seemed like so far, Dream and 404 had no idea he had any sort of relation to the two vigilantes, and he'd obviously prefer to keep it that way. He kept his face as neutral as possible as Dream continued. And sure, you might argue that even if Nuke could do that, Ender wouldn't be able to cause that much damage. But his issue is that if he really wanted to help people, there are so many other ways he could do it. Do you realize how useful teleportation as a power is? Ender could be teleporting injured people to hospitals in less than a second so they don't have to wait for ambulances. Or he could help people get out of burning buildings, or even help people caught in the middle of hero and villain fights. But no, instead of using it for that, he just uses his power to keep his friend out of danger during fights. It's so fucking selfish when you think about it. Tommy's free hand curled into a fist. How dare Dream call Ranbo selfish? He wasn't selfish. He was one of the most kind-hearted people Tommy had ever met. In that moment, it was taking all his control not to go off about how wrong Dream was. I don't know why I bothered asking, Tommy huffed, stuffing another fry in his mouth. Dream fell silent after that, and Tommy didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he stewed in his anger, eating the rest of his McDonald's and trying very hard not to let himself think back to the people he missed. Once again, it wasn't long before Dream got another call, and he said he had to go. 404 stayed behind to babysit him again, making sure to put another zip tie on his wrist after he was done eating. Then, he didn't waste any time before putting Tommy back to sleep, clearly not wanting to deal with Tommy's smart-ass remarks without Dream by his side. Tommy was disoriented when he woke up again. Dream was back while 404 was gone, and Dream told him it was late morning. While one part of Tommy was irritated that 404 just kept knocking him out, if there was any plus side to the whole kidnapping thing, it was that he was getting more sleep than he had in years. The morning sun was filtering through the smudged warehouse windows, dust dancing in the beams of light that crossed the floor. It was getting difficult for Tommy to keep track of how long he'd been here for. He was pretty sure this was the third day of his capture, but for all he knew, 404 could have kept him sleeping for more than 24 hours. It's not like he had any way to check what the date was. 404 brought McDonald's for him again. This time it was breakfast food, an egg McMuffin with a hash brown and more water. They repeated the same routine as yesterday, with Tommy having one hand free to eat with, and he winced at the way his wrist joints cracked when he moved his hand again. Once Tommy was done eating, Dream tied him down again and threw out the trash. Then he sauntered over to Tommy's chair, his cape swishing around his ankles with every step. "So, are you going to tell me the identities of the syndicate yet?" Dream asked. Tommy snorted. "Fat chance, fucker." It didn't matter how many moral crises the hero gave him. Tommy still wasn't going to betray the syndicate to the asshole who kidnapped him. Dream huffed. "Come on, Tommy. Think about what we've been talking about. Why are you protecting them? They're not." Before Dream could continue his spiel, that he'd probably prepared beforehand, "Fucking loser," there was a loud pounding noise. Dream froze, his head whipping towards the door of the warehouse that Tommy couldn't see from his point of view, but had heard Dream and 404 going in and out of all the same. Tommy's heart began to beat faster. Could that be the syndicate? Had they found him? Dream whipped his head to 404, who was on his feet in a flash. Holding up one finger, Dream pointed to Tommy, and 404 nodded as he took his place next to Tommy's chair. Tommy gulped when he noticed the knife in 404's hand, and took a shaky breath as Dream walked around the corner towards the door. Tommy heard the door to the warehouse squeak open. Then, Dream spoke. "Flame? What are you doing here?" 404 stiffened beside him as Tommy's eyes grew wide. "Flame was here? What am I doing here?" "Dream, I'm not an idiot. You and 404 have been acting so fucking weird over the past few days. I've barely seen you at the tower, you're not responding to my texts for hours, and now I find you hiding out in some creepy-ass warehouse? Like, dude, come in, I can tell there's something going on," Flame explained, sounding pretty damn pissed. Dream's voice was tight as he replied. "We're just investigating a lead on our own, and it's not exactly in line with what the committee lets us do. You don't want to be involved in this." "Wait." Flame didn't know that Tommy was kidnapped. Dream had been actively trying to hide it from Flame over their phone calls. The only reason Dream would be doing that would be if he knew Flame wouldn't be happy with what they were doing. "What do you mean it's not in line with what the committee lets us do?" Flame asked. Before Dream could respond, Tommy opened his mouth. "Help!" He screamed as loud as he could. "Help me! I'm in he!" Tommy was cut off by 404's hand slapping over his mouth. Still, he was a second too late. Tommy's voice had been heard. "What the fuck was that?" Flame demanded, and Tommy heard pounding footsteps echo through the warehouse. "Flame, seriously, you don't want?" "No. Dream, you don't get to fucking hide shit from me, not when it sounds like you have a goddamn." Flame rounded the corner. He looked almost exactly like he did on TV. Long dark hair pushed back with a white bandana, a flame-patterned mask covering the lower half of his face, black wrappings around his hands leading up to his mid-elbow. The only thing Tommy would say was different about Flame than how he looked in interviews and on the news was that he seemed younger. Like, although Tommy could only see his eyes, something told him this guy had to be in his early 20s at most. Right now though, those onyx black eyes were staring at Tommy with pure and utter shock. Dream rounded the corner behind Flame, shaking his head as he folded his arms over his chest. "I told you didn't want to know," Dream muttered. Flame blinked a few times, as if he was trying to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Tommy squirmed against his restraints again, trying to yell past the hand muffling his voice. "What the who the hell is this?" Flame shouted after his moment of shock passed, whipping his head towards Dream. "You kidnapped a fucking kid." "Look, Flame, he's not just some kid," Dream said, dropping his arms to hold his hands up in a placating motion. "He works for the syndicate," 404 chimed in, grunting as Tommy struggled against his grip. Flame's head turned back towards Tommy, and he could see now that there were flames dancing in his dark eyes. No, he doesn't. This kid is, like, 15. Well, he wasn't fucking 15, but he wasn't exactly in a position to correct that right now. He does, Dream insisted. You know how villains have been coming back from injuries that should have either killed them or taken them out for months. Like when I told you I fought Siren a few months back. Hell, like Nemesis. Flame winced at the mention of Nemesis' name, but quickly schooled his expression. What does that have to do with anything? Dream gestured towards Tommy. He has healing powers. The kid runs a healing business for the syndicate in the back room of the coffee shop he works at. That doesn't make it okay for you to fucking kidnap him though. Flame shouted, waving his hands around wildly. Why the hell didn't you just get a warrant to arrest him? I didn't have enough physical evidence, Dream admitted. But there's an alley that connects to the back of the cafe. I hid around the corner and watched villains go in with bleeding injuries, only to come out minutes later completely healed. It doesn't matter if you knew he was healing villains. Why the hell did you kidnap a teenager? Flame demanded, and Tommy noticed literal flames now starting to dance on his fingertips. For fuck's sake, he knows the identities of the syndicate. Dream yelled, his booming voice echoing around the warehouse. At this, Flame paused. The flames on his hands died down as he gave Tommy a long look, before turning his eyes back to Dream. Silence hung in the air, thick and choking the room like smoke. Tommy could hear his own ragged breaths against 404's hand, the hot air puffing back against his mouth. Tommy watched as Flame dug into his pocket, meeting Dream's mask with an eerily calm expression as he pulled out his phone. His breath caught in his throat. Was he going to call someone? Was Tommy finally going to get out? A shiver ran down Tommy's spine when instead of getting upset at the gesture, Dream laughed. What are you gonna do? Call the hero committee? You know they're just gonna make me let him go and pay the kid off so he doesn't tell anyone, Dream said, and Tommy could hear his cocky smirk. No, I know reporting this to the committee would be useless, Flame responded, tapping a few buttons on his phone. Then, he pointed the phone in Tommy's direction. But I could take a picture right now and send it to every news station in the city. It was as if an icy breeze had blown through the entire warehouse as soon as Flame uttered those words. 404 was frozen, his hand still holding Tommy to the chair, keeping him from speaking. Tommy's hands and legs were zip-tied, and 404's signature goggles were sitting right over his eyes like they always did. There was no way this picture didn't look incriminating as hell. Flame, I know you're upset we didn't tell you, but let's be honest here, you won't do this, Dream said, sounding completely calm. Flame narrowed his eyes. Yes, I absolutely will. You've gone way too fucking far this time. You included, 404. 404 grumbled, but didn't respond. I'm doing what's necessary to take down the syndicate once and for all, Dream explained. We've reached a standstill with them. They keep doing more and more damage to the city, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. The only way is if we know their identities, and this kid has the information we need. Dream, you have a problem, don't you see that? Flame hissed, snapping his head towards the other hero. You're so focused on trying to take down the syndicate that it's like you've completely forgotten why you became a hero in the first place. Our job is to protect citizens, not kidnap them for information. He's not a citizen though. Dream argued. Sure, he might not technically be a villain, but he's not a citizen anymore. He's just as caught up in this as the rest of us are. It doesn't matter, what you're doing is insane. Flame exclaimed, stomping his foot on the ground. I don't care what your reasoning is. This is wrong. Of course I know it's wrong. I'm not fucking proud of what I've done here. But I didn't have any other choice, don't you get that? You keep telling yourself you don't have any other choice, but that's just an excuse and you know it, Dream, Flame said, clenching his jaw. I'm going to take a picture of this and send it straight to the news, unless you let the kid go right now. There was another heavy silence. Even though Tommy couldn't see either of their eyes, he had a feeling that 404 and Dream were having a conversation just through their looks at one another right now. In contrast, Flame kept his eyes locked on Tommy's, the camera of his phone still pointing right at Tommy's face. After a few agonizing beats, Dream took a breath. No. The hush that followed was so silent you could hear a pin drop. No. I said I'm not letting him go, Flame, Dream told him, stepping in front of the camera. Because I know you, and I can tell that you're bluffing. You wouldn't actually send this to the media because you know what would happen to both me and 404 if you did. We'd go to jail. Probably for at least a few decades. I know you better than anyone, and I know you couldn't do that to us. More silence as Flame glared at Dream. Tommy's heart was pounding in his ears as he tried to meet Flame's eyes, tried to beg him through looks alone to please for the love of God get him out of this situation. The seconds ticked on like hours. 1. 2. 3. Then. Fuck you, Dream, Flame muttered, shoulders sagging as he pocketed his phone again. No. That couldn't, he was just giving up? Just like that? You can take the hand off his mouth, 404, Dream said. Ugh, finally, 404 muttered, taking his hand off of Tommy's mouth and wiping it against his pants. He walked away from Tommy's chair, heading back over to stand by Dream's side while Flame stayed frozen in place, staring at Tommy with an unreadable expression. Flame, Tommy started, meeting the man's eyes, why aren't you doing anything? Flame winced at the sound of Tommy's voice, his hands curling into fists at his sides. With his head down, he walked over to Tommy's chair, crouching down in front of it so he wasn't standing above Tommy. I'm sorry, Flame said quietly. I want to help you. I really do. Then why don't you? Tommy asked, his voice cracking. You could get me out of here right now. I don't even know the identities of anyone in the syndicate, I swear. They never told me just in case something like this happened. Flame winced again. I know, but I can't turn them in like that, he admitted, looking away as if he was ashamed to meet Tommy's eyes. They're my family. Even though I know this is wrong, I can't lose them. You get that, right? Tommy wanted to say he didn't understand that. That he would stand up for what was right even if it meant losing the people he loved. Maybe he could. Maybe if he actually found himself in that situation, he would be able to push past his own wants and do what was right. But, he knew it was more likely he wouldn't do that. Although he didn't want to admit that to himself. So he stayed silent, and Flame took that as an answer in itself. I'll do my best to make sure things are okay for you, Flame told him. I won't let them hurt you. There was a loud huff from behind Flame. You really think we'd hurt a kid? Dream asked, sounding offended at the suggestion. Normally I'd say no, but I also didn't think you'd kidnap a kid, so I really don't fucking know anymore, Flame snapped, shooting a dirty look at Dream over his shoulder. Man. I'm not that much of a dick. Dream argued, seeming genuinely offended at the idea that he'd hit Tommy. Considering you kidnapped me, I'd say you kinda are, Tommy decided to chime in. Oh come on, Tommy, we got you McDonald's, Dream then pointed out, walking back over to the wall and sliding to the ground. Wow, you got me nuggets and an egg McMuffin, I can forgive you for literally tying me to a chair now, Tommy mocked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, Flame cut in again. Your name is Tommy? He asked. Oh yeah. Flame didn't know shit about this, so he had no idea who Tommy was. Yeah, that's me, Tommy answered. Also, I'm not 15, dickhead. I'm 17. Flame snorted and held his hands up in mock surrender. My bad. I was just trying to say you look young. Tommy scowled, but Flame seemed to be able to tell there wasn't much heat behind it. At this point, Tommy didn't have the energy to actually get worked up over being called young. It was such a silly thing compared to his current situation. Sure, it was a nice thing to focus his anger on to pretend he wasn't literally in captivity, but it only worked for a few seconds. No, Tommy was fucked. Flame had been his only hope at possibly getting out of here, and he wasn't going to do a damn thing to help him. He could only hope now that the syndicate somehow managed to find him. But it had been days. How had they not found him yet? They had so many resources at their disposal. If they hadn't found him yet, how were they ever going to find him? How long was Dream even going to keep him here? Tommy genuinely didn't know the identities of the syndicate, but it seemed like he wasn't going to believe that. How long would he have to wait before Dream got tired of holding him captive? He had to let him go at some point. It's not like Dream could just keep him here forever. Right? Tommy didn't know, and that terrified him. The rest of the day was strangely quiet. Flame refused to leave, instead sitting on the floor near Tommy's chair, sometimes trying to chat with him about random stuff. Do you like video games? I like Animal Crossing. I meant games that were cool. Bitch, I'll have you know Animal Crossing is extremely cool, but mostly just staying quiet. At one point he laid down on the hard concrete floor, and Tommy was 90% sure he'd actually fallen asleep. Dream seemed reluctant to continue his usual questioning with Flame here now. Instead of going back to the back and forth they'd been having the past few days, Dream instead was just quiet. He was slumped against the wall, occasionally looking at Flame and running his hands over his mask in the same way someone would drag their hands down their face. 404 was definitely the least affected out of the three of them. He'd fallen asleep pretty quickly after Flame had settled in, and woke up when the sun was setting only to pull out his phone and scroll through Twitter for another hour. Eventually, 404 left to get food again. It seemed like he was the only one that could make the food runs, given that Flame wasn't going to leave Tommy alone with either Dream or 404, and Dream definitely wasn't going to leave Flame alone with Tommy. The silence between Flame and Dream was stony at best, downright suffocating at worst. Even if Flame refused to turn Dream in, it was clear he was very pissed at Dream, shutting down any of Dream's attempts to talk with either a sharp comment or just outright ignoring him. It kind of felt like Tommy was the kid in the middle of the divorce argument. Despite how annoying 404 was, he found himself desperately wishing for him to come back so Tommy could fucking breathe again. Thankfully, 404 came back about an hour after he left with a huge takeout bag on his arm. It wasn't McDonald's this time, and the smell of something fried and delicious made Tommy's stomach growl. Oh thank fucking God, Flame muttered, pushing to his feet as he ran for the takeout bag. What did you get? That fried chicken food truck we went to that one time, 404 said as he dug into the bag, pulling out a sandwich wrapped in paper. Tommy, you're fine with fried chicken, right? Tommy clenched his jaw. Again, another reminder. Hopefully he didn't cry over his food again. Yeah, I'm fine with it, he replied, relieved when his voice didn't crack. 404 walked over, taking his knife out of his pocket and cutting off the zip tie on his wrist once again. Flame glanced over, frowning when he noticed Tommy using his one hand to start eating the sandwich. Dude, come in, let him use both hands to eat. No way, Dream cut in, having already pushed his mask up to start eating his sandwich. I'm not risking him escaping that easily. What the hell is he gonna do? There's no way for him to get the zip ties off his ankles with just his hands. Tommy decided to ignore their arguing, not really caring whether or not Dream decided to untie his other wrist. While it would be nice, he could eat the sandwich well enough with just one, as he was already doing. The sandwich was just as good as it was the first time. Fundy's fried chicken was the perfect balance of crispy and juicy, and Tommy wished so badly he could be eating this with Wilbur right now. He glanced up at the moonlight streaming through one of the windows. It was a full moon tonight, and it lit everything up in the warehouse with a soft white glow. Even through the dust on the glass, Tommy could make out stars twinkling against the black. It was strange how some of the stars weren't white though, and instead seemed to be a dark shade of glittering purple. Wait. Those weren't stars. Furrowing his brows, Tommy strained to try and focus more on the odd purple particles that seemed to be floating right outside the window. He'd seen those before, he knew that. He just couldn't remember where. Suddenly, the sound of the warehouse door being kicked down helped Tommy remember where he'd seen those purple particles before. Ender left those behind when he teleported. Meaning Ranbo had just been here. Meaning Ranbo was probably outside, along with Tubbo and possibly even the rest of the syndicate. Tommy smiled as Dream and Flame's argument abruptly cut off. As the sound of storming footsteps began to echo around the warehouse, the three heroes jumped into action. Where is he? A gruff voice boomed. Blade. It was Blade, holy shit. The syndicate was here. Tommy wanted to cry. They came for him. Before he could celebrate though, the Dream Team jumped into action. Flame's arms lit up in swirling shades of orange and red, while 404's throwing knives glinted in the moonlight. Both of them sprinted around the corner, and suddenly there was loud shouting as the fight began. Dream, meanwhile, stayed where he was. He tossed his sandwich to the side, pushing down his mask and turning to face Tommy. I don't want to hurt you, so don't make this hard on me, Dream said quietly, his voice barely audible above the loud yelling and the clanging of metal on metal coming from the part of the warehouse Tommy couldn't see. And before Tommy could ask him what he meant by that, he felt a strange pushing underneath of him. Looking down at the ground, Tommy yelped when he saw that Dream was using his power to lift Tommy's chair into the air with Tommy still sitting on it. What the Dream put me down? Tommy shouted, struggling against the three zip ties still holding him down. He kept moving up. Up, until he was almost hitting his head against the ceiling of the warehouse, which was really fucking high. It was making him dizzy to even try and look down at Dream. The sound of footsteps got louder, and Tommy's breath caught in his throat as several figures rounded the corner. There was Blade at the front, his pink hair tumbling loose around his shoulders as he huffed like a true wild boar. Zephyrus swooped down beside him, his wings somehow looking even darker than usual. Daedalus stood beside them as well, his mechanical arms holding a deadly-looking trident. Then Tommy spotted Nuke and Ender, and even with their masks on Tommy could tell they were looking at him with terror written across their faces. While Tommy was pretty glad to see them here, he had to wonder when the hell those two started working with the syndicate. And then Siren ran in behind the others, freezing in place when he saw Tommy floating near the ceiling, fighting desperately against his restraint. Judging by the shouts he heard coming from the part of the warehouse he couldn't see, Jester, Rosethorn, Nemesis, and Thanatos were battling it out with 404 and Flame. Holy shit! The entire syndicate came here for him. If you come any closer, I'll drop him. Dream threatened, snapping Tommy's attention back to him. Siren opened his mouth, but Dream immediately pressed a button on the side of his mask. Siren, either you keep your mouth shut, or we're going to have a really hard time with negotiations since I won't be listening to a word you say, Dream said, and Tommy realized he must have some kind of deafening feature in his mask. Zephyrus placed a hand on Siren's shoulder, silently shaking his head no. Siren grit his teeth, and Tommy could feel his eyes boring into him through his mask. But he shut his mouth, and Dream pressed the side of his mask again. Good. Now, where were we? Dream asked, cocking his head to the side. How about you give Tommy back to us and we won't paint the walls with your blood? Blade growled, tightening his grip on his sword. While that's a tempting offer, I think you might have to do better than that, Dream hummed, tapping his chin with the hand not holding Tommy up. Dream, you're outnumbered pretty badly here. If you hand him over to us without issue, we'll do you one mercy and not kill you right now, Zephyrus warned, his voice like ice compared to the fire in Blade's. Oh? You think you're outnumbered? Dream laughed, and it was that harsh and grating laugh that he hated. Suddenly, Dream whipped his free hand over, and Nuke shrieked as he went flying. His body slammed against the wall to his left, and he was pinned there by Dream's invisible force. Nuke! Ender screamed, teleporting to his side. He tried to pull Nuke off the wall, but Nuke was gasping as he tried to struggle against the telekinesis, and neither of them were strong enough to push against it. Let him go, you bastard! Tommy screamed, still fighting desperately with the zip ties. His wrist was starting to bleed now from where the zip tie was cutting into his skin, but he didn't care. Tubbo was getting hurt. He had to try and do something to stop Dream. Dream, Deadless' calm voice suddenly broke over the chaos, you know this isn't going to end well for you. You're not able to take all of us. Dream whipped his head in Deadless' direction so fast, Tommy thought his neck might break. Oh really, Warden? You really think I can't take all of you? He laughed again, and it made Tommy's blood run cold. I am not going to give up until I get what I want, and that's the identities of everyone in the goddamn syndicate. Then, Nuke fell to the ground, and he gasped as he struggled to sit up. Now with his second hand free again, 3 swords rose out of the sheaths on Dream's back, floating around his head ready to strike. Dream kept glancing between Blade, Zephyrus, Deadless, and Siren. He was waiting for one of them to strike first. Which is why he didn't see Ender until it was too late. In one moment, Ender was kneeling next to Nuke. The next, he was right in front of Dream, sprinting at him with a battleaxe in hand, that he definitely got from Blade, leaving behind a flurry of purple particles in his wake. One of Dream's swords rose up to easily block the heavy swing Ender made with the axe. But as soon as the sword blocked it, Ender disappeared again, the axe clattering to the ground as Ender reappeared on Dream's other side. Tommy watched as he body slammed Dream's side, and then everything went in bullet time. Dream began to fall backwards with Ender on top of him. The hand Dream had been using the whole time to keep Tommy up flew to the side, before moving backwards as Dream struggled to catch himself. Tommy felt the chair he was in suddenly jerk backwards with violent force. Tommy was moving very fast towards the wall behind him. Far too fast. Shit! Tommy Dream yelled, trying to reach up towards Tommy again, but it was too late. The chair, with Tommy still tied to it, slammed into the wall with the kind of force Tommy imagined you'd feel in a car crash. He heard loud cracks as the wooden chair splintered underneath him. Then, he was falling. The concrete floor rushed up to greet him with open arms, and when Tommy hit, there was a deafening crunch. As his bones met the floor with more impact than what was probably healthy. For a moment, he was numb. His head was spinning, and all he heard was a loud ringing in his ears. Then the pain hit. Yeah, definitely wasn't healthy to fall that far. It was a hot flood of burning pain that washed over him all at once. Sharp stabs were shooting through his head, fire was licking his veins, and every breath felt like needles were jabbing into his lungs. The ringing in his ears began to fade just enough for him to hear a voice. Tommy! Siren screamed, his trench coat flaring out as he sprinted towards Tommy. And suddenly, Siren was there. He was kneeling at Tommy's side, hands hovering over his arms, and Tommy realized his head was sitting on something wet. Oh my god, fuck, Tommy, I'm so sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry. He was cut off by a shriek coming from behind, and Tommy tried to move his head to see what it was, but it sent another wave of pain through his skull and he screamed. Fuck. Don't try to move, Toms. You'll only make it worse, Siren said, his voice cracking as he struggled to keep calm. It's just the others fighting Dream. They're taking care of him. Shit. Yeah. Dream. They were fighting him right now, weren't they? God, he wanted to see what was happening so badly, but the pain was only getting worse by the second, and it was making his vision spin. A whine rose up out of Tommy's throat as a bright light began to shine from his chest. His healing. His body was probably trying to heal itself. There was a loud pop in his ears when he felt a rib shift back into place, and he cried out again at how badly it hurt. Then, more purple particles flooded his already swirling vision as Ender appeared next to Siren. Holy, this is bad. This is so bad, Ender stammered. Ender, I need you to teleport us out of here, Siren ordered, grabbing Ender's arm. It doesn't have to be far. Get us to a nearby roof or something. Ender gulped. Okay. Okay, but I don't know if I should try to teleport him while he's... It's better than staying here and risking him getting hurt more. Siren snapped, making Ender jump. Another rib snapped back together, and Tommy screamed again. The orange glow was getting brighter, making his shirt entirely see-through as he writhed on the floor. Then, there was a hand grabbing his wrist, and Tommy whimpered at the touch. I'm sorry, Tommy. It'll be fast, Ender whispered. Then another voice shouted behind them. Shit. 404, grab Ender before he teleports them out. Dream yelled, sounding much more winded than before. There were footsteps getting louder, and Ender shut his eyes. Tommy's eyes widened as 404 appeared behind Ender, reaching for his head to put him to sleep, but right before he could touch his hair everything disappeared. There was the darkness and the stomach swooping sensation again. Tommy screamed at the vacuum that pulled over his body, jostling all his broken bones and sending more and more pain through him. And then suddenly, the world was back. Cold air stung his cheeks as he landed against another hard surface, and although his vision was still spinning, he could just make out the stars. Are you okay? Siren asked, his face blurring into swirls of deep blue-black fabric and soft brown hair. Tommy could only whimper as the glowing in his chest grew brighter. His shoulder wrenched back into its socket and he shouted again, the tears streaming down his cheeks hot against his skin. What do you think we should do? Ender asked, still holding onto Tommy's wrist with so little pressure, it was like a feather. You need to go back to the warehouse and help them out, Siren told him. I'm gonna be fucking useless in there compared to the rest of you. I can stay with him and get him home. You need to make sure Dream doesn't come after us. Ender frowned. But... Ranboo, I swear to you on my life I'm not going to let him get hurt again, Siren whispered, and Tommy jolted hearing Siren use Ranboo's name. I made that mistake once. I'm never making it again. There was a beat of silence, and Tommy could see the orange light from his chest shining against Ranboo's black hair. Okay, he finally relented. Tommy, Tubbo, and I will be back soon. Tommy would have nodded if he could, but it was getting so hard to even comprehend what people were telling him. By the time he processed what Ranboo said, he had already disappeared again, leaving him with Siren. Siren gently rested a hand on the shoulder that had just popped back into its socket a few moments earlier, and Tommy was relieved when it didn't worsen the pain. Can you hear me, Toms? Barely. His head felt like it was full of cotton, and as the pain gradually began to dissipate as his healing pushed itself to the limit, his body was getting heavier than he'd ever felt it before. Kinda, Tommy muttered, his words slurring. You're gonna be alright, Siren told him. It's okay now. You're safe. You did so good. Tommy whimpered as another bone snapped together, and suddenly there was a hand in his hair. Siren took care to avoid the blood spot on the back of his head, although Tommy was pretty sure it had mostly healed itself by now. Instead, he carted his fingers through the curls on top of his head, and the touch was soft, so reassuring, that he melted into it. He tried to use the little energy he had to put all his focus onto how nice it felt, instead of the lingering pain that was still echoing through his limbs. It was so familiar, having these fingers run through his hair. It reminded him so much of the times Wilbur would do this when they would watch movies together, or when Tommy wasn't feeling good after having to heal people. The same calloused fingertips worn down from years of guitar playing were the only thing keeping him from focusing on the cracking sounds of his own ribs forcibly slotting themselves back into his ribcage. He was so tired. Both physically and mentally. He was tired of pretending. He was tired of lying to himself. He was too tired to stop himself from finally giving voice to the thoughts he'd shoved into the back of his mind for so long. It hurts, Wilbur, he whispered, leaning further into Siren's hand. It hurts so much. The fingers stilled for just a moment, and Tommy whined at the loss. Then, after a few beats, the fingers went back to tracing small circles in his scalp. When Siren spoke again, the metal tinge that was always there because of his voice changer was gone. I know it hurts, but you'll be okay, Siren reassured him in Wilbur's voice. You just gotta hold out, Toms. Just a little longer. Tommy forced his eyes open again, his lashes sticking together because of his tears. When he glanced up, his vision wasn't spinning anymore. Wilbur had pushed the mask up, so Tommy could finally see Siren's eyes. He'd been right. Of course he wasn't surprised, but there was an ache in his chest as he met Wilbur's dark gaze while he still wore Siren's clothes. Tommy knew that this was a big deal. This had a lot of implications, and he probably should be pretty damn pissed at Wilbur right now. But he was so unbelievably tired. Every thought came to him slowly, as if his mind had been filled with honey when he wasn't looking. The orange glow had finally faded and taken the pain with it, leaving a bone-deep exhaustion that he'd never felt before. Tommy was too tired to care about being mad at Wilbur right now. He was just so relieved to see his brother again. I missed you, he whispered, his voice little more than a rough wisp of sound. Tears made their way down Wilbur's cheeks. I missed you too, he whispered back, his voice cracking. Can I sleep now? Tommy then asked, already letting his eyes flutter shut. Yeah, you can sleep now, Wilbur nodded, giving him a small smile. I'll be here when you wake up, but... Sleep grabbed onto Tommy like an ocean pulling him under its depths. Tommy sunk into the void so quickly, he didn't hear the last part of Wilbur's sentence. Only if you want me to be. A small piece of home. The first thing Tommy noticed when he woke up was that he was thirsty as fuck. Oh, also his head was killing him. And his body was pretty sore too. Honestly, he was just kind of having a shit time all around. His thoughts were fuzzy as he struggled to remember why exactly he felt so shitty. He knew there was a reason. Something had happened. Something big. But he was still half asleep, and trying to grasp onto blurred memories was like grabbing at wisps of smoke that were blowing just out of his reach. Tommy tried to focus on figuring out where he was first and foremost, because that seemed like a good place to start getting his bearings. He was laying in a bed, he could tell that much. The mattress was plush, and cradled his sore limbs in all the right places. His head was also on an unbelievably squishy pillow, and he could feel his cheek being smushed into a soft pillowcase. It was odd. He wasn't used to sleeping in a bed after. Wait. All at once, everything came flooding back. The kidnapping. Talking to Dream. Flame not helping him. The syndicate showing up to save him. The memory of hearing his own bones break echoed in his ears, and although the memories were addled by pain, he unfortunately could recall the entire past few minutes he'd been conscious with perfect clarity. Ender teleporting him out. Siren, crouched down next to him, apologizing over and over and running his hands through Tommy's hair. Seeing Wilbur's eyes staring out at him from under Siren's mask. Tommy finally giving in and letting the puzzle pieces slot into place in his mind. Siren was Wilbur. The confirmation felt like someone knocking the wind out of him. Of course a part of him had already known. Hell, looking back, it was painfully obvious in retrospect. Wilbur had even joked about meeting Siren over fried chicken sandwiches, back when Tommy was still unsure if he could even call Wilbur a friend. So much had happened since then. Wilbur had lied to him, over and over again. Acting like he didn't know Tommy had healing powers when he healed him in the soot kitchen the first time he came over. Politely not questioning all the times Tommy came back late from a shift at the cafe. Asking Tommy what he thought of Wilbur after healing him as Siren. Oh fuck, he had just been sitting there basking as Tommy praised Wilbur to high heavens. Anger stirred in Tommy's gut. He took advantage of his secret identity and used it to find out what Tommy thought of him in his civilian form. That was just it was fucking embarrassing for him. But, could he really be mad at Wilbur for that? If Tommy was in the same position, given the opportunity to find out what Wilbur thought of him while hidden behind a mask, could he really say he wouldn't do the same? Tommy wasn't sure. There was so much to think about, and his head was throbbing far too much to make any sense of his conflicted thoughts right now. So instead, he decided to put off that crisis and instead traded it for another. He opened his eyes. Despite his conflicted feelings towards the Soots right now, Tommy couldn't help the wave of relief that washed through him when he realized he was back in his bedroom at the Soots. But just as quickly as that relief came, it was replaced with bone-chilling fear. Was he really back at the Soots? Or was this another 404 dream? He'd already been tricked into thinking he was home before because of the hero. What if all of that Flame wanting to save him, the syndicate breaking in, Ender teleporting him and Siren out, what if that was a dream? Tommy bolted upright, ignoring the twin gasps from two figures sitting next to his bed. He didn't even look at who it was, instead lunging for the window behind his nightstand, pressing his hand against the glass and peering outside. The glass was cool, but not too cool. There was no fog blocking the view of the outside. He just saw the Soot's backyard, the same as it always was. But what if there was something else? What if 404 had learned his lesson with the windows and instead found another way to hide that this was a dream? Could he really trust anything he was seeing? Tommy. A voice asked behind him, breaking him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Tommy froze. He hadn't heard that voice in his dreams before. Whipping his head around, Tommy felt something seize in his chest when he saw Tubbo and Renbo sitting next to the edge of his bed, both staring at him with identical expressions of worry. Neither of them appeared in the dreams with 404. If they were here, maybe that meant this was real. Tubbo? Renbo. His breathing hitched. Is this real right now? Fuck. What if this was still a dream? His breathing picked up as his eyes darted around the room, trying to find a tell that this wasn't real. His heart pounded in his ears as he tried to find anything that could prove to him that this was 100% reality. What do you mean? Of course this is real, Renbo said, giving Tommy a worried frown. Tommy shook his head, curling his hands in and out of fists. I need you guys to prove it to me. Prove that 404 isn't that he's not fucking with my head again. Tubbo and Renbo shared a look. Suddenly, both of them lunged forward, and Tommy felt a sharp pinch on his arm, followed immediately by a stinging slap against his cheek. The pain startled him out of his panic. What the fuck was that for? What the fuck was that for? Tommy yelped, cradling his bright red cheek with his hand. Tubbo. Why'd you slap him? Ranbu asked, staring at Tubbo with wide eyes. I thought we were just supposed to pinch him at the same time. Tubbo put his hands up in mock surrender. I just thought a slap would be more effective. Tommy gave him a flat stare, and Tubbo at least had the decency to look sheepish. I mean, at least you know you're awake now, right? Well, he had a point. If this had been one of 404's dreams, Tommy was pretty sure getting pinched and slapped at the same time would have caused something weird to happen, and so far everything seemed completely normal. His hands were still trembling as he took a shaky breath, twisting his fingers into the soft blanket covering his legs. This was reality. It had to be. Then, there was a hand tugging his own away from the blankets, and he glanced up to see Ranbu squeezing his fingers. You're awake, Tommy? I teleported you out of there with Siren, remember? Tommy nodded. He remembered. Good. This is real, I promise, Ranbu reassured him, his hand around Tommy's giving him something to focus on. Ranbu's hand felt perfectly real. There was even the ridge of a scar on his ring fingertip pressing into Tommy's hand, which Tommy knew the boy had gotten when he was trying to cut dry ramen noodles in half with a knife because Tubbo wanted to be able to eat the dry noodles on the go as a convenient snack. Okay, Tommy breathed, the tension in his shoulders seeping out. I believe you. This was reality. He had actually been saved. He was finally home. Fucking hell, Tommy muttered after a few moments of silence, a pounding headache slamming into him with the force of a truck. Breaking all your bones really does make you feel like shit. I'll say. You were passed out for, like, a day and a half, Tubbo told him. Tommy froze. A day and a half. Tubbo nodded, and Tommy dragged a hand down his face. Jesus Christ. What the hell even happened after I passed out? What he wanted to ask was what happened to Dream. Did the syndicate pin him down? Did the syndicate kill him? As strange as it might seem, Tommy really hoped the latter wasn't true. Despite the fact that Dream literally kidnapped him, the idea of the syndicate killing the man put a bad taste in his mouth. Dream hadn't meant to hurt him, and despite Tommy trying to get a rise out of him, he'd never been cruel to Tommy during his captivity. Sure, he was an annoying bastard with a superiority complex, but it didn't seem like he was a genuinely bad person. More like someone pushed to the edge of desperation, just trying to do what he thought was necessary. He didn't deserve to die. Well, Ranbu began, his eyes falling to his lap. After I teleported you and Siren out of there, I went back to the fight and we were all trying to pin Dream down. But I guess since you were gone and he knew he wasn't going to be able to find you again, he decided to just get out of there. The fucker basically sent out like a giant shock wave to knock us all down, Tubbo chimed in. We all fell onto our asses, and Dream launched himself, Flame, and 404 out the nearest window. By the time we all got to our feet, he was long gone. So he escaped? Tommy asked, raising an eyebrow. Both of them nodded, and something loosened in Tommy's chest. Sure, it wasn't great to know that Dream was still out there running free and could very well kidnap him again if he wanted, but it was better than him being dead. I'm sorry, Tommy, Ranbu said, his voice strained. Tommy shrugged. Not your fault. You guys tried your best, and honestly I think it might be better this way. God knows what the syndicate would have done to him if you guys managed to catch him. Ranbu winced. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't have been pretty. But I'm also just so incredibly sorry for letting you get hurt. Tommy frowned. What do you mean? It's not your fault Dream decided to make me float in the air like some fucking ghost movie. But it's my fault he threw you, Ranbu argued, gnawing on his lip. If I hadn't knocked into him he wouldn't have chucked you into that wall and you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Jesus Christ, Ranbu really did blame himself for everything, didn't he? Ranbu, are you fucking kidding? What you did was totally awesome. He exclaimed. You were so badass out there. You literally charged at Dream and faked him out. No one else would have been able to pull that. Ranbu blinked. But you got thrown into the wall because of that. I should have been more careful. Tommy rolled his eyes. There's no way you could have known that would happen. Plus, there was probably no way of ending that standoff without me breaking at least a few bones. Still. Nope, Ranbu, you're done with the self-blame, Tubbo cut in, slapping a hand over Ranbu's mouth. Remember we've been working on this. Ranbu sighed deeply, but didn't bother trying to fight the hand over his mouth. Tommy would have laughed at the utter defeat on his face if the context were any different. So you guys really worked with the syndicate to save me? Tommy asked after a few moments of silence, realizing he still had no idea how that came about. Yup, we sure did, Tubbo nodded. By the way, we should probably tell you this before one of us slips up and you freak out, but we know Wilbur, Techno, and Phil are Siren, Blade, and Zephyrus. Wait, what? Tommy blinked. They knew? How the hell did Tubbo and Ranbo know Siren was Wilbur? Did he tell them? But why wouldn't he have told? Before he could finish that thought, the second part of Tubbo's sentence slammed into Tommy's mind like a train. The fuck do you mean Blade and Zephyrus are Techno and Phil? Tommy gasped, staring wide-eyed at his friends. Like, I figured out that Wilbur was Siren but... And then, the rest of his sleep-addled mind put the rest of the pieces into place. Siren, Zephyrus, and Blade had always acted like a family. Tommy had suspected the three of them were family ever since that time he had healed Zephyrus up when he had teased Blade about his antics as a teenager. If Wilbur was Siren, then of course Blade was Techno and Zephyrus was Phil. Groaning, Tommy dragged his hands down his face. Do I know any fucking civilians? He grumbled into his fingers. How did you guys even find out their identities anyway? We just figured it out, Ranbo shrugged. But, we should probably also mention that they know we're Nuke and Ender. Tommy's head whipped up at that. What? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, I didn't tell them if that's what you're thinking. I swear on my life I haven't told anyone about you two. Tommy, it's okay, we know, Tubbo cut him off. Wilbur just figured us out like we figured him out. We know it wasn't you. Oh thank God. Tommy really didn't want his friends to think he'd betray them like that. Shoulders slumping, Tommy ran a hand through his hair, wincing when his fingers snagged on blood-matted curls. Can you guys just please explain how the fuck this all happened? You guys working with the syndicate and finding out each other's identities and just being okay with it all. Tubbo and Ranbo shared a look, as if they were silently debating which one of them had to take the job of explaining everything. After a few beats of their stare down, Ranbo sighed and glanced back at Tommy, and began to explain. Ranbo told him how they'd found Siren, Blade, and Zephyrus standing in front of the cafe, Siren clutching onto his broken phone and his backpack discarded on the ground. He went over Siren calling them by their names, and their subsequent return to their apartment where all identities were revealed. Tubbo explained how he found Tommy, having managed to get access to a secret phone Dream used to rent out the warehouse he'd been kept captive in. Nuke and Ender joined in on a syndicate meeting to report their findings, and the group made a plan for how to break Tommy out. Tubbo and Ranbo only knew the identities of Siren, Blade, and Zephyrus. And those three were the only ones who knew Nuke and Ender's identities as well. Since rescuing Tommy, the Suits had been letting Tubbo and Ranbo sleep on the couch in the living room, knowing neither of them would want to leave. As Tubbo finished talking, Tommy found himself frowning at his blankets, his biggest question still being left unanswered. So are you guys like, okay with working with the syndicate now? Or are you gonna go back to hating them after this? Tommy asked, the silent question of where do we stand now? Hidden underneath the words. I mean, the syndicate isn't as bad as we thought they were, Ranbo admitted, looking sheepish. They all seem to really care about you, and while I think we both expected them to be more focused on taking Dream down, that wasn't actually the case. After Dream, Flame, and 404 got away, no one bothered trying to chase after them. Instead everyone started hounding me about you, asking if you were okay. I wouldn't say we're working with the syndicate now, Tubbo chimed in. But I wouldn't be opposed to hearing them out if they'd ever need our help with future stuff. Tommy frowned, his mind flashing back to that security footage of Siren killing all those men. But you guys said it yourself, they're murderers. I thought you'd never want to work with them. Considering the #1 hero literally kidnapped you and had you tied up in a warehouse on the edge of the city, I think the whole villain-hero situation is a bit more complicated than we thought, Ranbo murmured, picking at his nails. Tubbo nodded. If Dream is willing to go that far to get information, then I think I can understand why the syndicate goes to the lengths it does. Tommy stared at the two of them in shock. Of all people to reconsider their stances on the syndicate, Tommy wouldn't have guessed it would be Tubbo and Ranbo. But here they were, saying that they wouldn't mind hearing the syndicate out if they ever wanted to work together again in the future. As if that whole screaming match the three of them had had over Tommy's healing just meant nothing. So where does that leave us? Tommy asked, struggling to keep the bitterness out of his voice. Are you guys still pissed at me for healing them? To his surprise, Tubbo's response was immediate. No. Neither of us are pissed about that anymore, and honestly it was fucking stupid of us to react like that in the first place, he said, scooting a bit closer to the edge of the bed. That was so fucking shitty of us. Especially me. I was a proper dick to you for no good reason, even before you found out we were Nuke and Ender. Tommy shrugged. I mean, I was keeping my own secrets, so it's kind of understandable. No, it's not, Tubbo said, his voice firm. It was unfair to you. I was just being a stubborn idiot. We were keeping a huge secret from you, so I had no right to be pissed at you for doing the same. And I should have tried harder to tell you what was going on, Ranbo added. I shouldn't have just given up as easily as I did, even though I could see how things were splintering between us because of the secrets. Tubbo nodded, nudging Ranbu's shoulder before reaching forward to take one of Tommy's hands. Look, we both fucked up, but me especially. I was an asshole to you in so many ways, and I shouldn't have let my stubbornness let everything go to shit the way it did. I'm sorry, Tommy. For all of that shit. Suddenly, Ranbu joined in to rest his hand on top of Tubbo's. I'm sorry too. Tommy's breathing hitched as he looked between his two best friends, his family. His heart ached because God, he had missed them. He'd missed both of them so fucking much. Without saying anything, Tommy just opened his arms, and the two of them got the message as they surged in for a group hug. Tommy was still a bit sore, but he held back his winces as Tubbo buried his face in Tommy's shoulder, and Ranbu rested his chin on top of Tommy's head. I also owe you guys an apology, Tommy said, his voice muffled by Ranbu's sweatshirt. You don't. No, I do need to apologize, Tommy continued, cutting Tubbo's argument off. Even if you weren't Nuke and Ender, I shouldn't have hidden my healing from you guys. It just put you guys in more danger to be in the dark than if I had just been honest with you. I won't fuck that up again. How about we just agree not to lie to each other anymore? Ranbu asked above Tommy's head. Tommy laughed as the arms around him squeezed tighter. Sounds good to me. Me too, Tubbo agreed, his hair tickling Tommy's jaw. The three of them stayed like that for a few moments, Tommy just relishing in the fact that he had his best friends back. The awkwardness between them had dissipated, and even though Tommy wasn't sure how things were going to go forward from here, at least he knew he had the two of them by his side again. After a little bit, Tubbo and Ranbu pulled back so they were properly sitting in their seats again, and Tommy felt lighter than he had in weeks. Though now that the three of them had said what needed to be said, Tommy noticed the other odd absence from his room. So, not that having you two here isn't fantastic because it is, but where's Will? I thought he would have been hovering by me waiting for me to wake up all worried and shit, Tommy asked, frowning at the closed door to his bedroom. Well, Wilbur wasn't sure if you'd want to see him when you woke up, Ranbu explained, wringing his hands in his lap. He thought it'd be better if he just kind of stayed away until you figured out if you wanted to talk to him or not. Tommy's frown deepened. Did he want to talk to Wilbur? Thinking about him again brought back that same anger from when he'd first woken up. Wilbur had lied to him. He'd been lying to Tommy ever since that first day he came to the cafe. He knew exactly who Tommy was and what he could do, but pretended like that was their first time meeting. Had Wilbur even wanted to be Tommy's friend? Or had he just wanted to keep Tommy close by because of his powers? His heart twisted painfully at the idea that Wilbur might have just befriended him because he was a healer. Was that all he was good for? No. Wilbur genuinely cared about him. He'd called Tommy his brother for fuck's sake. Of course he cared. Right? Or was it all just a ploy? To get Tommy to trust him so he could keep him close? Tommy wanted to believe it wasn't all a lie. But considering how much Wilbur had already lied to him, he honestly wasn't sure. A part of him wanted to ask Wilbur directly. But the idea of seeing him right now, when his body still ached and his thoughts were still stuffed with cotton, leaving everything feeling a bit too raw, a bit too bright, he wasn't sure if he was ready for that conversation yet. Do you want to talk to Wilbur? Tubbo then asked, noticing Tommy's pained expression. Tommy stared at his hands for a moment, before shaking his head. Not right now. I need some time to think things over. Both of them nodded in understanding. Neither of them were going to push him to see Wilbur if he didn't want to, and Tommy was glad for that. Techno and Phil were probably going to want to see him at some point too, and while Tommy wasn't as mad as them as he was at Wilbur, they still had some explaining to do. Before Tommy could worry too much about his future confrontations though, there was a buzz from Tubbo's phone, and he furrowed his brows at the screen. Apparently you have a visitor, Tommy. Tommy blinked. A visitor? Phil says she's waiting outside your door, Tubbo said, reading the text. They all turned their heads to the door, and Tommy frowned as he tried to figure out who it could be. If the person was a woman, then maybe it was Nemesis? She seemed like the type who would visit him while he was sick. Maybe she had Thanatos with her. Hopefully Tubbo and Ranbu were cool with all the syndicate members and not just the suits, because if not things would get really awkward. I'll get the door, Ranbu said, pushing to his feet. Tubbo moved to stand as well as the door swung open, and Tommy's eyes widened when he saw who was on the other side. Puffy! Tommy exclaimed, lurching forward to try and stand up, only for Tubbo to hold him down to the bed with a hand on his shoulder. Puffy, who was holding a Tupperware container of food and a take-out cup from the cafe, smiled at the three of them. Hi guys, I wanted to stop by and check on Tommy, she said, her bright curls bouncing around her head. Ranbu blinked. Oh, come in, he stammered, awkwardly standing aside so she could come into the room. Why the hell was Puffy here? There was no way she could have known what happened. Phil must have lied to her and said he got sick or something as the reason he had missed his shifts. They were friends after all, so Tommy wouldn't be surprised if they talked. But why hadn't Phil warned them what the cover story was? Puffy stepped into the bedroom, making her way over to Tommy's bedside and setting down the food and steaming cup on his nightstand. You look like shit, she teased, pressing a hand to his forehead to check his temperature. You feeling alright though? Tommy was floundering, trying to figure out what he could and couldn't say in front of her. Yeah, I'm okay. Do you feel up to having a conversation? There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, but I don't want to push you if you need more rest. It can wait, Puffy explained gently, running her fingers through his curls. Am I fired? Tommy asked, frowning at her. Puffy laughed. No, you're not fired. It's not one of those conversations. Well, thank fucking God for that. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief, and leaned further into Puffy's hand, enjoying the way her nails scratched his scalp. I'm good to talk then. Alright. Tubbo, Ranbu, do you guys mind leaving us alone for a bit? This is kind of private, she asked, shooting an apologetic glance at the two boys. Ranbu and Tubbo shared an uncertain look, but Tommy tried to reassure them with his eyes. This was Puffy. Even if he wasn't sure what lie Phil had told her, he could manage on his own. After a moment of hesitation, both of his friends filed out, letting the door click shut behind them. Once they were gone, Puffy settled herself in the seat Tubbo had been in, and gave Tommy a warm smile. Phil told me what happened, she said without preamble. Tommy blinked. That could mean a lot of things. He told you. That dream kidnapped you and the syndicate had to go rescue you. Puffy finished without missing a beat. Yeah, he explained it all. What? Tommy froze, staring at Puffy in shock. She knew that Dream had kidnapped him and that the fucking syndicate had rescued him, but she didn't even seem surprised. Had Phil told her about the healing thing? Hell, she didn't even seem confused as to why Phil was the one who told her all that stuff. Did she know Phil was Zephyrus? How the fuck would she know that? Did you? Tommy's thoughts were reeling as he tried to form a coherent sentence in response to that. Thankfully, Puffy seemed to take mercy on him. I know about your work with the syndicate. Tommy blinked. Did Phil tell you? Puffy's smile stayed soft and warm, not seeming even the least bit fazed by what she was saying. If anything, she almost looked sympathetic. Tommy, there's a camera in the back room of the cafe. And just like that, Tommy's breath caught in his throat. There was a camera in the back room. That wasn't possible. He'd never seen a camera in there before. He would have noticed it, right? There's no way he could have missed something as obvious as that. If that was true though, that meant Puffy had known this whole time. Ever since he first healed Thanatos in the back room, Puffy would have known. Which meant she had let him lie to her face for months without saying anything. Without even trying to stop it. What? Tommy squeaked out, unable to piece together a sentence more complex than that. The camera is kind of hidden behind the shelves. I didn't put it like that on purpose, things just got moved around. But yet, I've known about your healing since you first helped Thanatos and Nemesis, Puffy explained, her tone impossibly gentle. So you've known the whole time? Tommy asked, his hands shaking. Who do you think was keeping the first aid kit stocked with bandages? Oh shit. Fucking hell, how could he have been so stupid? How did he never notice that the first aid kit never seemed to run out of bandages, despite the fact that he never bothered to refill it? I'm such an idiot, Tommy mumbled, hiding his face in his hands. Are you pissed at me? Puffy snorted, and reached out a hand to pull his away from his face. Do you really think I would have kept refilling the first aid kit if I didn't approve of what you were doing? Tommy frowned. But how are you not pissed? I lied to you. And I was using your back room to heal fucking supervillains. You should hate me. You were trying to help people, Puffy reassured him. I understand why you didn't want to tell me, because if I were anyone else, I probably would have turned you into the police. But you're just a kid, Tommy. One who got thrown into this world of villains and heroes without any kind of warning. You did the best you could because you just wanted to help. I can't be mad at you for that. Fucking hell. Tommy was shocked he hadn't had a heart attack from all the bombshells being dropped on him today. I'm sorry Puff, he muttered. I wouldn't have used your back room if I had another option. I couldn't bring them back to my apartment, and since I worked the closing shifts I knew no one else was going to be around, so I just figured. Like I said, it's fine. I'm just glad you're safe now, Puffy said, squeezing his hand. She then pulled her hand away from his, and shoved something warm between his fingers. Drink that. I had foolish make it for you before I came here from the cafe. Tommy took a sip of the drink, and almost moaned when the vanilla floral taste hit his tongue. It was a London fog. Not too sweet but not bitter either, with a comforting taste that warmed him from the inside out. Thanks for bringing me this, Tommy said, wrapping his hands around the cup. Of course. I figured coffee might make you a little too wired, so I thought a London fog might be a nice change of pace, Puffy told him. Then she gestured to the Tupperware on his nightstand. I also brought you some pastries from the cafe. Thought you deserved something sweet after everything you went through. Oh fuck yeah! Tommy cheered, grabbing the Tupperware with his free hand and prying off the lid. His eyes widened when he saw the chocolate croissant sitting on top, and immediately picked it up to tear a bite out of it. "Thank you Puff me," he said, his mouth full of croissant. Puffy chuckled. "You're welcome." There was a moment of silence as Tommy chewed his food, the chocolate melting across his tongue and washing down the sticky sweetness with his tea. It was then he thought more about what Puffy had said, and suddenly something clicked. "Wait," he said, swallowing the bite of his croissant. "Do you know the syndicate's identities?" Puffy's smile faded, and she nodded. Yeah, I do. Phil and I go way back." Tommy frowned. There was still something not adding up. But how does being old friends with Phil mean you can just casually know that he's one of the scariest supervillains in the city? Dropping her eyes to her lap, Puffy shrugged. "I mean, I guess there's no point in hiding it from you now," she muttered, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Taking a breath, she looked up to meet his eyes. "Did I ever tell you I had powers?" Tommy shook his head. Puffy stared at him for a moment, as if debating something in her mind. Then, she reached over to his nightstand. Before he could ask what she was doing, her hands began to glow bright red. Tommy watched as the little figurine he had of the Able sisters lifted off of his nightstand, and settled itself so it was floating in between Puffy's palms. She began to move her hands like she was stretching dough, and although she wasn't touching the figurine directly, it moved as if she was. The figurine went from hard plastic to some kind of soft, Play-Doh-like material, and Tommy's eyes widened as he recognized what she was doing. "That's matter manipulation," he whispered, staring as Puffy reshaped the hard plastic into a similarly sized figurine, albeit having turned the colors into a swirling mess. "Yup, sure is," Puffy confirmed, pressing her hands together to compress the plastic into a flat disc, before she resumed her dough-like stretching with it. Matter manipulation. The ability to reshape just about anything as long as you weren't creating or destroying the matter itself. There had been one hero who had that ability. One whose palms glowed red whenever she used it. One who had a wild head of curly white hair and an impossibly kind smile. "You're the captain," Tommy said, staring at Puffy in awe. Even though her hair was now split dye between brown and white, it was so obvious now that he knew it was her. The captain had always been dressed in her bright red coat, the upper half of her face covered by a sheep-like mask that only showed her mouth, with her white curls pulled back into an impossibly puffy ponytail. Puffy, while no longer donning the sheep mask, had always had a preference for bright red shirts and keeping her hair tied back, and although Tommy would have never figured it out on his own, it still felt painfully tongue-in-cheek in retrospect. "I was the captain," she corrected him. "I retired when the hero committee and I couldn't exactly see eye to eye on some things." Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Puffy was the captain. The captain was his boss. Holy shit! "You, oh my god, you were my favorite hero when I was a kid!" Tommy exclaimed, beaming at Puffy. "Wait, seriously?" Puffy asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, seriously. You were the only hero I ever liked. All the others were such stuck-up assholes, but you weren't. You were so cool and just so fucking badass." He laughed, feeling somewhat in shock. "Holy fuck, I can't believe I work for the captain. This is the coolest day of my life." Puffy flushed at the compliments. "I appreciate it, but unfortunately those days are long behind me." "Doesn't mean you're not still a badass," Tommy grinned. Puffy snorted. "Thanks Tommy." She stopped stretching the plastic in her hands, returning the figurine back to its original state, before the glow on her hands faded away. Mabel and Sable dropped into her palm, and she gently put the figurine of the duo back on the nightstand. "The reason I retired was because the hero committee was going in a direction I didn't like. They were becoming more focused on the donors' wants instead of what the city needed. Plus, they were turning more blind eyes to heroes who broke the rules." The joy of finding out Puffy was the captain quickly faded when he caught up to what she was saying. "Do you mean heroes trying to kill villains?" Pursing her lips, Puffy nodded. "Not just trying." Tommy's eyes widened. "Wait, do you mean a villain actually got killed?" "Yeah. But it's not my place to talk about the details of who he was. I watched it happen, I was at that fight, and there was nothing I could do. I tried to stop it, but soon he was dead and when I reported the hero responsible to the committee they just didn't do anything. They covered it up so the media didn't hear about it, and the hero got off scot-free." Bile rose in Tommy's throat. "So what happened when you left?" Puffy kept her eyes on her lap. "Well, I'd already considered leaving because my face had gotten revealed to Zephyrus during a fight. It was an accident, but I didn't know what he was going to do since he knew what I looked like and could easily find out who I was. So when that other villain was killed, that was just kind of the final straw, she explained, wringing her hands together. After I retired, Zephyrus found me walking down the street one night. I thought he was going to kill me for revenge or something, but he instead congratulated me on leaving the committee and asked if I wanted to join the syndicate. But you said no? Tommy asked. I said no, Puffy nodded. I was just tired of all the hero-villain bullshit at that point. Plus, I wanted the chance to spend more time with my son. So I refused his offer, and instead of getting upset, he took off his veil and introduced himself. And so we've been friends ever since. Holy shit, Tommy blinked, trying to process all of that. It made sense how Puffy and Phil knew each other now, but it was still reeling to find out that Puffy was the captain, and to be honest he was still a bit taken back by the realization that Phil was Zephyrus, despite how stupidly obvious it was. Puffy gave him a tight-lipped smile. Yeah. I know it's a lot to process, but I figured you deserved to know the truth after everything you've gone through. I appreciate that but, Tommy cut himself off, frowning as he tried to think of how to word this. You know what Phil and the rest of the syndicate have done, better than anyone else probably since you were literally a hero. But you still choose to be friends with them. No matter what he did, Tommy couldn't seem to get rid of the mental image of Siren killing all those men in that security footage. That was Wilbur. Wilbur killed all those people. How the hell was Tommy supposed to look at him the same way knowing he'd done something like that? Puffy seemed to understand what he meant. I know that Phil, and by extension the rest of the syndicate, aren't good people, but I understand why they do what they do. I know I'm not going to get any of them to change their ways, especially not Phil, but I don't want to lose my friendship with him either. So yes, I still choose to be friends with the syndicate. Maybe that doesn't make me a good person, and in the past that would have upset me a lot more, but I've gotten to a place where I can be okay with that. That made sense. It reminded Tommy of Flame. How he knew what Dream and 404 was doing was wrong, but he still couldn't turn them in because they were his family. The question that lingered in Tommy's mind was really what his stance on that was. Every time he thought back to that footage, he felt like he was going to be sick. But, could he really cut ties from the syndicate for that? Did he even want to? There was so much more to that situation that needed to be answered before he could even consider that question. More than anything, he needed to find out if any of it his relationship with Wilbur, Phil saying he saw him as a son, just everything about his friendship with the Suits he needed to find out if that was real, or if they had just been using him. He wanted to think it was real. He wanted that so fucking badly. But he just wasn't sure anymore, and it hurt. Not to mention, his body also hurt. Just, physically. His head was still pounding, and even though the croissant had soothed his grumbling stomach, his heavy limbs were begging him to lay down again. You falling asleep there, bud? Puffy asked, quirking an eyebrow at him. It was only then that Tommy realized he had started swaying, and he shook himself awake again so he could try to meet Puffy's eyes. I'm alright. I'm just really tired. You should try to get some rest, Puffy told him, reaching out to squeeze his shoulder again before she pushed to her feet. If you want anything from the cafe just send me a text and I'll make Foolish bring it over. Tommy snorted, watching as Puffy headed for the door. I'm gonna make Foolish my bitch. Puffy grinned. If he complains I'll yell at him that you're sick and he needs to be nicer to you. You're the best boss, Puff, Tommy told her, slumping back against his pillows. And you're a really great kid, Tommy, Puffy said, her eyes softening as she stood in the doorway. Do you want me to have Tubbo and Renbu come back in here? Tommy nodded, and Puffy held the door open as Tubbo and Renbu both filed back in. He wondered if the two had been waiting outside the door the whole time. It wouldn't surprise him. They probably wanted to make sure whatever the talk with Puffy was about wouldn't upset him. Puffy let the door click shut behind her as she disappeared in the hall. Tubbo and Renbu both stared at Tommy, as if they weren't sure why they were there. Get your asses over here, Tommy grumbled, waving them towards the bed. I'm tired as fuck and this mattress can fit all three of us. Are you sure? Renbu asked, furrowing his brows. We don't want to keep you up. Tommy gave Renbu a flat look. If I was passed the fuck out for a day and a half, I don't think you two are gonna keep me up. Now seriously, you guys need to feel this mattress, it's like a million times better than ours back home. Tubbo was already moving before Tommy had finished speaking. He crawled up on the bed, yanking at the pillow under Tommy's head so it could fit both of them, while Renbu sighed and settled himself on the other pillow. Oh fucking hell, bossman. You've made a mistake, Tubbo said, squeezing up against Tommy's side. We're stealing this mattress. I'm never sleeping on anything but this again. To be fair, Tommy could probably just buy this mattress for back home with all the money the syndicates paid him, Renbu pointed out. Tommy snorted, his eyes already falling shut as Tubbo responded. Yeah, but I want this mattress. How would you even steal a mattress? It's not like it's something you can easily hide, Ranbu argued. That's easy. You just gotta throw it out a window. We're not throwing a mattress out the window. It wouldn't even fit. It could if you try hard enough. It literally couldn't. Even though there was still that conflicted ache in his chest, Tommy slipped off to the sounds of his best friends arguing, feeling like a small piece of home had slotted itself back in place. Late nights. Tommy ended up sleeping through the rest of the day. He woke up long after the sun had gone down, with his mouth feeling like the literal desert. The water glass on his nightstand was empty, and he groaned internally at the realization that he was going to have to get up to fill it. Tubbo was dead to the world, snoring with his legs thrown over Tommy's, and his head resting on Ranbu's stomach. Tommy had no idea how he even got in such a strange position in his sleep, but it was Tubbo. There was usually a lot of unexplained stuff going on with him. Thankfully for Tommy though, Tubbo wouldn't wake up even if Tommy smacked him in the face with a pillow, which was something he had tried before. So he was able to shove Tubbo's legs off of him without disturbing the boy's snores, and stumbled out of the bed and to his feet without much issue. Well, except for the fact that he was fucking sore. His entire body ached, which wasn't exactly surprising, but God, it was a pain in the ass. His ribs screamed in protest with every step he took, so he ended up holding onto the wall as he slowly made his way down the stairs and towards the kitchen. He crept down as silently as he could, listening just in case he heard footsteps either above or below him. It wasn't like he was afraid of running into Wilbur or anything. No way. Not at all. He just would rather avoid that confrontation at the moment if he could. The kitchen light was off, and the stove clock told Tommy it was nearly 2 am. Great. His sleep schedule was fucked up now. At least the kitchen was empty. Grumbling under his breath about how this was going to make his shifts hell if he couldn't get his sleeping back on track, he set his cup down on the counter and opened the fridge to take out the water pitcher. When he closed the fridge, he nearly screamed when he closed it to find Techno standing on the other side. Jesus Christ! Tommy yelped, clutching a hand to his chest. Give mans a fucking heart attack, why don't you? Oh, sorry about that, Techno apologized, taking a step back. I thought you were Tubbo or Ranbu. It was still weird for Tommy to remember that the Suits knew Tubbo and Ranbu now. He hadn't actually seen any of them interact, but they'd been staying at the house since they all rescued Tommy. He wondered if they were all awkwardly formal with one another, or if they were actually becoming friends. He'd always thought that Ranbu and Techno especially would get along, and despite the shitfest that was his relationship with the Suits right now, he couldn't help but hope there was some kind of friendship there. No, it's just me, Tommy replied, turning around to pour the water into his cup. I see that, Techno said flatly. God, he'd gotten used to Techno being less awkward around him over his past month staying at the house, so it was strange to see Techno be so unsure now. Are you, feeling any better? Still feel pretty shit if I'm being honest, Tommy said, taking a sip of the water and sighing in relief as the desert in his mouth washed away. I'm super fucking sore. Yeah, that tends to happen when you break all your bones, Techno deadpanned. Tommy let out a surprised laugh. You know, that's a good point. My bones really did just kinda go snap crackle pop, now didn't they? Techno huffed, as if he was trying to hide a smile. Don't say it like that, you'll give the old man a heart attack. At the mention of Phil, Tommy's smile faded as he thought back to their conversation a little bit before he was kidnapped. How Phil mentioned thinking of him like a son, and Tommy thinking that even if he wasn't there yet, he could see Phil becoming a father figure to him. That had to have been real, right? Phil wouldn't have needed to say that just for the act. It wouldn't make any sense. As if on cue, another set of footsteps came towards the kitchen, and Tommy barely got time to prepare himself before Phil was rounding the corner. Techno, where did you? Phil cut himself off when he made eye contact with Tommy, and Tommy froze with his water cup halfway to his mouth. They looked at each other for a few moments, blue eyes meeting blue in an unblinking stare down. Hey Phil, Tommy said after a moment, setting down his water cup. It was like hitting the play button on a paused TV. Phil was suddenly rushing forward, and Tommy didn't even get to open his mouth again before Phil was wrapping his arms around him and pulling him close. Shit, it's so good to see you awake, Phil muttered, hugging him tight enough to the point where Tommy almost wanted to ask Phil to loosen up because it was hurting his ribs. Almost. Instead of trying to pull away, Tommy found himself melting into the hug. He wasn't sure why. This was Zephyrus. The Zephyrus was hugging him after having lied to him for months. But it was also Phil. Phil who taught him how to play Halo with a seemingly endless amount of patience. Phil who always had coffee ready for him in the morning. Phil who affectionately called him a little shit and would smack Wilbur upside the head whenever he tried to convince Tommy that he needed to eat sand. Besides, it's not like Phil, or Techno for that matter, had lied to him as much as Wilbur had. For the most part, the two of them had just kept their identities a secret. And yet, he wasn't sure where he stood at the moment regarding the syndicate and their way of doing things, but, he could let himself just have a hug from Phil for the moment, right? They stayed like that for a few moments, Phil holding on to Tommy with the same kind of relief that Tommy had always imagined parents had when they lost their kids in a mall, only to be reunited with them a few minutes later thanks to a friendly security guard. Phil, you might not want to hug him so hard. The kid's a bit sore, Techno eventually chimed in. Almost instantly, Phil's arms relaxed and he pulled away, and Tommy was both relieved that his ribs were no longer aching, but also found himself missing Phil's warmth. Sorry about that, Phil said, taking a breath to steady himself. I just got a little overwhelmed for a second seeing you up and about again. It's okay, Tommy said, folding his arms over his chest as he leaned against the counter. I didn't mind. Phil's face softened at that, and Techno shot him a teasing look. Don't even start. I'm allowed to be glad my Phil cut himself off abruptly, glancing at the ground. I'm allowed to be glad Tommy's back, so don't be a little shit, tech. Techno huffed. You're such a sappy old man. Oh fuck off, Phil rolled his eyes. Anyway, Tommy, what are you doing awake? It's pretty late, mate. I got thirsty, Tommy shrugged, pointing to the water pitcher behind him. Well, it's good for you to stay hydrated, so drink as much as you can, Phil said, nodding in approval. Tommy snorted at how much of a dad he sounded like there, but decided not to voice that thought. There was an awkward silence that fell over the three of them then. Tommy took a long sip of his water, waiting to see if Phil and Techno were going to keep trying to talk to him, or if they were going to leave him be. Techno shuffled over to the cabinet, pulling out a bag of chips. Phil seemed as though he wanted to say something else to Tommy, but wasn't sure how to go about it. Finally. I think you know we owe you an apology, Tommy, Phil said, folding his arms over his chest. Tommy wasn't sure what he had expected Phil to say, so he just nodded at that, figuring it was best to let him continue. You didn't want to get involved in our problem, and we kind of forced you in anyway. And then you came here to stay with us, not knowing that you were just getting even more caught up in the villain bullshit than you already were, Phil explained, glancing at the ground. We thought it was better to keep you in the dark about our identities, but in the end it didn't really matter. You still got hurt. Tommy frowned. I mean, dream kidnapping me wasn't your fault. I should have been more careful. It was our fault, Techno cut in. We had an obligation to keep you safe, and we didn't figure out what was going on until it was too late. There were a lot of ways we could have been smarter about this whole deal, and you were the one who had to deal with the consequences. Falling silent, Tommy wrapped his arms around himself, one question burning in his mind. He didn't want to ask it, terrified of what the answer was going to be. But at the same time, he knew it was going to eat away at his mind unless he found out the truth. Did you guys ever actually care about me? He whispered, keeping his eyes on the floor. Or did you just agree to let me stay here because you could keep a better eye on your healer? Phil sucked in a sharp breath at that. Oh Tommy, no, how could you even think that? He asked, something hurt dripping from his tone as he stepped towards Tommy. Of course we care about you. I wasn't lying when I said what I said that day in my office. Fuck. It was exactly what Tommy wanted to hear, but how could he even be sure it was true? You don't have to lie, Tommy said, squeezing his arms around himself tighter. I'm not going to stop healing you guys if you tell me the truth. Suddenly, there were warm hands on his face, and his head was being tilted up to meet Phil's eyes. We're not lying, Phil said, meeting his gaze steadily. I don't give a shit if you decide you never want to heal any of us again, and I wouldn't try to stop you if you wanted to cut us off entirely. But if you're worried about what we think of you, I hope you know I consider you just as much mine as Will and Techno are. Tommy's breathing hitched as another warm hand was placed on his shoulder, and he saw Techno giving him a pained look. It wasn't fake, Techno reassured him. We all care about you, Tommy. Tears burned in the corners of Tommy's eyes, and he found himself leaning into Phil and Techno's gentle touches. What? What about Will? He whispered, his heart pounding. Did he just befriend me because I healed him? I think that's a conversation you need to have with Will himself, but I can tell you he loves you so much, Toms, Phil told him, pulling him into another hug. He was an absolute wreck when you got taken from us. He'd been hiding in his room since you woke up because he doesn't think you'll want to see him, Techno explained, squeezing his shoulder. But before that, when you were still passed out, we couldn't get him away from your room. Even when we kept telling him you had healed yourself he was convinced you were gonna stop breathing or something. Shit. Had Wilbur really been that worried? It sounded like him for sure. He didn't know anymore. But the sincerity in both Phil and Techno's voices right now made Tommy want to believe everything they were saying. He wanted to believe it so badly. That he wasn't just a tool. That he actually meant something to them. Still, he needed to talk to Wilbur. But maybe not right now considering it was the middle of the night. Okay, Tommy muttered, pulling away from Phil's hug. Thanks. Of course, mate, Phil said, dropping his arms. You can take your time with this. I'm sure it's a lot to process. Tommy huffed. Yeah, you could say that again. You should probably go try to sleep some more, Techno then chimed in. You're still recovering, so you need as much rest as you can get. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Tommy refilled his water cup again, before putting the pitcher back in the fridge. You're such a mother hen, Techno, he grumbled. Techno narrowed his eyes. I'm not a mother hen. You totally are, Tommy shot back. Phil, the child is bullying me, Techno complained, shooting a pleading look Phil's way. Phil snorted. I dunno, Tech. You were the one checking his temperature and his pulse every hour when he was still sleeping. Phil, Techno whined, the pleading look only getting stronger. C'mon, I got a reputation. Ah Techno, were you worried about me? Tommy teased, giving Techno a shit-eating grin. You're such a fucking softie, man. Imagine if people knew the terrifying Blade himself was all motherly and shit. All the edgelords who worship you on Twitter would be heartbroken. Even if you exposed me on Twitter, no one would ever believe you, Techno joked, almost cracking a smile. Tommy pouted, and Phil chuckled. Well, Twitter aside, you really should be getting back to bed, Tommy, he said, putting a hand on Tommy's shoulder to guide him out of the kitchen. If you want to come down for breakfast in the morning feel free, but will probably be there so you can also just text me or Techno and we'll come bring you something. Thanks guys, Tommy said, shooting them both a small, but grateful smile over his shoulder. Then, with one last look, Tommy headed back towards the stairs. He kept his steps as light as he could, but it was hard when his bones felt like they were filled with lead. Despite how awake he'd been before getting up, he was already starting to feel the exhaustion creeping over him once more. Damn. Had to make a mental note not to go and break all his bones again anytime soon. Once he reached the third-floor landing, he headed towards his room, but paused when he heard the soft click of a door shutting. Tommy whipped his head towards the sound, and his heart leapt in his throat when he saw it came from Wilbur's room. A soft yellow glow was peeking out from under the door. Wilbur was still awake, and it seemed like he'd watched Tommy come up the steps before shutting the door so he didn't spot him. Tommy stared at the door for a moment, practically able to feel Wilbur standing on the other side, both of them holding their breath as they waited for Tommy to make his move. Tommy found himself in front of Wilbur's door, hand raised to knock against the wood. This was it. He could knock right now and ask the question that was burning a hole in his mind. He could ride off the high of how well things had gone with Techno and Phil and use the momentum to rip the band-aid off. But if Phil was wrong, and Wilbur really had just been using him, well, it was late, and Tommy was getting really tired now. He definitely wasn't in the best state to deal with that kind of pain. Was it an excuse to put the hard conversation off? Yes. Did he do the same thing with Tubbo and Ranbu? Also yes. So was he going to do it again? Absolutely. Letting out a deep sigh, Tommy dropped his hand and turned away from Wilbur's door. He ignored the eyes he felt on the back of his head as he headed back into his own room, and slipped into the darkness as quietly as he could. He didn't look back as he shut the door behind him. Crawling into his bed again, Tommy grunted as he shoved Tubbo's legs to the side so he could stretch out again. As soon as he got settled though, Tubbo huffed in his sleep and his legs fell on top of Tommy's again, and Tommy only sighed because he knew there was no way he was going to get Tubbo to move off of him when he was this deep in sleep. Somehow though, despite Tubbo's legs resting heavily on his own, Tommy's fatigue was all too eager to pull him back under for more sleep. The next morning, Tommy woke to sunlight filtering in through his curtains, creating slanted shadows across his face. He blinked open his eyes and tried to turn on his side to grab more water, but paused when he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. Tubbo had once again shifted in his sleep, now splayed out like a starfish with his limbs falling over both him and Ranbu. Fucking hell, Tubbo, Tommy grunted, trying to shove his friend off of him. Tubbo groaned. 5 more minutes, he slurred, burying his face into Tommy's shoulder. No, Tubbo, move, Ranbu cut in, and Tommy glanced over to see the other boy staring at the ceiling with one of Tubbo's arms laying on top of his face. Fuck you, Tubbo grumbled. No, fuck you, you clingy bitch, Tommy shot back, reaching blindly behind him to smack Tubbo in the face. Asshole! Tubbo yelped, smacking the back of Tommy's head in retaliation. Hey! I'm the injured one here. Tommy argued, now turning around to face Tubbo. Tubbo finally moved his arms and legs off of Tommy and Ranbu, now fully awake scowling at the two of them. He huffed as he sat up, his hair sticking up in every direction while Tommy stretched out in relief at finally being free. I hate you both, Tubbo mumbled, rubbing at his eyes with a closed fist. You love us, Ranbu teased, nudging Tubbo with his elbow. Tubbo rolled his eyes, but there was a sleepy grin spread across his face, so it kind of ruined his attempt at pretending to be annoyed. Instead of trying to argue with Ranbu, he instead turned to Tommy, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. "How are you feeling, Tommy?" Tommy shrugged, sitting a bit straighter against the wall. "I'm alright. Still kinda sore and shit, but better than yesterday. I could probably get up and do stuff and be fine." "You should probably stay in bed today," Ranbu argued. "Better to just get as much rest as you can." Well, that was a fair point. Tommy didn't exactly want to be up and about in the Sud house right now, just on the off chance he ran into Wilbur. But on the other hand, he was bored. Not to mention, his stomach was growling like a motherfucker. Besides the pastries Puffy brought over yesterday, he hadn't felt like eating much, and it seemed like it was catching up to him. "If you're gonna make me sit in bed like a fucking sickly Victorian kid or whatever, can you at least go get me food?" Tommy asked, shooting a pleading look Ranbu's way. "Can you get me some food too?" "I think Phil's making pancakes," Tubbo chimed in, matching Tommy's puppy dog eyes perfectly. Ranbu sighed at both of them. "Why can't you go, Tubbo?" "Because I'm sleepy," Tubbo whined, leaning heavily against Tommy's shoulder. "Plus, you should do nice things for your husband sometimes." "You two still on about the whole getting married bit?" Tommy asked, furrowing his brows. "Not really," Ranbu said. "But it's funny to call Ranbu my husband," Tubbo added. "Tubbo, I'm not just going to do stuff for you because you say I'm a bad husband. What kind of man refuses to get his husband breakfast in bed?" Tubbo asked, fluttering his lashes at Ranbu with far too much innocence to be genuine. Sighing again, Ranbu pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine. I'll go get you guys breakfast." "Thanks Boo," Tubbo grinned. Huffing, Ranbu disappeared in a flurry of purple particles, and Tommy jolted back in surprise. Obviously he'd known that Tubbo and Ranbu were Nuke and Ender for quite a while now. But this was the first time the three of them had been spending time together since the reveal with Tubbo and Ranbu not in their vigilante outfits. Even though Tommy knew Ranbu could teleport, it was still strange to see Ranbu his roommate teleport out of his bedroom instead of Ender the vigilante teleporting around. An old question that he'd had when the three of them first had their fight reappeared in his head. Why had Tubbo and Ranbu hidden their powers from him for so long? As far as he knew, they hadn't been Nuke and Ender for very long. So why had they kept their powers a secret from him the entire time they'd known him? Tubbo was quiet while Ranbu was gone, scrolling through his phone with his hair falling into his eyes. Tommy tried to do the same, absently looking through Twitter to see what was going on, but he couldn't actually focus on the words on his screen. Instead, all he could think of was how they'd known each other for years, how they'd known all about his own powers, yet neither of them had bothered disclosing theirs to him. Had they always planned to become vigilantes? Or was there some reason they hadn't trusted him even before Nuke and Ender came into the picture? Ranbu appeared back in the room a few minutes later, balancing a tray full of plates and cups. Each plate had 2 chocolate chip pancakes on it, along with 3 cups of coffee, all with varying levels of sugar and cream in them. Tommy's was the palest shade of brown, Ranbu's was somewhere in the middle, and Tubbo took his coffee black like a madman. Once they all had their food settled on their laps, Tommy tried to eat, but he couldn't ignore the nagging in the back of his head as the question turned itself over and over in his mind. If the air was really clear between the three of them now, it shouldn't hurt to ask. Hopefully. Guys, Tommy started as he cut his pancake into tiny pieces, more so for something to do than to actually eat. "Can I ask you something?" Tubbo raised an eyebrow, the steam from his coffee curling around his face. "What's up, bossman?" Tommy took a breath, trying to figure out how to word the question. "You guys have only been Nuke and Ender for, what, 6 months now?" Yeah, around there," Ranbu nodded. "Yeah. Not long at all. Not long enough to justify having hid their powers from Tommy in the many past years they'd known each other. I mean, I guess I get it if you don't wanna answer this, but, why didn't you ever tell me about your powers? Like, before you became Nuke and Ender?" Tommy asked, keeping his eyes fixed on his plate. There was a pause. Silence hung heavy in the air, and when Tommy glanced up through the hair falling over his face, he could see Tubbo and Ranbu exchanging uncertain looks. "I thought we agreed no more secrets," Tommy complained, ignoring the way his heart clenched at seeing the two of them have another one of their silent conversations. "No, Tommy, we're not trying to keep any more secrets from you at all," Ranbu rushed to explain, putting his coffee mug down. "I guess, I'll go first though. The truth is I didn't even know I had powers until, like, a month before we started the whole vigilante thing." Tommy blinked. "What?" Yeah, I know. Weird, right? But it's the truth. One day you were at the cafe on a shift and Tubbo and I were just hanging out at home when he decided to try and scare me as a prank. It worked, but I ended up teleporting myself across the room by accident, which was how I found out I could do that." He paused, picking at his nails. "I was gonna tell you as soon as you got home, but Tubbo, kinda convinced me not to. Tommy narrowed his eyes at Tubbo, wincing as a pang flashed through his chest. Tubbo. He prompted. Tubbo looked like he wanted to crawl into his coffee mug and hide. Yeah, okay, I know that sounds bad, but I promise it had nothing to do with you, he tried to explain, shrinking back against the pillows. I had already been thinking of doing the whole vigilante thing for a while at that point, so when I saw Renbo had powers, I told him to keep it a secret because I wanted to see if he could train it and get better at it. Then I told him about my own powers and my plan to be a vigilante, and asked if he wanted to do it with me. I wanted to keep you out of it because of the whole not wanting to worry you shit that I told you before. It was fucking stupid in retrospect, but, yeah, it's my fault Renbo didn't tell you about his powers. Blinking, Tommy's shoulders dropped just a bit, knowing Renbo hadn't been keeping that huge of a secret from him for that long. But that still left Tubbo. Tubbo, who clearly had been keeping his secret for quite a long time. Why didn't you tell me about yours though? Tommy asked, his voice small. Tightening his grip on his mug, Tubbo took a sip of his coffee. He was silent for a moment, and Tommy noticed his hands were shaking. I don't like my powers, he said quietly. I've gotten a bit less scared of using them recently, but for most of my life, I tried to suppress them. Tommy frowned. Why? I found out about them when I was 8, Tubbo explained, shoulders hunching. It was my first foster home. I'd lived there since I was 5, after I was found in that box that I told you about. Anyway, one day I was just messing around with my foster sister, and then she shoved me and I got freaked out. Then my hands started glowing and next thing I knew, Tubbo made a whoosh noise and mimed an explosion with his hands, making Tommy wince. Jesus fucking Christ, Tommy whispered. It's okay. It was a while ago, Tubbo brushed it off, although Tommy could see the regret swirling in his eyes. She lived, but she was pretty badly burnt. We were in the kitchen at the time so it got written off as a gas explosion from the stove being left on. But I think my foster parents knew I had something to do with it, because they asked my social worker to take me away not long after that. Fuck. Tommy had thought he knew everything about Tubbo and Renbo's histories in the foster system before the three of them got put together, but apparently that wasn't the case. He didn't blame Tubbo for not telling him that though. That was intense. It was at that moment that Tommy realized that even though they both had powers, Tommy was never going to understand what it was like to have a destructive power like that. The only thing Tommy could do with his power was help people. He didn't think he could hurt anyone with his ability even if he tried. But seeing the mixture of fear and guilt swirling behind Tubbo's eyes like an ocean made him try to imagine what it would be like to constantly be afraid of what you were capable of. If one small lapse in control could lead to him killing someone. It had to be exhausting to worry about that all the time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you talk about something you didn't want to, Tommy said, dropping his eyes. Nah, it's okay, Tubbo shrugged. I told Renbo the same story when I told him about my powers. You deserve to know the truth. Tommy nodded. I appreciate it, he murmured, taking a mechanical bite of his pancake. He chewed for a moment, mulling over the new information in his head, before another question came to him. But then why the whole fucking crime-fighting thing? I guess I just got sick of seeing all the hero bullshit on the news, Tubbo explained, perking up a bit at the change in topic. I knew I had a powerful ability that I could really fuck some people up with, and even if I didn't like using it, I felt like I should at least try to learn how to control it instead of just pretending like it didn't exist. And if I was able to help some people at the same time then that was even better, you know. Yeah, I get it. Reaching out, Tommy rested a hand on Tubbo's shoulder, and squeezed. Don't worry, I get it, big man. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about my powers earlier. I promise it wasn't that I didn't trust you or anything. I just didn't want to have to explain that whole thing to you guys, Tubbo said, giving Tommy a sad smile. It's fine. Like I said, I understand, Tommy nodded, the weight having lifted itself from his chest completely now. Anyway, enough of the depressing shit, you guys have gotta try Phil's pancakes. These are the best fucking things you're ever gonna eat. Haven't gotten a chance to try Phil's cooking yet. So far we've mostly just been eating Techno's potatoes, Renbo told him. Baked potatoes? Tommy asked. They nodded. The mashed potatoes. More nods. Potatoes au gratin or however the fuck you say it. I think it's potatoes au gratin, and yes, he's made those too, Renbo corrected him. It's not bad. Like, Techno's a really good cook, but I'm kinda relieved we're getting a break from potatoes. Tommy snorted. Try living with him for as long as I have. Tubbo rolled his eyes. Oh poor Tommy, getting to live in this fancy-ass house eating all this rich-ass food while Renbo and I live off ramen like peasants. You've already forgotten us for the bourgeoisie, haven't you? I haven't forgotten you for the bourgeoisie. Tommy protested. I dunno Tommy, your sweater looks more expensive than half our closet back home combined, Ranbu pointed out, reaching over to tug at the heavy knit fabric. Rich boy, Tommy. Tubbo teased, giving Tommy a shit-eating grin. Sorry, but when the revolution comes I'm gonna have to guillotine you. Letting out a fake gasp, Tommy clutched at his shirt dramatically. I can't believe my own best friends would do this to me. Look man, we gotta eat the rich, I dunno what to tell you, Ranbu chimed in, his grin matching Tubbo's. Groaning, Tommy buried his face in his blanket to hide his smile. Even if his friends were being annoying, he had missed this so much. Just the stupid back and forth the three of them would have, back when things weren't so complicated between them. It felt like the world between them had finally fallen back into balance. Like everything was back to normal. And for the trio, it was. They spent the rest of the day holed up in Tommy's room, Ranbu occasionally teleporting out to grab snacks or board games for them to play together. They joked around, caught up on how things had been going in the time they'd been apart, and really just enjoyed being back as a group. It was like an ache Tommy hadn't even realized was there had disappeared, letting him breathe easier than he had in ages. But even though one thorn had been removed from his side, there was still another one buried deep in his chest. Despite how much fun he had just hanging out in bed with Tubbo and Ranbu the whole day, he found himself missing Wilbur. Not counting the whole half-conscious reveal that he was Siren, Tommy hadn't had a proper conversation with Wilbur since the night he'd been kidnapped. He missed sitting with him as he practiced his songs, or curling up on the couch with him to watch movies, or just listening to him ramble about the random shit that came to his head. It was strange to go this long without seeing him, and even though Tommy had a whole slew of complicated emotions towards the man right now, he just missed when none of that mattered. Before his suspicions had been confirmed. Back when Wilbur was just Wilbur. His best friend. His brother. Was Wilbur like a brother to him anymore? The ache in his chest told him yes, but Tommy wasn't sure. And he was too scared to really think about what that could mean for the future if the answer turned out to be no. Tubbo and Ranbu were a great distraction to keep him from focusing too much on these problems. But distractions couldn't last forever. That night, Tubbo and Ranbu told him that they needed to go out and patrol East Side, as Nuke and Ender hadn't been seen since the night Tommy was rescued. Tommy argued that it was too dangerous with it being so soon after his rescue, but the two reassured him they'd be extra careful. If they saw even the slightest flash of a hero in the distance, Ranbu promised he'd teleport them back to the house, because neither of them wanted to risk getting in a fight when Tommy was still too weak to heal anyone. They changed into their vigilante outfits and waved goodbye to Tommy as Ranbu teleported them out into the streets, leaving Tommy alone in his room with nerves bouncing around his chest. He knew Tubbo and Ranbu would be fine. They'd gone on countless patrols before without having issues, and they were going to be extra careful this time. No, it wasn't them he was worried about. It was that he no longer had anything to distract him. He tried to keep himself busy. At first, he tried listening to music on his phone, but nearly half his Spotify library at this point were songs Wilbur had recommended to him. Then, he tried booting up his GameCube so he could play Animal Crossing, before remembering that Wilbur had been the one to give the old GameCube to him. Eventually, he resorted to just scrolling through Twitter mindlessly. There were a few news reports talking about some reported fight at a warehouse in South Bay regarding Tommy's rescue, but there had been no confirmed sightings as to which heroes and villains were present. Fairly typical for the useless media, if you asked Tommy. It was nearly midnight when Tommy heard footsteps outside his door, which was just barely cracked open. He paused the TikTok he was watching about a hedgehog so he could listen closer, and saw a flash of brown come from outside. Tommy resisted the urge to sigh as he realized what was going on. He should just get it over with. He wasn't going to get any peace until he jumped headfirst in the water, no matter how cold it might be. Will, stop fucking creeping outside my door and just get in here. Tommy called out, wincing at how his voice slightly wavered. The pacing steps froze. Sorry, I didn't mean shit, I'll just go, Wilbur called back. Tommy huffed. No, get your ass in here. We need to talk. Another pause. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Now hurry up before I change my mind, Tommy grumbled, trying to shove down the fear making his heart pound in his chest. There was another beat of silence, and then the door to his room slowly creaked open. Wilbur poked his head in, and Tommy immediately flashed back to being on the roof, pain making his head spin as Wilbur's face stared out at him where Siren had just been a moment before. Wilbur looked terrible right now, to say the least. There were dark bags under his eyes, and his hair was a complete wreck, as if he'd completely given up on his complicated hair routine. He was dressed in a loose sweatshirt and sweatpants, and honestly, it looked like he hadn't gotten out of bed in days. Though, to be fair, Tommy doubted he looked much better. Where are Tubbo and Ranbu? Wilbur asked, glancing around the room. They're out patrolling in East Side, didn't want to let Nuke and Ender disappear from public eye for too long, Tommy explained. Nodding, Wilbur made his way into the room, awkwardly shuffling towards the chair that was still settled next to his bed from the day before. Wilbur seemed to be trying to avoid Tommy's eyes, but there was some complicated emotion on his face that Tommy couldn't place. It was like he was guilty, but also on the verge of tears, but also relieved all at once. Tommy didn't understand it. But instead of asking, he just waited for Wilbur to sit down. Then, once he had settled, Tommy realized he had no fucking clue where to go from here. Shit. Maybe he should have thought this through a bit more. Hey, Tommy said quietly, for lack of knowing how else to start this. Hi, Wilbur replied, keeping his eyes on his lap as he wrung his hands together. Things fell silent between them again. So far, going great. Jesus Christ, Tommy was an idiot. It was much harder than Tommy had expected it to be to just sit there with a straight face with Wilbur only a few feet away from him. There were so many thoughts and emotions swirling in his head, it felt like a hurricane had started up inside his mind. He was angry, he was sad, he was hurt, but he was also just so fucking happy to see Wilbur again. A small part of Tommy desperately wanted to reach out and hug him, but he kept his arms firmly at his sides. After taking a few moments to think over what to say, he figured starting with the obvious made the most sense. So you're Siren, Tommy said, bringing his knees to his chest. Wilbur nodded. Yeah, I am, he answered, pushing his hair back from his face. I wanted to tell you. I tried telling you several times actually, but Techno and Phil were really strict about making sure I didn't reveal my identity because we didn't want to put you in danger. Tommy thought back to their conversation on his second night at the Soot house, when Tommy was so dizzy from healing Nemesis he could barely stand up straight. How Wilbur had confessed he was keeping something from Tommy, and Tommy had replied that he was keeping something from him too. God, the irony. I'm not mad you didn't tell me you were Siren, Tommy started, resting his chin on his knees. I understand why you couldn't tell me that. You guys were just trying to keep me safe. Wilbur snorted, but it wasn't out of humor. It was more bitter than that. Yeah, look at how that turned out. Tommy rolled his eyes. It was good you guys didn't tell me 404 used his freaky fucking powers to spy on my dreams, and if I'd known your identities he probably would have seen it. Wait, 404 used his dream interrogation on you? Wilbur asked, something pained edging his tone. Tommy nodded, and Wilbur's face fell. Shit I am so sorry, Tommy. I've heard stories about what 404 can do. I can't imagine how nightmarish that must have been for you. Clenching his jaw, Tommy pressed his face into the blankets over his legs. I don't want to talk about his dream shit, he muttered, before reaching his right hand over to pinch the skin of his left palm. There was a sharp sting, and Tommy took a breath to remind himself again that this was real. Maybe I'll tell you later, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Yeah, no, of course, Wilbur agreed, although he still seemed upset. Whatever. Not the focus of the conversation right now. Tommy pinched himself a little harder before forcing himself to let go of his palm. Taking another shaky breath, Tommy thought of the next burning question in his head. One of the main thoughts that had been circulating in his mind since he first let himself fully accept that Wilbur was Siren. Like I said, I'm not pissed that you hid your identity from me, Tommy repeated, staring at the small bead of blood on his palm from where he'd broken the skin pinching himself. But you took advantage of the fact that I didn't know who you were under the mask. Siren asked me what I thought about Wilbur, and I don't know, I guess I just want to know if this was all some fucking game to you. Tommy asked, wincing when his voice cracked at the end. There was a sharp intake of breath from Wilbur, but Tommy didn't look up to meet his eyes. What? Was it real? Tommy pushed, pulling his knees closer to his body. You and me being friends? The whole brother shit? Was that real? Or were you just trying to keep your healer close by? A beat of silence passed with Tommy's heart racing in his ears. He risked a glance up at Wilbur, and saw he was staring at him with one of the most heartbroken expressions he'd ever seen Wilbur make. Tommy, Wilbur whispered, reaching out to grab his wrist, squeezing it gently. None of it was fake. I swear on my life. I didn't befriend you for any reason to do with your healing. I just genuinely thought you were fun to talk to. Then I got to know you better, and you got me. And I got you. We just clicked, you know. Nodding, Tommy lifted his head a little bit from his knees. They had clicked so well, it was like they had already known each other for years. Sure, he'd technically met Siren before he met Wilbur, but he had only talked to Siren twice, and one of those times he was passed out for most of their time together. No, Tommy had gotten to know Wilbur first. And Wilbur was right in saying that they just clicked together. Like puzzle pieces. I swear on my life I wasn't even planning on telling Phil and Techno about you until Phil got shot that night, Wilbur continued when Tommy didn't respond. And then I just panicked because I didn't know how badly Phil was injured. I didn't plan to use you as a healer again, it just happened. But that's not why I became friends with you, I promise. Tommy winced at the mention of the night Phil was shot, his mind flashing back to the security footage of Siren. You know, Dream showed me some security footage from that night, Tommy said softly, now watching Wilbur's face. When you were fighting those cops at the warehouse. Wilbur paled. You saw what I did. Yeah, Tommy whispered, you told all those men to kill each other. Wincing, Wilbur let go of Tommy's wrist. I did. Yeah. Tommy took a shaky breath. Of course the footage was real, but some small part of him had been hoping it was fake. That Dream had somehow doctored it. But no. It was real, and Wilbur just admitted it. Why? Tommy asked after another beat. You didn't have to kill those guys. You could have just made them fall asleep. Clenching his jaw, Wilbur nodded. You're right. I could have done that. The truth is, I just didn't think of it, he admitted, wringing his hands again. Like I said, when Phil got shot, I panicked. I could tell it was bad, but there was so much going on, there was no way for me to tell just how bad it was. I didn't know if he was dying, or if it just grazed him. All I knew was that I had to take care of the police officers left behind, and I just got angry. They could have killed my dad, and I was fucking pissed. So the order just slipped out without me really thinking about it. Somehow, the confession was both a relief, and a horrible weight on Tommy's shoulders at the same time. On the one hand, Wilbur knew full well what he did was wrong, but he'd done it out of fear and anger for his father. His family had been hurt, and he retaliated. Tommy understood that. But he had killed so many people. Only one of those officers had shot Phil, but all of them paid with their lives. Wilbur hadn't even thought twice about killing people. As if their lives just meant nothing to him in that moment. Tommy felt vaguely sick as he met Wilbur's eyes again. Do you regret it? Tommy asked. I do, Wilbur nodded. I've killed before, but never that many at once. I barely slept for the rest of the week after that happened. Letting out a shaky breath, Tommy nodded. There was another question burning in his mind, but he didn't know if he wanted the answer to it. But now was the time to hash these things out. He either discovered the truth now, or he was never going to. Can you stop killing people? Tommy whispered, feeling like a little kid asking if he could skip school that day. This time, Wilbur was silent for a long moment. He stopped wringing his hands, instead staring at the ground, with Tommy practically able to hear the storm in his mind. As the seconds ticked on, he squeezed his eyes shut, before opening them again and letting out a breath. Wilbur glanced up to meet Tommy's eyes through the curls falling in his face. No. While I can try to keep from losing control of my emotions like that again, I can't promise I'll never kill someone again. Not in my line of work. It was a confession. An apology. A plea. Tommy heard all the different tones in Wilbur's words. The infallible truth in his voice. This was the way things were in the world of villains and heroes. People died, and no pleas of Tommy's were going to change it. When Tommy didn't say anything for a long moment, Wilbur spoke again. Is that a deal breaker? He whispered, fear dripping from his voice. I understand if it is. If you don't want anything to do with me because of this. Was this a deal breaker? Tommy wanted to say yes. God, he really wished he could open his mouth and say that yes, this was too far for him. He had already stretched his moral boundaries enough healing the syndicate, but if innocent people were going to continue to be harmed, then he wanted nothing to do with the villains. That's what he should say. That was the right thing to do, and Tommy had always said he was just trying to do the right thing. But Tommy knew the truth. And as much as he hated to admit it, Wilbur deserved to hear it. No, Tommy whispered, twisting his fingers into the blankets. I should say it is. I know I should. But I can't because I'm too fucking selfish. Sitting here, Tommy could see exactly why Flame had done what he'd done. Why he had refused to turn Dream and 404 in despite not condoning them kidnapping Tommy. As much as he wanted to resent Flame for refusing to help him, Tommy couldn't, because he understood it now. Dream and 404 were Flame's family, and even if he didn't approve of what they were doing, he was too selfish to live in a world without them by his side. Tommy was the same way. He was too selfish to cut Wilbur off, to leave behind the syndicate and go back to the life he had before. The syndicate was his family now. Wilbur was his family. The idea of leaving was too painful for him to bear. You're my brother, Will, Tommy said, his voice cracking. I can't cut you off like that, even if I wanted to. And suddenly, Tommy leaned towards Wilbur, arms outstretched with Wilbur meeting him halfway. He pressed his face into Wilbur's shoulder and hugged him as tightly as he could, wanting to sob in relief at how good it felt to just be back with his brother again. Maybe he was selfish, but he could be okay with that. Wilbur squeezed him just as tight, burying his face in Tommy's hair and holding him like he was afraid Tommy was going to disappear at any moment. I don't deserve this, Wilbur told him, sounding rough. I don't deserve to be your brother. I'm not a good person. Not after all the shit I've done. Tommy scoffed into Wilbur's sweater and pulled him closer. Shut up, he said into the fabric. I chose you as my family and I don't go back on that shit. You're my brother whether you like it or not. Wilbur let out a wet laugh, bringing one hand up to run his hand through Tommy's hair. Fuck, I missed you so much. I'm sorry for everything. The lying, the tricking you into telling me what you thought of me, letting you get hurt, I'm just so fucking sorry for all of it. I missed you too, you idiot, Tommy told him. I dunno if I forgive you for all that shit just yet, but I'm back now and you're not gonna be able to get rid of me, dickhead. I'm going to hold you to that if you get kidnapped again, Wilbur joked, and Tommy could feel his laughter reverberate through his chest. But seriously, I promise that I'm going to work every day to make sure I deserve to be your brother. Because you deserve the best family possible, Toms. Fuck. Wilbur, that bastard couldn't just say shit like that. Tommy had already been fighting to hold back tears, but that broke the dam entirely. Tommy cried into Wilbur's shoulder, so many emotions running through him at once. Happiness, relief, guilt, sadness. Tommy knew he was being selfish, but he couldn't bring himself to care because he had just missed his brother so much. This was his family now. Phil had said that if Tommy wanted it, Tommy could be theirs. He wanted it. Even if it was selfish of him, he wanted it so badly. Eventually, after Tommy stopped crying, Wilbur went to his room, and came back with his guitar on hand. He settled down on the bed next to Tommy, strumming out a few tunes while Tommy played Animal Crossing on the GameCube, with Wilbur making a game out of trying to match the town music playing in the game. When Tubbo and Rainbow came back from their patrol, they found Wilbur and Tommy both passed out on Tommy's bed with the GameCube still turned on. Tommy had his head resting on Wilbur's chest, and Wilbur had an arm protectively laid over his shoulders. Rainbow turned off the TV, while Tubbo moved Wilbur's guitar so it was no longer half hanging off the bed. Then, they shut the lights off in the room, and headed downstairs to remake their bed on the couch. And finally, for the first time in days, the night was peaceful. Back to work. Days passed. Tommy's soreness faded away, and it wasn't long before he was fully recovered from his kidnapping. At least in the physical sense. Tommy spent his days lounging with either Tubbo and Rainbow or Wilbur by his side, because now that they had talked, Wilbur was back to being a clingy shit. Sometimes, all of them would pile onto the couch and watch movies, although there was still a bit of tension between Wilbur and Tommy's roommates. It seemed to be getting better with each passing day though, and Tommy wondered if one day Tubbo and Rainbow would consider the Suits as friends. He certainly hoped so. But now with Tommy healed up, a new question hung over the entire Soot household. What happened now? Briefly, Tommy wondered if he was going to move back in with Tubbo and Rainbow since they'd made up, but that idea was quickly shut down by Wilbur reminding him that Dream was probably still going to be looking for him since his rescue. Just because Tommy was free now didn't mean Dream was going to give up, so they had to be careful until they could figure out what to do. Technoblade and Wilbur both wanted Tommy to stay in the house until they managed to, well, make a deal with Dream or take him down permanently. Just get him out of the way to ensure Tommy's safety. But there was no fucking way Tommy was going to go for that. He'd been stuck inside for 5 days and he was already going stir-crazy. Shockingly, despite how much he complained about his job, Tommy found himself actually missing going to work. That's how bored he was. When Tommy first approached Wilbur with the idea of going back to work at Puffy's, Wilbur laughed in his face. Are you fucking kidding? The last time you were at Puffy's, you got kidnapped. You're insane if you think we're letting you go back to work, Wilbur scoffed, half sunken into the couch. Tommy frowned. I'm not just gonna stay in here forever. Plus, Puffy's gotta be scrambling for someone to cover my shifts, and that's not really fair to her. Don't get me wrong, Puffy's like an aunt to me, but I think she'd rather you be safe and deal with being understaffed than let you get hurt again, Wilbur argued. Wilbur's right, Techno cut in from the kitchen where he was currently in the midst of peeling up, you guessed it, potatoes. We're not letting you get kidnapped again. It was pain enough the first time finding that dumb warehouse Dream rented. It was early evening. Outside, the setting sun had turned the city sky a dark shade of fiery orange, and Tommy knew that soon, Tubbo and Rainbow would be out in the city on patrol. Right now they were back at their apartment since, unlike Tommy, they didn't have any clothes of their own at the Soot house. They would be back later that night, but they were set to have Ender and Nuke do another swoop around Eastside, keeping an eye out for any sign of activity from Dream. So that meant the only people in the house were Tommy, Wilbur, Techno, and Phil. Just like before. On one hand, it was almost nostalgic. For things to feel the way they did before Tommy knew the Soot family's biggest secret. But on the other hand, it was really fucking annoying. Because now he knew he wasn't just dealing with the overprotective Soots, but the overprotective syndicate at the same time. But Techno, Tommy whined, dropping his head back against the couch. Man. I'll be fine. Dream's not gonna try to kidnap me twice from the same place. He's not that fucking stupid. Tommy, we're not letting you go back to work. The risks are too high, Techno repeated. Huffing, Tommy glanced back at Wilbur, who was giving him a smug look. Tommy stuck his tongue out at him, and in turn Wilbur stretched his legs across the couch and kicked his thigh. Narrowing his eyes, Tommy kicked Wilbur back, and soon the two were kicking each other back and forth. It wasn't enough to hurt, but Tommy could tell it was annoying the shit out of Wilbur, and that's what was most important. Suddenly, Tommy landed a hard kick against Wilbur's side, and he hissed. "You fucking gremlin!" he exclaimed. "You shouldn't have been kicking me." Tommy hissed. "You stuck your tongue out at me," Wilbur argued. "Oh, like sticking my tongue out at someone is the same as fucking kicking them. Boys." Both Tommy and Wilbur fell silent at Phil's booming voice, the two of them sheepishly glancing above the couch to see Phil standing in the archway to the living room. Not for the first time, Tommy jumped seeing Phil's massive, black wings just casually sticking out of his old rock band t-shirt. Now that everyone was in on the secret, Phil had no reason to hide the wings around the house. And of course, Tommy knew that Phil was Zephyrus, but it was still startling to be reminded of all the same. "Phil," Tommy whined after his moment of surprise passed, hoisting himself up so he was half draped across the back of the couch. "The bitcha duo over here won't let me go back to work. Dad, please tell him he's crazy if he thinks we're letting him go back to the same place Dream kidnapped him," Wilbur said, shooting his dad a pleading look. Phil sighed, his feathers ruffling behind him. "You're gonna hate me for this, but actually, I think Tommy has a point." "What?" Techno and Wilbur demanded at the same time. "I mean, it's not like we can just keep him here forever. He's got a life of his own, and even if Puffy understands the situation, it doesn't mean it's necessarily fair to her to just take one of her only baristas," Phil explained, walking to the kitchen so he was leaning against the kitchen counter. "God knows Foolish has probably been working way too many double shifts since Tommy got taken." "Phil, come on, you gotta understand how risky that is," Techno asked, turning away from his potatoes to raise an eyebrow at Phil. "I wasn't saying we just send him out there with no protection." Phil shot back. "Obviously we'd have someone from the syndicate assigned to stay at work with you and get you home, Tommy." Tommy shrugged. While it wasn't ideal, it wasn't like he was trying to hide his healing business from anyone anymore. Having someone there to keep an eye on him really wouldn't be much of a bother in the long run. "That's fine by me." "See? He agrees," Phil said, gesturing to Tommy while shooting Techno and Wilbur sharp looks. "I think you need at least two of us assigned to you every night," Wilbur argued, looking back at Tommy. "Will, I get where you're coming from, but we don't exactly have the numbers for that," Phil cut in. "Besides, I think having one person there should be plenty to get Tommy away should Dream show up. The goal wouldn't be to fight Dream head-on. The goal would just be to get Tommy back here as quickly as possible." "I don't like it," Techno huffed. "Me neither," Wilbur agreed. "I have no issues with this arrangement," Tommy said, flashing Phil a bright smile. Phil shot him a fond smile back, while Wilbur rolled his eyes. "If it makes you two feel better, I want to open this as an actual discussion at the next syndicate meeting," Phil continued, glancing at both Wilbur and Techno. "Everyone's gonna take our side, I bet," Wilbur snorted. "Will, I swear to God if you use your voice to rig the vote." "Me? I would never." "Phil saw, how dare you accuse me of such a thing?" Wilbur gasped in fake offense. "You're such a dramatic little shit," Phil muttered, shaking his head. "But anyway, we're gonna have a discussion about that, and we're also just going to need to fill Tommy in since there's really no point in keeping stuff a secret from him now." Tommy frowned, straightening up in his seat. "Wait, what do you mean by fill me in? Fill me in on what?" And there it was again. That fond smile. "Everything, Tommy. We're gonna fill you in on everything." Holy shit! Holy shit! Did that mean Tommy was going to get to learn why they formed the syndicate in the first place? And what their goal was? Sure, everyone knew the syndicate's general goal was to take down the hero committee, but there was obviously so much more to it than that. But the syndicate were a mysterious group, and for the most part, their motivations were shrouded in secrecy. But apparently, Tommy was going to be told everything. He had to admit, he was pretty excited. "Also, I think you should go to work tomorrow, Tommy," Phil then added after a few moments. "Had?" Techno blurted out as he dropped a potato in a pot of water. "Tomorrow?" Wilbur exclaimed. No. He's still recovering." "I'm fine, asshole." Tommy argued, clambering higher up against the couch. "No you're not. You literally broke, like, half your fucking bones. And I have healing powers, dumbass. It still takes energy out of you." "Yeah, but I've gotten it back now." "Wilbur." Phil snapped, seemingly fed up with Wilbur and Tommy's bickering. Wilbur's mouth immediately snapped shut as he spared a nervous look at his father. Tommy had to fight the urge to snicker, knowing it would probably earn him a similarly stern look from Phil. "I understand you're worried, but I genuinely think Tommy needs to get out of the house, just for his own mental health's sake. You'll stay with him in the cafe throughout his entire shift, and you'll bring him back here afterwards so we can all take him to the meeting as a group. Does that sound alright to you? Phil asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. Glancing between Phil and Tommy, Wilbur huffed and folded his arms over his chest. I guess I can live with that. Turning back to Tommy, Phil raised an eyebrow. Think you can handle the dramatic one over here during your shift tomorrow? Hey. I dunno, Phil. This is a pretty big favor you're asking, Tommy said, letting out an exaggerated sigh as he fell back into the cushions. Having to put up with a bitch like Wilbur is so exhausting. Oh, you little come here. Before Tommy could do anything, Wilbur was lunging at him. Tommy yelped as he got pulled into a headlock, struggling against Wilbur's grip as Wilbur tried to push him off the couch. Phil. Techno. Help me. Tommy yelled. Techno stared at the two fighting for a beat, before snorting and looking back at his potatoes. Phil just shrugged and left the room, ignoring Tommy's pleas for mercy as Wilbur pinned Tommy down, laughing all the while. In the end, Tommy may have accidentally elbowed Wilbur in the face and gave him a bloody nose, but it was his own fault for being a dick, though of course Tommy ended up healing it for Wilbur, despite Wilbur's protests that it was just a little bit of blood. That night, Tommy texted Puffy to tell her he was going to come into work the next day. After she checked to make sure it was all right with the syndicate, she seemed very relieved at the idea of having Tommy back at work, and Tommy couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for being gone for so long, even though he knew it wasn't his fault. Surprisingly, Tubbo and Renbo seemed fine with the plan for Tommy to go back to work, as long as Wilbur was there the whole time. As it turned out, with Dream having been off the radar since Tommy's rescue, petty crime was spiking especially in Eastside. This meant Tubbo and Renbo were even busier than usual, so they were going to be patrolling again the next night. A part of Tommy didn't like the idea of them out patrolling while he was stuck in a meeting with the syndicate. But at the same time, he knew that if the worst happened and one of them got hurt, it would probably be better to be with the syndicate so they could drive him to wherever Tubbo and Renbo were, since the cafe was kind of unusable as a clinic now considering Dream could ambush them at any moment there. So the next day passed with Tommy lounging around the house like he had been for the past few days, but this time with excitement running through his veins at actually getting to go do something again. Sure, it was work, but considering how unbelievably bored he was, he'd take just about anything. When late afternoon rolled around, Techno drove Wilbur and Tommy to the cloudy cafe. Walking in, Tommy hesitated for just a beat by the front door, remembering the bone-chilling fear that had run through him when he'd walked out those doors and found himself face to face with Dream. But then Wilbur placed a hand on his shoulder and Tommy reminded himself that he was safe, that Wilbur was going to watch out for him, and things would be fine. As soon as the two of them made their way through the doors, there was an unholy shriek of joy from behind the coffee bar. Tommy! Foolish yelled, nearly jumping over the bar to run towards him. Tommy grunted in surprise as the man wrapped him up in a tight hug, and for a brief moment Tommy wondered if Puffy had told Foolish the truth about what had happened. Then, "Oh, thank God you're back," Foolish giggled, practically dropping all his weight onto Tommy. "I'm never gonna shit-talk the way you organize the bar again, I literally can't keep doing your shifts, man." Tommy blinked, stiffly hugging Foolish back. Sorry. You're forgiven as long as you never leave me to cover all your shifts again," Foolish said, taking another beat before pulling himself back from the hug. Now getting a proper look at Foolish, it was easy to see that he was probably on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he was swaying on his feet the longer he stared at Tommy with a manic smile on his face. While Tommy was sure Puffy had probably taken a few shifts herself to cover, it was clear that Foolish had gotten the majority of the work thrust onto him, and Tommy wouldn't wish that on anyone, not even Dream. "Don't worry, I just got, really fucking sick. But I'm all good to work now," Tommy reassured him, awkwardly patting his arm. Foolish smiled and nodded at this, although his eyes were glazed over in a way that told Tommy he was nearly asleep on his feet. "Okay, cool, great. You do that, and I'm gonna go pass out for the next 18 hours, he told Tommy, taking off his apron and shoving it into Tommy's arms. Before Tommy could respond, Foolish stumbled away from him and Wilbur and out of the cafe doors. Both Tommy and Wilbur silently watched Foolish from the windows until he disappeared around the corner, leaving Tommy back in control of the cafe. "Is he okay?" Wilbur asked with a frown. "I don't think so," Tommy replied. There was a beat of silence between them. Then, Tommy unfolded the apron and pulled it over his head. "All right, well, I should get to work. You, go sit somewhere and don't bug me." Wilbur smirked. "But bugging you at work is how we became friends in the first place." Tommy narrowed his eyes. "I'll spit in your coffee." "No you won't. You're too nice," Wilbur teased, flicking Tommy's forehead. While Tommy wanted to argue, he knew Wilbur was right, and that Tommy wouldn't go that far because that was just gross. "Fuck off," Tommy grumbled as he made his way back behind the coffee bar. Wilbur, in all his bitchy glory, sauntered up to the counter and rested his elbows in front of the register. Let me be your first customer of the day. Ugh, fine, what do you want? Flat white, Wilbur told him. Rolling his eyes, Tommy rang him up and watched as Wilbur went over to his usual table in the corner. It was strange. Despite so much having changed, there was so much familiarity in this routine. Bickering with Wilbur during his shifts, trying to figure out ways to fuck with him to make his job more entertaining, so much was different now, but in a way it was like nothing had happened at all. It was so easy to fall back into his work. Tommy barely thought as he pulled the espresso shots and grabbed a bottle of caramel, fully intending to not make Wilbur the drink he ordered just to fuck with him. Late afternoon sun streamed through the large windows of the cafe, once again bathing everything in gorgeous shades of gold and orange. The smell of roasting coffee beans filled the air, and Tommy's shoulders slumped as he took a moment to close his eyes and just breathe in his work. A few minutes later, Tommy was sliding Wilbur's cup onto the pickup bar. He called out Wilbur's name, and Wilbur smirked as he sauntered back over to the bar to grab the drink. When Wilbur picked the cup up, he huffed at the words written on the side. Pussy boy? Really? Wilbur asked, raising an eyebrow at him. It's what you are, Tommy shrugged, trying to keep his expression neutral as Wilbur took his first sip of the drink. As expected, Wilbur instantly frowned at the taste. Is this a caramel macchiato? Yup, Tommy answered, popping the pea. You brat! Wilbur exclaimed, scowling at him. You know I think caramel macchiatos are way too sweet. Shouldn't have put me in that headlock yesterday, Tommy told him, struggling to stifle his laughter. Wilbur's scowl deepened. Make me my proper drink. Nope. Maybe if you're nicer to me I'll make you the right drink later tonight, Tommy teased, flipping him off as he went to go help a customer waiting at the register. Huffing, Wilbur stalked back over to his table, and Tommy was pretty sure he heard him mumble fucking gremlin, under his breath as he reluctantly sipped at his coffee. And just like that, Tommy was back on the clock. An hour and a half passed with nothing very noteworthy happening. Customers filed in, Tommy made coffee, the espresso machine took a shit and Tommy spent 10 minutes cussing at it until he managed to get it working again, and Wilbur worked on his laptop the entire time. The yellow light of the setting sun turned darker and darker, until it disappeared completely. Night was falling earlier now that it was getting close to winter, and Tommy had to admit, he was grateful he wasn't going to have to walk to the subway in the chilly air tonight. Then, there was the sound of a chiming door, and Tommy's attention was pulled to the front as two customers made their way to the register. It was a man and a woman, and Tommy realized he recognized the woman. With her cotton candy pink hair, razor-sharp eyeliner, and her kind smile, Tommy thought back to a time she'd stopped by and tipped him far more than she needed to. The man with her was unfamiliar, albeit rather nondescript, with the only noticeable thing about him being his shaved head. Putting on his customer service grin, Tommy greeted them as they came up to the counter. Welcome to the Cloudy Cafe, what can I get you? I think I'll have a small mocha, the woman told him, something warm flashing in her eyes. And I'll have one of those, blended caramel coffee things, the guy chimed in, gesturing vaguely to the menu. Tommy frowned. You mean the caramel frappe? Yup. That thing, the guy nodded. Shrugging, Tommy wrote down the drinks on the cups before meeting the woman's eyes again. All right, name. The woman met his eyes steadily, a grin tugging at the corners of her lips. Nikki. Nodding, Tommy started to write the name down on the cup, but froze before he'd even gotten to the K. Nikki. Nikki was Nemesis's real name. This girl had the same cotton candy hair that Nemesis did. She was the same height and build as the villain as well. As the realization dawned on Tommy's face, Nikki let her warm grin take over her face. It's good to see you again, Tommy, she said softly. Holy shit, Tommy whispered. This was Nemesis. Without even thinking about it, Tommy rushed around the counter and Nikki immediately pulled him into a hug. He laughed as he bent down to hug her properly, and he felt her own laughter dance through her shoulders as he squeezed her tight. They stayed like that for a few moments, Tommy too shocked to even think of what Nemesis just casually identity revealing to him implied, before the two of them were interrupted by a cough. Glancing up, Tommy saw the guy with the shaved head smirking at him. Up, mate, the guy said. Oh. Oh, Tommy was fucking stupid. Both of you are here? Tommy asked, letting go of Nikki to give Thanatos a hug. Of course we are. We wanted to come by and see if you were okay, Nikki explained. Name's Jack, by the way, No, Jack told him, patting his shoulder a few times before pulling away from the hug. It's really good to see you, man. Nemesis and Thanatos. Nikki and Jack. Such normal names for the two villains that were the entire reason he actually decided to start helping the syndicate willingly. Fucking hell, it's good to see you guys too, Tommy laughed. And it was good to see them. Besides the Suits, Nemesis and Thanatos had been the closest to being his friends out of the rest of the syndicate. It was just, surprisingly nice to see them here. But then, the full realization hit Tommy. Wait, why the fuck did you two just reveal your faces to me? Tommy asked, frowning at them. Isn't that breaking the syndicate rules? Before either of them could respond though, another voice joined in the fray. Well, looks like you guys were too impatient to wait for tonight, Wilbur chuckled as he walked up to the counter. Nikki at least seemed a bit sheepish. Man. Can you blame us? You and Phil and Tech haven't told us anything about how he's doing. I told you he was fine. Wilbur argued. Yeah, but nothing else, Nikki said, shooting Wilbur a pointed look. Besides, you got to reveal all dramatically to him right before he passed out, so you can't say shit, Jack added. Plus we were both craving coffee, so we figured why not. Wilbur huffed. I mean, you know I don't actually give a shit. But Phil and Techno are super strict on that stuff. Tommy listened to the conversation going on, a few more puzzle pieces falling into place. Wait, so you guys all know each other's identities? Tommy asked, lowering his voice to make sure no one else in the cafe could hear, despite the fact that no one was paying attention to them. We do, Wilbur nodded. You were the only one we kept out of the loop. Everyone else already knew each other's names and faces. But it's probably best for us not to go into it here, Nikki pointed out, glancing around the cafe. We'll be able to talk more about it tonight. Tommy raised his eyebrows. Wait, so are all of you guys gonna? That should be the plan unless Phil changes his mind, Wilbur answered before he even finished. But since you now know who 5 out of the 8 are, I don't think Phil would go back now. Holy shit! Tommy was going to learn everyone's identities in the syndicate tonight. Is that even safe? Tommy asked, thinking back to 404. The worst has already happened, and we're not going to let you know who get his hands on you again, Wilbur told him, brown eyes meeting blue. You deserve to know after everything you've been through. Fuck. They really trusted him that much. If anyone asked Tommy if that made him a bit choked up, he would say that was ridiculous to even ask because he was a big man who didn't get choked up at silly shit like that. But, well, if he quickly excused himself from the conversation to make Nikki and Jack's drinks because his vision was getting a little blurry, well that was none of their business. After he made Nikki and Jack their drinks, they went to sit at Wilbur's table, and the three fell into a hushed conversation Tommy couldn't make out from the coffee bar. Another few hours passed without much fanfare, and it wasn't long before Nikki and Jack had to head out. They both promised they'd see him in a few hours though, and Tommy waved them out while fighting to contain his bright smile. Soon, customers started filtering out of the shop. Laptops were closed, empty cups were tossed in trash cans, and it wasn't long before Wilbur was the only one left in the cafe. At one point, Tommy slid out another hot coffee cup onto the pickup bar. Bitch boy, come get your flat white. Tommy yelled across the shop as he began to wipe down the counters. Wilbur laughed as he grabbed his drink, giving Tommy a wry smile when he met his gaze. Ah, did the child feel bad for being mean to Big Brother Wilby? He teased. Tommy blinked, fighting the sudden urge he had to smack Wilbur in the face. I will dump that coffee on your stupid fucking head if you don't shut up. Sure you will. You'll dump the drink you just spent time making on a floor you'd have to clean. Wilbur cut himself off with a yelp when Tommy lunged across the counter, trying to make a grab for the cup. You're a fucking feral raccoon, I swear to God. I'll bite you, Tommy threatened. You know, I don't think I doubt that anymore, Wilbur snorted. After that, Tommy finished cleaning up the rest of the cafe, and Wilbur waited by the door like he had so many times in the past. This time though, he wasn't scrolling through his phone like he usually did while he waited for Tommy to finish up. Instead, his eyes were locked on the windows, watching like a sentry for any sign of movement outside. Right when Tommy was heading towards the door, a sleek, black SUV pulled up in front of the cafe, which Tommy recognized as the same one they took when he went to the first syndicate meeting. Wilbur kept an arm wrapped around his shoulders as Tommy locked the doors to the cafe. Tommy leaned into him, his heart beating a little louder in his chest than usual at being outside the cafe in the middle of the night, just like before. They went straight to the SUV though, and Tommy didn't see any sign of Dream or 404. When they climbed in, Tommy saw Techno was driving again, with Phil sitting up front, meaning Wilbur had to sit in the back with him. The two of them were already decked out in their villain outfits, and after Tommy and Wilbur had settled themselves in the back seat, Phil tossed a bundle of clothes at Wilbur's face. You can get changed when we get there, Will, Phil said, his voice changer turned off for the time being. Despite the fact that Tommy obviously knew Phil was Zephyrus, it was still disconcerting to hear his voice come out from under Zephyrus' veil. This was definitely going to take a bit to get used to, Tommy could tell. Couldn't have let me just change in the bathroom of the cafe? Wilbur asked, frowning at the front seat. I dunno about you, but I'd rather not see a news report about Siren walking out of a well-beloved cafe in East Side, Techno deadpanned, making Tommy snort. Who knows? Maybe I'll just tell the news that Siren loves my coffee, Tommy joked. Imagine if you just came into the cafe in the full get-up, Will. How do you think my customers would react to that? That's probably not something we want to deal with, so let's not talk about making the cloudy cafe a regular haunt for Siren, Phil cut in. Anyway, Tommy, how was work? Tommy shrugged, slumping back into his seat. It was fine. Wilbur snorted. Fine? You're not gonna mention the fact that you learned Nemesis and Thanatos' real names. Tommy shot Wilbur a flat stare. Well, I didn't know if it was okay to tell Phil about that or not. Wait, you met Nikki and Jack in their civilian forms? Phil questioned, twisting around in his seat to actually look at Tommy. He did, yet. They basically just went up to the register to order their drinks and told him outright, Wilbur laughed. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal since that was gonna happen tonight anyway. The two of them just wanted to see him and make sure he was okay. But they won't get in trouble, right? Tommy asked, furrowing his brows. Because I don't want them to get in trouble because of me. Phil chuckled. No, don't worry, I'm not gonna scold Nemesis and Thanatos because they wanted to properly introduce themselves to you before everyone else could. Okay, that's good, Tommy murmured, leaning against the window and watching the street lamps blur into one streak of orange light. The rest of the drive was quiet after that. Tommy waited for them to get closer to the syndicate compound, to the point where they would blindfold him again, but it never came. They crossed through South Bay and further up until they were nearing the middle of the city, with the buildings changing from nice townhouses to actual skyscrapers. It wasn't until they pulled into the parking garage of a nondescript office building that Tommy realized they just weren't going to blindfold him at all. There was the steep decline Tommy had remembered making him feel sick before with the blindfold on. The underground parking structure was dark, only lit up every few spaces with harsh white light, making the entire place feel very eerie. There were no cars in any of the parking spots either, with everyone who worked in that building clearly having gone home for the day. The car drove down deeper and deeper into the parking garage until they were at the bottom level. Then, Techno pulled the SUV into a random empty spot and cut the engine. We're here, Techno announced. So, there's really no blindfold this time? Tommy asked, glancing between the three of them. No. No blindfold this time, Phil reassured him, lifting up his veil to flash Tommy a reassuring smile. Nodding, Tommy hopped out of the car, his shoes smacking against the concrete as Techno and Phil did the same. Wilbur didn't get out of the car though, and it took a moment for him to realize that when Phil said Wilbur could change into his Siren clothes when they got there, he meant change in the car. It was pretty funny to listen to Wilbur struggle to change in the narrow confines of the back seat of the car. There was a lot of grunting, swearing, and at one point a foot smacked against the window. But then, finally, Siren climbed out of the SUV, donning his black coat, dark jeans, heavy boots, and his signature blindfold. I hate changing in the car, you know that, Techno, Wilbur hissed as soon as he was on his feet again, Techno locking the car as Phil led them towards an elevator near the wall. Wouldn't be such a problem if you didn't decide skinny jeans just had to be part of your supervillain wardrobe, Techno shot back with a smirk. Wilbur scoffed. It's about having a cohesive look. Besides, I'm not one to do a whole bunch of physical fighting, so the jeans work out fine unless I need to change in the back seat of a fucking car. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, Tommy suddenly chimed in, shoving his way between the two brothers. How the fuck do you even see out of that mask? Oh, it's just got, like, dark mesh around the eyes while the rest is just solid fabric. But it's hidden well so you can't really see the mesh from the outside, Wilbur explained. I used to put dark makeup around my eyes to kind of hide them even more behind all the black, but eventually I got lazy so I stopped doing it. You mean I called you an emo and you got mad, Techno huffed. Phil snickered at this comment, but didn't say anything as he pressed the button for the elevator. I did not stop just because you called me an emo. Wilbur protested, punching Techno in the arm. Besides, it's not emo to try and wear makeup that helps conceal my goddamn identity. Shurei, Techno drawled. Keep telling yourself that while you walk around in Doc Martens and a black trench coat. Wilbur let out an indignant noise as the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. The four of them all piled into the small metal box, with Phil pressing the B10 button before beginning their descent down. The elevator jolted as it moved deeper and deeper underground. Once again, Tommy wondered if this whole building was used for syndicate stuff, or if they just rented out this one underground office for their dramatic villain meetings. Once the elevator stopped, the doors opened to reveal that same plain, undecorated hallway that led straight to the double doors of the meeting room. Now out of the elevator, Phil rolled his shoulders to manifest his wings, having had them hidden during the car ride. The double doors to the syndicate room were no less impressive than they were the first time Tommy saw them. The intricate carvings were just as stunning as he remembered them, and Tommy made a mental note to ask at some point who the fuck did the interior decorating for the syndicate. When Phil opened the doors to the meeting room and led them inside, Tommy was met with the waiting faces of all the other syndicate members he'd come to know so well. Daedalus, Jester, Rosethorn, Nemesis, and Thanatos had already taken their seats. Phil took his place at the head of the table, with Techno sitting at the other end. Wilbur and him sat in the same seats they had before, and despite the fact that Tommy knew the syndicate far better than he did the first time he'd been in here, he couldn't ignore the nerves buzzing in his chest. As soon as everyone was settled, Phil wasted no time in jumping right into things. "Hey guys, glad you all could make it on such short notice," Phil said, folding his hands in front of him. "As you all know, tonight we are welcoming Tommy in as a full member of the syndicate." Tommy's eyes widened. "Wait, I'm what?" All eyes in the room suddenly turned to him. "Phil, did you forget to tell the fucking kid he was gonna be a syndicate member?" Jester asked, his feet resting up on the table. "Well no, I didn't forget. I told you yesterday, Tommy," Phil said, lifting his veil so he could meet his eyes. "I said we were gonna tell you everything." "Okay, but how was I supposed to know that meant I'd be an official member of the syndicate?" Tommy asked, his heart pounding in his ears. Phil's brows furrowed. "I mean, I thought it was obvious. You already worked for us, so this is just the next step." He paused then, something worried flashing over his gaze. "Do you not want to be a member of the syndicate, Tommy?" The question was gentle. There was no pressure or judgment in Phil's voice. Just genuine concern. But even still, Tommy couldn't help but shrink back in his chair as all the eyes in the room stayed squarely on him. It wasn't that he didn't want to be a member of the syndicate. Phil was right in saying that he basically already was. This would just be making it official. But if Tommy agreed to this, he could no longer say he was just a civilian. He would officially be a villain. Or, at least in the city's eyes he would be. Either way, he'd be choosing to fully join this world that he had tried so hard to stay out of. Suddenly, there was a warm hand on his shoulder. Wilbur had pulled up his mask, and was staring at him with worried eyes. "Are you okay?" he whispered. Tommy stared at Wilbur, trying to think if he was okay or not. While he was definitely shocked, he knew that he was already in this world. Hell, he'd already been kidnapped by a hero. Tommy had lost his civilian card long ago, and at this point he knew full well there was no way to get it back. Besides, his family was here, weren't they? He'd chosen this as his family, and when he told Wilbur he didn't go back on that stuff, he meant it. Again, this was just making things official. "No, I want it," Tommy said after a few beats of silence. "Sorry, just confused me for a second." Relief washed over Phil's face as he nodded. "Okay, that's good to hear. Then we'll cast a vote. All those in favor of Tommy joining the syndicate, raise your hands." Immediately, everyone at the table raised their hands. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in anyone's eyes, and warmth bloomed in Tommy's chest at their trust. "All right, then that's settled. We'll need to come up with a code name for you at some point, Tommy. But for now, we have bigger things to focus on," Phil said, lifting the hat with his veil entirely off his head. "You all know the drill. Masks off." And just like that, with those simple words, everyone in the syndicate took their masks off. Techno rested his boar skull on the table. Wilbur shoved his blindfold in his pocket. Nikki set her masquerade mask lightly on her lap. Jack moved his skull mask on top of his head. But these were the faces he already knew. There was a loud whirring noise as Daedalus pulled his mechanical mask off his face. His eyes faded from being entirely pitch black, to having normal dark green irises. As Tommy took in his face, he realized he had definitely seen Daedalus before. "You came to the cafe?" Tommy exclaimed. "You brought your dog to see me?" Daedalus laughed and nodded. "Yup, Fran really likes you. You gave her whipped cream once and you earned her undying loyalty." Wow. Tommy really shouldn't be surprised considering Daedalus literally told him he'd been to the cafe before, but it was still strange to think about in retrospect. "I'm Sam by the way," Daedalus introduced himself. "Sam. What a boring name for such a badass guy." "Nice to meet you, Sam," Tommy snorted. "Nice to meet you too, Tommy." Then, there was a pointed cough to Sam's left, and Tommy's eyes fell on another familiar face. "Hannah?" Tommy asked, recognizing the waitress from Bad's diner. "You're a villain." "Yup, sure am," Hannah grinned, playing with her tree bark mask in her hands. "Let me tell you, it was so fucking hard to keep a straight face every time you and Wilbur came in for dinner." "Sorry about that, Hannah. But he wanted muffins, and it's not like I could just say no," Wilbur defended. Hannah raised an eyebrow. "Still a dick move, Soot," she teased. "But it's nice to properly meet you, Tommy." "You too," Tommy chuckled, leaning back further in his seat. This only left one other person in the room Tommy didn't know. He turned his head to the left, and found himself staring into a young man's face with a jagged scar going through his left eye. I fucking knew it, Tommy whispered, meeting Jester's eyes. I knew that was your real face. Jester chuckled. I could see it in your eyes that you knew I was bullshitting you with the whole, oh it's a random stranger off the street. Truth is, I was just too fucking tired to put on a different face, and I knew I could trust you at that point. So I figured it was fine. Tommy grinned. Well, tell me your name then. Call me Quackity, he told Tommy, grinning wide enough to show a gold tooth he had embedded under where the scar went through his eye. Wait, did Quackity already show you his face? Techno asked, frowning as he looked between the two of them. Technically yet, Quackity snorted. Can't trust any of you little shits, Phil muttered, although his voice was fond as he shook his head. For those who don't know, apparently Nikki and Jack took matters into their own hands and introduced themselves to Tommy earlier today. All the eyes then fell onto Jack and Nikki, both of whom were smirking in their seats. What can I say? We wanted coffee, Jack huffed. Can't believe Sam and I are the only ones who can keep a secret identity, Hannah muttered. Hey! I kept it a secret too. Tommy just guessed mine on his own. Wilbur protested. Like you weren't trying to get him to figure it out by being as obvious as possible. Okay boys, Phil said, cutting Techno off. I know you all like to bicker about stupid shit, but we actually have more business to attend to this meeting, so we should get on with it. Folding his hands in front of him again, Phil focused back on Tommy. Tommy, do you have any particular questions for us, or should we just start at the beginning? Tommy gulped as he tried to think if he had any particular questions. There was just so much he felt he didn't know about the syndicate, trying to come up with a single question to encapsulate everything he was wondering about felt impossible. I mean, I guess I just want to know what the hell you're all even trying to do, Tommy said, bringing his knees up onto the chair. Phil nodded. That's a good place to start. To give you the short answer, our goal is to destroy the institution of the Hero Committee and get rid of the entire system of government-sanctioned heroes. And to take down the government and establish an anarchical society in its place, Techno chimed in. Well, yes, that too, but that part comes later, Phil said, dipping his head at Techno. Our primary focus is the Hero Committee. Tommy blinked, wondering if he'd heard that right. Oh, yeah, so nothing too big or anything, he drawled sarcastically, mind reeling at how insane that sounded. I know it seems like a lot to take on, but the captain was the last bastion of any kind of good that existed in the hero system, Phil explained, leaning back in his seat. She was the last hope we had in possibly reforming things. Now we aim to take the system down entirely, because it's far too corrupt to try and fix. The idea of paying people with the most powerful abilities in the city to play cops but with even less restrictions is just a recipe for disaster, Techno added, folding his arms over his chest. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense, Tommy muttered, glancing at the table. But you want to take down the government too? Both Wilbur and Techno answered at the same time. Not necessarily. Yes. The two brothers gave each other incredulous looks, and Tommy would have laughed if he wasn't still struggling to process everything they were saying. Wilbur, Techno started, staring intensely at his younger brother. You know we've talked about this. Please don't get us into this fucking argument again, Quackity groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Tommy frowned, looking between all the tired faces of the different syndicate members. He had a feeling this had been a conversation they had gone through several times before. Can someone tell me what I'm missing here? He asked. We have different ideas on what our next steps will be after the Hero Committee is gone, Sam cut in to explain, much to Tommy's relief. Phil, Techno, and Nikki are anarchists and want to take down the government entirely. Wilbur, Jack, Hannah, and myself are more on the side of government reform. And I don't really give a shit either way as long as I can keep running my business, Quackity said, folding his arms behind his head. But we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it, Phil said, giving Tommy a reassuring smile. Although I would prefer anarchy, I'm not completely against the idea of government reform myself. I am. But either way, none of this is relevant until we first take down the Hero Committee, Phil continued, ignoring Techno's interruption. Hey. Okay. Well, Tommy already knew Techno was an anarchist considering he had rambled to Tommy about anarchist theory multiple times, but he hadn't realized Phil and Nikki were anarchists as well. In truth, Tommy didn't really understand much about anarchism, so it wasn't like he had a super strong opinion on the subject. So he decided not to comment on that, and figured he could learn more about it when it actually became more relevant to the syndicate's goals, which at the moment it didn't seem like it was. Alright, focus on the Hero Committee first, I get that, Tommy muttered, nodding to himself. He looked up to meet Phil's eyes again as another question appeared in his mind. How did this all start in the first place though? I feel like I just woke up one day and the syndicate was all over the news. How did I come to create the syndicate in the first place? Phil asked. Tommy nodded, and Phil took a breath. Well, that's gonna require a bit of backstory. Tugging his hair out of his ponytail, Phil ran his hands through his hair, before taking a breath and straightening up. When I first started out as a villain, I didn't have any goals to destroy the hero committee or take down the government or any of that shit. The truth is that I was a single dad who had unexpectedly ended up with 2 kids in a very short period of time, and money became way more of a problem than I thought it would be, Phil explained, looking between Wilbur and Techno before returning his gaze to Tommy. I didn't necessarily want to turn to crime, but I'd already had my issues with the way the heroes ignored the poorer neighborhoods, so it was easy to decide that if I needed to rob a bank to make sure my boys got to eat dinner, then I was gonna go rob a bank. Pausing, Phil's expression darkened. It didn't take long for me to learn the truth about the way the hero committee dealt with villains, and how they manipulated the media in their favor. It wasn't as bad as it is now. The only hero who was working at this time that I think you would have even heard of is the captain, but it was still pretty damn corrupt. When I realized this, I got fucking pissed. The entire system that was put in place to protect El Manberg citizens was a lie, and the only people who knew the truth about it were the villains. Tommy leaned forward in his seat when Phil took another pause, enraptured by the story. Still, I was a pretty minor villain for my first 5 or so years. I just did what I had to take care of my kids. I didn't want to get involved in anything too intense, because the last thing I wanted was for Will and Tech to get caught up in this shit. Little did you know, we knew the whole time what you were doing, Wilbur cut in, smirking a bit. You weren't subtle about it, Dad. Like, at all. I tried my best, okay. Phil huffed, grinning sheepishly. Well, you sucked at it, old man, Techno teased. But yet, Will and I knew the whole time that Phil was a villain. So when we thought we were old enough, we both decided we wanted to help him out. I still remember the first time you 2 brats showed up during a fight because you followed me, Phil mumbled, dragging a hand down his face. Gave me about 20 fucking heart attacks that night. But it was worth it because we proved our point, Wilbur said. We proved to you we could help, and you let us join you. Only because I knew you 2 would just start sneaking out to do shit on your own if I said no. I wanted to at least be able to keep an eye on you, Phil argued. But yet, basically when Wilbur was around 18 and Techno was 19, the 2 of them decided they wanted to be villains too and wouldn't take no for an answer. So the 3 of us formed our little group, and together we could actually accomplish a lot more than what I was able to do on my own. Also I, unlike Phil who had just been an edgy lone wolf up until then, actually started talking to other villains we ran into, Wilbur cut in, smiling proudly. And I found out that others actually thought a lot of the same things we did about the hero committee. Does it really count when you literally mentored one of our only 2 allies at that point? Techno asked, raising an eyebrow at Wilbur. You're the one who taught Fundy to hate the hero committee just as much as we did. Wilbur rolled his eyes. He was gonna hate them anyway. I just happened to run into him during his first attempt at robbing a place. Wait, did Wilbur just say Fundy? You mean to tell me the fucking fried chicken food truck guy is a villain? Tommy asked, shooting Wilbur a confused look. He was a villain. Went by the name Vulpes because he was a sneaky little shit who could turn invisible. He later retired and now has the food truck you and I love so much, Wilbur explained, nudging Tommy's shoulder. Faintly, Tommy remembered hearing 1 or 2 things about a villain called Vulpes, although he couldn't recall much. Having the power to turn invisible is probably what kept him under the radar, though Tommy would probably try to Google stuff on him when he got home. But why did he retire? Tommy asked, figuring he must not have been a villain for very long since his food truck seemed rather well established. At this, a hush fell over the table as everyone's smiles disappeared, as if a candle had been blown out and darkness had descended. There was a tense silence and the group shared knowing looks with one another, with even Quackity looking serious for the first time all night. Have you ever heard of the villain H94, Tommy? Phil asked after a few beats of silence. Tommy frowned, trying to think if he could remember anything about an H94. There was some faint flicker of memory there, but it was barely anything substantial. I've heard the name, but not much else, Tommy answered. Well, his real name was Bomb, and besides me, Will, and Techno, he was the first official member of the syndicate, Phil explained, staring at the table as he spoke. He was a kind man who had been put in a similar position as myself, where he became a villain to survive. He agreed with us about the unfairness of the hero committee, so we agreed to start working together to find a way to take them down. Tommy noticed how they were only referring to Bomb in the past tense, and dread began to pool in his gut. What? What happened to him? Tommy whispered. Dream happened, Techno said, clenching his jaw. Me, Bomb, and Phil were in a fight against Dream, Flame, and the captain. At the time, Dream and Flame were both still newbies on the scene, and we weren't really sure what either of them were capable of. All we knew was that Dream was being mentored by the captain, and we hardly knew anything about Flame. But the captain was someone we were familiar with, and she had always been one of the only good heroes in the system, so we trusted she'd keep her new kid in line. From there, Phil picked up the story. That wasn't what happened though. The fight got rough. Techno was fighting the captain, while Dream seemed like he was still struggling a bit with using his powers, and when Bomb went for flame, well, Dream killed him. Distantly, Tommy remembered what Nikki had told him all those months ago when he was first healing Jack. Are you saying that heroes have killed villains before? Yes, they have. And if you hadn't saved Iceman, he would have been another death they covered up. And then, what Puffy had told him less than a week ago. I tried to stop it, but soon he was dead, and when I reported the hero responsible to the committee, they just didn't do anything. The hero committee covered it up, didn't they? Tommy asked in a horrified whisper. Phil nodded. After it happened, Puffy stopped the fight and apologized for what happened. She also promised to make sure that Dream received proper punishment, and that if he didn't, she would stop working for the heroes. So that's why she retired, Tommy finished, nodding to himself. Because nothing happened when Dream killed Bomb. Exactly. Fundy ended up retiring not long after because it scared him so badly, Phil finished, looking pained. And that was when I knew I had to do whatever I could to take that organization down. Bile rose in the back of Tommy's throat. He'd been told that heroes had killed villains before, but to see how much pain the syndicate was in because of the friend they lost, to hear his name and know that Dream was the one responsible. Tommy was starting to understand why Wilbur said he wouldn't be able to promise Tommy he wouldn't kill again. Bomb was my best friend, Nikki then chimed in, her voice softer than usual but echoing in the room all the same. He was the one who introduced me to Wilbur, Techno, and Phil in the first place. I wasn't involved in any of the villain vigilante hero stuff, but I knew who Bomb and his friends were, and I understood why they did what they did. She kept her eyes on the table, and a scowl flashed across her face. When Techno called me to tell me what had happened though, I realized I couldn't just sit on the sidelines and wait for this to happen to more people. The system was bullshit, and I wanted to play my part in taking it down just like the rest of them, Nikki continued, her voice still quiet, yet razor sharp at the same time. So after I met Jack and we got our footing as a duo, I contacted Wilbur again and asked if we could join the syndicate, which is how we ended up here. From there, our numbers just grew, Phil picked up. After Bomb's death and the loss of Fundy, it was just back to me, Will, and Tech. But then Nikki and Jack joined, and then about a year later Quackity contacted us about making a business deal. Then, well, I started talking to Sam. Oh yeah, Tommy frowned. How did that whole thing happen anyway? With Sam, switching sides. At this, Sam cleared his throat, drawing all eyes in the room to him. Well, the story is kind of simple in all honesty. The gist of it was that Phil just started talking to me during our fights. He just pointed out a lot of the flaws in the system and how unfair it all was, and I got me to start really thinking about what I was doing. Truth be told, I didn't think that would work at all, Phil said, chuckling a bit. I was just saying shit to distract him. Had no clue Sam was actually listening to me. It worked out in the end because I actually did pay attention, Sam replied. I just started noticing all these problems, and how we as heroes rarely ever got punished for our actions. And I'd known the captain, she and I had been friends before she retired, so I'd heard her complaints plenty of times before then too, but I never took them to heart. But I guess what really changed things for me was when Dream made that building collapse, and the hero committee barely did anything to punish him. Sighing, Sam took a beat to push his dark green hair out of his face. I know it was an accident. But he was supposed to be grounded from hero duty, and then the committee pulled him out the second they had an excuse. That was really the moment where I saw that this organization didn't actually care about keeping its heroes in check, as long as funding kept rolling in. So when I next found myself and my fellow heroes in a fight against Phil, Wilbur, and Techno, and Phil started asking me again why I was doing this, I just couldn't find a good answer. So I left. You left mid-fight? Tommy asked. I did, yeah. I decided I wanted out, so I tried to just flee down a nearby alley. But, I had a run-in with Supreme, Sam said, dropping his eyes to the table as his lips twisted into something pained. Tommy thought back to all the news reports when Warden had first deserted the heroes. How there were rumors about how Warden had viciously attacked his own healer without warning. Looking at Sam now, Tommy could see none of the bloodlust that the media claimed Warden had been holding inside of him. He could only see regret, and guilt. So much guilt, Tommy could see from his eyes that it was practically drowning him. I didn't mean to hurt him, Sam admitted, his voice barely more than a whisper as he wrung his hands together. I ran into him in the alley when I was trying to leave, and when he figured out what I was doing, he tried to get me to stop. We got into an argument, and I swung my trident out, but not with the intent to hurt him. I just wanted to make it like a warning. To get him to back off. But then Sam's breathing hitched as he grimaced, as if just remembering the story was almost too painful for him. I think he was trying to move towards me. Not to attack, I know he wouldn't do that. I'm not sure what he was doing, but he came towards me when I wasn't expecting it, and my trident just. He cut himself off, and Phil leaned over to rest a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Sam. I think he gets it. Nodding, Sam took a breath to steady himself. I was horrified by what had happened, but Dream showed up in the alley right at that moment, and I knew Supreme could heal himself, so I decided I just had to get away from him. I ran out and rejoined the fight, but this time I fought with Phil and the others. When they decided it was time to flee, they took me with them, and I've been a member of the syndicate ever since, Sam finished, his shoulders slumping as he stopped wringing his hands. Tommy let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. That was a lot. The media had made Warden's betrayal sound so much more spiteful than it was. Instead of the hero suddenly getting a taste for blood and wanting to kill his fellow heroes, he'd just wanted to leave, and ended up having to fight his way out. Jesus fucking Christ, man, Tommy muttered. That's rough. It's all right. I know that leaving was still the right thing to do, even if I didn't go about it in the best way, Sam shrugged, the mechanical arms behind his head shrugging as well. But yeah, that's how I ended up joining. And then he recruited me a year later, Hannah announced proudly, cutting through the tension with a cheerful smile. My situation was pretty simple. I worked as a vigilante because I thought heroes were bullshit. I ran into Sam a few times when I was on patrol and he started talking to me about my motives and stuff, and then he eventually convinced me to become a villain and join the syndicate. Convinced you? You practically begged me to join, Sam said, looking less tense now as he shot a wry grin at Hannah. Oh shut up, no I didn't. Hannah protested, punching him in the arm. You were the one begging me. You literally stabbed me at one point. Why would I beg you to join the syndicate? Come on, don't be such a baby. It was one tiny little stab wound and you were fine, Hannah groaned, rolling her eyes. Please don't stab each other and give me more headaches to deal with, Tommy grumbled, running his hands through his hair. There was a chorus of laughter at this, and Tommy felt a familiar arm slide around his shoulders. Don't worry, Toms. There'll be no unnecessary stabbing anymore, Wilbur reassured him, tugging his chair closer. Tommy huffed and elbowed Wilbur in the side to get him to let go, but the clingy bitch refused to move his arm, so Tommy sighed and leaned against his older brother in defeat. All right, so Tommy, do you have any more questions for us? Phil asked once the table had gone silent again. I don't think so, Tommy shook his head. But I'll let you know if I think of anything. The truth was, while Tommy probably would have more questions later on, he had already learned so much in such a short span of time that he needed a break to process everything. He'd already learned how and why the syndicate was formed, how each of the members joined, and he'd even learned about the death of H94. If he got told any more stories, he was pretty sure his head was going to explode. Besides, he lived with Phil, if he got more questions later he could just ask him there. Phil nodded. Sounds good. So I suppose this leaves us with our next order of business for the night. What to do about? The blaring of a ringing phone cut Phil off mid-sentence. There was an awkward pause as everyone glanced around the table to see whose phone it was, and it took Tommy an embarrassingly long time to realize it was coming from him. Cheeks flushing red, Tommy pulled his buzzing phone out of his pocket, wondering how the hell he even got service down here. When he saw it was Tubbo calling him though, he paused, because he knew that Tubbo was supposed to be out patrolling tonight with Ranbu. Shit. Wait. Had they gotten hurt? Fuck, he needed to take this in case they were injured. Shit, sorry guys, I need to take this, Tommy coughed awkwardly, ignoring the villain's eyes on him as he pressed answer on the call. Hey Tubbo, is everything okay? Fucking hell we're fine, Tommy. But some bad shit just went down out here. What's going on? Are you hurt? No, we're not hurt at all. We weren't even in a fight or anything. Then what's wrong? Tommy asked, frowning. There was a pause on the other end. We ran into Dream, Tubbo said quietly. He didn't do anything to us, but he told us to pass you a message. Tommy froze, his blood turning to ice in his veins. What was the message? He asked, struggling to keep his voice steady as his heart began to race in his chest. Tubbo took a shaky breath. I dunno how the fuck he did it, but I guess he finally got evidence of you healing Siren or something, Tubbo explained, his voice wavering. And he basically said that if you don't give him what he wants, he's going to have you arrested for aiding the syndicate. What he wants? Tommy knew exactly what he wanted. There was only one reason he had even kidnapped Tommy in the first place. Dream wanted the identities of the syndicate. And if he didn't get them, he was going to arrest Tommy. Oh, fuck me. Blackmail. Tommy stared blankly ahead for a few moments with the phone still pressed to his ear, trying to process what Tubbo just told him. He was fucked. Completely and utterly fucked. Boss man? You still there or did you go into shock? Tubbo asked, his voice crackling a bit over the phone speaker. I'm here, Tommy muttered, ignoring the worried glances from Wilbur and the rest of the syndicate. Was that all he said? Actually, he made us take a video of him saying his demands. I just kind of paraphrased it for you, Tubbo explained, his voice shaking. Do you want me to send you the video? Gulping, Tommy nodded before remembering Tubbo couldn't see that over the phone. Yeah. Do that. Alright. Are you still at the meeting? Yup. We were in the middle of talking about shit when you called. Tubbo made a noise of sympathy. You need to tell them about this, okay? They'll help you work it out. Ranbu and I are gonna head back to the Sud house and we'll be waiting there when you get back. Okay. I'll see you soon, Tubbo, Tommy told him, biting his lip. Stay safe out there. Will do. And don't worry, Tommy. We're not letting you go to prison, Tubbo reassured him, although he didn't sound too confident as he said that. The reassurance fell flat though because Tommy knew there was no way Tubbo could promise that. No one could really promise that right now. If Dream had evidence of Tommy healing the syndicate like he claimed, he could turn Tommy in at any time, and there'd be nothing Tommy could do about it. He would just be fucked. Bye Tubbo, Tommy said before hanging up the phone. A few seconds after he hung up, he got a ding notification, and saw Tubbo had texted him 2 videos, one that looked like grainy security footage, and one with Dream standing in the center of the thumbnail. Tommy flinched when he saw the still image of Dream, and was too focused on the phone to notice Wilbur leaning over his shoulder until it was too late. Why the fuck did Tubbo send you a video of Dream? Wilbur asked, eyes widening. When Tommy was silent, Wilbur grabbed his chin and forced him to look up and meet his gaze. Tommy, come in, what the hell was that call about? Shit. Tommy had to explain what was going on, and everyone in the syndicate was going to freak out. Great. Just what he needed. Apparently, Dream ran into Tubbo and Ranbu while they were on patrol and told them to pass along a message to me, Tommy started, his eyes dropping to the table. Tubbo has a video of it. Wilbur narrowed his eyes. Then let's play it. Slide it to the center of the table so we can all hear it, Phil ordered, a shudder ruffling his feathers behind him. Nodding, Tommy turned his volume all the way up, and pushed the phone to the center of the table as ordered. Then, he leaned over and pressed the play button. Tommy, Dream's voice rang out over the tinny speakers, and just hearing Dream say his name again was enough to make Tommy's heart leap into his throat. If you're watching this, then you know I ran into your friends Ender and Nuke, and they were kind enough to let me pass on a message to you. Behind the camera, Tommy heard Tubbo mutter fuck you. He would have smiled at that if the situation were anything less dire. Anyway, I'm just gonna get straight to the point. With 404's help, I managed to find CCTV footage of you healing Siren for presumably the first time. If you don't believe me, I'm sending a copy to Nuke so he can send it to you. But the gist is that I can use this footage to send out a warrant for your arrest. Now, I haven't sent it to the Hero Committee yet, because frankly, I don't want to arrest you. You're just a kid who got caught up in shit he shouldn't have, and I don't think you deserve to be punished for that. That's fucking rich, coming from him, Wilbur muttered, his jaw clenched. I'll give you a few days to decide, but if you don't want to get arrested, then you need to give me what I want. Dream paused then, folding his arms over his chest. And don't even think about trying to skip town, Tommy. If I find out that you left the city, then the next time I see either a syndicate member, including your precious little vigilante friends over here since it's obvious you're all working together now, I'll kill them. I don't want to, but if it's what needs to be done then I'll do it. We're not part of the... Don't bullshit me, Ender, Dream said, cutting off Ender who wasn't in view of the camera. You worked with the syndicate to help Tommy escape from me. In my eyes, and in the eyes of the committee, that makes you villains now, and I've already had you both reclassified as such. What? That's not fucking true though. Tubbo protested. Shouldn't work with villains then, Dream shrugged. Anyway, that's all I have to say to Tommy. You can end the video now, Nuke. And with that, the video ended, and Tommy felt like he was going to throw up. There was a moment of silence as everyone at the table stared at the phone, all with similar expressions of horror painting their faces. After a few agonizing beats, Techno spoke up. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, no shit, Techno. Wilbur hissed. Will, don't snap at your brother, Phil cut in, giving his son a stern look. Now I know this situation isn't ideal, but we can't start panicking at the first sign of trouble. We knew Dream was going to retaliate at some point for Tommy's escape, and now we know what his strategy is. Tommy, did Tubbo send you the footage Dream mentioned? Sam then said, sounding much calmer than anyone else. Tommy nodded. Can I see the footage? Dream might be bullshitting when he says it's enough to get you arrested. I know what kind of footage the Hero Committee would consider strong enough to send out an arrest warrant, so I want to make sure he's not bluffing. Yeah, sure. Standing up out of his chair, Tommy reached over to grab his phone from the middle of the table. He pulled up the second video Tubbo had sent, and walked around to Sam's chair, holding the phone in front of him so he could watch. Wilbur, of course, followed Tommy and stood over his shoulder to watch as well, while everyone else stayed in their seats. Then, Tommy pressed play. The footage was staticky as hell. A camera was sitting on what seemed like a street lamp, pointing right outside a dark alley. After a few seconds of nothing happening, Tommy stiffened when he saw a flash of movement from inside the alley, just barely able to make out Wilbur in his full siren get-up falling off the edge of the roof and onto the lid of the dumpster in the alley, before going limp and rolling off onto the ground. At the same time, Tommy himself came into view of the camera, pausing right outside the alley as Wilbur fell off the dumpster. From this view, he could only see the back of his own head, but Tommy recognized his backpack all the same. Then, the footage showed Tommy walking into the alley and staring at the unconscious figure of Siren for a few moments. They were just barely within view of the camera, and if the two of them had been 2 feet further back, they would have been invisible. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Tommy's mouth went dry as he watched himself drop his backpack and roll up his sleeve. He tugged Wilbur's shirt up, examining the wound, before his hands very clearly began to glow. Tommy knew how the rest of the scene went from there. The camera showed the two of them talking in the alley, although there wasn't any sound. Then, Siren got to his feet and stumbled out of the alley, the camera catching a full view of his blindfold mask as he turned down to the cafe. A few seconds later, Tommy emerged from the alley as well, the camera also catching a full view of his face, before he turned down the opposite way of Siren. Then, the footage ended. There was a moment of silence as Sam stared at the phone, his lips pressed into a thin line. "That's pretty damning," he finally admitted. "I hate to say it, but the committee could definitely arrest you with that." "Great," Tommy muttered, shoving his phone back in his pocket. "So I'm fucked then?" "Fucking fantastic." "Tommy, you're not fucked," Wilbur immediately said, sliding an arm around his shoulders and guiding him back to their chairs. "We're not letting you get arrested. That's a given." "Exactly. No way in hell are we letting that green bastard put you in jail," Quackity added on. The rest of the syndicate all murmured in agreement, but it didn't make Tommy feel any better. "But what are you gonna do to stop him? It's not like you can fucking give in to his demands," Tommy exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the different villains. Phil folded his hands in front of him, and seemed to be struggling to remain composed. "What are his demands, Tommy? He only said you knew what he wanted, so what does he want?" Tommy laughed, and it was a harsh, bitter thing that tore through his throat in a painful way. "There's only one thing he wants," Tommy said, shaking his head. "He wants the identities of the syndicate." And just like that, a hush fell over the group. Tommy wasn't surprised by the tense expressions that lined the table. Nikki and Jack were exchanging nervous glances, Hannah was staring down at her hands, Quackity had straightened up in his seat, Sam just looked sad, while Techno, Phil, and Wilbur all looked as though they had swallowed something sour. "And? You're sure that's what he wants?" Phil asked slowly, as if asking for confirmation might make it not true. "It's the only damn thing he wanted to know when he kidnapped me," Tommy confirmed, nodding his head. "He kept asking me over and over again to tell him your identities, and I kept trying to tell him I didn't know, but he didn't believe me." Phil took a deep breath, furrowing his brows as he wrung his hands together. "Well then that's certainly a problem." "It doesn't matter," Wilbur then cut in, pulling Tommy tighter against him. "We're not letting Tommy get arrested, and that's final." "I mean, I agree with that, don't get me wrong," Quackity said, pulling his shoes off the table. "But then that means we might have to make a sacrifice." Tommy's eyes widened, and the others at the table all made indignant noises. "Wait, are you saying we should give in to him?" Nikki hissed, glaring at Quackity. "We can't give up anyone, are you insane?" "Then how do you suggest we solve this, Nikki?" Quackity challenged, meeting her gaze head-on. "We can't try to smuggle Tommy out of town, or else Dream will kill one of the kid vigilantes. If we get all 3 of them out, he'll kill one of us next time he sees us. And it's not like we can just keep him locked in a basement for the rest of his life, so what the hell is it gonna be?" Nikki curled her hand on the table into a fist, but didn't have a response for Quackity. Instead, she slumped back into her seat, shooting daggers at Quackity with her eyes. "Phil, come on, you know I'm right," Quackity continued, looking over at Phil. "I don't want to do it either, but I think we need to at least talk about the possibility of sacrificing someone, because if we can't find an alternate solution, we can probably get Dream off our asses if we give him one skull." "One skull? You mean one sacrifice instead of all of us?" Techno asked, watching Quackity with something dangerous in his eyes. "Exactly. Dream isn't an idiot. He knows he's not gonna get all of us to reveal ourselves for Tommy's sake. But I'm sure he'd drop the warrant shit if we give him one person that he feels is worth the trade-off, Quackity explained, leaning back in his seat. Another silence descended over the table. Now, the looks the syndicate was sharing were filled with suspicion. The question now hung over their heads like a cloud. Who could the sacrifice be? Finally, after a few beats, Phil spoke up. While I don't want us to jump to sacrifice yet, he began, and Tommy straightened up hopefully in his seat. I do think it's worth a discussion. Just as quickly, Tommy slumped back down. He didn't want to sit and listen to the syndicate debate about who they were going to sacrifice on his behalf. It was a nightmare scenario, and the thought of them even entertaining the idea was ridiculous. No one is sacrificing themselves for me, Tommy cut in, glaring at Phil. I'm not a little kid you need to protect. I can handle going to jail. Tommy, there's no need to get all noble right now, Phil told him gently. We're just discussing possibilities. And either way, we're not letting you go to prison. Tommy clenched his jaw, wanting to argue, but knew it would be pointless. If Phil wanted them to discuss options, they were going to discuss options whether he liked it or not. This is fucking stupid, Tommy muttered, folding his arms over his chest. There was another beat of silence around the table. As expected though, Quackity spoke up first. So if this is an open discussion, then can I start out with a suggestion? Techno huffed. If it's anyone besides yourself, we're gonna have problems. Quackity rolled his eyes. While I have no issue with volunteering myself, let's be real, no one even knows I'm associated with the syndicate. Dream wouldn't give two shits about me compared to the rest of you guys. Typical, Techno muttered, shaking his head. Look, I'm just being honest, man, Quackity said, holding his hands up in surrender. If you want someone that Dream would probably take back though they're not one of the big three, Sam would probably be the best bet. Hannah let out a sharp gasp at this. Fuck off, Quackity. Sam isn't going back to the heroes. The committee literally has it out for him. I mean, he has a point, Sam muttered, dropping his eyes to the table. No, don't be ridiculous. You're not going back there, Hannah insisted, putting a hand on Sam's arm. Besides, if we want someone the heroes have a grudge against but can't reasonably be outright cruel to, then I think, well, just speaking from a totally objective place, Nikki would be a good option. Oi! Back the fuck off, Hannah! Jack shouted, frowning at her. Why the hell would even say that? Because Dreams had it out for her ever since she choked Sapnap that one time. Hannah exclaimed, gesturing towards Nikki. Look, Nikki, you know I have nothing against you. I'm just speaking from a logical standpoint here, but Dream would probably jump at the chance to get your identity. Nikki scowled. Yeah, I fucking get that. But it's awfully bold of you to suggest me when you could be an option too. Hannah barked out a laugh at this. Me? Dream barely even knows I exist. I doubt he'd give two shits about finding out who I am. Then what about both you and Quackity, since you're both so eager to point fingers? Jack suggested, raising an eyebrow at Hannah. Jester with a few rosethorn sprinkles on top. Hey! Quackity protested. What the fuck does rosethorn sprinkles even mean? Hannah asked, glaring at Jack. It means that neither of you would be enough to get Dream to back off on your own, but if we put you two together, Dream might accept that for a sacrifice, Jack explained. Quackity's like a sundae, and we throw some rosethorn sprinkles on top to sweeten the deal. I told you already, Dream doesn't even know I work with the syndicate, Quackity pushed, leaning forward in his seat. He won't care. Again, that's why we have the Quackity sundae with rosethorn. If you say rosethorn sprinkles again I'm going to reach across that table and punch you, Jack, Hannah snapped, glaring at him. Hannah, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Nikki shot back, lifting one of her hands off the table. Oh fuck. Were they about to fight? Tommy stiffened in his seat as he wondered if he was going to need to heal Nikki and Hannah in a minute, but was stopped when someone else spoke up. All of you shut up, Wilbur ordered, his voice echoing around the room. Instantly, everyone else in the room fell silent, although Nikki and Hannah continued to glare at one another from across the table. The silence held for a few beats. Tommy tried to open his mouth to speak, but quickly realized Wilbur had directed the order to everyone in the room, which included him. Good, Wilbur nodded after a few seconds. Now, I think there is one obvious choice here that none of you have suggested yet. But first, you can all speak again. Did you really need to shut all of us up for that? Phil asked, raising an eyebrow at Wilbur. Considering you all were being fucking idiots, yeah, I think I did, Wilbur nodded, not looking ashamed of what he'd done at all. Anyway, like I said, there's an obvious choice here, the only person that even makes sense to sacrifice. Quackity gave Wilbur a suspicious look. Who? A feeling of dread curled into Tommy's gut before Wilbur even said the words. As if he already knew what his brother was going to say. Meeting Quackity's gaze evenly, one word left Wilbur's mouth. Me? Tommy's head whipped back towards Wilbur. What the no? It's not going to be you. Tommy nearly shouted, grabbing Wilbur's shoulder and forcing him to meet his eyes. Don't be fucking stupid, Will. You're not going to give up your goddamn identity for me. Wilbur gave Tommy a sad look. Toms, come on, I'm the only person that makes sense. No. No you fucking don't. Tommy argued, his heart rate picking up speed. I do, Wilbur repeated. Dream needs a skull big enough to satisfy him with just one of the syndicate members' identities, so one of the leaders should be more than enough. But more importantly, I'm the entire reason you're in this mess in the first place. The security footage Dream has on you is literally of you healing me. If you hadn't done that, none of this would be happening right now. Oh don't go blaming yourself again, you dumb shithead, Tommy snapped, glaring at Wilbur. I chose to save your life that night. I knew that if I got caught, there'd be consequences. You didn't ask me to heal you, so stop acting like it's your fucking fault. But even ignoring that, I'm still the reason you're here now, Wilbur pushed, not reacting to Tommy's anger. I sought you out after you healed me. I decided to befriend you in the cafe. I gave your address to Techno. It's all been me. I'm the only person that makes sense. Wilbur, Techno cut in, glaring at his younger brother with a ferocity that made even Tommy want to shrink back, despite it not being directed at him. You're not sacrificing yourself, end of story. Techno, kindly shut the fuck up, Wilbur shot back, although he didn't use his siren voice to force anyone into silence this time. Trust me, I've thought this through, and Dream won't back off unless he gets me, Techno, or Phil. And out of the three of us, I'm the one who has fucked Tommy over the most, so I need to be the one to make it up. You haven't fucked me over. Yes, I have. We literally talked about this last week. Yeah, but I didn't mean you should go fucking sacrifice yourself for me. Look, someone has to do it so it might as well. Wilbur. Tommy. Phil yelled, his booming voice silencing both the boys immediately. For the love of fucking God, stop shouting at each other for 2 seconds so we can talk about this as a group. Tommy scowled at Phil. You're not seriously going to entertain the idea of Wilbur sacrificing himself like a goddamn idiot, are you? Phil was silent for a beat, sighing as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Trust me, I don't like the idea any better than you do, Tommy. But we're discussing options right now, not making any decisions. Ideally though, we won't have to sacrifice anyone, he explained, his talons clicking against the table as he set his hand back down. Wait, can I bring up a point to counter Wilbur volunteering? Nikki spoke up, her voice having gone soft again after snapping at Hannah. Nikki. No, Wilbur, I have a point and you're going to let me say it, Nikki said, staring the man down. Ignoring all personal feelings, you still can't be the one we sacrifice. Why not? Wilbur challenged, raising an eyebrow. Nikki gave him a look that just screamed you're an idiot. If you give yourself up, all Dream has to do is look at your file and see the files for Phil and Techno, and he'll figure out who Zephyrus and Blade are too. That's how Tubbo and Rainbow figured you guys out, right? For the first time since bringing this point up, Wilbur actually seemed taken aback. She's got a point, Techno grunted. That's exactly how the kids figured us out. Wilbur frowned. But no, come on. They only figured you guys out because Techno has fucking pink hair. If Techno just dyed his hair or started wearing a wig or something as the Blade, then it'd be fine. I don't know, Wilbur. Phil and Techno still have the same heights and builds as the Blade and Zephyrus, so it'd at least make Dream suspicious, Sam added, leaning back in his seat. Well, he's not going to accept anyone else besides one of us three. You're lying to yourselves if you don't think that's the case, Wilbur argued, glaring at the rest of the table. Tommy was getting a headache now. He groaned and dropped his head into his hands, and quickly felt warm fingers run through his hair. Tommy almost leaned into the comforting touch, but stopped himself at the last second, instead slapping Wilbur's hand away as he glared at his brother through his fingers. Hurt flashed in Wilbur's eyes as he pulled his hand back. Tommy would have felt guilty if Wilbur wasn't being such an idiot. He didn't even want to think about Wilbur being the one to sacrifice himself. After all the bullshit he'd gone through to get this family, he refused to lose it so quickly. Look, I think we've discussed the possibilities of who to sacrifice enough for tonight, Phil then said, sounding much calmer than he had before. I'd rather try and focus on alternative options. I mean, I feel like we only have one other option if we're not going to give him anyone's identity, Techno shrugged, drawing all eyes back to him. We need to kill Dream. He said it so simply. As if it would be the easiest thing in the world. A wave of nausea washed over Tommy. More killing. Great. You know, as great as that sounds to me, I don't actually think that's the best idea, Quackity chimed in. Trust me, I don't have any moral qualms with killing the green bastard. But didn't he say in the video that 404 helped him out with finding that footage? If we kill Dream, 404 will just send out the warrant for Tommy instead, Nikki murmured, gnawing on her lip. Then we just kill both Dream and 404, Techno pushed, fingers drumming along the boar skull in front of him. Wouldn't we have to kill Flame too? Jack asked, eyebrows pinched. He was at the warehouse when we rescued Tommy, so he also probably knows about the footage. Tommy stiffened at the mention of Flame's name. He thought back to those days in the warehouse, how guilty Flame looked when he realized he couldn't help Tommy. How he refused to leave his side to make sure Dream didn't do anything to hurt him. How much Tommy saw of himself in the hero. You can't kill Flame, Tommy said without thinking. Hell, you shouldn't even kill any of them. But especially not Flame. He actually tried convincing Dream to let me go when he found out Dream had kidnapped me. Wait, Flame wanted to let you go? Wilbur asked, leaning towards Tommy. He did. But Dream wouldn't listen to him, so Flame stayed in the warehouse to keep an eye on me and make sure Dream and 404 didn't do anything to hurt me, Tommy explained, shrinking back in his seat as all the attention turned back to him. He's not a bad guy. Trust me. But he could have turned Dream and 404 in, couldn't he? Wilbur challenged. Tommy met Wilbur's eyes and forced himself to keep a poker face. And I could have turned you in for killing all those cops, but I fucking didn't. It's the same goddamn thing. Wilbur flinched back as if he'd been hit. Hurt once again flashed in his dark gaze, but Tommy couldn't think of another way to explain it to Wilbur. I'm not the same as Dream, Wilbur hissed, baring his teeth. Really? Because if you tally up both of your kill counts, let's be real, you definitely have the higher numbers, Tommy snarled, the frustration simmering under his skin boiling to the surface. So get off of your high fucking horse, Wilbur. Wilbur opened his mouth, ready to snap back, and Tommy waited for it. He waited for the sharp insult, for Wilbur to either tell him to fuck off or go into even more reasons why he wasn't like Dream. But instead, he paused. He shot a dark look at Tommy and shut his mouth, looking away from him and shifting fully back into his own seat so he was no longer leaning into Tommy's space. Tommy was tired of this. He hated hearing the syndicate get into arguments about who they were going to sacrifice on his behalf, and he also hated hearing them talk about killing Dream, 404, and Flame like it was no big deal. Like they were just obstacles to be dealt with and not people. Huffing, Tommy slumped back in his seat, and shot Wilbur one last dirty look before meeting the eyes of the rest of the table. Everyone was glancing between him and Wilbur in that awkward way friends always did when two people got into an argument, and everyone else just felt very uncomfortable watching from the sidelines. Tommy knew he probably should have held his tongue better, but he was pissed off about a lot of things right now, and frankly just didn't care. So, Techno finally broke the silence with a long drawl. We just kill Dream and 404 then. If we kill them, Flame might end up releasing the footage anyway as revenge against us, Phil pointed out, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear. I think it would be better if there were some way we could get Dream to back off without killing him. What? Like, we scare him? Techno asked, frowning at Phil. Maybe? I don't think there's much we can scare Dream with. But I think if we can talk to him face to face we might be able to reach an alternate compromise, Phil explained. I doubt he's gonna compromise on this. He knows he's got us by the throat, Quackity huffed, rolling his eyes. Very true, but I think it's still worth it to try, Phil noted. The only problem with that though is that I have no idea how we can talk to Dream one-on-one, Techno pointed out, fiddling with the ends of his braid. If we tell him we want to meet, he's just going to think it's a trap. And if we go out looking for him, he's probably gonna avoid us like the plague. Phil sighed, brushing his hair back from his face with one clawed hand. That's very true. While a meeting would be the best chance we have at working this out, I don't see how we can get Dream to agree to show up. So are we just back at square one then? Jack asked, glancing between Techno and Phil. We're not sacrificing someone, but we also have no way to get a meeting with Dream, so we're fucked all around. Or you guys could stop being idiots and just let me go to PRI. No. All the syndicate members, save for Wilbur who still seemed like he was pissed at Tommy, snapped at once, cutting Tommy off. Groaning, Tommy flipped the group off, and they ignored him as they went back to their discussion. I think we've all had a very long night, Phil began, dragging a hand down his face as he spoke. And since Dream said we have a couple days to make a decision, it might be beneficial for us to take some time to think our options over. Almost instantaneously, a wave of relief seemed to wash over the entire group. I agree, Sam nodded, fiddling with his mask in front of him. Let's all go home and try to think of alternate ways we can figure this out. Then we can reconvene in a few days. Thank you, Sam, Phil smiled as he put his veil back over his head. With that, I declare this meeting over. Tommy, Will, Techno, let's head out. And with that, the three boys all got out of their chairs and followed Phil out of the meeting room, while the others all began to put their masks back on. Before the door shut behind them, Tommy glanced back and saw Nikki and Hannah talking softly to one another, seeming much calmer than they had been earlier. That was a relief. Things had gotten a bit nasty during the sacrifice discussion, and Tommy would hate for there to be lingering tension in the syndicate because of him. It didn't take long for them to get home. As expected, Tubbo and Renbo were already waiting for Tommy, both looking eager for answers to what the plan was. Instead of explaining that they didn't come to a conclusion, he just shook his head and headed straight for the stairs, figuring Phil or Techno could explain to the duo. Wilbur was ahead of him on the staircase, also going straight for his room. A part of Tommy figured he should apologize for what he said during the meeting, but he also didn't want to because he wasn't wrong. Dream and Wilbur really weren't all that different when it came down to it, and that along with Wilbur's apparent ideas of noble self-sacrifice were pissing him off. So Tommy hurried back to his room, and he heard him and Wilbur slam their doors shut at the same time. Later that night, Tubbo and Renbo came and crawled into the bed with him, and the three of them silently decided not to talk about the dark cloud hanging over their heads. Instead, they just turned on Tommy's TV, and Tommy played Animal Crossing while his two best friends watched until they all fell asleep. The next day, things were tense in the Sud household. The six of them, Phil, Techno, Tommy, Wilbur, Tubbo, and Renbo, all huddled around the dining table, drinking coffee with bleary eyes and giving half-hearted attempts at conversation. Renbo tried asking Techno about potatoes, which led into a small segment where the two of them talked about gardening, but the topic died out quickly. Phil asked Tommy if he was going to work again today, and Tommy said he wanted to, and Techno quickly volunteered to watch over him during his shift this time. The day passed quickly. Wilbur holed himself up in his room. Phil said he needed some alone time in his office to think over their options, and it wasn't long before Techno joined him. Meanwhile, Tubbo and Renbo took it upon themselves to try and distract Tommy from his possible upcoming prison sentence. It was like the days they'd spent on the sagging couch in their tiny apartment, watching nature documentaries and bickering about the most random things. They were all piled onto the couch in the living room, watching whatever Tommy wanted on the big TV that hung on the wall. At one point, Tubbo actually had to go to Tommy's room because he got called in to do a last-minute work assignment, because despite everything he and Renbo still had jobs. So that just left Tommy and Renbo on the couch, and Tommy liked watching nature documentaries with Renbo a lot better than Tubbo because he actually was interested in a lot of the strange animals they learned about, and would frequently ask questions that Tommy would jump to answer. Surprisingly, it was a good day, given the circumstances. When the sun began to dip towards the hills, Tommy changed out of his pajamas, said his goodbyes to Tubbo and Renbo, before he and Techno headed out. The ride to the cafe was quiet, but not in an awkward way. Techno had soft classical music playing over the speakers, and Tommy had his head leaning against the window, watching the green and orange trees that lined the sides of the road turn into little more than blurs as the car drove by. It was a pleasant contrast to the chaos of the night before. Although Tommy could still see the tension lining Techno's shoulders, he didn't seem visibly upset about the situation, and that alone was easing Tommy's nerves just a bit. They got to the cafe, and Foolish almost started tearing up again when he spotted Tommy walking in. He wasted no time in running out of the cafe as quickly as he could, with Tommy filling his spot without any trouble or fanfare. Unlike Wilbur, Techno didn't order anything, instead immediately settling himself at Wilbur's usual table. As Tommy ran the bottle of honey under some hot water to make it easier to squeeze, he watched as Techno reached into a black bag he'd brought with him, pulling out a thick book with yellowed pages before flipping it open to read. For the first few minutes of the shift, there was no line. All the customers inside had already been given their drinks by Foolish, so Tommy didn't have much to do. He kept glancing at Techno, wondering if he should make him something to drink despite him not ordering anything. After all, Tommy knew what he liked, and if he didn't want it he could just throw it out. Before Tommy could blink twice, he found himself pulling out the tea bags and preparing a cup of Earl Grey. As he let the tea steep in the hot water, he steamed a bit of milk, and carefully poured the frothy mixture on top of the tea. Then, he grabbed some vanilla extract from the cabinet and poured a few drops in there as well, stirring it quickly before slapping a lid on the cup and sliding it onto the pickup bar. Techno. Come get your drink. Tommy called out, waving him down. Techno glanced up from his book and frowned. He replaced the bookmark in his book and pushed to his feet, folding his arms over his chest as he eyed the drink sitting at the pickup spot. I didn't order anything, he said, picking up the cup and eyeing the blank side of it. It wasn't like Tommy had needed to write that one down after all, considering he was just making it for Techno for fun. I know. But figured you might as well get something to drink since you're gonna be here for my whole shift, Tommy explained, shrugging as he rinsed out the cup for the steamed milk. If you don't want it you can throw it out. After staring at Tommy for a beat, Techno took a hesitant sip, before letting out a pleased hum. London fog, he muttered, nodding to himself. Thanks, Tommy. Then, before Tommy could argue, Techno was digging into his pocket and pulling out a handful of cash. Tech, I didn't. Take it and put it in the register. I wouldn't want to mess with Puffy's profit, Techno huffed. Tommy frowned as he counted the dollars. This is way more than that drink costs. Techno, who was already walking back towards his table, just shrugged. Put it in the tip jar then. Fighting the urge to roll his eyes, Tommy dropped the extra change in the tip jar. Fucking rich people. Just had cash on them at all times and weren't even sure how much they were carrying. Typical. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you'd define it, the usual flow of customers resumed after that. The rest of the evening passed by how it always did. Tommy burnt his hand on the espresso machine for the billionth time and had to hide his skin glowing as it healed itself. He tried to make a cappuccino for a Karen and she tried to lecture him for 10 minutes on how to make it properly. He muttered some things under his breath that would get him fired if Puffy heard it. Just business as usual all around. Time passed quickly. Although the worry about his current situation lingered in the back of his mind, it wasn't that difficult for Tommy to lose himself in the comforting routine. As it got later into the evening, more customers began to filter out, and soon enough Techno was the only one left in the shop and it was closing time once again. Tommy went through his usual clean-up routine of wiping down the equipment, taking out the trash, and putting all the ingredients back in their correct places. Techno noticed that he was cleaning up and moved to stand by the door, watching the outside like a sentinel, even without a sword on his hip. Things were quiet at first, and for once Tommy was content to leave it that way. With his shift already being over, there was no longer anything to distract Tommy from his anxiety, and he was once again being eaten up by worry over this whole mess. He really didn't want to go to prison, but he didn't want anyone else to go to prison for him either. The very idea of Wilbur pulling some stupid self-sacrificial move made him sick to his stomach, which was only worsened by the bitterness that had been hanging between them since Tommy snapped at Wilbur during the syndicate meeting the night before. So yet, Tommy was fine with letting things be quiet, because he had a lot going through his mind. But to Tommy's surprise, right as he took out the mop to wipe down the floors, Techno actually spoke up for the first time since he'd gotten his tea. So what are your thoughts on this whole, prison thing? Techno asked with all the grace of a bull in a china shop. Huffing, Tommy kept his eyes on the ground as he started pushing the mop across the floor. I'm still pissed at the idea of any of you guys sacrificing yourself for me. Techno hummed. Yeah, I definitely wasn't thrilled when we were all talking about that yesterday. But it's not like we can just let you get arrested for helping us. It's a shitty situation all around, but let's be real. I'd go to prison for, what, 3 years? I'm not technically a villain, I just help you guys out and shit. If any of you guys revealed your identities and got arrested you'd probably never see the light of day again, Tommy said, pushing the mop with a bit more force than strictly necessary. I think you have a bit too much faith in the system to think you'd only get 3 years, Techno snorted. Stiffening, Tommy glanced up at Techno and saw he was now flipping through the pages of his book, but didn't seem to actually be reading any of it. How long do you think I'd get then? Tommy asked, struggling to keep his voice even. Techno shrugged. I dunno, man. Technically, the usual sentence for assisting criminal activities would be somewhere around 3 to 5 years, but the Hero Committee would definitely try to pin more on you. They'd want to make an example out of you, so that other people don't get the same idea and start trying to heal villains. Which is why our top priority right now is making sure you don't end up behind bars. Gulping, Tommy stared at Techno for a beat, before he put his head back down and resumed his mopping. His heart was pounding in his chest at this new information, but he tried to force himself to calm down by focusing on the cleaning. So am I really just fucked then? He asked, unable to keep a sliver of fear from leaking into his tone. There was no hesitation from Techno when he responded. No. We're not letting you get screwed over like that, Techno reassured him, sounding so calm that Tommy couldn't help but relax the tiniest bit. Even if we gotta smuggle you, Tubbo, and Renbu out of here in suitcases, we'll do that before we let the committee get its hands on you. Tommy snorted at the mental image, and the tightness in his chest unwound just a bit. I think Tubbo is the only one of us who could fit into a suitcase. I dunno about that, Renbu seems pretty bendy, Techno commented, leaning back against the wall. That's well, honestly, you have a fair point there, Tommy replied, chuckling a bit as he remembered all the terrifying ways Renbu had won Twister games in the past. But, is our only alternative plan still to try and meet with Dream to talk it out? At the moment, yeah. But Phil is contacting some outside resources, and we're hoping one of those might be able to help us fix the situation, Techno explained. That's good, Tommy muttered, pushing the mop further across the room. That's, really good. Good idea. We're hoping so, Techno shrugged again. Though it seems like it might be hard to get Wilbur off this whole self-sacrifice idea he seems to be fixated on. Gritting his teeth again at the reminder, Tommy nodded. You can say that again. He's being such a fucking idiot. Avoided me all day today like the dramatic bitch he is. He has a tendency to do that when he's mad about something, Techno said, shoving his book in his backpack. I think he's more upset about you comparing him to Dream than anything else though. Looking up from the floor again, Tommy narrowed his eyes. Are you going to scold me for that? Techno shook his head. Nat, I think you made a fair point. Will's got this whole shtick where he can call himself the bad guy and claim he's fine with that, but only if he's being called a bad guy in a way that lines up with whatever story he's telling himself in his head. Like, if you call him out on something he thinks he was in the right for doing, or in this case compare him to someone he hates, he's gonna get real defensive or upset about that. Tommy raised an eyebrow. You don't mind being called a bad guy though. I don't really see the point in labeling myself a good guy or a bad guy. I have my goals and I do what I need to do to get them done, that's all I care about, Techno explained, tucking a strand of pink hair behind his ear. But all that aside, I know my little brother, and he's got a lot of guilt over you getting dragged into our world, which is why he's pushing the self-sacrifice thing so hard. That's stupid though. He explained to me why he gave you my number that one night, and it wasn't something malicious, Tommy argued, frowning at Techno. I thought you would have figured out by now that Wilbur blames himself for just about everything, even when it doesn't make sense, Techno snorted, rolling his eyes. Yeah, I think I'm starting to realize that, Tommy muttered, wheeling the mop bucket back to the closet. Techno was quiet as Tommy put away the rest of the cleaning items, finally having finished what he needed to do for closing. After Tommy hung up his apron and slung his backpack over his shoulder, Techno took a look around outside the cafe doors before he gave Tommy the all-clear. They didn't speak again until they were back in the car, driving safely away from the cafe. I still think you should talk to Wilbur sometime tonight, Techno said, picking up the conversation from where they'd left off like there'd been no pause. Mostly because I'm gonna bang my head into a wall if tomorrow we have another painfully awkward breakfast like this morning. I guess you're right, Tommy grumbled, sliding down in the leather seat. I don't like fighting with him anyway, so might as well just stop letting him be a little bitch and make him talk this out. If it doesn't work, let me know and we can hide in my room to eat breakfast, Techno joked, shooting Tommy a sly smile. Tommy grinned. Sounds like a plan. They made it home without issue. Once they were inside, Techno headed to Phil's office, while Tommy went straight for his room. He was startled when he saw Tubbo and Renbo had both seemingly fallen asleep in his bed while he was at work, and put his stuff down as quietly as possible before leaving the room again. Tommy was way too wired still to even think about sleep. There was still the lingering anxiety about the prison sentence hanging over his head, and then there was the entire conversation with Techno about Wilbur. Standing outside his room, Tommy glanced across to Wilbur's room, noticing the light on under the door. While he could go downstairs and watch movies on the couch until he got tired, he'd promised Techno he'd try to talk to Wilbur, and right now seemed like the perfect opportunity. Groaning to himself, Tommy trudged across the hall and didn't let himself think before he knocked on the door 3 times. Who is it? Wilbur called out from behind the door almost immediately. It's me, Tommy called back, grimacing at how awkward he sounded. Can we talk? There was a pause. The fact that Wilbur didn't say yes as soon as he asked was enough to make him wince, even though he knew it wasn't nearly as big of a deal as he was making it out to be. Then, after a few beats. Fine. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tommy pushed open the door to Wilbur's room. It had actually been a while since Tommy had been in Wilbur's room. In fact, he might not have been in there since before he got kidnapped, and he could tell because it was the cleanest he'd ever seen it. Sure, there was still a bunch of dirty laundry in there, but it was all shoved into a single corner this time. And yet, there were still a ton of loose papers, but they were all contained to his desk, with his bed actually being clear to lay down on. String lights crisscrossed over the bed, reflecting a soft orange glow across the entire room. Wilbur was settled against his pillows with his guitar on his lap, wearing the same pajamas he'd worn at breakfast that morning, his hair a frizzy mess of curls. Wilbur eyed Tommy warily as the door clicked shut behind him. There was an awkward moment where they both just stared at each other, before Tommy walked over to sit on the edge of Wilbur's bed. Once he was settled down again, Wilbur spoke. You just got home from work. Tommy nodded. Yup. And you decided we needed to talk right now. He pushed. Yeah. Tubbo and Renbu are sleeping in my room so I can't hang out in there, plus I saw your light so I knew you were awake. Figured no time like the present, Tommy shrugged, picking at a stray thread on his shirt. Wilbur raised an eyebrow and pushed his guitar off his lap, setting it on the other side of the bed. Are you here to apologize then? Apologize? Tommy scoffed. No, I have nothing to apologize for. If anything, you should be apologizing to me. The raised eyebrow quickly dropped as Wilbur frowned. The fuck do I have to apologize to you for? For being an idiot with the whole I'm gonna sacrifice myself for you Tommy bullshit you pulled at the meeting last night, Tommy explained, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. Jesus Christ, you're still going on about that. Wilbur snapped. It's called taking responsibility for your actions, Tommy. But I guess you wouldn't know about that since you're such an immature goddamn child. Ouch. While Wilbur had called Tommy an immature child before, he always said it with an air of fond teasing. It was part of their banter. Tommy called Wilbur an old man, he called Tommy a child. It had never been something Wilbur had said as an actual insult, but this time, it'd be impossible to mistake his words as anything but. That's not taking responsibility for your actions, you fucking prick, Tommy snapped back, his already thin patience waning. It's called feeling guilty over things you shouldn't because you want to throw yourself a goddamn pity party instead of dealing with your shit. Wilbur recoiled, his frown deepening even more. I'm not throwing myself a pity party. I'm the one who dragged you into this shit. I don't know why you're acting like I didn't. Not everything is about you, Wilbur. Tommy shot back. It wasn't just you. It was Techno, and Phil, and Nikki, and basically fucking everyone in the goddamn syndicate. But I was the one who gave Techno my address. I know, you've said it about 100 damn times, Tommy hissed. Huffing, Wilbur folded his arms over his chest. I just don't get why you're so pissed at me about this. I said I was going to try and make up for all the shitty stuff I did. This is me trying to fix what I fucked up. At this, Tommy paused. Was Wilbur really that stupid? He searched Wilbur's eyes, trying to see if he was just saying shit, but it seemed like he was telling the truth. If this is you trying to fix all that, then you're going about it in a really shitty way, Tommy scoffed, although his voice was a bit lower now. What, trying to keep you from going to jail isn't a good thing? Wilbur asked sharply, narrowing his eyes. No, actually, it's not, Tommy said, meeting Wilbur's eyes. When you fuck up, you don't get to fix it by just sacrificing yourself for some bullshit noble cause. If you actually want to fix things, you need to stay. Stick around and face what you did instead of just jumping at the first opportunity to become a martyr. Wilbur clenched his jaw, eyes dropping to his lap. Did you get that from one of Phil's spiels about being a better person or whatever the fuck? Tommy ignored the weak attempt to change the subject. I'm serious, Will. How the hell do you think you're helping me by going to jail for the rest of your life? A beat passed. Wilbur took his glasses off and began to fiddle with them in his lap. I thought it would be the best option for everyone involved, Wilbur muttered, keeping his head down. I finally have a family outside of Tubbo and Renbu for the first time in my whole life, and you thought that me losing my brother was the best way to make it up to me? Tommy asked softly. Wilbur flinched, continuing to mess with his glasses. I don't know, it just made the most sense to me, he muttered. Another moment of silence passed, and Wilbur looked up again. Plus, after I suggested it, you literally compared me to the man who kidnapped you. What was I supposed to think about that? Oh. Oh. Shit, look, I didn't mean it like that, Tommy said, desperately trying to backpedal. It's hard to explain, but basically when Flame found out Dream had kidnapped me, he almost turned Dream in 404 inches. But in the end, he didn't, because he said they were his family. He didn't approve of what they did, but he didn't want to send them to jail. And I guess I don't know, I'm the same way? I don't like that you killed all those people, Will, but you're my family. I'd rather stick by you even when you do shit I don't like than not have you around. And not having me around includes me being in jail, Wilbur muttered, seeming a bit calmer now. Yeah, basically, Tommy agreed. And as stupid as it sounds given all the shit we've dealt with, I don't actually like to get you involved in my shit either. Now this made Wilbur look up, and instead of scowling at Tommy like before, he was just frowning like he was confused. What do you mean? I mean, like, I chose to heal you that night in the alley. I knew that if I got caught, I could be arrested, but I did it anyway. I don't think you should get thrown in jail for my choice, Tommy explained. Or, like, back when Dream and 404 had me kidnapped, they threatened to kidnap you too. Like Wilbur Soot, not Siren. And I didn't know you were Siren at the time, so the idea of you getting dragged into that too just scared the shit out of me. Wait, why would Dream and 404 want to kidnap me as a civilian? Wilbur asked. Tommy shrugged. When 404 watched my dreams that one time, you kept popping up in all of them and he ended up thinking you were my brother. Like, legally, you know? So he told Dream about you so that they could threaten you to get me to talk. Pausing, Tommy took a shaky breath. And again, I hadn't really made the connection you were Siren yet, so I was fucking terrified of what they'd do to you. I didn't want you getting hurt because of me. And even though I know who you are now, that's still true. I don't want you getting thrown in jail for me. Wilbur was silent for a moment, no longer fiddling with his glasses and instead just staring at his lap. His frown fully faded, leaving something like regret in its place. I'm sorry, Wilbur finally said, dropping his glasses onto the bed. I didn't think about things like that. It's okay, Tommy nodded, wrapping his arms around himself. I'm sorry for not explaining what I meant when I said you were like Dream. It's all right, Wilbur reassured him. How you explained it makes sense. Another beat passed between them, and Tommy shifted on the bed so he was fully facing Wilbur. Can I hug you now, you fucking idiot? Tommy asked. A small smile quirked the corners of Wilbur's lips. You're so clingy, he teased as he leaned forward, wrapping his arms around Tommy's shoulders to hug him tightly. Pretty bold of you to call me the clingy one out of the two of us, Tommy scoffed as he buried his face in Wilbur's shoulder. Says the one who just begged me not to go to jail because you'd miss me, Wilbur shot back, his chuckles reverberating through his shoulders. You know, I think I've changed my mind actually. Go to jail and stop annoying me all the time, Tommy teased, pulling back from the hug after a few moments. Too bad. You're stuck with me now, Wilbur grinned, reaching out to ruffle Tommy's hair. Tommy laughed as he slapped Wilbur's hand away from his head. Wilbur smacked the back of his head in retaliation, before he leaned back against his pillows, picking up his guitar off the side of the bed and gesturing for Tommy to sit with him. As Tommy scrambled over against the pillows as well, Wilbur's smile faded, and he reached over to rest a hand on Tommy's shoulder once he was settled. We're gonna find a way out of this, Wilbur promised him, staring right into his eyes. Swallowing down a lump in his throat, Tommy nodded. I believe you, Will. The problem was that again, Tommy knew there wasn't anyone who could promise that for sure. But he let the reassurances soothe his anxiety anyway, and tried to shove it all out of his mind as he listened to Wilbur start playing a new song on his guitar, wanting to get Tommy's opinion. Another day came and went, and there was still no progress on their plan. Dream had said he'd give Tommy a few days to decide, but he hadn't specified exactly how many days that meant. The more time passed, the more Tommy's anxiety grew. When was their time going to be up? When was Dream going to get tired of waiting for an answer and just send out the warrant for Tommy's arrest? As Tommy went through another shift like usual, he couldn't help his heart from skipping a beat every time the door chimed with a new customer. He was just waiting for the moment a police officer strolled in, holding up a pair of handcuffs and telling Tommy he was under arrest. This time, Hannah was keeping an eye on Tommy during his shift. She hung out at a different table than Wilbur usually was at, playing some kind of a video game on a bulky laptop the entire time. One benefit of knowing the syndicate's identities now was that they were no longer confined to just showing up after work hours in their full villain get-ups. Now, everyone else in the cafe was oblivious to the fact that there was a villain in their midst, but Tommy could still be watched over all the same. The shift was calm. By the end of it, the smell of coffee beans was ingrained under his fingernails, and he had a dark splotch on his jeans from where he'd accidentally spilled black tea on himself. Because Techno wasn't here to pick him up, Hannah said she was going to walk him all the way back to the Soot's house. He knew it was pointless to try and argue that she didn't need to walk him all the way, and frankly, he didn't actually want to argue that. Even though he felt guilty about Hannah needing to escort him all the way back to his home, he was more nervous than ever about Dream, and he knew Hannah wouldn't let anything happen to him. And we're done, Tommy muttered as he twisted the key in the door, locking up the cafe. Hannah smiled and offered her arm. Let's get going then. Rolling his eyes at the gesture, Tommy looped his arm through hers. You don't need to hold on to me, you know. This isn't for you, Hannah snorted. I don't want creepy men to catcall me, and they won't with you and I walking like this. Couldn't you just, like, choke a guy with a vine if he pulls shit with you? Tommy asked as they started down the sidewalk towards the subway. I could, but I'm not in costume right now, so I'd rather avoid showing my powers to other people if I can, Hannah explained. Though of course, if I'm subtle about it, trailing off, Hannah shot Tommy a mischievous grin as a small flower blossomed from her hair, right above her ear. Tommy snorted. I'm sure that was very necessary. It was. Hannah argued. The more plants I have on me, the more energy I have. So if I'm going to be guarding you on this walk then. Suddenly, Hannah was cut off by loud laughter coming from across the street. Stiffening, Hannah whipped around to see the possible threat. Tommy did the same, his heart pounding in his ears, but as soon as he spotted who it was, he let out a breath of relief. Walking on the opposite side of the street from Hannah and Tommy, Monarch and Orlion were laughing as they talked with one another. Tommy hadn't seen the two of them since that one night he healed Orlion, and it was nice to know that neither of them looked any worse for wear. Tommy was about to wave to the two vigilantes, when a realization hit him in the face. The syndicate needed to find a way to meet with Dream, but Dream would think any meeting the syndicate arranged would be a trap. While he'd already met with Nuke and Ender to pass his threat along, he also was under the assumption the two of them were part of the syndicate as well. But Dream didn't know about Tommy's connection to Monarch and Orlion. He'd only met with them once, and Dream hadn't brought them up to Tommy at all when he had been kidnapped. As far as Dream knew, the two vigilantes had no idea who Tommy was. Which meant that Dream wouldn't have any reason to be suspicious if the two of them asked to meet with him. Holy shit! Tommy might have just found his way out of this mess. Monarch. Orlion. Tommy called out, aggressively waving the two vigilantes down. The two of them immediately turned towards his voice, waiting as he rushed across the street with Hannah in tow. Tommy, Monarch greeted, dipping their head. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a while. Yeah, there's a reason for that, Tommy told them, not bothering with any preamble. Did something happen? Orline asked, tilting his head a bit to the side. You could say that again, Tommy huffed. Dream fucking kidnapped me. Both vigilantes reeled back. What? They both hissed in unison. Dream kidnapped me for helping the syndicate, Tommy explained in a rush. But anyway, I got rescued, but I'm in a bit of trouble again. What's going on? Monarch asked, furrowing their brows. Also, is it okay for your friend to hear this? They added after a beat, pointing at Hannah. Oh yeah. They didn't know Hannah was Rosethorn. Yeah, she's fine, don't worry about her, Tommy said, ignoring the confused look Hannah was giving him. Long story short, Dream's blackmailing me now because he wants to send me to prison. Wait, can we go back to the part where you got kidnapped? Orline questioned. Hang on, Monarch told their partner before turning back to Tommy. What are you planning to do? At this, Tommy grinned. Well, actually, I have an idea that I think you two can help with. Getting ready. So? What do you think? Tommy turned the mask over in his hands, feeling the weight of it, wondering how heavy it would be once it was on his face. The mask itself was stylized to look like one of those KN95 face masks, with the main difference being that instead of being made of a soft, white fiber, this mask was made of a thin metal that was painted to be bright cherry red. There were black straps like there would be on a medical face mask too, but besides the two that he would expect to loop around his ears, there were two more straps as well, which seemed designed to buckle behind his head. When Tommy looked up from the mask in his hands, he saw Phil giving him a worried smile. I thought that it would be fitting to make it, look like one of those medical masks doctors wear. Since you're a healer and all, Phil continued, laughing nervously. But if you don't like it, that's fine. We can design it however you want. I just thought it'd be a fun surprise. Phil grunted as Tommy threw himself at the man. He wrapped his arms around Phil's back, burying his face in his shoulder and hugging him close. Despite being taken by surprise, Phil immediately hugged him back, and Tommy felt dark wings circle around him, as if they were shielding him from the rest of the world. It's great, Tommy told him, his voice muffled by Phil's shirt. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Phil said, obvious relief flooding his tone. He was obviously expecting Tommy to let go after that. Tommy didn't. Tommy, are you okay? Phil asked softly, his wings curling in closer around them. When Tommy didn't say anything, Phil asked another question. Are you worried about tonight? Tommy didn't lift his head from Phil's shoulder as he nodded. Oh, you shouldn't be, Phil reassured him, tightening the hug. It's gonna be okay. I promise. You don't know that, Tommy argued, still refusing to lift his face from Phil's shoulder. A lot of shit could go wrong. I get why you're worried, but I'm not new to this game, Phil explained, lightly scratching at Tommy's scalp with one of his talons. I'm still working out the fine details, but I have a plan, I swear. And it's going to work. Although the anxiety buzzing in his chest didn't disappear, it was eased a bit knowing that Phil had a plan. Phil always seemed to know what to do, and never got flustered when things went wrong. Tommy trusted Phil. Trusted that this would work, just like he said. Okay, Tommy whispered, lifting his head up. Phil smiled when he met Tommy's eyes again. Trust me, Tommy. I'm not losing anyone in my family tonight, got it? I believe you, Tommy told him, nodding once. We're not gonna lose anyone in our family. His heart was pounding in his chest when he said the words our family. Of course he knew this was his family, but it was still strange to say out loud. Phil seemed to notice Tommy's nervousness, because his smile turned teasing. Do you see me as a father figure, Tommy? He joked, mimicking the time Tommy had asked Phil if he saw Tommy as a son figure. Tommy snorted as he pulled away from the hug, and Phil pulled his wings back so they were no longer encircling him. Maybe a little bit, he grumbled, pretending to pout even though he was actually struggling to fight his own smile now. There was a warm hand on his shoulder, and Tommy looked up to see absolutely beaming at him. Well, that's pretty good, because I've already started telling people I have 3 sons instead of 2 and it'd be kinda awkward if I had to backtrack on that. Tommy let out a surprised laugh at this, and buried his face in his hands to hide the redness of his cheeks. Yeah, it'd be pretty awkward if you had to tell people your 3rd kid died or something. Ah, but then I'd get sympathy points from people and they'd bring over food and shit, Phil joked, leaning back against the couch. I mean, if we want free sympathy food we can always just fake my death, Tommy fired back, shooting Phil a wry grin. And this is why you're smarter than both your brothers, Phil said with a sage nod. Tommy chuckled, leaning back against the couch as well, and slumped against Phil's shoulder as he went back to fiddling with the mask. I can't wait to tell Will and Tech you said that. They're gonna be so pissed. You little shit. I take back every nice thing I said. Too late. No take-backs, Tommy snarked. I'm the favorite son. You admitted it. I don't have favorites. I love you all equally, Phil corrected him, wrapping an arm around Tommy's shoulder. Warmth bloomed in his chest at hearing Phil say he loved him. Of course it was a given since he literally just called Tommy his son, but still, it wasn't something he'd been expecting to hear. Of course he wasn't going to tell Phil all that mushy shit. Oh yes, you definitely don't have favorites, Phil Sawsoot, Tommy teased, nudging Phil's shoulder. Then, in a whisper he added, but it's okay, we all know it's me. Phil rolled his eyes and reached up to flick Tommy's forehead. Enough of being a little shit. Try on the mask so I can see it. Oh yeah. He hadn't actually bothered putting it on yet. So I loop these two straps around my ears, right? Tommy asked, holding up the mask so Phil could see. And then I need to buckle these two together at the back. Yup. I can help you with the back at first if you can't figure it out. It might be tricky to do without looking. Nodding, Tommy slipped the normal mask straps behind his ears, noticing how even on his face, the metal was surprisingly light. It really didn't feel that much different from wearing a normal medical face mask, and there was a soft fabric lining around the edge of the inside to make sure the metal didn't hurt Tommy's skin. When Tommy tried to do the strap and buckle behind his head, he blindly fiddled with the pieces of fabric for a few moments, before giving up and turning around so Phil could do it for him. You'll figure it out eventually, but basically you gotta loop one end of the fabric through the buckle, and then loop it back through a second time to secure it, Phil explained, and Tommy felt the strap tighten around the back of his head. And there we go. It's all done. At that, Tommy turned around to face Phil. So? How do I? Tommy cut himself off when he didn't recognize his own voice. Instead, his voice sounded almost deeper, with a metallic tinge making it completely different from his own. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, it has a voice changer in it, Phil explained, grinning proudly. Sam designed it for you. Holy shit, Tommy muttered, eyes widening hearing the strange voice come from the mask again. Holy shit. This is weird as fuck. You get used to it, Phil chuckled. A part of Tommy immediately wanted to point out that he'd only get the chance to get used to it if Phil's plan tonight worked, which was a big if. Otherwise, he'd never get the chance to really use this mask, and the whole thing would have been a waste. But he didn't want to bring down the mood. So instead, Tommy tried to grin at Phil, but then realized it was hidden underneath the mask. Although the mask wasn't uncomfortable to wear, he felt a little silly just sitting there and wearing it in front of Phil, so he reached up to try and undo the buckle and strap on his own. Phil watched him struggle with an amused expression. But Tommy didn't want to ask for help because he was going to have to figure out how to do this on his own eventually. So he stuck it out and messed with the buckle until it came undone, and then he undid the straps around his ears, letting the mask fall back into his lap. That's pretty cool, Tommy grinned, relieved to hear his normal voice again. So I got my mask, does this mean I have a code name too? You will, but I can't tell it to you yet, Phil told him. Tommy furrowed his brows. Why not? Because Techno is still trying to pick it out, Phil snorted. He practically begged to be the one to choose your name, and he's been making notes in his Greek mythology books ever since. If you don't like the one he chooses for you, that's fine, I think he's gonna have a few choices lined up in case you don't like his first one. Frankly, Tommy didn't actually care what his code name was. He was more warmed by the fact that Techno had wanted to be the one to pick it out, and was clearly taking time to try and make sure it was a good fit for Tommy. I think I'm gonna like whatever he comes up with, Tommy said, fiddling with the straps of the mask again. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that, Phil replied, pushing up from the couch and stretching his wings out behind him. Now, as much as I love having you in here, I gotta finish up preparing for tonight. I'm not allowed to stay and bug you? Tommy asked, fake pouting as he got to his feet. But I'm gonna be bored. In truth, Tommy didn't necessarily think he'd be bored if he wasn't hanging out with Phil, but he didn't want to be left alone with his thoughts right now. If he was alone, he was going to think about all the ways that things could go wrong tonight, and it would send him spiraling. I'm sure you can find someone else to keep you entertained, Phil reassured him, whacking Tommy lightly with his wing to push him towards the door. Now get. Huffing, Tommy stuck his tongue out at Phil before he headed out of the office. Now alone in the hallway, Tommy let the smile drop from his face as he swung the mask around by the straps. In just a few hours, he was going to be seeing Dream again. Hopefully, this would be the last time Tommy had to worry about the number one hero. But that would require a lot of luck, and Tommy wasn't one to consider himself lucky. The base plan was simple. After explaining his situation, Monarch and Orline had been more than happy to offer their help to keep Tommy out of jail. Basically, Because Dream didn't know of their connection to Tommy, they had agreed to set up a meeting with Dream, claiming they had information on the syndicate he wanted to know. However, this was a complete lie on their end. In truth, as soon as Dream arrived at the meeting point, Monarch and Orlion would give a signal, and the syndicate was going to show up. Phil would then try to negotiate with Dream to get him to delete the CCTV footage, without giving up anyone's identities in the syndicate. Tommy didn't know what Phil's plan of negotiation was. Dream had the upper hand here, and he knew it. He wasn't going to just give up his only playing card because Phil asked him to. But Phil kept reassuring him he knew what he was doing, and that he had a plan for how to make the negotiations work. Tommy wasn't sure why Phil wouldn't just tell him outright what that plan was, but he supposed he'd find out what it was soon enough, so it didn't really matter. The part of the plan that Tommy hated the most though was that the only people showing up to the negotiation were going to be Phil, Techno, Wilbur, and Tommy himself. The rest of the syndicate was being told to stay behind, although they would be waiting in case things went to shit and they needed backup. This was because Phil said that if the entire syndicate rolled up to the meeting at once, Dream would take it as a threat, and would probably flee before a real negotiation could take place. Tommy understood that. But it didn't stop him from thinking about all the ways that could go wrong. Wandering into the living room, Tommy collapsed onto the couch, so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the other two boys sitting next to him until he felt a head drop onto his shoulder. Tubbo? Tommy asked, glancing down at his friend. When did you get here? About 5 minutes ago, Tubbo answered, scooching closer to Tommy. On the other side of him, Ranbo gave Tommy a small wave. We wanted to see how things were going with the big plan. Tommy shrugged, trying to keep the worry out of his face. Oh, you know how it is. Phil keeps telling me he knows how to make Dream agree to the negotiations, but he's being super fucking vague about it. Has he said why he doesn't want to tell you more about it? Ranbo asked, furrowing his brows. Just that he's still working out the details, Tommy explained, staring at his lap. Do Wilbur and Techno know what it is? Ranbo continued. Techno might know, but considering Will hasn't stopped fucking pacing for the past day and a half, I think Phil's keeping him out of the loop, Tommy said, certain that if he went up to Wilbur's room right now, he'd see the man walking up and down the length of his carpet over and over again. Both Tubbo and Ranbo frowned at this, and Tommy couldn't blame them. It was frustrating not to know, but again, Tommy trusted that Phil knew what he was doing. An awkward silence fell over the trio. Tommy hated whenever they had these kind of silences, but there really wasn't much they could say in a situation like this. They were all forced into a waiting game, left to twiddle their thumbs as the hours passed on and the sun got lower and lower in the sky. In a way, Tommy wondered if this was what it felt like to wait for your verdict in a trial. Just the constant flood of questions, wondering if what you've done was good enough, trying to prepare for either outcome in case fate didn't go your way. Thankfully, Tommy was pulled out of his thoughts rather quickly this time by Ranbo speaking up again. What's that in your hands, Tommy? Glancing down, Tommy remembered he was still holding his mask that Phil had given him. It's a mask that Daedalus made me, Tommy explained, looping the thin straps around his ears, but not bothering with the buckle. It's to help hide my identity. With the latter half of his sentence, the voice changer went into effect, making both Tubbo and Ranbo jump at the sudden switch. Holy shit, you've got a voice changer and everything! Tubbo exclaimed, leaning forward to get a closer look at the mask. Guess you're really like the rest of us now, Ranbo chuckled. Have you decided on a name yet? Techno's picking it out still. Apparently he really wanted to be the one to choose it for me, Tommy explained, tugging the mask off his face again. Tubbo immediately grabbed it out of his hands, looking inside to see how Sam fit the voice changer inside. This is so cool, Tubbo muttered, running his fingers over the metal. It even has gas filtering in it, but it's so small you don't even see it. Daedalus is a fucking genius. Considering his power literally is manipulating technology, I'd assume he can make some pretty cool fucking stuff, Tommy snorted. God, I'd love to sit down and just ask him how he made his suit, Tubbo said, holding the mask up to the light on the ceiling. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't, considering, Tommy trailed off, knowing that Ranbo and Tubbo would know what he was saying. Tubbo's excited grin faded, while Ranbo folded his hands together. Have you guys thought more about their offer? Tommy asked quietly, glancing between his two best friends. The two shared a look. We're still thinking it over, Ranbo told him, wringing his hands in his lap. We really appreciate the offer of course. It's just well it's a big decision. After Tommy had approached Monarch and Orlion to set up the fake meeting plan, the syndicate had met again, and they discussed where Nuke and Ender were going to fit into things since they wouldn't be content to just sit on the sidelines of this. It was there that Phil had brought up the idea of extending them official invites to join the syndicate, especially considering their recent reclassification as villains. That night after the meeting, Phil had told Tubbo and Ranbo this over dinner. The two boys had promised to think it over, but Tommy hadn't been able to get a read on what they were leaning towards. Yeah, of course. I get that, Tommy murmured, glancing down at his hands again. Maybe it was selfish for Tommy to want his two best friends to join the syndicate now that he was an official member himself. But it was the truth. While the two of them were on good terms with the group now, that didn't mean it would always be that way. In the future, things could go wrong, and maybe they would hate the syndicate again. But this time, they'd be hating Tommy as well. Tommy was terrified of what that would mean for the three of them. Again, it was selfish, but if they joined the syndicate, that would be less likely to happen. Can you tell me what you're thinking about it? Tommy asked, his voice small. Like, if you're leaning one way or the other. Handing the mask back to him, Tubbo took a breath before he spoke. The thing is, we agree with what they want to do. After seeing the bullshit heroes pull up close, I think I can speak for both of us when I say Ranboo and I both want the hero committee gone, Tubbo explained, fiddling with the ends of his sweatshirt sleeves. But it's just, shit, how do I word this? I think what he's trying to say is that if we join the syndicate, we're really going to be villains. Like, full-blown villains in the public eye, Ranboo cut in. Like, yeah, Dream already reclassified us as villains, but most of the public still sees us as vigilantes. We started doing this because we both wanted to help people, but if we join, people will be scared of us. We won't be able to help like we used to. Tommy frowned. You know that you don't have to publicly be a member of the syndicate to join it, right? He asked. Because, like, no one knows Jester is in the syndicate, and not many people have realized Rosethorn is in it either. It's not like they slap a brand on you with the syndicate's logo or anything. Well, yeah, we get that, Ranboo said, furrowing his brows. But you know how Dream is. He could go on live television and announce that we're top-ranked villains or something. But Dream already thinks you guys are in the syndicate, so if he was gonna do that, he would have done it already, Tommy pushed, his frown deepening at the flaws in their logic. Ranboo dropped his head further. I guess I don't know. It's just hard. The perks of living with the same two people for years on end in a very tiny space included being able to read them better than anyone else. Tommy could tell there was something they weren't telling him right now. Taking a breath to try and quell the anxiety humming in his chest, Tommy started twisting the straps of the mask around his fingers so he had something to do with his hands. Look, you don't have to lie to me, Tommy said softly. Is it because you don't approve of what the syndicate does? Do you not approve of what I'm doing now? It was the same fear Tommy had had way back when Tubbo and Ranboo first found out about Tommy's healing business. The fear that his two best friends wouldn't support him. That he had pushed things too far, and they wouldn't stick by him anymore. Tommy had thought they were past that. But right now, it really didn't feel like it. To Tommy's surprise though, Ranboo seemed to immediately recognize what Tommy was thinking, because suddenly there was a cloud of purple sparkles in front of him as Ranboo teleported to the other side of the couch, so he could sit next to Tommy without Tubbo between them. We're not mad you joined the syndicate, Ranboo immediately promised him. Tubbo, who had been silent for a while now, straightened up and frowned. Wait, is that what you're worried about? Tommy shrugged, heat flooding to his cheeks as he realized his worries were unfounded. Kinda? You guys got so pissed at me for it before, and now you don't want to join the syndicate and so I just thought. Jesus Christ, that's not it at all, we swear, Tubbo reassured him, grabbing one of his hands while Ranboo grabbed the other. We just don't know if we'll still be able to help people like we want if we're labeled villains. But we know why the syndicate does what it does, and we don't really give that much of a shit anymore. Of course we don't like it, but it's a fucked up situation all around, you know. Ranboo nodded in agreement, squeezing Tommy's hand gently. Exactly. It's a complicated situation to be in, and we get that sometimes they have to do things that aren't super great. A little bit of the anxiety twisting Tommy's gut loosened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. And even if we still hated the syndicate, it's not like it would matter, Tubbo continued. You're our best friend, Tommy. I know we both fucked up before with how we handled shit, but the syndicate and the people in it are important to you, so that makes it important to us. God, Tommy missed Tubbo and Ranboo being able to practically read his mind. Thanks guys, Tommy murmured, squeezing both their hands. I dunno, it's stupid but I thought that if I joined the syndicate and you didn't, one day we might be against each other on something and I can't imagine going against you two on anything. Ah, that's so sappy of you. Tubbo teased, using his free hand to poke Tommy's cheek. Tubbo, be nice, Ranboo reprimanded gently. But don't worry, Tommy. That wouldn't happen. Like Tubbo said, we're all still best friends, and that's not gonna change. Even if we don't end up joining the syndicate. That's not to say we won't join. Like I said, we're still thinking about it, Tubbo added. I just think it'd be a little easier to weigh our options when we're not dealing with the imminent threat of you getting arrested. Tommy snorted, leaning into Ranboo's side and tugging Tubbo along with him. Yeah, that's fair. Tubbo didn't protest at all to the pull, instead curling up against Tommy's side, while Ranbo just chuckled and rested his head on top of Tommy's. We'll figure this all out after tonight, Ranbo reassured him. Thanks guys, Tommy mumbled, burying himself deeper in the pile of limbs he now found himself in. Love you both. Clingy, Tubbo joked, poking his cheek again. But love you too, Tommy. Love you, Ranbo echoed, before reaching over Tommy to flick Tubbo's forehead. When Tubbo yelped in surprise, the hug pile quickly disappeared, and Tommy laughed as he watched Tubbo try to smack Ranbo in revenge. But Ranbo kept teleporting around the room, never letting Tubbo get close. Soon, Tommy was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe, and they all collapsed again into a breathless pile on the couch. A few hours passed like that. But then, Tubbo said he had to go and fix something on his mask before that night, with Ranbo adding that he needed to stitch up a tear on his costume. So they both left, leaving Tommy alone with his thoughts once again. It was almost dark now. Golden light spilled in through the slitted blinds, and Tommy could see bright shades of pink sitting on the edge of the mountains that sat behind the house. When Tommy began to wonder if they had windows in prison cells, or if this was the last sunset he was going to see for a while, that's when he decided to go find someone else to take his mind off things. Wilbur was the obvious choice. And just like Tommy had predicted, when he knocked on his bedroom door and Wilbur called for him to come in, he found the man pacing. Unlike when he'd gone in there a few nights ago and was surprised by how clean it was, now Wilbur's room was even more of a mess than usual. Clothes scattered the floors, papers littered every open space available, and the string lights that had hung above the bed had fallen on one side but Wilbur hadn't bothered to put them back up. Tommy couldn't even read Wilbur's scribbles this time, which made him wonder what kind of song lyrics he could have been writing on them to vent his frustration. Wilbur himself didn't seem much better. There was a half-empty mug of coffee sitting on his nightstand, dark circles under his eyes, and his glasses were smudged to all hell and back. Oh, hey Toms, Wilbur said when Tommy entered the room, stopping his back and forth. What are you up to? Tommy shrugged, stepping over the clothes and papers on the ground to drop himself on top of Wilbur's bed. Nothing much. Kind of wanted to take my mind off things, so I figured I'd come bother you. He paused, making a point to look around the room. Though I think you need a distraction more than I do. Wilbur let out a soft huff before trudging over to the bed, collapsing on it right next to Tommy. Yeah, that's probably fair. I've been a bit of a nervous wreck since we decided on that plan. Tommy snorted. Tell me about it. I can't stop thinking about all the ways shit could go wrong. Sighing, Wilbur slung an arm over Tommy's shoulder and gave him a side hug. It's gonna be okay. Phil keeps saying he has this great plan, and I trust him. I trust him too, Tommy nodded, leaning into Wilbur's side. Doesn't make me any less worried though. Yeah, I get that, Wilbur muttered, shaking his head. But there's no sense in worrying about that shit till tonight. Speak for yourself, Tommy teased, gesturing around the room. It looks like a bomb went off in this place. Wilbur groaned, using his free hand to drag his hand down his face. I know, it's a fucking wreck in here. Sometimes when I'm anxious about something, writing music helps me feel better, so I've been trying to do that. But it hasn't really been working that well today. Ah, so you don't have anything new to play for me? Tommy asked, pouting at Wilbur. The puppy dog eyes always worked on Wilbur, because a slow grin grew across his face. Well, I didn't say that. Bolting upright, Tommy's face immediately split into a wide smile. Can you play me something? Laughing, Wilbur dropped his arm from Tommy's shoulders so he could lean down to grab his guitar. Sure I can. But you're not allowed to complain about my voice. I haven't done any warm-ups so it's gonna sound terrible. I won't complain, Tommy promised. But I will make fun of you relentlessly if your voice cracks. Wilbur rolled his eyes. Fucking gremlin. Bitch boy, Tommy shot back. This only made Wilbur laugh again. Then, he leaned back against his pillows, hoisted his guitar onto his lap, and started to play. Wilbur mostly just played songs of his that Tommy had heard before. A few were soft and slow, some were a bit faster. At one point, Tommy had stretched out across Wilbur's bed and closed his eyes, letting the music just wash over him to try and forget about his worries. The light of the dying sun crept its way in through the cracks in Wilbur's blinds. Slivers of orange and red highlighted the room, growing darker and darker as Wilbur kept playing. Slowly, the tension in Tommy's shoulders trickled out like sand from an hourglass. The constant buzz of anxiety in his chest faded, until there was only a soft hum left in its place. Soon, the sun had set completely, and Wilbur stopped his playing. Tommy's eyes fluttered open to a now dark room, and when he saw the relaxed smile now spread across his brother's face, he was hit with a new realization. If things went to shit tonight, this would probably be the last chance Tommy got to talk to Wilbur one-on-one. While he wasn't one for dramatic goodbyes, he knew there was something he needed to make sure Wilbur knew. Just in case it all went wrong. Will? Tommy said softly, sitting up on the bed. Yeah? Wilbur asked, grabbing a water bottle off his nightstand and taking a few sips. Looking down at his hands, Tommy took a shaky breath as he tried to figure out how he wanted to word this. Look, I'm not saying that I expect things to go wrong tonight. That's not a promising start, Wilbur cut in, frowning at him. Just let me say this, okay? Tommy shot a glare at Wilbur, and he sighed as he put the water bottle down. Like I said, I don't expect things to go wrong tonight, but if they do, well, I've said this before, but you need to know I don't regret any of it. Wilbur's frown deepened. Tommy, come on, don't talk like that. I'm serious, Tommy said, meeting Wilbur's eyes. I know you, Will. You blame yourself for everything, and I want to make sure you don't pull that shit if I end up getting arrested tonight. Because if I do, you'll say it's all your fault and drown yourself in guilt again, but I don't regret saving you that night and I never will. There was a beat of silence as Wilbur squeezed his eyes shut, burying his face in his hands. You shouldn't say that. You won't think the same thing if that happens. You're wrong, Tommy said, pulling Wilbur's hands away from his face. Look into my eyes. I'm telling you the truth. Even if I get thrown in jail and get sentenced to 30 years or some shit, I'd do it all again. Because I got the best goddamn family I could ask for out of it, and even if I only got these few months with you guys, it was worth it. Getting you as my brother was worth it. Reaching up, Wilbur wiped a tear away from the corner of his eye, and shook his head. You're not going to jail. I promise you, Wilbur said, his voice rough. And I believe you, Tommy told him. But just in case everything goes wrong, I don't want you to blame yourself. Because you're a dramatic bitch who does that way too much, and I don't want you pulling that shit if I'm not around to tell you to knock it off. Wilbur let out a weak laugh, and nodded once. You're too fucking sweet sometimes, do you realize that? Tommy immediately scowled. I'm not sweet. You are, Wilbur said, giving him a soft smile. Now, you just made me cry so you owe me a hug to make up for it. Scoffing, Tommy pretended to be annoyed at the request, but wrapped his arms around Wilbur without a second of hesitation. Clingy ass bitch, he whispered into Wilbur's shoulder. Wilbur laughed again, and rested his chin on top of Tommy's head. That's right. I am a clingy bitch and I'm proud of it. The two stayed in their hug for a few moments, with Tommy just listening to the pattern of Wilbur's breathing, and trying to match his own to it. He didn't want to let go. Because once he let go, he'd start thinking about how that could be the last hug he got from Wilbur. This day was filled with too many potential last things for his liking. But then, there was a quiet knock at the door that broke the calm silence that had surrounded the two of them. Will? Is Tommy in there? Technose asked on the other side of the door. Grumbling, Tommy buried his face into Wilbur's shoulder, and Wilbur chuckled. Yeah, he's in here. Cool. Phil's serving dinner, so come down to get something to eat, Techno told them both. Then, Tommy listened as his footsteps faded as he went back down the stairs, leaving them alone once more. Come in, we gotta go get food, Wilbur said, pushing Tommy off of him. Tommy fell back onto the bed and groaned. I don't want to walk, he whined. Wilbur raised an unimpressed eyebrow at him. I'm not carrying you. A few minutes later, Wilbur made his way into the kitchen with Tommy on his back. Phil chuckled when he spotted the two of them, and Wilbur rolled his eyes as he let go of Tommy's legs, forcing him to drop to the floor. Thanks for the ride, Tommy grinned, patting Wilbur's shoulder as he sat down at the dining table. I'm too nice to you, Wilbur complained, plopping down in the seat right next to Tommy. Thought you said I was sweet, Tommy teased, nudging Wilbur's shoulder. Yeah, I said you were. But I'm not, Wilbur shot back, elbowing Tommy in the side. Techno, who had just sat down across from the two of them, snorted at that. Wilbur, you're a huge sap, don't even try to deny it. Wilbur narrowed his eyes. I'm not a sap. R2. I'm not. You are. No. For the love of fuck, not before we eat, Phil cut in, sighing deeply as he set a large bowl of pasta in the center of the table. He took his place next to Techno, his wings stretched out above the back of the chair, and handed the serving spoon to Techno so he could dish out his food first. This was far from the first time they'd had a meal together. They'd done family dinners like this ever since Tommy had first started staying there, but something about it felt different now. Maybe it was because Phil had officially called Tommy his son, or maybe it was just because Tommy was worried for what would happen after tonight. But for now, he wanted to enjoy it while he could, and did his best to try and shove the anxiety out of his mind. Dinner was nothing that special. They had agreed on no work talk at the dinner table, so no one spoke about what their plans were after they finished eating. Instead, they just did their best to talk about their days. Tommy showed off the mask Phil had given him, technically work talk but not really. Wilbur talked about some of the songs he'd played for Tommy, and Techno said that Nikki had promised to teach him how to make potato bread soon, so he was excited to try that out. It was normal, but there was still a cloud of tension hanging over everyone, no matter how hard they tried to ignore it. There was almost a sense of relief when they'd all finished their food, because now they could focus on the elephant in the room. Tommy, Techno said after Tommy had rinsed off his plate. Wanna come to my room real quick? I wanna talk to you about something. Oh, wait, was Techno finally going to tell Tommy what his code name was? Sure. Tommy answered, quickly wiping off his hands so he could follow Techno up the stairs. Tommy was practically bouncing on his heels as they walked up to Techno's room. Techno didn't make any comments about Tommy's excitement, but Tommy noticed the small smile ghosting over his face all the same. Techno held the door open for Tommy to his room, and Tommy ran inside, ready to hear what name Techno had chosen for him. It wasn't the first time Tommy had been in Techno's room, but it wasn't a place he went in often. The room itself was rather simple, with 2 plush armchairs settled near a window, a neatly made bed, and a computer desk pushed into a corner. The only things that stood out was the giant bookshelf that dominated nearly an entire wall, and the pair of sheathed swords resting next to his bed. As Techno closed the door behind him, Tommy noticed how there was a rather thick book laying open on Techno's desk, with a notebook page torn out beside it. From where he was standing, Tommy couldn't see what the note page had written on it, but he could see several words circled and highlighted a few times over. You know why I brought you up here? Techno asked, sitting down in one of the armchairs. To give me my code name, right? Tommy said, hopping into the other chair. Techno nodded. Yup. When Phil talked about getting you one, I figured I might be able to pick a nice one out since I know a lot about Greek mythology, he explained, folding his hands in front of him. Although he seemed calm, Tommy noticed worry flash over his expression. But I don't want you to feel, pressured into sticking with the name I picked out. If you want to choose something totally different, I don't mind. Your name should be something that you like first and foremost. Tommy grinned. Don't worry, Tech. The fact that you spent so much time trying to pick one out for me is already enough to tell me I'm gonna like it. Techno snorted at this. Now don't get ahead of yourself. You might end up hating the name and then that's just gonna be, like, pretty awkward for both of us. Oh shut up and just tell it to me, Tommy told him, bouncing in his seat. Alright. But if you hate it. Techno. Tommy whined. Stop being a dramatic bitch and just say it already. Rolling his eyes, Techno leaned back in his seat. Well, do you know about the Greek god, Apollo? Tommy furrowed his brows. He's like the god of the sun or something, right? Techno seemed proud as he nodded. Yeah, he's the god of sunlight, but he's also the god of a few other things. Like oracles, archery, or most importantly, healing. Tommy's eyes widened as he realized where this was going. So my name is gonna be Apollo then? I mean, only if you want it to be. If you don't like it. Are you kidding? Tommy exclaimed, cutting Techno off. That's so sick. I love it. Apollo. Tommy was going to be named after a literal god. Not to mention, the god of a bunch of cool shit. Call me by it, Tommy then said, grinning at Techno. I wanna see what it feels like. Techno snorted. So Apollo, are you ready to go piss dream off tonight? Somehow, Tommy's smile got even bigger. It felt right. The name Apollo just fit. Like it was meant for him all along. Yeah, I'm fucking ready, Blade, Tommy replied, jumping out of his chair. Techno stood up as well, and he seemed very relieved that Tommy liked his choice. Well, we need to go over the plan, but he cut himself off when Tommy pulled him into a sudden hug. Techno kept his arms pinned to his sides, but didn't try to get out of the hug either. I don't do hugs, Techno admitted. Do you want me to let go? Tommy asked, worrying he'd made Techno uncomfortable. Nah, I'm good, Techno said, although he still didn't move his arms from his sides. Tommy laughed and hugged Techno a bit harder. Then, he said in a quieter voice, seriously Tech, thank you. I really like the name. Although Techno didn't hug him back, he reached up a hand to pat Tommy's shoulder. You're welcome, kid. The final battle. After Tommy let go of the hug, Techno told him they needed to go get ready because they were going to have to head out soon. Apparently Phil was going to go over the details of what they needed to do while they drove. Going back to his room, Tommy stared at the mask Phil had given him, trying to think of what he should wear. It needed to be practical, something he could move in. But it also needed to be distinct, since this was going to be his first official appearance as Apollo. Digging through his drawers, Tommy quickly found a pair of bright red cargo pants that he definitely did not remember being there before. Dozens of pockets lined the legs, which Tommy already knew he could use to hold things like bandages and gauze. They were nearly the exact same shade of red as his mask, and Tommy wondered which one of his family members snuck them into his room. His money was on Wilbur. From there, Tommy found a plain black t-shirt that he figured would be good to use in case it got stained with blood. Then, he grabbed an old pair of dark brown boots Wilbur had given him back when Tommy was still borrowing stuff from Wilbur's closet. He got dressed, and put the mask over his head before he looked at himself in his mirror. While he wouldn't say he looked like a supervillain, he looked pretty cool, in all honesty. At least to himself. Well, if he got his ass kicked tonight, at least he was going to do it in style. Tugging his mask down, Tommy left his room and headed down the stairs. Wilbur, Phil, and Techno were already waiting by the door to the garage, already dressed in their own outfits, minus the masks. When Tommy walked into the kitchen, Wilbur immediately beamed. "You used the pants I bought you!" he exclaimed joyfully. "Fucking knew it was you," Tommy snorted, folding his arms over his chest. "I just saw them one day and I had a feeling you'd like them," Wilbur told him. "You paired it well with the black shirt to tone it down, and then the plain boots." "Listen to Mr. Fashion Expert over here," Techno snorted. "Says the one wearing a literal fucking cape," Wilbur fired back, narrowing his eyes at his brother. "Brew, why you gotta come for my cape?" Techno asked, raising an eyebrow. "Okay you two, not right now," Phil said, shaking his head. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a piece of white fabric, holding it out to Tommy. "Tommy, here's one last thing that I think you should wear. It's an armband." Frowning, Tommy pulled the armband onto his left arm, noting how the fabric was snug but not uncomfortable around his bicep. When he looked down at the actual symbol that was printed on it though, he grinned. "Is this to show I'm a medic?" Tommy asked, tracing the bright red cross symbol with his finger. "Yup. Figured that if the media catches wind of you, might as well have something to show you're our healer," Phil explained, adjusting the armband a bit so the cross was straightened out. "Oh, and fun fact," Wilbur chimed in, giving Tommy a Cheshire grin, "it's technically a war crime to wear the Red Cross symbol if you're not part of the official Red Cross organization." Tommy beamed at this. "Hell yeah! My first crime as a villain." Wilbur wiped a fake tear from the corner of his eye. "They grow up so fast." "Alright kids, you can talk more about war crimes in the car. We need to get going," Phil ordered, shepherding the three of them into the garage. A few minutes later, they were back in the black SUV the family always used for syndicate business. They had all put on their masks, and Tommy slumped down in the back seat, trying to ignore the way his heart was steadily picking up pace the further they drove. "Okay boys, here's the plan," Phil began as they turned down a new street, the orange streetlights casting their familiar glow. "Monarch and Orline are already at the meeting spot, and Monarch is going to message me when Dream shows up. We're going to park a few blocks away, and walk up to join the group. Now, the order I want us in is me at the front, Techno a bit behind me, with Will and Tommy in the back." "Got it." They all chorused a quick yes Phil before quieting down to let him continue. "Good. Now, Will, you're in charge of keeping an eye on Tommy. If shit starts to go south, I want you to prioritize getting Tommy out of there above all else, okay?" "Got it," Wilbur said with a nod. Tommy frowned. "Wait, if things go wrong shouldn't I stay in case I need to heal you guys?" "We can keep doing what we've been doing and just come to you to get healed if we get hurt," Phil explained calmly. "You're really only coming because I don't think Dream would negotiate with us if you aren't with us. But if things get messy, I want you to get as far away as you can." While Tommy didn't like it, he knew that it made sense, and forced himself to nod. "Thank you, Tommy. Now, we have Nikki, Jack, Hannah, Sam, Tubbo, and Ranboo all waiting on standby to help out if shit goes wrong. But I want to call in as few people as possible to minimize risk of injury, so if things go bad the first people I'm calling in are just gonna be Nikki and Jack, and we'll go down the line from there," Phil continued, sounded so unbothered, it was like he was just talking about the weather. "Where's Quackity?" Tommy questioned, noticing the man's absence from the roster. Phil let out a small sigh. "He's busy with his own shit tonight. Remember, he's more of a business partner with the syndicate than anything else. He tries to show up for the important stuff, but he's got his own work that sometimes gets in the way." "Oh." Tommy tried not to look crestfallen at the news, but it definitely bummed him out to hear that Quackity, someone he considered his friend, wasn't going to show up for something as important as this. "Don't feel bad," Wilbur reassured him, reaching out to squeeze his shoulder. "He cares about you just as much as the others in the syndicate do. But he trusts us to be able to handle this on our own." Tommy nodded. "Okay." He knew Wilbur was right, but he was a mess of nerves right now and even the smallest thing could bring his mood down catastrophically. "Anything else we need to know, Phil?" Techno then asked. "Just trust me when I say I have a plan," Phil told them, pulling up his veil briefly to flash all of them a reassuring smile. Tommy tried to wrap the words around himself like a blanket, to ease the anxiety thrumming in his chest and the electricity buzzing under his skin. But it didn't do much to help. He was just going to have to deal with being a nervous wreck until the night was over. They left South Bay behind, and Tommy recognized the comforting streets of East Side. It wasn't long before Techno pulled the car to a stop under a streetlight, and they all did a check to make sure everyone's masks were secure before they hopped out of the car. It was a bit odd to just be a group of supervillains walking down the street, but Tommy supposed this was normal for the other three. There was no one around at this time of night, and their footsteps echoed between the buildings, making Tommy constantly turn around to make sure they weren't being followed. The night air was cool against his bare arms, and Tommy wondered if he should have grabbed a jacket to go with his uniform. At least the pants were plenty warm, and the mask kept his nose from getting cold as well. Still, he huddled close to Wilbur as they passed under the glowing streetlights, and Wilbur silently draped an arm around his shoulder. At one point, Phil took out his phone while walking, and only paused for a second before pocketing it again. Dreams arrived at the meeting spot, he told them all in a soft voice. We're coming up on the street, so try to stay quiet. Tommy's breathing hitched. Dream was there. The plan had worked, and this was really happening now. They kept walking. Tommy soon figured out where this meeting spot was, and he almost laughed at the painful irony of it all. Of course it would be in front of the Cloudy Cafe. Where else would they set this meeting up? It was the only place that made sense. It had practically been the center of everything that had happened ever since Tommy healed Siren. They approached a corner, and Phil held out a hand, telling them to hold back. Now, Tommy could hear faint voices echoing down the street, and when Phil gave him the go-ahead to come closer, he immediately peeked his head around the corner to see what was going on. Sure enough, standing in the middle of the street in front of the cafe was Dream. His cape billowed in the light breeze as he stood in front of Monarch and Lion, the gold accents in both their costumes glinting against the streetlights. So? Dream was asking, his arms folded over his chest. You dragged me all the way out here. What information do you have? Well, I might have exaggerated a bit when I said I had information, Monarch explained, and Tommy could hear the smirk in their voice. Really, we just need to repay a favor for a friend. The hell do you mean by that? Dream demanded, sounding more than frustrated at this point. This was when Phil dropped his hand and stepped out into the street, with Techno close behind, and Wilbur tugging Tommy out so they followed the two of them. Dream immediately heard the footsteps on the asphalt and whirled around, his expression frozen in his smiley face as always as he watched Phil form out of the shadows. Oh. Oh, I see what this is, Dream said, and Tommy could feel his gaze scheming over him and Wilbur. He fought the urge to flinch, although his legs felt like they were made of wood as they got closer to the man. And here I thought you valued neutrality, Monarch. I do, Monarch said, their white eyes unreadable as they glanced over the family. I have no loyalties to the syndicate, just as I have no loyalties to the hero committee. Like I said, this was simply me and my partner repaying a favor to a certain healer. Now that we've done our part, we'll be heading out. Nice to see you too, Phil called out, waving at the two vigilantes as they turned down the road. Good luck, guys. Lion said, giving them all a cheesy thumbs up as Monarch dragged him around another corner. And with that, it was just the three syndicate leaders, Tommy and Dream. Dream laughed as soon as the vigilantes were gone, and Tommy could feel Dream's eyes raking over him. Of course, I shouldn't even be surprised, Dream said, shaking his head. Tommy, you do realize that wearing a mask is a bit pointless when I already know what you look like, right? We don't want any media to see his face, Phil explained, his wings spread out behind him as if he was trying to block Tommy from view. And before you start, we're not here to fight, Dream. We want to negotiate regarding the blackmail threat you made on our healer. By negotiate I hope you mean take off your masks so I can see your faces, because if it's anything but that, Tommy is gonna be going to jail, Dream said, stepping closer so he was face to face with Phil. I was hoping we could work out some alternate terms, Phil proposed, sounding as measured as could be while he spoke. Zephyrus, with all due respect, you're not really in a position to be negotiating right now, Dream told him. I have the upper hand here. There's only one thing I want, and if you don't give it to me, then the poor kid you dragged into your world is going to pay the price. It's up to you if you're willing to let that happen. You know we can't give you our identities, Phil said, his wings fluffing up. Dream shrugged. I guess you really don't care about Tommy then. The poor kid is so blindly loyal to your group, he wouldn't give you up for anything. But clearly, you don't give two shits about him, which is a shame. I actually thought you'd be above manipulating an orphan teenager, Zephyrus, but it looks like I was wrong. Phil huffed, and Tommy saw Dream flinch. It was barely noticeable, but it was there, and Tommy smiled under his mask knowing that despite his big talk, Dream at least had some level of fear for Zephyrus. You say that we're the ones who have manipulated a child, but here you are, threatening to arrest him for saving someone's life, Phil pointed out, his veil billowing in the wind. We haven't hurt Tommy. We haven't forced him to do something against his will. He helps us because he wants to. And here you are having already kidnapped him once, now threatening him outright. You can't act so high and mighty compared to us when you pull shit like that, Dream. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I don't want to do stuff like this, Dream hissed, lurching forward so he was right in Phil's face. You think I wanted to kidnap some random teenager? Fuck no. But I knew I wouldn't get a chance to talk to him any other way. The only reason I'm forced to go to these extremes is because I'm doing it all to try and stop you. Tommy is just one of many normal people who have been caught in the crossfire of our war, which you started in the first place. Even in war, there are special exceptions given to medics. They are considered neutral as long as they are not a threat to the opposing side, and Tommy has never posed a threat to the hero committee, Phil asserted, meeting Dream's stare down head on. He might not be a threat, but he's not neutral. The day the syndicate recruited him was the day he picked a side, and picking a side has consequences. I'm just simply seeing the consequences through, Dream shot back, clenching his fists at his sides. Now, you either give me what I want, or I'm going to tell 404 to send the CCTV footage to the hero committee right this second. Make your choice. Silence fell over the group. Tommy's heart leapt into his throat, and Wilbur tightened the arm he had around Tommy's shoulders. Techno was tensed up behind Phil, but somehow, Phil still seemed relaxed. Not completely relaxed considering his wings were still puffed up, but he didn't seem to be preparing for a fight like Techno and Dream were. Instead, Phil just reached into his pocket and held up his phone. Can I make a quick phone call first? Phil asked, and Tommy could hear the smirk in his voice. I guess. Thanks mate, Phil said, before he tapped a few buttons on his phone and held it up to his ear. There were a few seconds of silence before whoever was on the other end picked up. Hey there. You ready? Pause. Great, we're already there. He's not cooperating, so we're gonna need you. Another pause. Thanks. See you in a section. And with that, Phil hung up. Who was that? Dream questioned. Just an old friend, Phil said smugly. A few seconds passed. Tommy's heart was pounding in his ears. Was this the plan Phil said he had? Then, there was the sound of a bell chiming, and everyone's head spun to the right as the door to the cafe opened. The captain stepped out of her cafe, sheep mask securely fastened over her face, looking exactly like she did when she had retired. Holy shit! This had to have been Phil's plan. And it was fucking genius. As soon as Puffy stepped out of the cafe, Dream stumbled backwards as if he'd been shot. "Pu Captain." "Hi Dream," Puffy said softly, walking out to join them in the middle of the street, her hands folded behind her back. "It's been a while, hasn't it? What are you doing here?" Dream stammered. Tommy had never seen Dream taken this off guard. The man was tripping over his own words in a way he never had when he had Tommy kidnapped. This wasn't a part of any of his plans. Puffy, meanwhile, seemed to slip right back into her element despite her multiple years of retirement. Her steps were measured and slow as she approached Dream. Her hair, though now brown and white instead of just pure white like it had been when she was originally the captain, was tied back in its signature ponytail, and it swung back and forth over her shoulders perfectly in time with her footsteps. "I'm here because a certain bird told me that you were threatening someone you shouldn't be," Puffy said, having to tilt her head up to look into the eyes of Dream's mask. Somehow, the height difference didn't make her any less intimidating. "Captain, you don't understand, he works for the syndicate," Dream tried to explain, although it sounded more like a little kid trying to tell his mother how the vase got broken, which was jarring compared to how cocky he'd been only minutes earlier. "He's a healer for the syndicate," Puffy corrected, eyeing him up and down. "Not to mention, he's also a teenager. And one of my employees at the cafe to boot." Dream immediately whipped his head back towards the syndicate. "Wait, they know who you are?" Puffy nodded. "They do, they've known for years." "What the fuck, Puffy?" Dream asked, taking another step back. "You retire and become fucking friends with the syndicate." "I did," Puffy confirmed. "But this isn't about that. I'm here tonight because I can't stand by and watch you ruin a kid's life all because of your obsession with beating the syndicate." "Oh, not you too," Dream scoffed, shaking his head. "I'm doing what I have to do. I don't want to pull this kind of shit, but the syndicate has left me with no other choice." Puffy snorted at this. "You're wrong, Dream. You absolutely have a choice. You can choose to go back to trying to fight the syndicate the way we always have, and not through dirty tactics like targeting a civilian that knows them. You haven't been in the field for years, Puffy. You have no idea how much things have changed," Dream argued. "You have no right to barge in here and try to stop me when I'm closer to getting the syndicate's identities than I ever have before." "I have no right?" Puffy questioned, her hands beginning to glow red. "You have a lot of nerve saying that to your mentor of all people. I'm the one who taught you how to be a hero in the first place. I would think I still have a right to keep you from going off the deep end." Despite the red glow showing that Puffy was preparing to use her powers, Dream only shook his head. "What are you gonna do, Puffy? Fight me? Kill me? 1. I don't think you could actually do that to me. And 2. That's not going to stop 404 from releasing the footage to the Hero Committee. If you release that footage, I'm going to come out of retirement and vouch for Tommy myself, Puffy told him, standing on her tiptoes so they were face to face. Sure, maybe that footage could get a conviction on its own, but if Tommy has the captain defending him? What do you think would happen then? You really think Al Manberg still cares about you that much? That they'd take your word over mine? Dream challenged, although Tommy could hear the uncertainty in his tone. As a matter of fact, Dream, I do, Puffy shot back. Holy shit. And just like that, the threat of the CCTV footage was gone. Because Tommy knew that no matter how damning the evidence was, if the captain came out of retirement to vouch for him, they wouldn't be able to get a single jury in El Manberg to convict him. Even if the Hero Committee pulled out all the stops, the people of the city loved the captain. They would listen to her above anyone else. Dream took another step back, and Puffy matched him as she stepped forward. Not letting him get a single inch. Why are you doing this for him? Dream then asked, his voice so low, Tommy could barely hear it. You've been gone for years, I haven't heard from you since you left, and now you come out of retirement for him. Why? Puffy pursed her lips. Because he's one of mine, Dream. There was a pause. Then. But I thought I was one of yours, Dream whispered. And that seemed to strike some kind of nerve in Puffy. Her shoulders slumped, and her expression softened as she reached a hand up to cup the side of his mask. You'll always be one of mine, duckling, she told him, gently tracing the porcelain. But I can't let you hurt him. Even if you think it's your only option. Dream was silent for a moment at that. Then, he tapped a button on a watch Tommy hadn't noticed he had on his wrist, and held it up to his mouth. Back up, I'm gonna need you to come in now. Just like that, Tommy's heart dropped into his stomach. Puffy took a step back from Dream, the red glow returning to her hands as a thin rod of stone rose up from the asphalt, taking the shape of a thin spear. I don't want to fight you, Dream, Puffy warned him, gripping the spear in her hands as she pointed it at him. You made your choice, I made mine, Dream said evenly, a sword lifting behind him. Puffy prepared her spear to strike. Wilbur tightened his grip around Tommy, preparing to bolt. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound in the air as Rewind appeared in between Dream and Puffy. His colorful, swirling goggles glowed in the low light, and he stumbled backwards when he noticed Puffy. Whoa, what's the captain doing here? He asked, nudging Dream's shoulder. It's a long story, but she's not on our side, Dream muttered, shaking his head. Where are the others? They should be coming, Rewind quickly checked a bright purple watch he had on his wrist. Oh, right now. He pointed towards the opposite end of the street, and Tommy paled when he saw the group running at them. 404 was at the front, already brandishing his knives as he sped towards them. Supreme was there as well, although he hung towards the sides, expression hidden by his red and yellow balaclava. Then, Tommy spotted Flame running a bit behind 404, his arms already lit up by his fire. A pang of disappointment flashed through Tommy. While he knew Flame probably didn't have much of a choice, he had wished the hero could have stayed out of this fight. And lastly, there was wait, was that a fucking panther? What the fuck is that thing? Tommy yelped, stumbling backwards as the literal panther slowed to a stop next to Dream. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the panther turned into a guy with bleached hair and a cat mask covering his face. Tommy gave Wilbur a confused look, and he leaned over to explain. That's Fellas, he was a minor hero who retired a few years back. Not sure why he's here, but he can turn into different types of cats, Wilbur explained in a rushed whisper while Phil and Techno readied themselves for a fight. Which, sounds ridiculous on paper. But he can turn into anything between a lion and a house cat in seconds, which is a lot harder to fight than you think it would be. Suddenly, Tommy realized that not only did Dream get another hero to come out of retirement for this, but he also had just had all the heroes waiting as a backup right around the corner. That meant he either had been suspicious of Monarch's meeting from the start, or he had just been preparing to have a huge showdown with the syndicate this whole time. Fine Dream, if it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get, Puffy said, drawing Tommy's attention back to the front. And just like that, things fell into chaos. Puffy lunged at Dream with her spear, which he sidestepped easily, blocking her with his sword. A dark knife shot from the air, courtesy of 404, which Phil barely dodged in time as he held his phone to his ear, clearly calling Nikki and Jack for backup. Techno, meanwhile, had already jumped into the action, and was taking on both Fellas who was a panther again and Flame at the same time. Tommy, we need to go, Wilbur whispered in his ear, grabbing his arm to pull him away. As much as Tommy didn't want to leave the fight, he knew that Wilbur was right. He could heal anyone that got hurt back at their house. There was no sense in him being there right now. Tommy turned to follow Wilbur back down the other street so they could run back to the car, but they hadn't even made it 5 steps before Tommy felt something grab the back of his shirt. What the? Not so fast. Dream called out, using his power to yank Tommy back into the fight. Tommy was violently yanked off his feet, and he screamed as he flew through the air, slamming into the ground right at Dream's feet. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere. Although Tommy hadn't fallen far enough to get hurt, his head still pounded as he looked up to glare at Dream. Fuck you! He yelled, scrambling to his feet. Come on, don't make me. Dream was cut off mid-sentence by Puffy body slamming into him out of nowhere, sending him to the ground with a strangled yelp. Go! I got him! Puffy shouted, fighting to pin Dream to the ground as he struggled underneath her. Nodding at Puffy, Tommy ran back down towards Wilbur, but his eyes widened when he saw Wilbur was no longer alone. Wilbur and Rewind were dancing around each other, with Rewind dodging every single punch or kick Wilbur tried to throw at him. It must have been annoying as hell to try and fight Rewind considering he could literally just rewind time and predict all your moves, but there was a limit to how much he could alter time before he got exhausted. This meant that Wilbur just had to try and outlast Rewind until he could tire him out. And while Tommy wasn't a fighter, he could certainly help out with that. Tommy barreled straight ahead while Wilbur struggled to land a hit on Rewind. Right before he could body slam the hero, Rewind jumped out of the way, whipping his head towards Tommy as his mouth opened in surprise. Oh! Who are you? Rewind asked, taking a few steps back as Wilbur pushed Tommy behind him. Hey! Guess Dream really hadn't told the other heroes about him. Apollo, Tommy answered, curling his hands into fists. Surprisingly, Rewind grinned at this. Cool name. I haven't seen you around before, are you new? Tommy definitely hadn't expected a hero to be this friendly to him, but he hadn't had much interaction with Rewind before, so he supposed the hero was just more chill than the others. Meanwhile Wilbur, clearly seeing this conversation as a moment of distraction, suddenly pressed his hands over Tommy's ears before he spoke. Stop using your power, he told Rewind, Tommy only able to make out what he said by reading his lips. And just like that, the smile fell off Rewind's face. Dang it! He yelled, the friendliness that was there a moment before having disappeared completely. I was just trying to talk to the new guy. Not the time, Rewind, Wilbur said, edging away from the hero with Tommy behind him again. I don't want to fight anyone right now. Just let us go and my order should wear off in a few minutes. Rewind frowned, looking like he was considering letting them go. Hope bloomed in Tommy's chest. They just needed to get out of here, and things would be okay. Phil, Techno, and Puffy could handle themselves until Nikki and Jack got here. Tommy knew that. Before Rewind could respond though, suddenly Wilbur yelped, and Tommy saw a small knife sticking out of his shoulder. Shit! Wilbur yelled, reaching up and yanking the knife out with a pained hiss. Thankfully, the knife was small enough that it only left a small cut on Wilbur, but the issue was more so the implication of who threw the knife. 404 strolled towards them, swinging one of his throwing knives around his finger. You know I can't let your kid get away, 404 told Wilbur, his grip tightening on the knife. You're not going to fucking touch him, Wilbur hissed, his words echoing with a force that shook Tommy's bones. 404 winced at the command, but continued to walk forward anyway. You know just as well as I do that our powers don't work very well on each other, Siren. Believe me, I know, Wilbur muttered, still trying to walk backwards away from 404's approach. So I suggest that you stop trying to escape down the street with your healer and I won't throw a knife right into your stomach, 404 threatened, pointing his knife at Wilbur. Your aim isn't that good, 404, Wilbur scoffed. 404 shrugged at this. Okay then. And then, he threw the knife. Wilbur dodged it easily, ducking down and pushing Tommy out of the way. The knife clattered harmlessly on the ground behind them, but before Tommy could even catch his breath, 404 threw another. Clearly, Wilbur had practiced jumping out of the way of these. He danced between the knives without much effort, dragging Tommy with him to keep him out of range as well. It was dizzying to be tugged around without any sense of where they were going, but Tommy didn't fight it, instead just trusting in Wilbur's senses completely. At one point though, Wilbur hissed again, and Tommy saw blood drip from the back of his hand. Only a graze, but it had hit him all the same. Immediately, Tommy grabbed his hand and healed it while 404 was distracted trying to get more of his knives out. Don't do that! Wilbur hissed, ripping his hand out of Tommy's. I'm fine. Don't tire yourself out for me. It's a tiny scratch, it's not gonna tire me out. Tommy argued, the glow in his hand fading quickly. Besides, Tommy was cut off when Wilbur suddenly yanked him to his chest, and Tommy heard a knife hit the wall behind him. Ah, I'm out, 404 then complained. Wilbur grabbed Tommy's arm, tugging him to run again. But before they could take even a step. Dream! They're getting away! 404 shouted, cupping his hands over his mouth. At the front of the fight, Tommy saw Puffy pinning Dream to a wall. But as soon as 404 said that, Dream blasted Puffy back with a shockwave. She flew backwards and landed on her feet, but before she could run at Dream again, he was flying straight for Tommy. Dream's boots slammed against the ground, and Tommy stumbled at the next shockwave it sent out. Then, before any of them could say a word, Dream lifted up a hand and Tommy felt himself get shoved into the nearest wall. It didn't hurt. That was the surprising part. Tommy was struggling against the invisible grip pinning him against the brick, but it wasn't holding him down hard enough to actually hurt him. With the other hand that Dream wasn't using to hold Tommy, he lifted two swords out of their hilts to float above his head. Wilbur opened his mouth to spout out a command. Let him. Before he could finish his sentence though, the two swords above Dream's head surged forward. Maybe if Wilbur hadn't already been exhausted from dodging 404's knives, he would have been able to dodge. Maybe if Wilbur hadn't been so focused on protecting Tommy, running at him instead of away from Dream, he would have been able to dodge. Maybe if Tommy hadn't come to this fight in the first place, Wilbur would have been able to dodge. But Tommy would never get the answer to those maybes, because Wilbur wasn't able to dodge out of the way of Dream's swords. No. Tommy screamed as both the swords stuck themselves straight into Wilbur's gut. There was a horrible moment of silence as Wilbur looked down at the weapons sticking out from his torso, as if he was in shock. Then, Dream pulled the swords back out, and blood began to pour down the front of Wilbur's sweater. Wilbur stared blankly at Tommy for a moment before his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the asphalt. No. No, let me go, you fucking bastard! Tommy screamed. He screamed as loud as he could, fighting against the invisible hand holding him to the wall. He tried to kick and bite as hard as possible, but there was nothing for him to fight against because there was only air. The swords floated back to Dream, dripping with Wilbur's blood. He slid them back into their hilts, before he turned to look at Tommy. He took one step towards Tommy. Then another. Before he could take a third, a sword bloomed from Dream's chest. Don't touch my brothers. Techno spat, pulling the blade out in one swift motion. Dream stared in shock at the blood staining his chest, and 404 darted forward to drag him back towards the other side of the fight, where Supreme was already running towards them. The invisible hand holding onto Tommy disappeared, and he collapsed onto the concrete with a heaving breath. He stumbled to his feet and sprinted towards Wilbur, who was laying face down against the street. Wilbur. Tommy whispered, shaking his shoulder. Wilbur, can you hear me? I am here, Wilbur whimpered, wincing as Tommy pushed him onto his back. Tommy was already rubbing his hands together, preparing to heal the stab wounds, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. You need to get him out of here before you heal him, Techno told him. I'll make sure you guys can escape. Hide where Dream won't find you. Phil and I will get you when this is over. Looking to the front of the fight again, Dream could see 404 holding off Puffy and Phyllis holding off Phil as Supreme healed Dream. It wouldn't be long before he was back in the fight, so this would be the only chance they had to escape. Got it, Tommy said, before he grabbed Wilbur's shoulders and yanked him up. Wilbur cried out as Tommy forced him up, and Tommy hated seeing his brother in pain, but he knew they didn't have time to even do a mini heal right now. Fuck. Wilbur yelped as Tommy pulled him to his feet. He leaned heavily against Tommy's side, and Tommy could feel his blood soaking into his shirt. Before they could finally get out of there though, there was another shout of, wait. Glancing behind him, Tommy paled when he saw Flame standing in front of Techno. Tommy met Flame's eyes. A beat passed as they stared at each other, with Tommy silently pleading as much as he could with the one hero who had been kind to him before. Please. If you want to make it up to me, let us go. As if he was able to read his mind, the flames dancing along the hero's arms immediately died out. I'm not going to stop you, Flame said, holding his hands up in surrender. Get out of here, now. That was all the encouragement Tommy needed. With Wilbur practically dropping all his weight onto Tommy, he did his best to run away from the fight, turning down the nearest street and ignoring the screaming in his legs. Wilbur was taller than him. By a lot. Tommy knew this full well and had never considered it much more than an annoyance. But now it was his undoing, because being taller than him meant that Wilbur was also heavier than him. To the point where Tommy was panting for breath before they'd even made it a block away. In the distance, he heard Dream yell. Where are they? Knowing he couldn't run anymore, Tommy dragged Wilbur into a nearby alleyway. There was a single dumpster sitting against a wall, and Tommy set Wilbur down so the dumpster was between them and the entrance to the alley, wincing when Wilbur let out another whimper at the movement. In a way, it reminded Tommy of the first alley. The one he'd healed Siren in all that time ago. It wasn't the same, and actually seemed a bit cleaner than that first one, but it was still eerily reminiscent of it. How ironic. And now here he was again, with the famous supervillain bleeding out in front of him, but things were so different now. So very different. Tommy, Wilbur whispered as Tommy laid him down on the ground so he'd be able to heal it better. I know it hurts, I'm sorry, Tommy whispered back, reaching for the edge of his shirt so he could get a proper look at the wound. I'm gonna fix it, okay? You'll be okay. No, Wilbur breathed, fumbling to try and grab Tommy's wrists. You can't heal me. Tommy paused, and pulled down his mask to frown at Wilbur. What? Of course I'm gonna heal you, you fucking bitch. No, Wilbur repeated, shaking his head. Dream is he's still after you. If you heal this, you'll be too tired to run. I've healed worse than this. I'll be fine, Tommy said, although he wasn't sure if that was true. Wilbur shook his head, a small cry escaping his lips when it jostled the stab wounds. It's worse. Worse than what you healed when you found me. I can feel it. Clenching his jaw, Tommy tried to tell himself that Wilbur was just lying, and pushed Wilbur's hands away so he could get a look for himself. Oh. The first time Tommy had found Wilbur, the hole in his gut had been ridiculous, but had missed his vital organs. That was why bleeding out was his biggest concern, more so than anything else. This was different. Tommy had done some studying up on anatomy since becoming a healer for the syndicate, and he could tell that the swords had sliced clean through both his stomach and his liver. Dream's swords were razor sharp, and blood was already starting to soak into Tommy's pants as it pooled out beneath them both. Bile rose in his throat. Wilbur was right. This was worse. Still, it didn't matter. He could heal it. He had to. Tommy put his hands on the wound, but Wilbur made a noise of protest. Don't, he pleaded, using his free hand to pull up his mask. Please, don't heal me, Tommy. You can't get captured by him again. It's not worth it. In the distance, Tommy heard something loud crash against a wall, followed by Dream yelling. It was closer than before, which meant he was looking for them. Looking for him. Don't be fucking stupid, you're going to die if I don't heal you. Tommy exclaimed, his voice cracking as his eyes began to burn. I don't care if Dream captures me again. I'd rather you be alive. Wilbur's dark gaze met his own, and there was more yelling that was even closer than before. You can't heal me, Wilbur ordered, his voice echoing even though it was barely anything more than a whisper. Tommy's eyes widened in horror as the command echoed in his mind. You can't heal him. You can't heal him. You can't heal him. Why would you do that? Tommy whispered, horrified tears spilling down his cheeks. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm so sorry, Wilbur whispered, but you need to run. Please. Tommy stared at Wilbur in horror, unable to tear his eyes away from the blood still spilling from his stomach. His heart was pounding in his ears as he tried to will himself to put his hands on the wounds and heal them like he'd done so many times before. But any time he even thought about lifting his hands, the order would echo in his mind. You can't heal him. You're a fucking idiot. Tommy cried out, realizing that Wilbur was going to die and there was nothing he could do about it. Now I just have to sit here and watch you die. No, leave me, Wilbur pleaded, reaching out to squeeze Tommy's hand, but his grip was so weak, Tommy could barely feel it. I'm not leaving you, Tommy sobbed, squeezing Wilbur's hand as he tried to think of anything he could do. Undo the orders so I can fix this. Suddenly, there were footsteps right outside the alleyway, and Tommy froze. Did I hear someone crying? Dream's voice called out. Tommy? Is that you in there? Tommy's heart was racing a mile a minute as he listened to the footsteps echo off the alley walls. There was nowhere to run. He was cornered and Wilbur was dying and Dream was going to find them any fucking second now. So Tommy did the only thing he could do. He threw himself on top of Wilbur to shield him, and hid his face in his brother's shoulder to muffle his cries. Wilbur then rested a hand on top of Tommy's back, but there was barely any rise and fall to his chest. The footsteps got closer. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to feel a hand grip his shoulder and rip him off of Wilbur. And then, there was another voice. Dream. We're not finished yet. Puffy shouted from outside the alleyway. The footsteps paused. Puffy, please, you don't. Get out here now, Puffy ordered. If Tommy didn't know any better, he'd think she had some kind of siren voice herself, because there was only a split second of hesitation before Dream was practically racing out of the alley. Tommy didn't know if Puffy knew he was in here, but she led Dream away all the same. The voices faded as the fight went back towards the cafe, and Tommy nearly sobbed in relief once they were gone. They're gone now, Will, Tommy told his brother, straightening up so he wasn't laying on top of Wilbur any longer. I don't think Dream will come back this way, so I can heal you now. There was no response. All of his blood turned to ice in that moment. The hand that had been resting on his back was limp, and there was a quiet ringing in his ears as Tommy glanced up to Wilbur's face. Wilbur's eyes were open, but they were empty. He wasn't blinking. He wasn't trying to say something. He wasn't doing anything. Will. Tommy whispered, his eyes burning again. Please don't do this to me. He searched for any sign of life. Reaching up, Tommy pressed his fingers to Wilbur's neck, and couldn't find a pulse. The tears spilled over his cheeks again as Tommy stared into the eyes of his dead brother. No, don't do this, Tommy repeated, his voice growing louder. Don't fucking do this to me. You don't get to be dead, you bastard. Nothing. No response. A vicious sob tore its way out of Tommy's throat as he grabbed Wilbur's shoulders and began to shake him. This couldn't be real. There was no way. Wilbur wasn't dead. He was just fucking with him. He had to be. Wilbur, please. Tommy cried, shaking him more. Stop this. It's not fucking funny. Wilbur had gone completely limp, almost like a rag doll. It made Tommy want to throw up. Letting go of his shoulders, Tommy glanced back down at the stab wound that was still oozing blood from his stomach, but at a much slower rate than before. Narrowing his eyes, Tommy found he was able to lift his hands without any struggle now. There was no voice in his head telling him he couldn't heal Wilbur, and Tommy didn't want to think about what that implied. Instead, he pressed his hands on top of the stab wound, and willed them to heal. Nothing happened. Come on, Tommy muttered, gritting his teeth as he tried to focus all his energy into his hands. Don't fucking do this. I can heal this. I know I can. But he couldn't heal something that was dead. Tommy knew that full well. One time, long before he'd healed Siren, Tommy found a bird on the side of the road that had been hit by a car. He picked it up in his hands and tried to heal it, but his hands refused to glow. No matter how many times he tried, his powers just wouldn't work on the bird. And right now, while his hands were coated red with Wilbur's blood, there was no familiar orange glow. Please. Tommy sobbed, squeezing his eyes shut as he begged his powers to work. Let me save him. He had to save Wilbur. Tommy refused to lose his brother so soon after finding him. There was no ifs, ands or buts about it. He was going to save Wilbur. And then, as Tommy sobbed while trying to stop the blood from flowing out of the wounds, something happened. It started with a warmth in his hands. But it wasn't like when he normally healed people. No, this wasn't a pleasant warmth. Instead, it was like he was holding fire in his palms. His eyes flickered open and he saw the light had returned to his palms, but it was different than the usual orange. This light was as gold as could be. It was like Tommy was staring at pure sunlight as the fire in his hands grew hotter and hotter. Soon, the heat raced up from his palms and onto his arms. Then, it spread to his shoulders, his back, his chest, everywhere. Tommy's head was screaming in pain, and it only got worse with every passing second. His vision was spinning and he shut his eyes again, trying to focus on the burning energy that was slowly consuming him. Tears poured down his cheeks, but even they felt like drops of magma against his cheeks. Healing had never been this hard before. The pain was nearly unbearable, but Tommy refused to let go. The golden light behind his eyes grew even brighter, and a scream tore itself from Tommy's throat as the fire inside of him grew hotter than he could have ever imagined. It was like the very core of his being was being pulled into the ground, and it took all of his effort to keep himself from letting himself be yanked into the cool darkness. And then, it stopped. All at once, the burning disappeared, and the light went with it. Without thinking, Tommy ripped his hands away from Wilbur, cradling them to his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. Black spots dotted his vision. Tommy knew he should be trying to check something, but his head was in far too much pain to think straight right now. Without even really willing himself to do it, Tommy pitched forward, collapsing on top of Wilbur once again. His head was spinning and the promise of sleep was creeping up on him. As the world around him started to disappear, Tommy heard a loud gasp next to his ear, and felt the chest underneath him rise up. The last thing Tommy felt before he passed out were a pair of cool arms wrapping around him, and Tommy knew he was safe. The end is the beginning. Tommy woke up with a pounding headache. Blinking open crusted over eyes, he was just able to make out his familiar ceiling, and could feel soft sheets wrapped around his body. Everything ached. All of his muscles were sore, his head was throbbing, and even the act of opening his eyes was starting to exhaust him. It felt like he'd been run over by a car, but not just once. It felt like he'd gotten run over, and then the car reversed to run over him a second time, and then it drove forward again to hit him a third time as well just for good measure. Suffice to say, he felt like shit. His mind was groggy as he tried to think back on what had happened. They had been going to meet with Dream, and then 404 had tried to throw knives at them, and then Dream stabbed Wilbur. Oh! Bolting upright in his bed, Tommy hissed as the movement sent a huge spike of pain through his head, and squeezed his eyes shut as he brought his hands up to his temples. Tommy! A familiar voice said. Dad! Tommy mumbled without thinking, keeping his eyes shut. There was a beat of silence, and Tommy could have sworn he heard Phil sniffle. Then, "Hey Toms!" Suddenly, there was a warm hand wrapping around his wrist, and Tommy blinked open his eyes again to see his father. Phil was sitting on the chair next to his bed, much like Tubbo and Renbo had been doing when Tommy had first woken up after being kidnapped. He moved his hand down Tommy's wrist to gently squeeze his hand, and Tommy could see there were dark bags under his eyes. "How are you feeling?" Phil asked, giving him a warm smile despite his eyes glittering like they were full of tears. Tommy opened his mouth to answer, but paused when he remembered what else happened before he passed out. The alley. Trying to keep Wilbur from bleeding out. Trying to shake him awake and begging him not to be dead. That blinding light and the fire racing through his veins. His own screams echoing in his ears. "Where's Wilbur?" Tommy asked, ripping his hand out of Phil's. "Is he okay?" "Did he? I thought that He's okay," Phil cut him off, resting a hand on his shoulder. Tommy took a shaky breath as he remembered what it was like to try and shake Wilbur awake, only for him to sit there completely limp. I thought I could have sworn he cut himself off this time," a choked sob bubbling up in his throat. "Are you sure he's okay?" he asked Phil, tears now swimming in his eyes. "He's all right, Tommy. You saved his life," Phil reassured him, squeezing his shoulder. "He's alive because of you." "Oh, thank God. Where is he?" Tommy asked, looking around his room and realizing he and Phil were the only people in it. I need to see him." He needed to get the mental image of Wilbur's dead body out of his head. He needed proof that his brother was alive. "He's in his room." Before Phil could finish his sentence, Tommy pushed the blankets back to try and climb out of bed. But when he put his feet on the ground, the minute he tried to shift his weight onto his legs, they started shaking so badly he couldn't even find it in him to stand up. "Fuck, why am I so weak?" Tommy hissed, gritting his teeth as he tried to force his body to cooperate. "You really overexerted yourself," Phil told him, standing up and pushing him back down onto the bed. "Don't try to get up. Techno can carry you." "I don't need Techno," Phil called out, cutting Tommy off. "Can you see Mir?" From the hallway outside his door, Tommy heard another door open. Then, there were shuffling footsteps, and Techno appeared in his doorway. As soon as Techno saw Tommy was awake, there was a drop in his shoulders, and something like relief flickered through his face. "Good to see you're awake, Apollo." Distantly, Tommy remembered Techno snarling at Dream not to touch his brothers. Brothers. Plural. If he wasn't so worried about Wilbur, Tommy would have made some comment about it. But at that moment, he only had one thing on his mind. Everything else could wait. "He wants to go see Will, but he can't stand," Phil explained for him. "Since Will isn't really up for getting out of bed either, can you carry him?" Tommy frowned. "I don't need to be carried. You literally just tried to stand and couldn't," Phil reminded him. "Trust me, Tommy. You're like carrying a bag of grapes." "It's not a big deal," Techno told him as he approached the bed. While Tommy wanted to argue that he was fucking fine and didn't need to be carried like a baby, anxiety was still buzzing in his chest the more he thought about Wilbur. The more he fought, the longer it would take to get proof that Wilbur was okay. So he just had to suck up his embarrassment for the time being and accept the help. "Fine. Take me to him," Tommy said, reaching his arms up at Techno. Huffing, Techno leaned down and scooped his arms under Tommy's legs and back. There was no grunting or struggle as Techno hoisted Tommy up, and Tommy found himself leaning into Techno's chest as Phil opened the door to his room for them. The constant bouncing with every step Techno took made Tommy's already pounding head spin even more, so he squeezed his eyes shut and hid his face in Techno's chest as they made their way out to the hallway. It was only a few steps across the hall into Wilbur's room. Ignoring the nausea rolling over him, Tommy forced himself to open his eyes when they stepped through the next doorway. Wilbur's room looked exactly the same as it had before they'd left for the meeting. Messy as hell. But now Tommy could see some blood-stained clothes shoved into the far corner, and some extra bandages sitting on his nightstand. But Tommy barely paid attention to that. Instead, as soon as he met a familiar pair of warm brown eyes, Tommy's heart leapt into his throat. "Hey Toms," Wilbur said softly, giving him a small smile. Wilbur was propped up in his bed, with several puffy pillows supporting his back. He was pale, with deep bags sitting under his eyes. He looked just as bad as Tommy felt, but there was one part of his appearance in particular that caught Tommy's eyes. "Will," Tommy whispered as Techno set him on the bed, staring at Wilbur's hair. "Why the hell is there white in your hair?" Most of Wilbur's hair was the same chocolate brown as it had always been. But one of the curls that fell right in front of his face was now a stark white reminiscent of snow. Wilbur huffed out a weak laugh. "I'm not sure, but I think it happened when you brought me back to life." Tommy blinked, the realization setting in. He had brought Wilbur back to life, hadn't he? Wilbur hadn't been breathing, his heart had stopped pumping blood. Tommy wasn't supposed to be able to heal things that were dead, and yet he'd managed to force his powers to work on Wilbur. That was something to work out for another time. When his head wasn't pounding like a jackhammer. Before Tommy could really try to formulate his thoughts into a response, suddenly Wilbur was leaning forward in the bed, and grabbing a strand of Tommy's own hair. "But look," Wilbur said, tugging a bit of Tommy's own curls down his forehead so he could see. We're matching. Sure enough, the strand of hair Wilbur had grasped in his fingers wasn't gold like the rest of his hair. It was pure white, just like Wilbur's. Tommy went cross-eyed staring at it for a moment, before Wilbur let go and leaned back against his pillows again. Tommy stared blankly at his brother for a moment. He took in the white streak in Wilbur's hair, the paleness of his skin, the way he was giving Tommy a shy smile, like he was happy to see him, but worried at the same time. Wilbur was here. He was sitting right in front of him, looking a bit worse for wear but breathing all the same. Without thinking, Tommy scooted forward on the bed until he was right next to Wilbur. Then, with trembling hands he brought up his fingers to Wilbur's throat, right where his pulse was. There, underneath his skin, his pulse was thudding in a steady thump-thump-thump. Not like before. The pulse was real, it was there. Smile fading, Wilbur brought a hand up to cover the hand Tommy had on his neck. I'm alive, he whispered, squeezing his hand lightly. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. A sob tore out of his throat, and Tommy lunged for his brother, wrapping his arms around him and burying his face in his warm shoulder. Wilbur immediately tugged him close, and although Tommy knew Phil and Techno were still in the room watching this all go down, he couldn't bring it in himself to care. It worked. Somehow, Tommy had done the impossible and brought Wilbur back to life. Wilbur's arms were tight around his shoulders, and Tommy sobbed as a million emotions flooded through his mind. His fear, his pain, his grief, his relief, his anger. There was so much washing over him at once. Tommy could hear Wilbur's siren voice in his head again, the soft echo of his command to not let Tommy heal him. Suddenly overcome with white-hot rage, Tommy pulled back from the hug, facing Wilbur with tear-streaked cheeks. Are you? Before Wilbur could finish that sentence, Tommy brought his hand up and slapped Wilbur across the face as hard as he could. A deafening smack echoed through the room. There were a few beats of silence after Wilbur's head snapped to the side, a red handprint quickly forming on his cheek. Then. Yeah, I think I deserved that, Wilbur muttered. You're such a fucking idiot. Tommy yelled, the relief and anger swirling inside of him to create a strange mix of emotions that he could barely process. I can't believe you fucking used your voice to keep me from healing you. You did what? Phil cut in, while Techno let out an alarmed het. Sighing, Wilbur lifted his head back up, not dropping his arms from where they were still wrapped around Tommy. I don't really have a good excuse for that. Yeah, you fucking don't. Tommy hissed, more hot tears streaming down his face. We talked about this, Wilbur. You aren't a fucking martyr. I know, and it was a fucking stupid thing of me to do, Wilbur said, pulling Tommy back down to his shoulder. Tommy didn't try to fight it. He curled closer to Wilbur, hiding his face in his sweater as the mental image of Wilbur's dead body just kept flashing in his mind. You're such a fucking idiot, Tommy repeated, his voice muffled by fabric. I know, Wilbur agreed, bringing a hand up to card through Tommy's hair. I was so out of it from blood loss and I could hear Dream coming down the street. I knew I couldn't defend you anymore and I just wanted you to get out of there before he showed up, so I thought if I made it so you couldn't heal me, you would run. You were wrong. I'd never leave you like that, Tommy told him, not bothering to lift his head. Yeah, I realize that now, Wilbur said, letting out a humorless laugh. I should have known you'd pull something like learning how to revive the dead just to save my sorry ass. Tommy still had no idea how he did that, and he wasn't sure he'd ever know. But it had worked, and that was what mattered the most. That Wilbur was here now, and Tommy could yell at him for being a fucking asshole. That he was alive, and hugging Tommy, and Tommy was able to keep his family intact. Wait, Phil suddenly cut in, and Tommy felt the bed dip as Phil sat on the edge. You used your voice to tell Tommy not to heal you. Although Tommy didn't lift his head, he could imagine Wilbur's sheepish look. Yeah. I knew that healing me would make Tommy too tired to run from Dream, and he was getting close to the alley we were hiding in. So in my I've just been stabbed delirium, I thought it was a good idea to just make it so he couldn't heal me so he'd leave me behind, Wilbur explained. Techno made a sound of disapproval. You shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I fucking know, Wilbur hissed, sounding a little impatient. I'm not gonna pull shit like that again. Believe it or not, death wasn't exactly a fun experience that I'd like to go through again. Frowning, Tommy lifted his head from Wilbur's shoulder just the tiniest bit so he could see his face. Wait, you remember it? The annoyance faded from Wilbur's face at Tommy's soft question, and he nodded as his eyes glazed over. It's fuzzy, but I remember, there was a train station. And I was so fucking lonely down there. Standing on an empty platform, waiting for a train I knew would never come. Sounds more like a limbo than the afterlife, Techno commented. Maybe, Wilbur shrugged, gently pushing Tommy's head back down so he could continue to run his fingers through his hair. All I know is that eventually, a train stopped and Tommy was on it. I was. Tommy frowned, not having experienced anything like that. Wilbur snorted. You were. You didn't talk, but you just scowled at me and yanked me onto the train. Next thing I knew, I was waking up here. That was strange. Tommy didn't experience anything like that. But he had to admit, that didn't sound like a very pleasant afterlife. And you're not going to do anything like that again, Phil said, huffing a bit. Yeah, I won't, Wilbur reassured. Like I said, I don't really want to see that train station again. Good, Tommy grumbled, readjusting so he was no longer hidden in Wilbur's shoulder, but had his head resting on Wilbur's chest. Underneath his head, he could hear the steady thump-thump-thump of Wilbur's heart, and it eased the lingering anxiety he still had. Now that Tommy knew that Wilbur was alive, the panic racing in his veins finally eased up enough for his thoughts to clear. Wilbur was okay, which meant that now Tommy had something else to worry about. So, Tommy started, drawing all eyes back to him. What happened with, Dream? Although no one seemed particularly upset or worried, which made him want to believe things had worked out, they might have just been more focused on Wilbur for the time being, and pushed the problems with Dream to the side. Phil and Techno shared a silent look, before Phil sighed and folded his hands together. Well, he's not going to be a problem anymore. At least not to you, Phil told him, giving him a reassuring smile. Basically, after you and Will left the fight, Puffy and I did our best to subdue him. Eventually, Puffy managed to get him pinned, and she gave him an ultimatum. Apparently she had pictures of Dream's face, so either she would show us, the syndicate, his face, or he had to make a deal with her. What was the deal? Tommy asked, furrowing his brows. Since she already agreed to stand by you if he released the video footage, that meant his blackmail was useless. So she made him promise that from his point forward, everything would go back to the way it was before you started healing for us. Dream basically has to leave our healer alone, and in turn, we have to leave Supreme alone as well, although we never targeted him in the first place. Healers need to be considered neutral, and he can't use your civilian identity against you, Phil explained, not looking all too pleased at the explanation. Wait, so you didn't kill him? Tommy asked, having fully expected that to be the news he heard. I wanted to, Techno growled, but Puffy wouldn't let me. Yeah, she wouldn't let anyone kill him, which I wasn't super thrilled about, Phil shrugged, his wings shifting with the movement. But Puffy is a good friend of mine, so I respected her wishes about the whole thing. She promised that if he ever pulls this kind of shit against you again, she'll handle him. For some strange reason that Tommy couldn't pin, he was actually relieved. Despite everything Dream had put him through, there had been a lingering knot of worry in his chest that Dream would be dead. While he knew he had no reason to feel bad for Dream given the fact that the hero had literally kidnapped him and tried to throw him in jail, Tommy just couldn't stand the idea of knowing that he was the reason for Dream's death. Thank you, Tommy murmured, relaxing further into Wilbur's hold. I'm really glad you didn't kill him. Thank Puffy, not us, Techno grunted. This made Tommy snort. You're right. Puffy is the real hero here. She gets all the credit. To be fair, she kinda does, Techno told him with a shrug. If Phil hadn't managed to convince her to come out of retirement, we would have been screwed. Wait, Wilbur cut in suddenly, you never explained that to us, Phil. Why did you keep me and Tommy out of the loop for the plan? Ducking his head, Phil laughed awkwardly. Well, it wasn't anything against you two. It was more that I just wasn't sure if Puffy was going to end up agreeing to come out of retirement for this, so I didn't want to get hopes up. I also didn't think it was fair to ask her for something as huge as this and then go, by the way, if you say no Tommy will know you could have helped him and you didn't. Well, Tommy makes sense, but what about me? Wilbur pushed, frowning at Phil. Because you're petty as fuck and would have been pissed at Puffy if she said no, Phil explained with a flat stare. Tommy let out a startled laugh at this. It was true. Wilbur was petty as fuck. But Wilbur didn't seem to agree. I'm not petty. You are too, Tommy said, shifting his head so he was looking up at Wilbur's face. Wilbur scowled. No I'm not, you brat. You literally are. Huffing, the white streak in Wilbur's hair fell over his eyes again, and Tommy paused to pull down his own matching one again. It was almost like that night never happened. Like it was all just a bad dream, because now Wilbur and Tommy were both here, alive and well. But the hair was evidence that it wasn't a dream. That all that had been real. Smile fading, Tommy twirled the white in his hair around his finger while the others quieted down. So. Is it over then? He asked after a few minutes, glancing between Wilbur, Phil, and Techno's faces. Are we okay now? Am I going to be able to stay with you? Was his silent question. Reaching out, Phil pushed Tommy's hair back from his face, and Tommy immediately leaned into the gentle touch. Yeah, it's over, Tommy, Phil reassured him. You're home now, and we're going to make sure it stays that way. As Phil ran his fingers through Tommy's hair, Wilbur rubbed small circles into his shoulder blade, and Techno flashed him a small but wholly genuine smile. Well, Tommy found himself believing every word of what Phil said. He was home. Holy shit, this place is awesome. Walking through Tubbo and Ranbo's new apartment, Tommy gaped at how big the place was, and how much nicer it smelled compared to their last apartment. I know, right? We kept telling Phil we didn't need a place this nice, but he really thought we'd like this one best, Ranbo told him, running his hand along the unstained white wall. The new apartment sat on the border between South Bay and East Side. It was in a new building, meaning no one had actually lived in this unit until now. Once Tubbo and Ranbo had accepted the offer of joining the syndicate, Phil's first order of business had been to make sure the boys had a decent place to live, waving off any arguments as it being part of their salary despite the fact that syndicate members didn't really have salaries. Now here they were, standing in the middle of an apartment that Phil had completely bought outright for the boys. There was one wall with floor-to-ceiling windows that faced out onto the city skyline, letting in so much fresh sunlight, Tommy felt like he could just lay on the floor and fall asleep in the warmth like a cat. Everything in the apartment was new, save for the few things the boys had wanted to keep from their old place. Amidst the plush furniture and shining countertops, Tubbo's old computer was shoved into a corner, a mess of wires falling over the hardwood floors in a clump that you couldn't pay Tommy to try and untangle. Ranbo's DS was settled on the coffee table, and Tommy's favorite sweatshirt had been tossed over the back of their new couch. It was strange, seeing these little bits of their old home in this shiny new space. It granted a sense of familiarity, but at the same time it felt foreign. Like if Tommy spilled something, some rich person was going to rush out of the closet and yell at him. That didn't mean any of the trio disliked it. Quite the opposite in fact. Tubbo had already made himself comfortable on the couch, while Ranbo was digging through the fridge to see what kind of food Techno had stocked it up with. It's all potatoes, Ranbo announced after a few minutes of searching, closing the fridge door with a sigh. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, Tommy scoffed, rushing over to take a look for himself. Cold air blasted Tommy as he swung the fridge door open. Sure enough, while there were a few essentials like eggs and milk, most of the shelves were lined with microwavable meals of mashed potatoes or potato pancakes. God damn it Techno, Tommy huffed, slamming the door shut again. It's fine. We'll just go grocery shopping to get some other stuff, Ranbo said, not seeming all that annoyed about the copious amount of starch in their fridge. It's so weird to remember we can just do that now, Tubbo chimed in, sitting upright on the couch so he could look at Tommy and Ranbo. Like, it's still taking a bit to sink in that we don't have to budget so hard for food anymore. That was another one of Phil's conditions for the two boys to join the syndicate. Not only did they get a nicer place to live, they now had an entire spending account to use for whatever they needed. Of course, Tubbo and Ranbo had both already insisted they would only use it for food, but Tommy doubted Phil would care if they bought themselves an Xbox with it or something. Have you guys gotten all your clothes and stuff moved over yet? Tommy asked, eyeing the suitcases still sitting in front of the front door. Tubbo groaned, while Ranbo chuckled. Yeah, we have them here but we haven't unpacked anything yet. I fucking hate unpacking shit. Tubbo complained, flopping back down on the couch. I think we all do, Tubbo, Ranbo pointed out, leaning against the counter. But it's probably a good idea to hold off. At least until you move your stuff over too, Tommy. Tommy froze. Shit. Yeah. The reason he'd come over to the apartment today in the first place. He had to figure out how to break the news to them. While Tommy knew it wasn't something he should feel guilty about, he couldn't help the ache that echoed through his chest every time he thought over his decision. It wasn't that he wanted to put distance between himself and his best friends. But he had other family he wanted to live with too. Ranbo noticed the way Tommy's face fell at his comment, and immediately pushed off the counter to stand in front of him. Are you all right? He asked softly. I'm fine but I wanted to talk to you guys about that actually, Tommy said, eyes ducking to the ground. About the whole, me moving thing. Let me guess, Tubbo cut in, climbing off the couch. You want to stay with the Suits? Tommy winced, and forced himself to nod. Yeah. It's not that I care about them more than I care about you guys or anything. You're still my family and that's never gonna change. But it's different, you know. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands were on his shoulders, and Tommy looked up to see Ranbo giving him a reassuring smile. Tommy, don't worry. We figured you were probably going to want to stay with them. Yeah, dude, Phil's literally filling out adoption paperwork for you, Tubbo snorted, having joined the two standing to lean against Tommy's side. This isn't a surprise at all. But you're not upset? Tommy asked, glancing between the two of them. I mean, it's not like we're never going to see you again or anything, Tubbo huffed. You better be coming over to hang out all the damn time. Of course. Tommy exclaimed, horrified by the suggestion that he wouldn't want to hang out with his best friends anymore. I was already planning on staying over here a few nights a week anyway. At this, Ranbo chuckled. What, like a joint custody situation? Tommy flushed and shook his head. Not a joint custody situation, you dickhead. I dunno, Tommy, Tubbo teased, nudging his side with his elbow. If me and Ranbo got married we could get into a custody battle with Phil for trying to adopt. Oh fuck off. Tommy scoffed, while Tubbo cackled at his own bad joke. If you keep saying shit like that I'm not gonna come over to visit. Okay, fine, we'll stop, Ranbo reassured, giving Tubbo a sharp look. Tubbo stopped laughing, but the shit-eating grin stayed on his face as he leaned back into Tommy's side. Seriously though, we don't care if you wanna keep living with Phil, Will, and Techno. Ranbo nodded. Yup. I promise we don't mind. Well, that was certainly a weight off his shoulders. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tommy slumped against Tubbo. Thanks guys. Like I said, it's not like I'm going anywhere. Trust me, I'm not worried about that. You're way too clingy for that, Tubbo joked. I'm not clingy. Tommy protested. If anything, you're the clingy one. You are too, Tubbo shot back. You're so clingy, you literally brought Wilbur back from the dead, he pointed out, reaching up to tug at Tommy's white streak. Tommy slapped his hand away from his hair. That's not being clingy. That's being so incredibly cool and poggers that I got the power to fucking revive someone. That's like, ultimate clingy right there, Ranbo chimed in, smirking at Tommy. If I die, you'd definitely bring me back because you'd miss me way too much, Tubbo said, fluttering his lashes in a far too innocent way. Even though it was a joke, the mental image of Wilbur's dead body flashed behind his eyes again. Then, he imagined it being Tubbo instead, Tubbo lying too still, his eyes glassy and body limp. Bile rose in his throat. Don't joke about that, Tommy suddenly snapped, making Tubbo and Ranbo's laughter fall silent. And don't go dying thinking I can just bring you back either. I'm pretty sure that was a one-time thing with Will. Tommy couldn't explain why, but some part of him just knew that what he did with Wilbur was likely something he'd never be able to repeat. He didn't know if you'd explain it like an adrenaline rush or something of the sort, but somehow, he just knew that bringing someone back from the dead wasn't something he could do twice. So they had to stay safe. All of them. Both Ranbo and Tubbo's expressions turned somber as they shared a look. Sorry, I was just fucking around, Tubbo apologized. It's okay, Tommy muttered, resting his chin on top of Tubbo's head. I don't like thinking about it. And that's okay, Ranbo reassured him, wrapping an arm around Tommy's shoulders so the three of them were in a group hug. You don't have to talk about it. Leaning further against his friends, Tommy sighed. Thanks guys. Tommy would never be grateful enough for getting best friends as great as Tubbo and Ranbo. G2/M transition. Cell commitment to build the mitotic machinery. Requires that during / by the end of G2 that the cell has fully replicated and repaired DNA. Cyclin A and cyclin B proteins are synthesized. Tommy stared at the notes on his page, the text blurring the more he tried to comprehend what the hell he'd actually written down. They were going over the stages of mitosis, and his head was already pounding from all the terms he knew he was going to have to memorize. On the one hand, Tommy really liked the idea of becoming a doctor considering, well, he liked healing people. On the other hand, biology was really fucking complicated. Way more intense than he remembered it being in high school. But it was interesting to learn about the way cells worked at very small levels, and then try to apply that to the way his own powers worked. Although this was only the second college-level biology course he was taking, so far he'd theorized that his power probably did something along the lines of accelerating stem cell division over wounds, but he would have to research more before he could come up with a solid theory for it. For now though, he was stuck focusing on the details of mitosis. It was late at night, and he was hunched over his desk, struggling to ingrain this shit into his memory. It was almost a relief when he noticed the purple particles floating behind his head. Ranbo, what's up? Tommy asked, spinning around in his desk chair to face his friend. Standing in the middle of his room, Ranbo was decked out in his full Ender outfit, his mask and goggles hiding whatever expression could be on his face right now. Sorry, I know you're studying but, I was told to come get you, Ranbo admitted, sounding sheepish. Tommy huffed, although he was secretly thrilled at having an excuse to ditch his studying. Who is it this time? He asked, hopping out of his chair to run to his dresser. It's Jack, Ranbo told him, and Tommy rolled his eyes as he pulled his cargo pants out of his drawer. Of fucking course it is. Did he piss someone off again? Tommy asked, rushing into the bathroom to change. Yup, he taunted 404 and got a knife to the thigh, Ranbo sighed from outside the bathroom door. After changing into his cargo pants, Tommy checked the pockets, grinning when he saw he had remembered to stuff them full of bandages and gauze. Opening the door to the bathroom again, Tommy grabbed his mask off his bed and buckled the straps behind his head, before dropping to the ground to pull his boots on. How bad is it? Tommy asked, his voice now tinged with metal from his voice changer as he laced up his boots. Not that bad. He's just complaining for the most part, Ranbo told him, leaning against the edge of his bed as he watched Tommy tie his shoes. Will is holding off 404 now, while Nikki, Tubbo, and Techno focus on Dream and Rewind. Snorting, Tommy pushed to his feet again, doing one last check to make sure his mask was secure. I'm sure Will is thrilled about having to handle 404, he drawled sarcastically, reaching his hand out towards Ranbo. Ranbo wrapped his hand around Tommy's. You ready? Ranbo asked. Tommy grinned. You know it. Next thing Tommy knew, his stomach was swooping out from underneath him. Everything went black, and Tommy's head spun as he gripped onto Ranbo's hand for dear life. And then, he was stumbling onto a gravel rooftop. He could hear yelling all around, and after shaking himself off to get the ringing out of his ears, he paused to glance up and look around. It was like Ranbo had said. Nikki and Tubbo were tag-teaming Rewind as he disappeared and reappeared as he jumped between seconds, while Wilbur was struggling to dodge 404's knives like he always was. Then, Tommy noticed Techno and Dream going toe-to-toe, and while there was still a small spike of fear that shot through him seeing Dream's smiley face mask again, he knew at this point that Dream was going to stay true to his word. Many months had passed since the night they had their confrontation with Dream, and it had been harder than he thought to readjust to his normal life after things calmed down. Sometimes, Tommy would still wake up and wonder if he was actually awake, or if this was all some giant trick on his mind and he was actually sitting in a jail cell right now. For the first month after everything had blown over, Tommy's palms were constantly glowing to heal the small wounds he'd created by pinching himself. But the windows had always been clear, and his reality had proved itself again and again and again. This was real. He could trust that. Tugging him by the hand, Ranbo led him to the edge of the roof, where Jack was sitting pressed up against the railing with a hand on his leg. "Hey up man," Tommy greeted as he kneeled down in front of Jack, waving Ranbo off as he jumped back into the fight. "Hey up," Jack muttered through gritted teeth. Eyeing the knife sticking out of Jack's thigh, he pulled back the fabric of his pants to get a better look at it, and Jack winced at the pressure. "This looks like it hurts like a bitch." "It fucking does," Jack hissed. "Can you hurry up and fucking pull it out?" Rolling his eyes, Tommy nodded. "I will if you promise not to be a little bitch about it." "I'm not gonna." Before Jack could finish his sentence, Tommy yanked the knife out of his thigh, causing Jack to let out a rather unmanly sounding shriek. "Fucking hell." Tossing the knife to the side, Tommy ignored Jack's string of curses as he grabbed some gauze out of one of his pockets, and used it to clean off the surface of the wound. While the knife had gotten him good, it hadn't gone very deep. The wound itself wasn't anything major, meaning it would be a pretty simple fix. Ignoring the sounds of yelling and things crashing from the fight behind him, Tommy placed his hand over the stab wound and shut his eyes. His hands never glowed gold again like they had the night he saved Wilbur. It had gone back to his normal orange, like the whole revival thing had never happened. Although, if you asked Tommy, his post-healing headaches had gotten just a bit worse since that night. It wasn't anything he couldn't deal with, but it was still a pain in the ass all the same. By the time Tommy pulled his hands away, a dull throbbing had already made itself known behind his eyes. He leaned back against the railing next to Jack, taking out some extra gauze from his pocket to wipe his hands on. "You good, Tommy?" Jack asked quietly, resting a hand on his shoulder. Tommy gave him a weak thumbs up, keeping his eyes shut for a moment so he could get his bearings. "All right, you stay here. I'm gonna hop back in the fight," Jack told him. "Sounds good," Tommy muttered, wincing when the simple act of speaking caused another spike of pain to flash through his skull. He listened at Jack's footsteps fading as Thanatos rejoined the fight. Tommy simply took a few deep breaths, letting the pain and nausea roll through him because he knew it would fade to something manageable in a few minutes. Distantly, there was the sound of something exploding, and Tommy grinned knowing that was almost certainly Tubbo's doing. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps beside him. Opening his eyes, Tommy leapt back when he saw Supreme running straight for him. "What the hell?" Tommy asked, pressing against the railing. Supreme, who Tommy could see was dragging a dazed-looking Rewind next to him, glanced up and gave him a small wave. "Hey there! You don't mind if I, use this spot to heal him, do you?" Blinking, Tommy nodded. Supreme was a healer like him. Logically, Tommy had nothing to fear from the hero. "Is that Apollo?" Rewind asked in a slurred voice. "Yeah, that's him," Supreme confirmed, tugging up the edge of Rewind's charred sweatshirt to reveal a small cluster of burns on his side. "Yup. Definitely Tubbo's doing." "Hi Apollo, ouch!" Rewind said, blindly waving at him, but cutting himself off when Supreme pressed 2 fingers on the burns. "Sorry about that," Supreme apologized. "I'll make this quick." Tommy's eyes widened, his curiosity overriding the pain from his headache. He'd never gotten the chance to actually see how another healer's powers worked, and he wondered how similar it was to his own. Without thinking, Tommy leaned over to get a better look. Dark brown eyes met his own, and Tommy flushed, immediately pulling back. Shit, sorry. I was just... You can watch if you want, Supreme offered, and although Tommy couldn't see his mouth under the red and yellow balaclava he wore, he had the sense he was smiling all the same. If that's okay, Tommy said, and when Supreme nodded, he let out a sigh of relief. Tommy leaned over again, looking down at the hands Supreme had resting on Rewind's sides. One hand Tommy quickly realized was a prosthetic. It was just being used to hold up the edge of Rewind's burnt sweatshirt, but otherwise wasn't doing much. Then, Supreme used his other hand to start massaging the skin around the burn. There was no glowing, but it was like watching magic happen all the same. When Supreme swiped his thumb over the burns, Tommy saw the blistered skin disappear, like an eraser had been used on it. Rewind immediately relaxed. Supreme continued to massaging the rest of the burns, each one disappearing with just a brush of his hands. Tommy was glad he had his mask on, because if he wasn't, Supreme would have been able to see his mouth hanging wide open in shock. That's so cool! Tommy exclaimed once Supreme had healed the last burn, tugging Rewind's blackened sweatshirt back down. Are yours different? Supreme asked, leaning back against the railing next to Tommy. Also, Rewind, just wait a minute and then you're good to go. Yeah, they are. When I heal, my hands get all glowy and hot, and it just heals the wound like that, Tommy explained, looking over his own calloused palms. That's so interesting, Supreme muttered, furrowing his brows. There was a moment of silence, and then Supreme lifted his head, holding out a hand for Tommy to shake. I don't think we've officially met. I'm sure you know who I am, but I'm Supreme. Snorting, Tommy took the offered hand. Apollo, but you knew that already. Before Supreme could respond, there was another explosion sound, and Tommy winced as it sent another pang through his head. Distantly, Tommy registered Rewind getting up and rejoining the fight. Are you okay? Supreme then asked, his dark eyes bright with concern. I'm fine, Tommy said, waving off his worry. Just post-healing headache, I'm sure you know how it is. Supreme sighed. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't get headaches, but after I have to heal something big, my hands will ache for days. Even the one that's a fake, he said, laughing a bit as he held up the prosthetic hand. Aw man, that's shit, Tommy said, trying to give Supreme a sympathetic look even with half of his face hidden by his mask. You get used to it. And damn, if Tommy hadn't heard that one before. But actually, do you mind if I try something? Frowning, Tommy eyed the hand Supreme was reaching towards him. Like what? I'm usually really good for headaches, Supreme told him. He held his hand in the air between them, waiting for Tommy to give him the go-ahead. While Tommy knew letting a hero use his powers on Tommy probably wasn't the best idea, there was also something about Supreme that just made him very easy to trust. Maybe it was his kind voice. Or maybe it was the quiet solidarity they had with one another. They may have been on opposite sides, but they weren't enemies. They were healers. Or maybe it was just that this headache was really fucking annoying, and Tommy would do anything for some kind of remedy. Either way, Tommy found himself leaning forward. Supreme brought his hand up to Tommy's temple, and began to massage small circles into the skin. For a beat, nothing happened. Then, all at once, a surge of warmth radiated from Supreme's thumb and into Tommy's head. He immediately relaxed into the touch, slumping against the railing as sweet relief swept over him. The warmth flooded through his head, slowing the throbbing down until it disappeared completely. A few seconds passed, and then Supreme pulled his hand away. The warmth faded and Tommy waited for the headache to return, but it didn't. Holy shit, you fixed it! Tommy exclaimed. Supreme laughed. Glad I could help. Apollo. We got it. Wilbur's voice suddenly called out, drawing both healers' attention back to the fight. Looking out onto the roof, Tommy could see that Nikki and Jack had already disappeared from the fight. Techno was pinning Dream to a wall, while Tubbo just stared down Rewind and 404, neither of whom were moving. And Wilbur, in all his dramatic glory, was holding up the prize of the evening. Some kind of strange technology Sam had built for the heroes a while back that he wanted the syndicate to use. Tommy had no idea what it did, and he really didn't care to know. But it seemed like that was the signal to get going. It was nice meeting you, Tommy told Supreme as he jumped to his feet, new energy racing through his veins. Nice meeting you too, man, Supreme called back, already rushing back to his own side. I'll see you around. See ya. Tommy waved. As soon as he was back by Wilbur, his brother wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. Then, Techno shoved Dream to the ground, and hurried back over with Tubbo and Renbu. Although Dream was yelling something in protest, as soon as Renbu reached the group, they all joined hands. Then, the roof disappeared, and Tommy knew they were safe for the night. So what does this thing do anyway? Tommy asked as he sat on Wilbur's bed, tossing the strange device up and down in his hands. Wilbur, who was propped up against his pillows with his guitar on his lap, shrugged. According to Sam, it's supposed to be able to shut someone's powers off temporarily. But he never managed to perfect the design before he left the hero committee. Tommy immediately stopped tossing the device. Holy shit! If the heroes had that kind of tech, it would be disastrous. I know, Wilbur said, his voice solemn. Which was why we wanted to get it back before they could figure out how to get it working. Yeah, that was a no-brainer. If the heroes had a way of shutting villains' powers off, they would be dead. All of them. It would be a nightmare scenario. Are you planning on getting it working again though? Tommy then asked, his voice much smaller than he expected it to be. Just like it would be disastrous for the heroes to have that kind of technology, Tommy could see the same thing happening if the villains were able to take advantage of that for themselves. I don't know, Wilbur admitted. I don't think Phil wants to use it. But he wants Sam to work on it again. Probably as a just-in-case type of thing. Tommy gulped. Do you believe him? Wilbur shrugged, keeping his eyes on his lap. I'm not sure. On the one hand, Tommy knew he should probably be more worried about the fact that neither of them seemed to be sure of what their father's plan was for this technology. But at the same time, Tommy couldn't bring himself to be all that upset about it. He trusted Phil to know when a dirty trick was too dirty. Setting the device on Wilbur's nightstand, Tommy huffed as he flopped back onto the bed, resting his head next to Wilbur's side. You know, I talked to Supreme tonight. Wilbur, who had gone back to tuning his guitar, raised an eyebrow. You did? Tommy nodded. Yeah. He's a really nice person. Plus, he was actually able to fix my headache after I healed Jack. Seriously? Wilbur questioned. Yup. His powers work differently than mine, which I got to see when he healed Rewind, Tommy told him, grinning at the memory. It's so fucking cool. I'd love to figure out how our powers actually work on, like, a scientific level. Wilbur snorted and reached a hand out to ruffle Tommy's hair. You're such a fucking nerd. Oi. I'm not a nerd. Tommy protested. You're literally studying biology in college. You're the most stereotypical nerd there is, Wilbur teased. Fuck off, Disfit. If anything you're the nerd, you goddamn theater kid, Tommy huffed, slapping Wilbur's hand away. Wilbur frowned. How did you know I did theater in high school? Snorting, Tommy rolled over so his head was pressed against Wilbur's side. Lucky guess. Rolling his eyes, Wilbur resumed his guitar tuning. A comfortable silence fell between them, Tommy listening to the different strings being plucked as Wilbur tried to test if they sounded right. It was relaxing. A familiar routine they'd developed all the way back when Tommy was first staying at the house. It felt like years ago now, even though it hadn't even been a year since he saved Siren's life. So much had changed since then. Everything in Tommy's life was different, all because he took one look at a supervillain bleeding out in an alleyway, and decided that no one deserved to die like that. Do you ever think of dying it? Wilbur asked out of the blue, snapping Tommy out of his thoughts. Blinking open his eyes, Tommy frowned when he saw Wilbur twirling his finger around the white streak in his own hair. No, Tommy immediately answered. I don't want to get rid of it. Why not? Wilbur asked, letting go of his own white streak and reaching down to grab Tommy's. Isn't it a bad memory for you? Tommy shrugged. I don't think of it like that. Then how do you think of it? Wilbur asked, being as gentle as possible as he tugged Tommy's hair. I think of it as a reminder, Tommy told him, letting his eyes slip shut again. It reminds me that you're alive, but it also reminds me just of my family in general. How close I came to losing you guys, but didn't. There was a moment of silence. Tommy heard Wilbur sniffle. I think you just like that we match, Wilbur teased, although his voice was thick. You wanna look like Big Brother Wilby. Oh fuck off, Tommy snorted, pressing himself into Wilbur's side. I don't wanna look like you at all, because you're ugly as shit. It was a lie, and both Wilbur and Tommy knew it. Maybe Tommy did like that he and Wilbur had matching white streaks. Maybe it made him feel like they were connected, or that it made them look more like brothers in some strange way. But of course, Tommy wasn't going to admit that out loud. Wilbur already had a big enough ego. He didn't need it to get any bigger. Well, I don't wanna dye mine because it reminds me not to be fucking stupid, Wilbur told him after a few moments. I don't ever wanna leave you guys again, and seeing the white reminds me exactly why. Good, Tommy said, burying his face into Wilbur's sweater to shield his eyes from the lights. You're never leaving me again, you stupid fuck. Don't worry, Toms. I've learned my lesson about being a martyr, Wilbur reassured him. Another silence fell over the two. Wilbur went back to tuning his guitar. Everything was warm and soft right now. The warm glow of the fairy lights, the soft strumming of Wilbur's guitar strings. As the minutes passed, Tommy felt sleep begin to creep up on him like an old friend. What do you want me to sing? Wilbur then asked after a few minutes. Anything, Tommy mumbled. Wilbur let out a soft chuckle at Tommy's slurred voice. We'll make it a quick one. He started to strum the chords, and Tommy smiled as he recognized a song Wilbur had played for him before. Then, Wilbur began to sing. The roads are my home, horizons my target. If I keep on moving, never lose sight of it. Right before sleep dragged Tommy under, he smiled into his brother's sweater. And then, he was out like a light. Chapter end notes. And that's it. That's the end, laughing face. God, I can't believe that it's finally over. To think I only started this FIC less than 5 months ago and now it's grown to such an insane scale is just... I can't really comprehend it. Thank you to everyone who gave me so much love on this. I really don't think I would have had the energy to finish it out if it weren't for you guys. I've been writing FIC for roughly 6 years, but this is the first time I've ever been considered famous in a fandom, and it's just been a batshit experience but in the best way possible. Thank you all so much for cheering me on and enjoying this ride just as much as I've enjoyed writing it. If you want more from me, make sure to check out my AO3 because I have a lot of other projects in the works and I'm so excited for you all to see them. Also, I know this ending might not feel complete to some people, but I was never planning on having the entire hero-villain war end with this story. Taking down a huge institution like the Hero Committee in this FIC is something that takes a lot of time, and it's a problem that's not going to be resolved easily. This story was about Tommy's journey specifically, and I felt this was the best way to send things off. He has his family, and that's what matters. And before people ask, no, there will not be a sequel to Clinic. While I have a few one-shot ideas for different pieces of backstory or maybe a few glimpses into the future, there's not going to be an official sequel. As much as I love the world of Clinic, I'm very ready to be done with this story and move on to others, so I hope you can all respect that. Anyway, if you want links to the Discord or to the Spotify playlist for this, go check the endnotes of the previous chapter. Also please leave me a comment telling me what you thought. They really make my day, laughing face. You on Tumblr and Twitter at Bones and Thebes. Love you guys 3.